like yourself. How are you? Which good? I'm all right. How are you? What's up, man? No, she doesn't, and no, I'm not. Yeah, we're friends. That's it. Okay, so you want me to watch Witcher 4 too?
Okej, więc chcesz, żebym obejrzał zwiastun Wiedźmina? Tak.
Yeah. She just wanted me to watch a trailer for a video game. Can you check it out right now? Yep, it's Witcher 4. I have a Minecraft account. I've never played it. I'm watching, yeah. Okay. 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 No, I'm not. I'm watching it now. Yes. It's beautiful. Good for you. Yes. Yes. Very interesting. It was a movie on it.
Bardzo interesujące. To jest prawie jak film.
Excellent. Excellent. What's going on, Sis Montalot? This is my friend from Nasha. She is from Poland. What are you gonna play? What are you gonna play? Here you go. Just smoke a lot. What are you gonna play today? What'd you drink?
say something and I don't understand the answer, but usually I'm trying to hear your voice. I write a voice, something like that. So,
Going viral just like every day, baby. Absolutely. With every day. Yeah, he was in here not too long ago. Are you gonna stream a game? Yes, he is. Are you gonna stream the game? I'm gonna watch Big Dog right now. No way, really?
I don't think so, because you said what your body needs to
whatever else, but they're just no longer in this position, and they're now part of the economy in other ways. Like they'll probably be the first set of highly competent technocrats and managers and so on. They'll probably be very well compensated for their time and expertise and whatever else. But to me, what's a practical end of things, like taking away this ability to withhold investment and increasing our ability to democratically shape investment priorities and to continue down the road of social democracy, and on normative grounds by egalitarian belief that ordinary people should have more stake in their lives in the workplace, leads me beyond social democracy to socialism.
So there is a tricky thing here. So in Ukraine especially, but in the Soviet Union, there's the kulaks. The possible trajectory of fighting for the beautiful message of respecting workers' rights has this dynamic of making an enemy of the capitalist class, too easily making an enemy of the capitalist class, with a central leader, populist leader, that says the rich and the powerful, they're taking advantage of you. We need to remove them. We need to put them in camps, perhaps. Not said explicitly until it happens. It can happen overnight. But just putting a giant pressure on that capitalist class. And again, the Stalin type figure takes hold. So I'm trying to understand how the mechanism can prevent that. And perhaps I'll sort of reveal my bias here, as I've been reading I was going to say too much, maybe not enough, but a lot about, books like Stalin's War in Ukraine, and just I've been reading a lot about the 30s and the 40s for personal reasons related to my travels in Ukraine and all that kind of stuff. So I have a little bit of a focus on the historical implications of communism currently, without kind of an updated view of all the past and future implications. So I'll lay that out there. But I worry about the slippery slope into the authoritarian figure that takes this sexy message, destroys everyone who's powerful in the name of the working class, and then fucks the working class afterwards.
So, first of all, I think it's worth remembering that the socialist movement had different outcomes across Western Europe and Eastern Europe. And in some of these countries in Western Europe, there wasn't actually democracy for the workers' movement and for the socialist movement. So the battle in Sweden, for instance, was about establishing political democracy, establishing true representation for workers. And that's how the parties became popular. Same thing in Germany, too. Then it was the Social Democrats who were able to build political democracy. Then on top of that, add layers of economic and democracy, social democracy. The Swedish Social Democrats ruled basically uninterrupted from the early 1930s until 1976. It's kind of crazy to think about, but they were just in government. They were the leading member of government. They had a few different coalition partners with ship. Sometimes they were with the agrarians, sometimes they were with the communists briefly, but they ruled uninterrupted. And then they lost an election in 1976, and they just left power. Then they got back in power in the 80s. So in other words, like, they created a democratic system, of course, with not support of working class people. then they truly honored the system, because when they lost power, they lost power. They left power. There's plenty of cases like that across Europe and the world and other countries like Korea and elsewhere, where the workers' movements, the most militant, the most class-centric workers, South Africa is the same way, created democratic systems. Now, Russia, I think a lot of what happened had to do with the fact that it was never a democratic country. It was ruled by a party, and the party itself was very easy to shift from a somewhat democratic party of the end of the day to an authoritarian one in Russia. And there was no distinction then between the party and the state. So your authoritarian party then became authoritarian total control over the entirety of the state. Now, the fact that the Soviet system involved total state ownership of production meant that the authoritarianism of the party state could go even deeper into the lives of ordinary people compared to other horrific dictatorships like Pinochet's Chile and so on, when maybe you could find some solace like just at home or whatever else. You didn't have the same sort of totalitarian, like control of people's lives. But I would say that socialism itself has yielded different outcomes. Now, on the question of polarization, I guess that implies that this polarization, this distinction, is a distinction that isn't real in society and that is kind of being manufactured, generated. So
You mean the capitalist class and the working class,
Yeah.
just to clarify?
So in certain populist distinctions, the division is basically arbitrary or made up. The us versus that polarization, depending who the us and who the them are. It's truly something that's manufactured. But capitalism itself, as a system based on class division, whether you support or oppose it, I think we should acknowledge it's based on class division. That is the thing creating that polarization. Now, I think what socialists try to do is we try to take bits of working class opposition to capitalism, to their lives, to their way they're treated at work, and so on. And yes, we do try to organize on those bases to help workers take collective action, to help them organize in political parties, and so on, to represent their interests, economic and otherwise. But the contradiction exists to begin with. And if anything, this system, which I'm proposing, democratic socialism, would be kind of a resolution of this conflict, this dilemma, this thing that has always existed since chieftain and follower and so on. We've had class division since the Neolithic Revolution. I think this is a democratic road out of that tension and that division of humanity to people who own and people who have nothing to give but their ability to work.
So that idea is grounded in going all the way back to Marx, that all of human history can be told through the lens of class struggle. Is there some sense, can you still make the case that this class difference is over-exaggerated? That there's a difference, but it's not the difference of the abuser and the abused. It's more of a difference of people that were successful and people that were less successful.
So I'll play devil's advocate, which is that maybe one could argue that in its purest, earliest stage, capitalism is based on a stark difference. But then since then, two things have happened. One, a bunch of socialists and workers have organized to guarantee certain rights for working class people, certain protections. So in our system now, there are certain safety nets, less in the US than in other countries, but in a lot of countries there are pretty extensive safety nets.
Even like 40-hour work week, minimum wage, safety regulations, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and all those things are, in my mind, doses of socialism within capitalism. Because what you're doing is you are taking the autonomy of capitalists to do whatever they want with people contracted to them. And the only thing stopping them is, them potentially being able to go to another employer. But even then, it's kind of potentially a race to the bottom. If, you can't get more than $2 an hour from any employer in your market, you're going to have to live with it. So one factor is we have built in those protections. So we've taken enough socialism into capitalism that you could say that at a certain point, maybe it makes a qualitative difference and not just a quantitative difference in people's lives. The other thing is, over time, we've gotten wealthier and more productive as a society. So maybe at some point, the quantitative difference of just more and more wealth means that even if in the abstract, the division between a worker and a capitalist is real, if that worker is earning, $40 million a year and has a good life and only has to clock in on 35 hours a week, 30 hours a week, and has, 4 weeks of vacation, then isn't it just like an abstract or philosophical difference? So I think you could level those two arguments. What I would say is that one, a lot of these rights that we have fought for are constantly being eroded and they're under attack, in part because the economic power that capitalists have bleeds into our political democracy as well. There's constant lobbying for all sorts of labor market deregulation and so on. I fundamentally believe that if tomorrow all those regulations went away, capitalists would fight to pay people as little as possible. We do that in 19th century capitalism. And not because they're bad people, because if I'm running a firm and all of a sudden my competition is able to find a labor pool and it's paying people less than me, I'm going to be undercut because I'll be able to take some of that extra savings and invest into new technology or whatever else and still gobble up my market share for it all. And then also beyond that, I do think there's a normative question here, which is, do we believe that ordinary people have a capacity to be able to make certain decisions about their work? Do we believe they know more about their work than their bosses? Now, I don't think that's not true at every level, but I think there's no doubt that in workplaces, workers know how to productively do their tasks in ways that their managers might not know. I think we've all been in workplaces where we have managers who kind of don't know what you do or whatever else. And I think that collectively, if incentivized, we could have them, one, instead of hoarding that information, since they're getting a stake in production and so on, they'd be able to more freely share it and be able to reshape how their day-to-day work happens. And also with elected managers, you kind of pick it up the chain. I think you have perfectly efficient market-based firms that could exist without capitalists.
So there's a lot of things to say. Maybe within just very, very low level question of if the workers are running the show, there's a brutal truth. The fact that some people are better. Workers know this. It's the Steve Jobs A players. You want to have all the A players in the room. Because one B player can poison the pool. Because then everybody gets demotivated by the nature of that lack of excellence and competence. This is just to take sort of a crude devil's advocate perspective. Are the workers going to be able to remove the incompetence from the pool in the goal of succeeding as a collective?
So I think that any successful model of socialism that involves the market, you need two things. One is at the micro level, you need the ability to fire people and for them to exit firms, which might be a slower process in cooperative-based firms than it is in a capitalist firm without a union. But it would probably akin to the process that would happen in a capitalist firm, which there are many with unions. So you need that. And then at the macro level, you need firm failure. You need to avoid a dilemma that happened in Soviet-style economies, which was soft budget, constraints and firms basically not being allowed to fail because the government was committed to full employment. The firms employed people, so even inefficient firms were, at the end of the day, they knew they were going to be propped up, and they would be given all the resources they would need, no matter how inefficiently they were using those resources to maintain employment. So I think you need both.
Do you worry about this idea of firing people? Man, I'm uncomfortable with the idea. I hate it. but I also know it's extremely necessary. So, is there something about a collective social system that makes firing? You said it might be slower. Might it become extremely slow? Too much friction. Isn't there a tension between respecting the rights of a human being and saying, like, you need to step up? Maybe sort of deposit the carrot. Like, you really encourage fellow workers know when there's a person that's not pulling their side of doing as great of a job as it could be. But isn't the person that's not doing a great of a job going to start to manipulate the system that slows the fire in their self-interest?
Well, I think there would be certain. So maybe another way to put it is think about like if you're a partner at a law firm, right? I don't really know how law firms work, so I probably shouldn't use this analogy, but correct me if I'm wrong. But let's say if you're a partner, you kind of have an equity in your law firm or something beyond your billable hours, and let's say you're going to be fired from your law firm or they're laying off people or whatever else. So they could just get rid of you, but they would also have to figure out how to kind of buy you out too after a certain point. So I think that like in a cooperative firm, you probably have a system where you after a certain point of working productively, you probably have a period where you get fired really quickly, no matter what. But once your job security kicks in, you would be able to, it would be a process. It would probably be like a day or two process to figure it out, or maybe there's a progressive discipline process, which is first you have to get a verbal feedback, and then maybe a written performance review. Then you could be fired. I mean, that's how it works in a lot of workplaces with either unions or with just basic job security. In most countries, that's how it works because there's not at will employment in most countries. So I think that the real tension is if you fire someone, if you're condemning them to destitution, then morally you really feel something there, as you should as a human being concerned about other people. But in a social system or even basically social democratic system, there would be mechanisms to take care of that person. So one, if a firm is failing for any reason, they're getting out compete or whatever else, those workers would then land in the hands just for a little bit of the state, right? And there could be active labor market policies to retrain people to go into expanding sectors. So your sector is now obsolete, but you have these skills. You're going to be trained, and here's some resources to kind of help you along your training. And then there's not firms hiring, so go on your way. And then also just with an expanded welfare state, being destitute in certain countries, being unemployed in certain countries is easier than in other countries or situations. So, you still can fall back on that mechanism. And also my vision of market socialism and democratic socialism, there would be an expanded state sector. Not anything you can imagine, but the way in which there's more of a state sector in countries like Norway or Denmark than there is in the U.S. There would be, various forms of state employment and whatever else. So, I mean, I think that the real question is, should being bad at your job or getting fired for any reason or getting laid off, should that be a cause to have you, totally lose your shirt? Or maybe should you just have to rebound? Maybe you have less money for consumption or whatever else, and you'll be on your way onto bigger and better things, in a few months.
So a strong social net in many ways make it more efficient to fire people who are not good at their job, because then they won't be that won't actually significantly damage their quality of life. They have a chance to find a job at which they can flourish.
Sure.
Right. To step out into the macro, there's a tension here as well. So you said that there's inequality between the classes, the capitalist class and the working class. And sort of there's a lot of ways to maybe correct me on the numbers, but you could say that the top 1% of Americans have more wealth than the bottom 50%. That's not talking about perhaps capitalist class and the working class, but it's a good sort of estimate, right? The flip side of that, if you just look at countries that have more economic freedom versus less economic freedom, more capitalism versus less capitalism, their GDP seems to be significantly higher. And so at the local level, you might say that there's an inequality. But if you look historically over decades, it seems like the more capitalism there is, the higher the GDP grows, and therefore the level of the quality of life and the basic income, the basic wealth, the average, even including the working class, goes up over time. And you see like both sides of this.
So I can definitely accept some of that premise. One, within capitalism, right, you want a bigger pie. Then if you divide up that pie, you'll even if the bottom 10% of the working class share, let's say, is less as a percentage, it's still more in raw terms. So it's better for everyone. The part that I would dispute is more economic freedom versus less economic freedom. So there's obviously some countries in which capitalism doesn't work, and maybe economic freedom plays a role. Like if you're in a country like Egypt or India with a previously highly bureaucratic system, so you need to get licenses to do anything, and you run things for the state, or you bribe someone to get an incorporation done or whatever else. And that's the case in which I would accept the premise of, okay, economic freedom to take an entrepreneurial risk, to start something new is limited. There's all sorts of factors in which it's too difficult to start a firm, and it benefits no one really, except for whatever bureaucracy might be taking their 15% cut. But in general, I think in advanced economies, it doesn't really work that way. So think about it this way. If you're pretend like we're back, I'm sorry to go to Scandinavia again, but this is a good example. Let's say you're back in the 1970s in Scandinavia or whatever else. You're in a country with extremely powerful unions. So the unions have a lot of labor rights. The state has certain high taxation, certain guarantees on you too. But you're a capitalist there. Now, what would you do if your capitalist competitors in the U.S. were able to pay workers $10 an hour, and you have to pay them $20? You would probably, I'm assuming you can't just flee or shut down or whatever else, you'd probably find ways to use labor-saving technology, right? That power of the high wages might encourage you to invest more in technology and to utilize people's times better so they're more productive at work, so they're not just like sitting around or whatever else. So this really happened in practice in the Scandinavian countries, in part because it was combined with a certain type of pattern wage bargaining. So I'll explain this really simply, but let's pretend that you're in a sector with three different companies. Let's say on automotive sector, and I'll just say one is GM, one is Ford, one is Chrysler. Now, all these workers in your sector are all unionized. They're all Swedish UAW, whatever the equivalent is, members, and they're all paid the same. And the union is setting the market. The union is setting the wages across the sector. But the unions, and let's say GM is the most productive of these companies. Ford is number 2. Chrysler is number 3. The unions would intentionally set the wages, set their benchmark to Ford in the middle. So what that would do is say to Ford, okay, Ford will stay in business because they'll be able to meet the wage demands. Chrysler might go out of business because they won't be able to meet the demand. They'll have to really adapt really quickly. They might have to lay off people. They might have to restructure. The union knows this in advance, and all the auto workers know this. But the most efficient manufacturer, GM, now has excess profits because if they were negotiating with just the GM workers might even have been able to demand more. But instead, these workers are paying their wage demands for Ford's level, and GM is, in theory, able to expand and employ more people and adopt new production techniques with their surplus. Then those Chrysler workers would be absorbed by the state by active labor market policies, then put back to work for for GM or for these expanding, sectors. So in other words, you're now in a situation where the state has a pretty good role in your economy, taking a lot of your money in taxes. The unions are really shaping your life as a capitalist far more than would happen in a country like the United States. And yet still, despite your more limited economic freedom, you're still creating a more productive economy. So it could work. It just the system has to be designed right. I think social democracies were designed the right way. I think any future democratic socialism after social democracy would have to be designed the right way.
Can you just linger on that a little more, the pattern wage bargaining? So GM is the most efficient, then Ford is the second most. Can you explain to me again the wages, setting the wages to the Ford level, how that is good for GM?
So
how that encourages more GM?
This is just sectoral, or actually must be a centralized wage bargaining. So setting the wages at a level that Ford can afford, but a level that would probably be too expensive for Chrysler in the automotive sector, would benefit GM because they're drawing what we could call excess profits. Because GM itself could potentially have to deal with just the enterprise of GM workers bargaining for wages, and if they saw their profitability was high, they would know their leverage. They would say, "Pay us even more, or else we're going to go on strike." But instead, they're accepting slightly lower wages than would have otherwise had in return for the company having excess profits that they're both the state, their union, sometimes like there's worker councils or whatever else. They're playing a role in saying, okay, we're going to make sure this excess profit is actually invested productively in order to expand employment and just output.
Okay, can we talk about unions in general? Then, what are the pros and cons of unions? So the interest in union, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. I have a lot to learn both about the economics and the human experience of the union. The union's interest is to protect worker rights and to maximize worker happiness, not the success and the productivity and the efficiency of the company, right?
No, I would disagree. So I think a union's interest is in what's collectively bargained on behalf of workers, because in certain cases, I am right now a manager at The Nation magazine, right? If I have a problem with my working conditions or I need a raise or whatever else, I could, with my skill set, my background, my role in the company, I could go to my boss, the owner of The Nation, and say, okay, I need to renegotiate my contract on these terms. I could argue, right? Now, if I was an ordinary worker at like a CVS or something, if I didn't like my conditions, I went to my boss and said, hey, I need a $2 raise, and I need to be home by 8:30 because I have obligations at home. The boss would probably say, I'm sorry, that's not possible, right? Maybe try the Rite Aid down the street or the Walgreens down the street or whatever. Now, if I went to the boss at a place like CVS, or even better, if all the pharmaceutical workers at Rite Aid, CVS, Walgreens went to our bosses and said, listen, we collectively need to $2 more and better hours, shorter shifts, or whatever else, then they would probably have no choice but to concede. You have to bargain collectively at any level if you're a ordinary worker. And there are some exceptions, but that's for certain highly skilled workers. But even in those cases, of course, all workers are skilled. Just the technical definition. Even in those cases, a lot of those workers have to bargain collectively as well in order to get more wealth. But they cannot make their demands so excessive that their firm gets out of business. So the workers only are workers as long as they're gainfully employed. So often unions will try to select their wage demands at such a level that it ensures that their firm will stay in business.
Yeah, but the problem is the way firms go out of business isn't by explosion, uh, like way popcorn starts getting cooked. Like you, at a certain moment, it's over. You can. It seems like the union can, through collective bargaining, keep increasing the wage, keep increasing the interest of the worker until it suffocates the company. That it doesn't die immediately, but it dies in like 5 years. So that might still serve the interest of the worker, but it doesn't serve the interest of society as a whole that's creating cool stuff. And increasing sort of a market that's operating and increasing cool stuff and constantly innovating and so on, and creating more and more cool stuff and increasing the quality of life in general.
I disagree with the premise because I think if you're even taking your example, that would be better for society. If a firm cannot pay its workers a living wage, but its competitors can, then that firm will either figure out a way to innovate, develop new techniques, new markets, new ways to be productive, or it should go out of business. And it would be better for it to go out of business than to stay in business or to be artificially kept in business in any sort of way. And yeah,
So I mean,
so that's the Chrysler, my old centralized marketing.
Right, but then there's innovation costs money too. So the flip side of that, I think, to play devil's advocate, is that it incentivizes the automotive industry is probably a good example of that. Incentivizes cutting costs everywhere, and sort of whatever has been making you money currently, figuring out how to do that really well without investing into the long-term future of the company, for like all the different ways it can pivot, all the different interesting things it can do. There's investing into R&D. Whenever more and more and more pressure on paying a living wage for the workers, it might not, again, it might suffocate and die over the next 5, 10, 20 years, which might be a good destructive force from a capitalist perspective, but it might rob us of the Einstein of the company, right? of the flourishing of the company and the workers within it can do over a period of 5, 10, 20 years.
Well, this is just a problem with a lot of capitalism, which is about short-termism, right? Because the same thing could be said from you're starting a company, you have a plan for it to make a lot of money, but your investors want dividends right away. So you have to take away from your long-term R&D or other plans and deliver short-term dividends. That's often why a lot of, I think, R&D is often rooted in state institutions and research and whatever else is being drawn on. And also, I think that that's a reason why, the state has some sort of role in fostering firms in either my version of a socialist economy or a capitalist economy or whatever else to help with these time horizon problems. So I won't dispute that workers could play a role, wage demands could play a role in time horizon problems, but more often than that, it's coming from investors, it's coming from just a host of other market pressures that people might have. And I would say that in the real world, a lot of investment funds don't come from just retained earnings. It comes from a lot of sources. So I think this is a problem that could be solved through public policy, but definitely exists today as well.
So you mentioned living wage. Is there a tension between a living wage? Maybe you could speak to what a living wage means, and the workers owning all of the profit of the company. Sort of this kind of spectrum. No, I guess the spectrum is from like no minimum wage, the lowest possible thing you could pay to a worker. Then somewhere in that spectrum is a living wage, and then at the top is like all of the profit of the workers. So the split to do.
I think that any society is going to have to make distributional choices. You could imagine a variety of capitalism in which workers are paid quite little, but there's extremely high taxation, and there's redistribution after the fact. You can imagine a system in which there's less taxation after the fact, but there's more guarantees and regulations of how much people are paid before the fact. In my vision of a socialist society, there would be similar way that unions work, and my example, centralized bargaining unions would work, that bargain at the sectoral level and not just at the enterprise level, like our unions do today. Um, there could be benchmarks set for different occupations or wages. And the reason why you would want a benchmark at a worker-controlled firm is that you don't want workers self-exploiting themselves in order to gobble up market share, or because you don't want them collectively deciding, okay, we're going to invest in this longer-term time horizon and outcompete other people that way. They might say, okay, if you do this sort of clerical work, you have to be paid the equivalent of $50 an hour. That's the minimum. But on top of that, you get dividends from excess profits. And that also has to be combined with public financing for expansions and for development, which could be done in quite a competitive way. So you could have a variety of banks. My vision, state-owned banks. But how would they decide who to invest in and who to not invest in, who to give a loan for expansion to and who not to? Because you don't want it to be like, oh, I'm going to invest in my nephew's firm and not this other firm, or I'm going to invest in this guy's firm because he's an Italian, but not this guy's firm because he's Albanian, or whatever else. Just make it rational at the level of their goal is just like any other investment person at a bank today, to maintain a certain risk profile and to have an interest yield, and decide to invest on that basis. So if there's a huge automotive firm that's been in business for 50 years that needs a little operating cash, they can get their $50 million at 3% loan. If you have some crazy blue sky idea and you manage to get it at that point, then maybe you would get it at 12% or something close to what a VC would offer today. So I only kind of go into these details not because to say that a system doesn't have to, in advance, map out all the different possibilities, but I think it does have to be willing to accept a lot of things that we know today. I can't give you a version of socialism that's everything's going to be fine, we're going to live harmoniously, and we won't have these sort of tensions, and you could hunt in the evening and fish in the afternoon and write criticism, or whatever else. I do hope that there's horizons beyond this that we can aspire to. I do have those visions, but for now, I think our task as socialists is to imagine 5 minutes after midnight, like what can we do right away within our lifetime vision.
So that means through some level of central planning, reallocating resources to the workers.
So I think the primary mechanism in this private sector under socialism would be a market mechanism, firms competing against each other to expand, connected to a system of public financing. But even at that level, the individual bankers and public banks and so on would be operating based on their own rationality, and the state would certainly shape investment decisions, but maybe no more than they do in a lot of capitalist systems. So the state might already, in a lot of countries, decide, we want to invest in green technology, so it's going to be favorable rates for people or tax credits for people investing in green technology. So the state already shapes investment. I think what should be centrally planned, and this is where I'm proud to sound like an old school socialist, is things like healthcare, things like transit, things like our natural monopolies of lots of types. I think can be done very well through planning, and we already have plenty of examples. But a lot of this society, I think, would be the private sphere of worker-controlled cooperatives competing against each other, weak firms failing, successful firms expanding.
And the banks, you're saying publicly or privately?
Publicly.
Let's just put it all on the table that it's almost guaranteed that every system has corruption. So I guess the bigger question is, which system has more corruption? This one with central planning and worker cooperatives versus unfettered capitalism, or a new flavor of capitalism.
I think any system has potential for corruption. I think it depends on like how good your civil service is, how much oversight do you have to resolve a problem once it arises.
How does corruption happen in a socialist system? So you have to, again, I apologize, but the large scale examples of it, so we can look at Soviet Union, China, and Sweden, fundamentally different nations and histories and peoples and economic systems and political systems, but all could be called in part socialist. And so what, there's a ridiculous almost caricature of corruption in the Soviet system, the gigantic bureaucracy that's built, where somehow corruption seeps in through kind of dispersion of responsibility, that nobody's really responsible for the corruption. I just had a conversation with Ed Calderon. He fought the cartels in Mexico, and there was a huge amount of corruption in Mexico, but it's not like even seen as corruption. You understand when a cop goes, "Yo, we give this money," and so on. And so that kind of seems to happen in certain systems, and it seems to have happened in socialist systems more than in capitalist systems in the 20th century. Or maybe I'm wrong on that.
No, I mean, I think in a lot of countries it's seen as the cost of doing business, right? Now, in particular countries built on a system of central planning, where the state allocation resources for the state, what produces and allocates, and things run through bureaucracies, then I think you're much more apt to have corruption than in a system with just a smaller sphere for the state. So, for example, if you're in a hypothetical version of the U.S., you might see a lot more corruption like the post office, but you wouldn't have that corruption in your workplace, so you kind of learn to go around that. For one thing, even in state sectors, you can have, and this often is the case in democratic countries, you have a transparent civil service where people who are corrupt are prosecuted by judges, where it's frowned upon, and it just, over time, it goes away. So you go from having political machines that were tied to certain, had friends in certain police precincts and everywhere else in the U.S. in the 19th century and early 20th century, to now today that would be a huge scandal and unheard of, right? So I think over time, having a independent court system, having a truly meritocratic civil service can be implemented anywhere. I think, though, in the Soviet Union, the extra little thing that happened was you had a bureaucracy that just had so much power because the bureaucracy was producing and distributing everything, and everyone was relying on the bureaucracy for jobs. The way to social advancement was through the bureaucracies. You end up with, like Khrushchev, people going from peasants to supreme leaders of countries just through like getting hooked up in the bureaucracy and advancing within it. And not all of these were bad people. Khrushchev was not bad a person. Gorbachev, this is their mechanism to advancement in systems like this. In the vision of democratic socialism that I propose, the state doesn't have that overriding power to begin with. But I think in either case, corruption has arose in many different systems and has been successfully dealt with. I think on the developmental trajectory of even countries today, we think of as being very corrupt. Corruption will fade away as well. But you definitely need a system in which individuals are incentivized to act rationally. So if you're in a system in which cops who are corrupt are prosecuted and investigated, and there's internal controls, a civilian order you, and having good internal investigators within police departments or whatever else, there will be less corruption over time if people are punished. If you're in a system in which you're running a firm or you're the manager of a firm, an elected manager, and everyone at that firm is trying for more efficiency and trying for more excess profits or whatever else at the end of the day, dividends at the end of the day, and if you try to hire your nephew and he's not good at your job, you're not going to win re-election, right? So you should, I think those systems should rely on a change in culture that come naturally or some sort of individual altruism. I think the systems have to be constructed in such a way that it's not rational to behave poorly.
In sort of from a theoretical perspective, either a socialist or capitalist system can have either culture. But it seems like if you prioritize meritocracy, if the people that are good, whatever the good means, in terms of integrity, in terms of performance, in terms of competence, it seems like that leads to a less corrupt system. And it seems like capitalism, there's all kinds of flavors of capitalism, but capitalism, because it does prioritize meritocracy, more often leads to less corruption. So that's not a question of political or economic systems. It's a question of what kind of stuff do you talk about that leads to a culture of less corruption?
First of all, I think in theory, maybe capitalism works, meritocracy, but I think in practice, anyone watching this or you and me would think of some of the people we know that work the hardest, and they're often working class people working in the food service industry or whatever else, right? I think we don't have, in practice, I don't think we actually live in a society that rewards people for hard work. I think we reward people for a combination of accidents of birth plus hard work. So,
Let me push back because, yes, so I agree with you, but let me push back on a subtle point because I like to draw the difference between hard work and meritocracy. Because as a person who works really hard, like I work crazy hard, but I've also worked with a lot of people that are just much better. So hard work does not equal skill, good, productive. I just want to kind of draw that distinction. But I agree with you. I don't think our society rewards directly hard work or even high skill. There's many examples, at least we can see, that it does not do so.
So we have an unequal distribution of time, of course. So if we lived in a society in which there was some level of acceptable inequality, and it's a normative kind of question of how much we would say is acceptable, right? And that inequality was based on this unequal distribution of talent, then I think that would be fine with me, right? That would actually be a meritocracy. What I see in the U.S. is often, okay, so if you are a upper middle class or rich kid and you get a good education, K through 12, out of those people, there will be some that work extra hard and go on to do incredible things or are very successful. And there'll be other people that do not, right? And decide for whatever reason or go down a different path. And you could say maybe among that group of the upper middle class, there is a meritocracy, right? But they're actually given those opportunities to make their own decisions and to fail, whereas many, many other people, the vast majority of American society, I would say 60+%, don't really get those opportunities to make those choices to begin with. And I would aspire to the type of world, at least as a first step, in which our only inequalities are based on our unequal innate distribution of talent.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people worry that when you have a socialist in any degree central planning, or perhaps a collective of workers, that it won't result in that kind of meritocracy that you're talking about. But you're saying that no, it's possible to have that kind of meritocracy.
Think about it this way. The workers themselves are incentivized and are shaped by market forces too, right? They're trying to respond to consumer needs and preferences. They're trying to expand market share. They're trying to make money. So it requires no kind of leap into these people are going to be more altruistic or whatever else, even on purely bourgeois terms, the same way you would maybe justify competitive capitalist firms. I think you could justify this system as long as you think that people elected management can perform just as well. I think based on the experiences of cooperatives, we've seen that they can. And then at the state level, state bureaucracies have their own sort of sets of incentives, but in most systems that already have extensive state bureaucracies, these people at high levels are appointed or elected. They're held to certain standards. At the national level, a national government wants to maintain, the tax revenue that they need to pay for services. So we already, I think, have incentive structures that you could say that some people might just, I think, disagree with the normative thing of like, why would people have to own their own means of production, control their workplaces or whatever else, Why do we need this level of equality? Can't we just get by with our existing system, but just like make things a little bit easier for capitalists to make money and then everyone would benefit, whatever else? I mean, that's a normative question. In my vision of socialism, there'll be plenty of, multiple parties with different views and perspectives trying to either push us deeper into more radical forms of socialism or, on the other hand, kind of roll back to, more capitalist forms of government. So I think that, again, you can't try to make up a perfect system and try to implement it. You have to, do it as a process democratically and so on.
So just philosophically, in your gut, you're more concerned about the innate equal value of human beings versus the efficiency of this wonderful mechanism that we call human civilization of producing cool stuff. Just like the gut, if we were sitting in a bar, that's where the gut feeling you come with. Of course, your mind is open, but you want to protect the equal value of humans.
So I don't want to fight the hypothetical. So I'll say equality. I am concerned with equality, but I don't think the two are necessarily always in tension. But also when you think about all the great things that human beings have produced, often I think people today just look at the end outcome. Like we go to the pyramids and we'll marvel at the pyramids and the human achievement that it took to make it happen, but we won't, stop to think about all the suffering that went into that thing. So I think we kind of lean in the opposite direction, where we marvel at our achievements, but we don't often think about the suffering or exploitation that went into certain human achievements. I would love a society in which we could marvel at things and not have to worry about the exploitation that was involved, because there was no exploitation or oppression involved. There was just human ingenuity and creativity and collaboration.
And to the degree, which you may disagree, to the degree there's a tension between the two, at least give equal weight to the consideration of the suffering, and don't just marvel at the beauty of the creation. To the degree there is a tension.
What Stalin did, actually, too, it's not just capitalism. What Stalin did was he sacrificed whole generations because he thought that he was building something for the future, for future Russians to enjoy, for future people of the world to enjoy. And actually, that analogy that I just gave about the pyramids was written by Karl Kautsky, the German socialist, anti-Stalinist critic, when he was complaining about U.S. journalists and others going to Russia in the 1930s and marveling at all the new industries. Are these people blind to the suffering, behind these things they're marveling about?
Speaking of which, I think you mentioned in the context of social democracy that freedom of speech and freedom of the press, or basically the freedom of people to have a voice, is an important component, which I think is something that caught my ear a little bit. Because if you think about the Soviet Union, one of the ways that the authoritarian regime was able to control, it's almost part of the central planning, is you have to control the message and you have to limit the freedom of the press. So there's a kind of notion, especially in like ideas, maybe caricatures of ideas of cultural Marxism, sometimes caricatured even further as wokeism, that you want to be careful with speech, with the sense of speech, because some speech hurts people. So in some sense, you want to respect the value, the equality of human beings by being careful with the words you say. So what is there a tension there for you?
I think there's no tension. And in part, I think that it is very condescending or patronizing to assume that people can't take debate, that people can't, either as a society or individuals, individually be engaged in the exchange of ideas without, or even very vigorous debate without, being broken by it. It's just not the case. I'm basically a free speech absolutist. I mean, I would draw the line at obviously direct incitements of violence or certain other speech like that, but in general.
You think a lot of people would be surprised to hear that?
No, I mean, not people who know my work. I mean, more generally, I think a lot of people on the right, even in the center, I think might have the idea that a lot of the far left wants to censor them. I think some of the center left wants to censor them, but I think a lot on the far left, on the Marxist and socialist left, I think that free speech is more or less the norm.
Yeah, where is the imperative sense coming from? Is this just some small subset of the left on Twitter? Is there some philosophical idea behind certain groups that, like, if we were to steel man the case, and which group actually has the interest of humanity in mind in wanting to censor speech?
I think we might need to just take it case by case, for example, by example. Because honestly, I would have to think about a particular case. But let's just say generally that a lot of American liberalism rightly sees the revolution around the civil rights and later the extension of this rights revolution for gay rights and so on as being a very positive achievement for the last half century, and I completely agree. Now, for me, now that we've won those rights, a lot of our battle for change needs to go beyond the representational realm and needs to really reground itself in the material bread and butter struggles of ordinary people trying to survive, the battle for good health care for all Americans, and so on. These are my immediate demands. I think there's a segment of American liberalism that doesn't want to go in that confrontational economic direction and wants to steer it away from battles over things like universal health care and so on, and really are just still caught at this battle over rights representation. And it's devolved in such a way that they feel like they need to make change. The way they make change is only through interventions in culture, because they don't really have the same sense of class and class struggle with agree or disagree. It's a very material plane. So instead, they look at comedians who said the wrong thing, or they look at all sorts of other ways to make change. It's not really making change, it's just making them look bad and making our culture worse. And I think that that's where a lot of it comes from. But I think that a lot of the left, even the left, is much more into battles over, race and lots of other stuff, like real serious anti-racist on the left. Of course, I'm an anti-racist, but a lot of my work is focused on the primacy of class. But even these people are very concerned about material struggles and issues, and they don't really care about, these issues they think are ephemeral kind of issues.
See, when you focus exclusively on language, that's not how it leads you astray. Like on being concerned about language without like deeper economic inequalities and so on, you just become an asshole that's on Twitter pointing out how everything, how racism is. So that anti-racism becomes a caricature of anti-racism.
Exactly, because anti-racism was really about the struggle of people for equal rights in voting. It was about the struggle for people who were trapped into bad neighborhoods because they couldn't get decent jobs and their neighborhoods were redlined or whatever else. It was really like a struggle for survival. And what was the main demands, like the language of this one? It was the march for jobs and freedom. It was the slogan "I am a man," a certain kind of universal dignity of people. This is what the civil rights movement was about. And it was a surprise. There was a lot of self-described socialists, people like Bayard Rustin, A. Philip Randolph, Martin Luther King Jr. I mean, these were people who were Ella Baker. They were socialists, and I think a lot of Americans agree with them with their immediate demands, even though they weren't themselves socialists. But it was a very materialistic struggle, and I think a lot of this has been co-opted into just some sort of vague and just disconcerting complaints about language or culture and so on.
Martin Luther King was a socialist. To what degree was he a socialist? I would love to learn about that.
Martin Luther King, I think, broadly called himself at various points in his life a Christian socialist or a democratic socialist, especially after his speech against the Vietnam War and the Riverside Church in 1967. The last years of his life, he became much more involved in struggles against war and also struggles for workers' rights he was assassinated when he was at a rally for workers' rights. So he thought that the next battle was going to be an economic battle. He had this famous line where he said, I don't just want to integrate the lunch counter if it means that we can't afford to order a burger while we're there. That was a line along those lines, and I think that got his point. The civil rights struggle was part of building some sort of wider movement. So he and these other civil rights leaders were very much interested in working with organized labor, working with the left as it was constructed then, and building some sort of mass base for not just rights but redistribution.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating which figures self-identified or were part socialists.
Albert Einstein was one.
Albert Einstein.
Albert Einstein wrote an article for the first issue of this left-wing magazine. It's actually still publishing today, called Monthly Review, and I think 1949. And his article is called "Why Socialism." I don't think it's paywall, so people should check it out. But yeah, Einstein.
Huh. So probably the central idea is the pacifist, the anti-war idea for him, or no?
Honestly, it's been so many years since I read it. I think it was more about. I think it was actually more economically focused, but I would need to go back and.
But is war in general a part of the fundamental ideas that socialists are against, democratic socialists are against? Like, what's the relation between socialism and war?
So I think that traditionally the socialist movement war was associated with capitalist competition and international competition. You can look at World War I is very much a case where different nations were competing with each other and developing quite violent rivalries. It was in part based on competition and the periphery over access to markets and colonies and whatever else. So it was very easy to draw a direct correlation. I am opposed to war. I'm opposed to imperialism, the domination of strong nations, dominating smaller nations. I wouldn't call myself a pacifist. I think most socialists wouldn't call themselves pacifists because there are some struggles that are worth fighting for. There's liberation struggles and so on, where if there's no democratic avenue for change, positive change has been made through armed revolts around colonialism and whatnot. But we're living in an age where hopefully, I know neither of us have children, but our children or children, in the future won't have to live through war. And that is one thing that as countries have gotten more developed, as the world has changed, we've actually seen less and less war. Like, I'm not dispute anchor on this. I think it's true. Obviously, Putin's invasion of Ukraine and the conflict in Ethiopia is like kind of an exception, but on the whole, I think we're going in that direction. But I think it's always been a major organizing plank of socialists against war and against just kind of this sense of right-wing nationalism and national identity that often leads to war. And obviously not everyone on the right has embraced that. A lot of libertarians are consistently anti-war as well. But I think the right ideologically has been associated with war, even if some advocates of capitalism have not been.
Then there's the military-industrial complex, which is the financial machine of the whole thing. I presume. Well, since a lot of that is government, what's the relationship to socialism and the military-industrial complex?
Well, a lot of it's government contracts, but it's privately produced, right? By companies like Lockheed Martin and things like that. You could draw a very crude materialist connection between any of these things, and you're going to prove an ideological point. But we could produce just as many arms and then just bury them or never fire them off or whatever else. Obviously, there are companies that have a vested interest in heightening up tensions or saying that we need to buy any weapon system to be prepared for a conventional war with China, Russia. Meanwhile, we all know that if there's conventional war between these countries, like, it's going to, it's going to lead to something worse. And no amount of advanced fighter jets is going to make a difference. But I try to avoid crude or causal connections, even though there are relationships. Like, it's kind of like the old slogan, which was quite an effective slogan in the early 2000s. At my first anti-war marches when I was a teenager, I definitely shouted it, but kind of no war for oil. Like both is like correct in that it gets to what people's senses of like what's going on, how it's bad, but also like analytically, it's kind of wanting to explain what really happened or why we ended up in the in the Middle East, which is like a much more complex geopolitical story.
Yeah, and it is a story of geopolitics. It's perhaps less a story of capitalism or socialism. It's a story. Yeah, it's a geopolitical story that I think actually operates outside of the economic system of the individual nations. It has to do more with, honestly, in part, egos of leaders. Um, and there's a international battle for resources, but surely there's alternatives.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that part of what being a socialist is about dreaming in the long term about a different sort of world without, in my mind, needless divisions of people into nations with standing armies. You know, I'm sure we'll still have pride about where we're from, and still be distinctive cultural features and so on about where we're from. Uh, we definitely would, at least for the foreseeable future, be divided into um, places as like administrative units. But the idea that there should be a Mexican army and an American army and a Russian army and a Ukrainian army is just on the face of it, I think in the long run will be seen as ridiculous. Just like we see it as ridiculous today, looking back at the idea that, a lord from London would, be engaged in civil strife with a lord from like Liverpool and a bunch of peasants would die. Just kind of on the face of it, just seems kind of ridiculous. These different places would have their own banners and lords and armies. I think in the long run, you might have to zoom out 1,000 years, but in the long run, people will say the same about nation states and standing armies and battles over, specks of dirt that mean nothing in a cosmic sense.
Yeah, no, for sure. Aliens would laugh at us. Or humans that go far beyond Earth and look at the history. Well, most of the history will be forgotten because humans successfully expand out into the universe. Just the scale of civilization grows so fast that the bickering of the first few thousand years of human history will be seen as significant.
There's a very Marxist idea that I both appreciate in one way, but on the other hand, is kind of scary, which is that, human history is only now beginning before we're in prehistory, but in the future, like we'll be in kind of real history. I think that a lot of really important history has already happened, and I think posterity will remember. And I think that it will be easier to assign, certain people the role of like villains, the people, not to engage in the contentious off topic of Ukraine or whatever else, but the idea that, one government or bad would launch a, war to recover, or to take, several hundred square miles of territory and tens of thousands of people die, I think seems absurd to us, many people today, luckily, but it would not have seemed absurd 50, 60 years ago. It would have just been a normal thing, right? These kind of territorial disputes and so on. And I think, projecting in the future, I think within our lifetime, we'll live to see that kind of conflict be eradicated. And in part, you could say that, like, why? I think it's because of popular pressure and organization. So you could say kind of the pro-worker socialist organizing part of it, making it less normal. If you're a capitalist, you could say, well, markets are more interlinked, so war is even more irrational. I don't really have a firm answer, whatever it is. I think it's a good thing.
You mentioned Marx's view of history. It's kind of interesting to just briefly talk about. What do you think of it? What do you think of this Marxist view of how the different systems evolve from the perspective of class struggle, as we were talking about?
Well, I'm a Marxist. I fundamentally believe in the broad contours of historical materialism. But I think we should be clear of what Marxist theory tells us and what it doesn't tell us. And I think Marxist theory tells us pertinent things about how societies evolve, about how the distribution of resources work in any given society, who owns, who doesn't, how the distributional conflicts and so on. I think Marxism can tell us a lot.
How surplus is distributed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. What it can tell us is like, as a friend put it, like the sex appeal of blue jeans or whatever else. That's beyond what Marxism is meant to do.
What economic system can tell us about the sex appeal of blue jeans?
No economic system, but socialism, in the Soviet sense, when it was turned into, the Soviet-style dialectical materialism, was meant to tell us everything from, explain genetics and agriculture and whatever else in a very disastrous way. So I definitely don't believe in the application of these ideas in an extremely wide way. And also, I'm a Marxist because it's a framework that helps me understand pertinent facts about the world. If at some point I no longer think the framework is doing that, I will not be a Marxist. But I'm a socialist on normative grounds because I have certain beliefs about the equality of people, because I believe in a reaching-out society with liberty, equality, fraternity, and that I hope I'll always be a socialist till the day I die. But it's kind of a very unscientific or unserious thing to say. This is my framework from beginning to end, for the rest of my life.
But for perspective of history, we should say that, so Marx says that societies go through different stages. Could be crudely summarized as primitive communism, imperialism, maybe say society, feudalism, defined by mercantilism, then capitalism and socialism, and finally stateless communism. Did I miss something there?
I mean, I think that was close enough. I mean, I think that's definitely true of Marxist theory, that the contradictions of capitalism, the fact that it has brought together all these workers, all these materials, or whatever else, and it's now allowing us to socially create wealth on a mass scale. But that process is being privately directed, and also the surplus is being privately appropriated, is a contradiction, and that would lead to some sort of rebellion or revolution or change, and eventually this contradiction would be a fed on production too, so we would have to move into a socialist society.
But actually, just to backtrack, so in terms of contradiction, so it starts when we're in a village, hunter-gatherers. That's what you call primitive communism, where everyone's kind of equal. It's kind of collective, right? All right, maybe you can just let me hold on a second. And that inequality is form of different flavors, and that's what imperialism is one dude rises to the top and has some control, a different flavor. That's what feudalism would, when you have one dude at the top, and you have merchants doing some trading, so on. And then that leads to capitalism, where you private ownership of companies, and they result in some kind of class inequality. And eventually that results in a revolution that says, no, this inequality is not okay, it's not natural, because we respect the value of human beings, and therefore it goes to socialism, where there is, under Marx's view, I guess, some role for the state. The state is doing some redistribution, and then the pure communism at the end is when it's, it's a collective, where there's no state centralized power.
So
There's part of that as well.
no, I think in broadly, the Marxist theory of history is about different modes of production that exist at various times, based on material conditions. So in the early times, in this theory, there was not much surplus being generated, right? And there was generally egalitarian societies. Then, as we became agricultural, as society developed, there was more surplus being produced. Then there was a group of people, the ruling classes of their age, that controlled and distributed that controlled that division of labor and appropriated more of that surplus for themselves, and they weren't involved in productive labor. In the early primitive society, everybody's involved in productive labor. Later on, you had castes of priests who did nothing but kind of pray and write and kind of lecture people all day, right? and you had kings and rulers and bureaucrats, and traders, and so on. You have a more complex division of labor, but also more inequity driving out of that. Capitalism was a revolutionary system because it took away, one, it made us tremendously more productive, right? It expanded production beyond our wildest imaginations, but it also no longer bound workers to their load or manner or whatever else. They were now free to move, free to engage in contracts with employers and so on. But even though workers are not producing all this tremendous wealth, and even though productive forces had been matured in such a way, they were ultimately taken away from all the wealth they were created. They got some of it back. They were wealthy societies, but they were all there collectively together producing this wealth. And that was a potent force. So Marx theorized that would lead to a revolutionary change in a socialist direction. I think, in fact, what we saw was that, yes, workers are dependent on capitalists are dependent on workers, but the dependency is obviously symmetrical in the sense that workers are also dependent on capitalists. But in fact, it's an asymmetrical dependency in that ordinary workers need their jobs more than capitalists need the contribution of individual workers. So it became kind of a collective action problem where you would need the mass of workers to get together and decide to change things, but also people be afraid because they'd be dependent on their jobs for their livelihoods and so on. So revolution became a lot harder than people thought, especially in democratic countries where workers had certain outlets and certain powers and rights and responsibilities. You know, it's no surprise that where you did have socialist revolutions, they were in places like the third world, post-colonial states trying to merge out of colonialism. They were in places like China and Russia, autocratic countries, and never in an advanced capitalist country. Now, in Marxist theory of history, even as interpreted by a lot of smart Marxists like G.A. Cohen and others, there is a certain inevitability to socialism after capitalism. The way that I would put it myself is I kind of have a more, as you could say, like Kantian view of it. Like I think socialism is something that ought to happen, but it's not something that necessarily will happen. And we'll need to organize and persuade, and also potentially, again, the key part of any social system that's democratic is you have to allow for the possibility of a democratic revision to a different sort of system. So I'd be more than happy in my vision of socialism for there to be capitalist parties getting, or not, hopefully 3, 4, or 5% of the vote, maybe a lot more. In the same way that in the U.S. or Republic, we can right now have a monarchist party. No one's going to support a monarchist party in the U.S. in serious numbers.
Although that's gaining popularity.
In Europe or elsewhere?
No, isn't there in the anarchist tradition? Aren't they saying that one of the ways you could have a leader is in monarchy because they're more directly responsible to the citizens? If you have a leader, it's healthier to have a monarch. And I'm not I heard this stated.
In the left-wing anarchist traditions, like anarcho-syndicalism or whatever else, like their slogan is kind of no kings, no gods, no masters or whatever, so no bosses. So they definitely would not agree with that, but I'm not familiar enough. Anarchism runs a gamut from left to right.
I'll have to ask you about that. But yeah, okay. So you don't believe Marxist theory of history in the sense that every stage is a natural consequence of every other stage. Of course, he would predict that somebody like you must exist in order for the stages to go from one to the next, because you have to believe ought in order for action to be taken to inspire the populace to take action.
So, two things. One is I do broadly believe in Marxist theory of history because it's just explaining how productive forces develop, the relation of production in any given system. I guess there's a theory of transition from capitalism to socialism that Marx didn't really spell out, but it was kind of implied it would naturally happen. And Marx was living in an era of tremendous upheaval. Marx himself actually saw, when he was living in London in the 1870s, the Paris Commune, when workers took over for just a few months, but they took over the producers of Paris, took over the city, basically created their own government, their own system, and so on. So he was living through an era of upheaval. And Engels, especially, oversaw and was the mentor to all these rising socialist parties. So he was very closely collaborating with socialists in places like Britain and Germany when they were drafting their first programs for the Social Democratic Party. So it felt like this was going to happen. It felt like this rising working class would take power, but I think the stability of the system was underestimated. It's easy to see the contradictions of the system, but can you see its mechanisms of stability? The way in which mass collective action or revolution is more the exception or the norm. Could you have imagined, Marx, not only how much wealth the system would produce over time, which I think he could have imagined, but also developments like the welfare state and mass democracy, universal suffrage, which might have changed how workers relate to the system or operate within it. So I think it's just the transition part that I think wasn't spelled out properly. But I think in either case, as socialists, we can assume that history is working in our favor. We just need to kind of hold out and wait for the inevitable revolution. We have to convince people of both, one, the struggle for day-to-day reforms and why it's important to be politically organized, why it's important to be a member of a union or to advocate for things like universal health care or whatever else, to try to kind of build the cohesion and sense of self of the class. Then ultimately, for the desirability, once we accomplish it, once we build social democracy, of going beyond social democracy, which is, of course, the challenge. And I don't think it requires leadership from the outside. I think there are plenty of organic leaders that have emerged from the working class, have advocated for socialism from the working class. And if you look at the class composition during the glory days of the European socialist parties, I mean, this was very much a working class parties and organizations. It's only been the last 30 years it's been taken over by professionals, and not uncoincidentally, they have accomplished very little in those 30 years.
So that's the practical and the pragmatic. Can we actually jump to the at the horizon? As you mentioned, as a social democrat, you focus on the policies today, but you also have a vision and dream of the future. And so Marx did as well. So the perfect communism at the end. Can you describe that world? And also, is there elements to that world that has elements of anarchism? So again, like I said, there's Michael Malice next door. So like anarcho-communism. I don't even know if I'm using that term correctly, but basically no central control. Can you describe what that world looks like?
Yeah, I think the traditional socialist vision of, you want to call it full communism, would be very similar to the anarchist vision of a world without coercion, mass abundance, and so on. I myself don't share that vision. I believe that we will always need to have a state in some form as a way to, one, even just mediate difference. I think traditionally a lot of Marxists have thought that after you remove the primary contradiction, quote unquote, of class, that all other political questions would be resolved. And I think that's a lot behind a lot of the thinking of we're going to have a full communism after politics. I don't think there will be an after politics. I think, for one thing, let's say, I'll give you another Northeast example. Let's say me and you were trying to, with different groups of people, we're trying to figure out how to build a crossing of the Hudson River. And for various reasons, you and people around you want to build a bridge. Me and the people around me want to build a tunnel. Mm-hmm. That's a question that you will probably need a mediation for, right? You'll need, one, it's a big project, so there'll be a very complex division of labor and so on. But even beyond that, just that politically, you will need the state to mediate the difference. You'll need to have a vote that people trust, have institutions people trust, and so on to make a decision. Society is never going to go beyond that decision making.
You don't think it's possible outside of the state to create stable voting mechanisms, or is human nature going to always seep into that?
I just wonder why we would have to. If the state is democratic and responsive, if the state is an authoritarian,
So it might not be called the state, but it functions as a state.
but why not just call it a state? But in other words, like, if you don't have something like that, then don't you have a greater risk of tyranny or a tyrant emerging in the vacuum? So I think people's fear of the state is what would happen if the state had too much power. And I think that's a legitimate fear. That's why we have democratic kind of checks on state power and certain guarantees of freedom and so on. But yeah, I guess I just wonder, I'm more afraid of the vacuum and not having a democratic responsive state and what the world would turn into. And also, I'm just not a utopian thinker, if that makes sense. Like, I like to think that I'm an egalitarian thinker. I'm a socialist, but my mind just goes to, like, I could see a vision of the future that I would like 50, 60 years from now. Maybe there's some sort of future of superabundance and automation, and there's some sort of techno-utopian future. We don't want some of those things that would exist in my, 5 minutes from now vision of socialism, but I just don't see it. And in general, I'm kind of wary of visions of change that seem like they're not built off little pieces that we have now, and not built off history and experience and whatever else. I don't want a year zero. I don't even like the term prehistory, because I think there's a lot in history that I want Shakespeare under socialism. I want a lot of things that I think we should be grateful for. There's a part of tradition that I think that exists that's hierarchical and exploitative and whatever else, but there's another part of tradition that's our sense of place and belonging and our connection with the past and hopefully the future. And I want to keep that.
Yeah, so you're worried about revolution or otherwise the vacuum being created, and you're worried about those things that might fill that vacuum. But the anarchists often worry about the same mechanism of the state that controls voting or keeps voting robust and resilient and stable. The same mechanism also having a monopoly on violence. And so that's the intention. So they get very nervous about a central place having a monopoly on violence.
Whereas if there is going to be a place with a monopoly on violence, let's just say, temporarily take that for granted, should it not be a place with a skilled, elected, accountable, transparent civil service with a democratic mandate and so on?
Yeah. Well put. Speaking of AI, just to go on that tangent, do you think it's possible to have a future of at least 50 years, 50, 100 years, where there's an AI sort of central planning, sort of we remove some of the human elements that I think get us into a lot of trouble. Like you can take a perspective on the Soviet Union, and the flaws of the system there have less to do with the different ideologies, more to do with the humans in the vacuums and how humans fill vacuums and the corrupting nature of power and so on. If we have AI that's more data driven and is not susceptible to the human elements, is it possible to imagine such a world? Almost like from a sci-fi perspective.
Maybe in the future you can imagine sort of calculation problems that arose during central planning solved through advanced computing. But I would say that there's another whole set of problems with the system that were incentive problems, and I'm not sure how that advanced computing would solve the incentive problems of how do you get people to actually produce things that other people want, kind of that informational question, how do you communicate without endless meetings or someone reading your brain what you actually want. So there's that kind of informational question, but then there's the incentive of, how do you get people to work efficiently at work, and how do you get firms to use their resources that they're getting more efficiently. And I think solving a calculation problem solves some of these questions, but not all of them. But that's kind of a who knows. But if your vision of the future requires some sort of leap into a technological unknown, that's very hard to advocate for it today.
It's exciting to consider the possibility of technology empowering a better reallocation of resources. If you care about kind of the innate value of human beings and think of the mechanism of reallocation of resources, a good way to empower that equality, that it's nice to remove the human element from that. Like if you work really hard and you're really good at your job, it's nice to be really data driven and allocating more resources to it.
So, kind of like I kind of think that the agency part requires human beings and conscious human activity. So I think if you have a sort of planning system that works, and let's say the technology is there for it to work, I would want it to be democratic planning in such a way that there is a human element, there is debate, deliberation, society, and also even in my vision of socialism with the state sector and state investments and so on, I want there to be more public discussion and debate about certain things. So it's not just left to technocrats, because you don't want to live in society where you just find out the next day that there's a massive infrastructure project that you haven't, had a chance to think about or debate or feel like you're participating in,
and debate is not just facts and logic. That's why if the whole universe was about facts and logic, computers could do a better job of that. There's something about humans debating each other that goes into the difficult gray areas of what it means to be human, what it means to have a life that's worth living. That requires humanity. And I'm also worried about, while I'm excited by the possibility of AI controlling everything, half joking, but the reason I'm really terrified of that is because usually there's a possibility of a human taking control of that system. So you now start to get the same kind of authoritarian thing. Well, I am a human. I'm smart enough to be able to control this AI system, and I will do based on what this AI system says what's good for you. It's kind of like talking down to people, and then use that AI system to now have the same kind of thing as Moore in 1930s.
And also our preferences might change. So an AI system might say the goal of humanity is to just increase infinitely efficiency or increase output, whereas we might collectively decide that we have enough and we want to have a trade-off, right? And I think that we need a system that allows for people to make certain trade-offs
and have more of this leisure that I've been learning about from you. This is a very interesting concept, leisure. I'm going to have to, how do you spell it? All right, so if we can step into the practical, we were talking about historical and philosophical, into the practical of today. What are some of the exciting policies that represent democratic socialism today, modern socialism? I think you mentioned some of them. Medicare for all, or universal health care. There's something you haven't mentioned is tuition-free college, increasing minimum wage, maybe stronger unions like we talked about. What are some ideas here? What are some ideas that are especially exciting to you?
Well, I think that hours reduction has always been an important demand for socialists. It's been a reality in certain countries like France in recent decades, where part of the logic is if you have a bunch of people working for 40 plus hours a week, and you also have some unemployed people who would like more employment, then it's not a zero-sum game. You could reduce hours to 35 hours and still maintain the same output by employing more people to kind of fill the slack in hours. So one, I think it's a solidaristic thing in working class movements between unemployed and employed workers. I also think that, it gives people more time. So Marx was a big advocate in his day of a 10-hour bill in the UK that would have reduced the hours of working time and reduced child labor and other things as well. And part of it was this is a radical demand because it's reducing the spheres of exploitation. So it's putting limits on how much time the capitalists can take from ordinary workers and how much freedom they would have. With healthcare, one, I just think it's a government healthcare system. You could tell me that you don't want it in the U.S., but you can't tell me it doesn't work, because we've seen it work in every other major industrial system in different forms.
So what does that usually involve? What does universal healthcare involve?
So there's different varieties. In the UK, for instance, they have a national health service in which medical personnel and hospitals are run directly by the state. It's almost like a mini Soviet system, to be honest, but just for healthcare. And it works pretty well just for healthcare. And I think it's one example of the way in which you could actually take the market. So I give you a vision of socialism that involves a lot of market, but I think there are certain spheres where you could remove the market from and still have an efficient system. In part because this is a area in which people don't have, obviously for cosmetic procedures, whatever, they have preferences. But for most routine things that people do in healthcare, they just need to see a doctor. They need to get diagnosed. Some of these systems have had trouble with wait lists for specialists or whatever. That's more like an allocation problem of, if you want more specialists, you pay specialists more. Like this problems that could be solved by through the mechanisms of planning and government run healthcare. So that's kind of the most left wing that you could get is what the system in the United Kingdom. Beyond that, you have a system like Medicare for All, where you say, all right, most of the doctors, besides for public hospitals that already exist, are going to be privately employed by hospitals. Hospitals are going to be private. But instead of having all these different insurance carriers, we're just going to have one national insurance carrier that we're all going to pay into. That national insurance carrier is going to negotiate the price of healthcare with doctors, the price of drugs, pharmaceutical companies, and so on, hopefully reduce prices and to implement a different little bit of planning into the system, because if there's only one big national insurance company, that company has a lot of weight and power. But you can still visit your same doctor, and there's still some it's not as radical of a shift in that direction. And that's the dominant demand of Bernie Sanders and the left right now. There's 30 plus million people in the US that would be insured that currently aren't insured. If we move to this system, there's a lot of other people that are underinsured who are worried about how to pay co-pays or premiums involved. I think it would be a net benefit for the vast majority of the US population, even if it was offset with certain taxes, because we spend a lot of money out of pocket with health insurance. And it's a demand also that's widely popular. So for me, it's almost like if you're trying to build support for something like socialism, we were talking this lofty vision of socialism after capitalism, or what worker ownership, the means of production would look like in practice, and so on. And by the way, you're one of the few interviewers who ever asked me the details. So it's good that I've been thinking of a rough sketch when I've for 16 years I've been in socialism. But we have to start in the here and now. And if you can't convince people that the state should play a bigger role in their health insurance, and you can't convince Americans in a whole host of other sectors that they should be living in something closer to social democracy, how are you going to convince those people that there should be worker ownership of the means of production? Yeah. It's kind of a ridiculous leap if you don't have the credibility as the group of people organizing for universal health care, organizing for a $15 minimum wage, and able to get the goods. And also in practice, as we fight for these reforms, ordinary people will have a better sense, at least my hope is, of what it means to be involved with politics and what politics can do for their lives. It's positive. Because right now, when we talk about politics, it often just seems that we're talking about a very glib cultural conflict removed from the things that are important in our lives. Whereas in truth, I think politics can be a tool for us to make our lives better.
Yeah, and there's deep ideas here where in some sense universal healthcare and worker collectives are not so radically different. That there's philosophical ideas to explore on the side, and also from my perspective at least, maybe I'm wrong on this, but it seems like with a lot of things at the core of politics, the right answer from an alien perspective is not clear. Like everybody's very certain of what's the right answer. No one's certain universal healthcare is terrible, or in the case of universal healthcare, majority of people think it's a good idea. I don't think anyone knows. Because I think that depends on cultural history, on the particular dynamics of the country, of the political system, on the dynamics of the economic system in this country, of the changing world. The 21st century is different than the 20th century. Maybe the failures of communism in the 20th century will not be repeated in the 21st century. Or the flip side of that, maybe capitalism will actually truly flourish with the help of automation in the 21st century. I don't think anyone knows. So, like people like you are basically saying, like, arguing for ideas, and we have to explore those ideas together. Uh, why do you think, if universal healthcare is popular, why don't we have universal healthcare in the United States?
Well, democracy is a great thing. Political democracy is wonderful. It came from the struggles of ordinary people to expand suffrage and so on. But the economic sphere, entrenched power in the economic sphere, bleeds into our political democracy. So I think there's a lot of people with a vested interest in not having universal health care. Large industries with a vested interest in not having universal health care. They pay for ads, pay lobbyists, they influence government, and they have made it very difficult. So you can't get universal health care done without the bill, even if you pass something you're trying to make a change. Like Obamacare was supposed to have a public option. Everybody's been running on a public option for the Democratic Party for 12, 13 years. Why don't we have a public option? People know that if people have the choice of buying into government plans, that might be the slow road to really having universal health care. So I think a lot of it's opposition.
Do you like that idea of the public option? Maybe you can, like, because isn't there complexities like pre-existing conditions? So isn't a public option mean you can not have any insurance until you get into trouble, and then you can, if it covers pre-existing conditions, just start paying for insurance then? Therefore, young people don't pay for insurance. Isn't it better to go full in?
I don't support a public option in part because I think if we allow politicians to just say, hey, I support a public option, it's just kind of a way to signal your support for universal health care but give us nothing. And I think that's what we saw with Biden and a lot of other politicians that have supported public option. I think in practice, if a public option is defined in such a way that it just means you by default can just opt in to a public plan, and let's say hypothetically you don't even have to pay for it, then it's just a backdoor to universal health care really quickly. Because I think the vast majority of people who are currently covered, and also a lot of employers, to be honest, would probably drop their private coverage if they knew their employees can just get a public option and maybe would only provide supplemental insurance or whatever else. But I think the broad overarching point of all these demands is to say that socialists need to be really connected to the day-to-day struggles of people to just improve their lives. So if you're feeling like you're paying $400, $500 in the American market for health insurance, and that's hampering your ability to do what you want to do in your life, then maybe you would support a candidate who's for universal health care. If you feel like you're struggling to find work that you can afford to pay your rent with or whatever else, maybe you'll support a candidate committed to all sorts of mechanisms to reduce housing prices or increase your power as a tenant, and whatever else. So I think it's like these day-to-day concerns need to be connected to the more abstract and lofty vision of change. Otherwise, our politics just becomes like this fantasy world thing. That's nice ideas to think about or debate, but really won't make much of a difference in people's lives.
What do you think about free college? Should college be free?
So I would say free college is not at the top of my list of priorities, but it definitely should be my vision of a just society.
What is it you're talking? Just to clarify, is the universal health care up there?
Yeah, universal health care is probably more higher in my priorities than for college. I think right now the way our system is built, when someone goes to college, they're given credentials, they're given degrees that carry with them for the rest of their life. It gives them a chance to join kind of a privileged part of the labor market, right? It's not a zero-sum game. I don't want college-educated people to think that non-college educated people are their enemies, but vice versa. Because a lot of them are just ordinary working-class people trying to survive, and they're in different areas, they're in different sectors. Some of them are in nursing sectors where they need a college degree, and so on. But if you just make college tuition free, but you don't also make trade skills and other things tuition free for someone to learn how to become an electrician or a plumber or whatever else, then to some degree you're privileging one sector of the labor market over another. So I would advocate just if you're going to make something like that free, make sure that you're doing it egalitarian way, and that one, the options, the routes to college are more equal. So there's more investment in K through 12 education, so that more kids in rough neighborhoods have the chance to go to college, and for those that choose the trade route from any part of the country, that they're given the skills and resources for vocational trainings, and that those are also free. And it just feels like in terms of order of operation, I would just start with K through 12 education, improving it, and whatever else, then college after. But I'm not opposed to it.
So does that improving K through 12 education, does that mean investing more into it instead of simple as just increasing the amount of money that's invested in public education?
In general, when it comes to the public sector or any sphere that you're investing in, obviously it's not just as simple as throwing money at a problem. I do think we have a lot of schools that are underfunded, but we have other schools that are adequately funded, but the conditions in which those schools are, like the neighborhoods they're in and what's going on in society, the problems are so deep that it's impossible for just education to solve everything. And I think especially a lot of liberals think that education should be the panacea. Investing in education will help people. If kids are living in poverty, if they go into school hungry, whatever else, like education's not gonna give them everything they need to succeed. So sometimes I think, put too much weight on education.
And of course, you could define education more broadly, which is like the care of the flourishing of the young mind, whatever that is.
Yeah, a lot of it starts early. Yeah, a lot of it starts with. So New York City, at least, we do have universal pre-K. So from age 3 onward, you have the option for that. I mean, it's important for kids' socialization. Their parents are not able to, know that they could go to work or do something else and have their kids taken care of. There's a lot of measures like that we could do to consider some of this stuff is scary because it's obviously more state involved in pre-K. State's already very involved in K through 12. More investment into state institutions like our state universities and college. But for me, it's not a question of state versus non-state. It's a question of good outcomes for people, and it just happens to be that for working class people, having the collective power to elect representatives that will build a broader safety net is in their interest. For upper middle class people, for others, they can afford to pay for their own provisioning either directly or through like Obamacare like schemes where you just get a subsidy and you pay the rest yourself and whatever. This is for really the bottom 40% plus of the population. They really don't have the options, so they prioritize other things, and they end up with some sort of injury or health problem or whatever else. And it's bad for everyone in society, but especially bad for the people at the bottom of the labor market.
So I saw various estimates for socialist programs like Social Security expansion, free college, Medicare for all will cost upwards of $40 trillion over 10 years, or zero. Okay, they can argue with those numbers and so on, but so there's a cost. There's a taxpayer cost. Given the weight of that cost, can you still make the case with these programs, and then can you try to make the case against them that the cost is too high?
So I will not argue with you on the numbers. It's just random numbers. I do think universal healthcare, if done right, can be basically cost neutral. I think it's an exception because we spend a tremendous amount of money on healthcare, a huge percentage of our GDP. So I think it could be done in a way that's close to cost neutral.
So actually, can you argue on the numbers without arguing on the numbers? So you're saying this, your gut says that there's a lot of, depending on how these programs are done, there's a lot of variance in how much it will actually cost.
There's a lot of bureaucracy in billing right now in our healthcare sector, for example, that would be eliminated. There's a lot of costs that are spiraling upward of provider costs, both doctors, hospitals, but also pharmaceuticals and drug costs. The insurance companies shoulder because their market share is too fragmented to really negotiate hard. Medicare can sometimes negotiate better rates, but Medicare for all would negotiate even better rates. So I think there's a cost spiral that we could adjust with more government involvement. There's a reason why we spend a bigger share of our GDP on healthcare than other places. But let me just accept the broad premise that social programs cost money. Now, I think that one, for ordinary people, most of them, the trade-off of, even hypothetically, if taxes on lower middle class and working class people in certain cases go up, the trade-off would still be in their benefit because they're the ones who would be consuming more of those goods, and also our tax system and whatnot is progressive, so the rich will pay more, the majority will consume more of them. Also, I think a lot of these programs are the bedrock of a healthy society. So one reason, for example, that we have so much crime and violence in the U.S. is lots of cultural and other causes with our level of gun ownership, American history, and so on. But one really important factor is just the level of poverty and inequality in the U.S. compared to other countries. That combined with guns and other factors means that we live in more violent, unequal societies. The European would be shocked by the fact that in even some of our nicest areas in cities and elsewhere, because there's a lot of rural violence too, it's just normal to have gun violence. It's normal to have drug-related violence. We have 400 or 500 people some years in Baltimore, a city of under a million, getting killed. These are all recipes for a society in which one, the public sphere is drunk like crazy, because you're not going to go wander out for an evening stroll in the park if you live in a dangerous area and whatever else. The rot goes very deep, and a welfare state is one way to live in a better society for everyone. There's been plenty of studies. There's one book called The Spirit Level on inequality that was quite popular. It just notes that inequality is really terrible for the psyches of the rich too, not just for the poor. So I think spending some more money living in a more just society is doable. There's different ways to address certain costs spirals. One reason why our welfare states are getting more and more expensive is in part just because our population is aging. But many of the same people who say we can't afford more in our welfare states because we're already spending so much on Social Security and all these other entitlements are the same people also for one, closing borders so immigrants can't come in to help build the economy and fill gaps in the economy, and also who aren't for things that will make me kids. I'm 33 years old. I have a lot of friends who have been putting off having kids until they save up X amount of dollars, even though they have someone they could, raise children with, because they can't afford the cost of childcare. They can't. Their job probably won't give them more than 4 or 6 weeks of family leave or whatever else. And this is not the case in other countries. So I think there's all sorts of benefits from having a bigger welfare state. But yes, there are costs, and there are going to be certain trade-offs. It's not a magical thing where you can just have everything without trade-offs.
So in a progressive tax system, is there to push back on the costs here, is there a point at which taxing the rich is counterproductive in the long term? So in the short term, there might be a net benefit of increasing taxes because the programs the middle class and the middle class gets is more beneficial. Is there a negative side to taxing the rich?
In theory, yes. Of course, so one would be if you tax the rich so much, they change their consumption patterns, and that has negative impacts on the economy as a whole. But you would have to kind of really model it out, but there would be a certain point in which that consumption changes might have net detrimental effects. I think that's more unlikely, and the more likely scenario is you tax corporations and other wealthy people in society to the point that they have potentially less money for productive investment because you're in a capitalist society, so you're relying on capitalists to invest. So you kind of don't want to be in the worst of both worlds, where you've gone too far for capitalism, but not far enough for socialism. In my vision, of course, of socialism, that's one reason why we'd have to take the investment function away from capitalists. There has to be, if you're going to make it so hard for them that they can't invest, or they can't employ labor the way they're employed now, you have to create another mechanism for supply to be created. And that's why that's it takes
What about longer term, de-incentivizing young people that are dreaming of becoming entrepreneurs and realizing that there's this huge tax on being wealthy? So if you take these big risks, which is what's required to be an entrepreneur, and you are lucky enough to succeed and good enough to succeed, that the government will take most of your money away.
I think realistically that's not a disincentive for most people. First of all, we already have a progressive taxation system. The government does take a bunch of the money away. People are still striving to become rich. A lot of what people want when they dream of success is they want accolades, they want respect, and of course they want some more wealth they could do luxury goods with or whatever else. But at a certain point, it becomes better for the state to tax and either redistribute directly through social programs or redirect that money through tax credits and other ways to shape investment towards productive investment. We don't want a society with a bunch of rich people fly around in helicopters, watch them at the club while the productive economy kind of does nothing, right? At that point, I think a lot of ordinary rich people might prefer the government to come in to tax them and to try to spur investment in certain productive sectors. So it really just depends. But I honestly believe that most people don't necessarily want to be rich for the sake of being rich. They want to be successful, and there's many different dynamics to that. And accolades and social respect is an important one of them. It's also why people who just become filthy rich often the first thing they do is start out philanthropic trusts and try to give away their money because they want the social respect and accolades and whatever else. They don't want just their money.
On that topic, a little bit of a tangent. There's a lot of folks in the left community, far left community, socialist community that I think are at the source of a kind of derision towards the B word, the billionaires. Does it bother you? Or do you think that's in part justified? Kind of using the word billionaire as a dirty word.
I think it's perfectly justified, and that it's a popular shorthand, right? So obviously, when I talk about inequality, I talk about power dynamics, right, between workers and bosses and so on. Billionaire is just the 99.1% version of it. It's just a popular shorthand to just explain the fact that there's a lot of people who have accumulated obscene wealth. These people aren't, in my mind, parasites, in the kind of very, very old school socialist rhetoric. And that, of course, capitalists provide employment, take entrepreneurial risks, come up with new ideas sometimes themselves. They sometimes directly manage work and whatever else. But they exert so much power over the lives of not just their workers, but society as a whole. Taking away some of their wealth and power is a way to just empower others. And again, these things have policy trade-offs. If you just snap your fingers and say, Elon Musk, you're now, all your wealth is gone, you're now, on food stamps or whatever else in that kind of arbitrary way, you'd be a totally disincentivize people from trusting the rules of the game as they've been set up in a capitalist society, and I think that would have negative consequences for workers. But saying that, hey, this person has too much power and too much wealth and has too much ability to dictate things about the lives of others, I think it's just simply a fact. And I think it's true in the cases of people who are good people and have risen to this position, and that's true in the cases of people who are maybe not so good people and are risen to these positions.
So I agree with you in part, but I have to push back here. So one of the problems I see is using billionaires as shorthand to talk about power inequality, wealth inequality, often dismisses the fact that some of these folks are some of the best members of our society. So outside of the individuals, however the system is creating inequalities, a young person today should dream to build cool stuff, not for the wealth, not for the power, the fame, but to be part of building cool stuff. Now, there's a lot of examples of billionaires that have gotten there in shady ways and so on, and you can point that out. But in the same way we celebrate great artists and great athletes and great literary icons and sort of writers and poets and musicians and engineers and scientists, we should sort of separate the human creator from the wealth of the system as given. That's what I worry about. It's like in our system, some of the greatest humans are the ones that become rich. And so we sometimes mix up that if you want to criticize the wealth, you sometimes criticize the human, the creator, while that should actually be the person who inspired you.
So, I would agree with that. LeBron James, if he's not already in his lifetime, will be a billionaire. And he got his money largely through just being an incredible athlete, excelling in his field more than anyone, besides for Michael Jordan. I think he's my number two. He might be my number one. We'll see. I'm willing to keep an open mind about the LeBron versus Jordan conversation. But, he got that through his merit, and he's been rewarded. And of course, he's been rewarded because he's created vast amounts of wealth beyond what he's getting. This is just his share of his salary cap fee. Whenever he's doing an endorsement, obviously that company is thinking that he's worth more than what they're paying him for that endorsement. And so, to the extent with Elon Musk, people see innovation and they see someone who will put himself out there with sometimes crazy ideas because he's trying to think about the future and trying to just push things forward instead of just sitting on whatever money he has now and just investing it and earning 6% return for the rest of his life. I think that's a positive thing. But I think it doesn't get to the broader policy question. When people invoke billionaires, they're invoking the factor of inequality and power. It's not normally the rhetoric that I use because I oppose and I use more traditional socialist rhetoric in terms, but I think it gets to something real. So often with these sorts of shorthands we use in politics, they're imperfect, but they speak to a real thing.
Yeah, they feed a little bit of fun that folks like AOC and England have with each other. It creates, it feeds, it inspires, it serves as a catalyst for productive discourse. Okay, speaking of which, you said you're a fan of Bernie Sanders. Would you classify yourself as a Bernie bro? What's the technical definition of Bernie? Is that it's a subset? No, I'm sorry. You're a sophisticated philosopher, writer, economic or political thinker, of course you would not call yourself a Bernie.
I'm fine with calling myself Bernie crowd.
That's
Because it was made up by liberal journalists to smear Bernie and his supporters during the 2016 campaign. Even though disproportionately his supporters were like young women in their 20s, you know. But whatever. I think I write for Bernie. There's worse things in the world than being called a bro. So.
what do you like about Bernie Sanders, and to what degree does he represent ideas of socialism? To what degree does he represent the more traditional sort of liberal ideas?
I love Bernie. Most of all, I like his clarity. He's by far the best communicator we have on the left. He speaks with a moral force. He's relatable. And he's taken a lot of socialist rhetoric from academia and brought it down to its core in a way that's comprehensible for ordinary people and speaks to their daily lives. So when Bernie does a speech, people can finish his lines because they know what he's going to say. You know, they know what points he's going to hit. Because socialism, in my mind, should not be a complicated thing. Now, when we get to more abstract discussions about what a future system would look like, when we get to the policy trade-offs today, I think we need to put on a different hat. We should embrace all sorts of nuance and contradiction and complication. When it comes to the core moral and ethical appeal, I think Bernie grasped that and how to communicate it. Now, Bernie Sanders was politicized a very long time ago. I actually once told him, I've only met him a few times, but one time I joked that in his book, he mentioned that one politicizing moment in his life was when the Brooklyn Dodgers left town. He was devastated because he was a Dodgers fan, you know, from Brooklyn. And I said, this is like 2020 campaign, this is maybe 2019, this is when you're running for president. You do not need to be reminded people your age.
Yeah.
But, you know, he was politicized through the Young People's Socialist League, which was an old offshoot of the Norm Thomas Socialist Party of America. So very old school socialist tradition. Then he was engaged in labor struggles in the 60s. He was engaged in the civil rights movement. So he came from this old left generation that I think just had a more plain-spoken, more rooted way of understanding change and socialism. It wasn't, in my mind, polluted by academia and by some of the turn towards issues of culture and excessive focus on representation or whatever else. It was really rooted in something economic in a way. Then obviously he had all his ideas. He was also a product of the left. He went to Vermont. He kind of did the backfill Ryan thing. He was basically like quite a hippie and affect, but he was out there trying to farm or whatever, and you know, cold as hell, northern Vermont. And then he decided to do politics, do electoral politics. And he failed for a long time. He did third-party politics. He kept losing races. Eventually, he became wide, savvy, and lucky things he learned, the mayor of Burlington, Vermont. And he just kept with the same message. In my book, I talk about, I quote, I think, a Bernie speech from the 1970s, one of his early campaigns, and I compared it to a Bernie speech during his 2016 campaign. It was virtually identical. Millionaires was swapped with millionaires and billionaires. I'm speaking of billionaires, which is beautiful. You know, I think there's something, you know, great to what he offered American politics, and also all around the world there's a socialist pole in politics, whether you agree with it or not. In all these countries around, any rich country, Japan and so on. In the U.S., we really didn't have that. The furthest left you could go was like, you know, Chris Hayes and MSNBC or whatever. I'm very glad that there's a socialist pole, and I think we have Bernie to thank for it. To the extent that a lot of self-described socialists don't think Bernie is a real socialist, it's in part because he stays grounded in people's day-to-day lives and struggles. I don't think he thinks often the way that I do and other people more disconnected or step removed from day-to-day politics think about the future contours of a socialist society and so on. But I think he's morally committed to a egalitarian, different sort of future.
And I don't think at least I haven't heard him talk about sort of this big, broad history and future, sort of Marxist ideology and so on. Not that he's afraid of it, he's just not on the thinks about it.
Yeah, he's a practical thinker, and so yeah, he is running. Even if he should be afraid of it too, because he is a he is a major politician running for president. I think what people want is um, they want the left wing of the possible, or at least the segment of the party that is voting for him, that everybody is voting for him. They wanted something that was a step or two removed from what they had now, visionary, but not so far removed that it seemed like a scary leap. And I think we lost a chance in 2016 to elect someone that I think would have beaten Trump, or at the very least would have, been close.
Do you think the Democrats screwed over?
Yes, not in the way of deliberate or direct vote rigging, but they put those down on the scale for sure. I mean, it's not even conspiracy theory. There's all this stuff in the debates about Clinton, Clinton's people being fed questions and whatever else, and just the tone of the media. The media was extremely dismissive and hostile to him. I love that Bernie still does the Fox News town hall, because they're just him speaking to the people, and he's not afraid of going on, any sort of outlet and making his case. But I think a lot of the liberal media in particular always had it out for Bernie Sanders.
What was the? Because that was really annoying. This is really annoying how dismissive they were. I've seen that in some other candidates, like they were dismissive towards Andrew Yang in the same way. So forget the ideology. Why are they so smart sometimes towards certain candidates? What is that? Because I think that's actually at the core, to a degree, if the Democrats or any party fails, that it's that smugness. Because people see through that.
I think a lot of these people are friends, even if they don't know each other, they're friends because they went to the same schools, they know the same people, they have the same broad just ideology and worldview. So they had a sense of what the Democratic Party should be, who should be running, and who was going to win, and also what was serious and unserious. So Bernie would say some things about the world that objectively to a lot of people seem correct, or at least pretty close to correct. And a journalist would just look at him like he's from outer space. To some extent, this also happens to people on the right. People on the right often say things that I find repulsive, or just wrong. But there's parts of the media that would describe their certain views as illegitimate or outside the boundaries of acceptable conversation. I think there should be a few things outside the boundary of acceptable conversation, hate speech and so on. But there's this attempt to say their views are illegitimate, and therefore anyone who votes for them for any reason is illegitimate too. And that's one reason why we feel a lot of resentment, and ultimately end up feeling the extremes of American politics, and people feel like they're not being listened to.
Yeah, and some of it is also style of speaking and personality, where if you're not willing to sort of play kind of a game of civility, or there's a proper way of speaking if you're a Democrat, if you're not doing that kind of proper way of speaking, people dismiss you. I think in certain sense, whatever you feel about him, people dismiss Donald Trump for the same reason, where it's the style of speaking, the personality of the person. He's not playing by the rules of a polite society, a polite politician society. So, and that's really, that troubles me because it feels like solutions, the great leaders will not be polite in their way. They're not going to behave in the way they're supposed to behave. And I just wish the media was at least open-minded to that. Which I guess gives me hope about the new media, which is more distributed citizen media, right? That they're more open-minded to what we should do. To the outsiders, right? I actually first, I really like Bernie Sanders. I first heard him on in conversation with Tom Hartman. He had these weekly conversations. Just the authenticity from the guy. I didn't even know any context. I didn't even know honestly he was a democratic socialist or anything. The authenticity of the human being was really refreshing. And when he, I guess, decided to run for president, that was really strange. Surely this person has no chance. Just he seemed too authentic. He seem to like he's not going to be effective at playing the game of politics. So it was very inspiring to me to see that you don't necessarily need to be good at playing the game of politics. You can actually have a chance. Yeah, that was really inspiring to see. What about some of the other popular candidates? What do you think about AOC? I don't know if she self-identifies as a socialist or not.
She does self-identify as a democratic socialist. I think she was a very inspiring figure for a lot of people. She was kind of out of this Bernie wave of the first set of Bernie candidates in 2018 that identified with him into the Democratic Party establishment. I think that she's still developing as a politician. It's very difficult when you're in a deep blue district and when you don't often have to worry about re-election or talk to or modulate your rhetoric to win over swing voters in your district, but then you're immediately a national and cultural figure. So AOC basically goes from her views, which are compelling, in my mind, a lot of her programmatic views are compelling, wins her district, and then has her own rhetoric, which to me, compared to Bernie, owes itself more to the academic left in the way that a lot of the left has learned to talk. I don't mean academic in the sense that she's like a Marxist or whatever else, but academic in the way that she may be using at times like confusing language to convey basic points when she gets into like the language of intersectionality and whatever else.
Especially in the context of cultural issues.
Exactly. Instead of just the plain spoken Bernie, like, yeah, discrimination is wrong. If you ask me about a cultural issue, I'll come down the same side as AOC, I'm sure, 9 plus 10s times out of 10. But I'll try to root it into just basic, like, yeah, treat people with respect. They'll treat you with respect, and that's the way we should govern our civic sphere. You don't need to talk about intersectionality to get that. But so there's that rhetoric. But she's not just a regular congressperson in a deep blue district. She's also a national and international cultural and political figure. So she's now a spokesperson because of largely like a media event of her surprising upset election and her being, young and like being really connected with this post-Bernie moment. And I think amid these constant attacks on her from the right and also this media attention and this notoriety, she hasn't really modulated or adjusted her audience, her rhetoric. That how do you win over someone who really hates a lot of your ideas, but might actually believe in some of your policies? And I think she's been ineffective, quite frankly, in the last year making that transition. Whereas I think other politicians who are not so far left, who don't identify as socialists, let's say John Fetterman, has managed to become more effective. And I don't think it's a question of character or whatever else. And I like AOC, so I don't want to put it so harshly. But I think a lot of it has to do with her being a Congress person in a deep blue district, and Fetterman being running for statewide office in a quote unquote purple state. But at her best, she does. But it's like livers. It's kind of like I don't know what sport are you biggest fan of? I'll give you a sports analogy.
I like the NFL. I mean, NFL is up there, soccer is up there, but probably UFC.
Okay, well, I can't give you a good analogy for any of those, but it's like a raw prospect. Like, someone who shows glimmers of hope, so they were drafted really high, and they bounced from team to team. You're like, I'm clinging on to my AOC stock, but I think that she needs to be self-critical enough, and her team needs to be self-critical enough to know that the goal is not merely to be a national cultural figure and win a re-election in your deep blue district. The goal has to be to become truly a national political figure, which will require changes.
A unifier, inspiring figure about the ideas that she represents.
Definitely, and she has other things against her. Like, I'm obviously class focused, but there's no denying, I think, some of the hostility to her is like it's sexism. It's rooted in, I think, people wanting to see her fail or whatever else. But that's only some of it. I think some of it otherwise is her struggling to relate to people who don't have a lot of her starting points as far as moral and ethical beliefs.
Yeah, but she's actually great flourishing with all the attacks she's getting. She's doing a good job of that. A lot of those attacks will break me, if I'm being honest.
Yes, that's
The amount of fire she's but you don't want that to become a drug to where you just get good at being a national figure that's constantly in fights and are using that for attention and so on. You still want to be the unifier. That's the tricky switch. Do you think there's a chance there's a woman in which she's able to modulate it enough to be a unifier enough for president? And when?
I think she's very far away from being able to do that. I think that even other politicians are also polarizing within the squad in terms of what they say, their ideas, whatever else, are very effective communicators. They get a lot of more than others. I think AOC. I mean, that's my hope, right? My hope is that someone like AOC could. The last year plus has not been extremely promising, in my mind. In part because she's continued to position herself as a lightning rod cultural figure. Whereas I think a national political figure needs to pick their spots and also pick their moment for changing their rhetoric and adjusting to their audience. And I think she does it in certain environments, but that needs to be your national message when you're out there. You need to be speaking towards the not already converted. And I think Bernie does that. Bernie strips his politics down to the basics.
So I agree with you spiritually, but we also have an example of Donald Trump winning the presidency. Isn't some of the game of politics that's separate from that needs to outrage and then walking through that fire with grace?
First of all, I think Trump was kind of a unique personality in American history, so it's hard to compare anyone to Trump.
But don't you think AOC is comparable in terms of the uniqueness in the political system we're in, or no?
I think Trump
much more
of a firebrand anti-establishment force. In that, and I mean this words because I disagree with Trump, but he was willing to set fire to the Republican establishment. Right? He was able to self-fund largely his campaign, and he was a media figure without them. AOC has been much more cautious with the Democratic Party establishment, in part because she's not trying to run a national political campaign right now for the outside, like a 5% chance to be president, let me set fire to everything. She's trying to help people and help her constituents through the game of getting committee appointments and, getting wins in the markets. I think that's understandable for what it's worth. But in the process, I think what's the difference between AOC and a progressive Democrat? During 2016, it used to be pretty easy to say the difference between the Bernie crowds and the progressive Democrat, right? Because we were establishing our own outside third force in American politics. Where you could knock on the door of a lot of people who would end up voting for Trump, and they would say, "Oh, I have a lot of respect for Bernie, whatever." You're still going to not vote for him, but he wasn't considered part of the Democratic Party milieu. I think now with AOC, there's a much closer association of AOC and her policies with ordinary Democrats, where she needs to draw stronger distinctions. She doesn't need to do it like Trump did, and I forgot all of them. I found some of them amusing in the moment, like all his nicknames about Alpine Ted Cruz and the rest, But I do feel like she needs to, differentiate herself a bit more, but also just keep her language simple. Trump was more complex than Bernie. It was his literal language, but he was repetitive, and there was kind of a rhythm and a cadence to Trump's speech, right down to a couple key lines and signatures, and focus her politics not on 20 issues, but on 3 or 4 most important issues, and have that message just one. Bernie will do an interview with you, and he'll write down. Probably do interview Bernie, but he'll write down like 5 things. I'm only going to talk to these 5 things. Ask me about this. Okay, I'm talking about this podcast.
So that's a message. Bernie has been an example.
Yeah. So,
But I think that's another that could be developed.
I think she could develop it. Listen, I hope I'm answering your question. I think not the way I should answer it. Being someone, broadcasting to people on the left and elsewhere. I hope AOC goes in that direction. I just think that she has a lot going against her just because she's already a national figure and she's in a deeper blue district. But we need to root our politics in working class people in a lot of districts that I don't know the type of kitchen table conversations are I hate that cliche, I just used it, but a lot of these conversations are just different in their tone and cadence, and it's not just a question of Fetterman or Tim Ryan in Ohio from just like working class voters. I mean, working class voters in any race. There's their day-to-day needs and the day-to-day things they want to talk about is just at a different plane than a Met Gala cultural statement.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that you're respecting her and we'd like to see different ways. I mean, she's young, so the different trajectories that she could develop that would ultimately make her a good candidate. I'm just looking at odds here, and I disagree with them. I'm buying AOC stock here, given these odds. So, in terms of Democratic, who's going to win the 2024 election? So that who's running to win? On the Democrat side is 18% chance for Biden, 7% chance for Kamala Harris. Gavin Newsom at 6%, Michelle Obama at 3%, Hillary Clinton at 2%, and AOC at 1.5%, and then Bernie at 1%. So
I would not buy AOC at that mark. I would buy Biden like crazy though. I'm not a gambling man, but I would totally toss a G at Biden at that amount.
AOC at 1.5% chance.
I don't think she runs.
You don't think she runs? Yeah. Okay.
I don't think Bernie will primary Biden either. I mean, and if Biden doesn't run, then obviously it's not a big deal. But I just feel like,
Do you think Biden runs?
yes, I think Biden probably runs. He's an incumbent president. He's the incumbent president, so it's very hard to match another Democrat being able to do better than him.
All right. What about the competition?
I think Donald Trump is the best thing for the Democrats, period. Just because it would create this turnout mechanism, this excitement around we have to stop Donald Trump. He's attacking DeSantis. I mean, already he's trying to, the sanctimonious thing. But yeah, I kind of like it. Trump's kind of like the Don King of American politics.
Yeah, it's interesting what kind of dynamic chaos he's created. It probably led to more people being interested in politics. Well, almost guaranteed it led to more people being interested in politics, but maybe not in a healthy way. Maybe it created an unhealthy relationship with politics, where it's created more partisanship.
For me, I don't have a problem with partnership. It's what kind of partnership. So I think Trump has cultivated, like a lot of right populists, a relationship with his supporters, almost like a leader-follower relationship, and it doesn't actually enhance people's knowledge of politics and the issues, but actually just leads them to follow the party line. Ideally, I think socialist politics and politics on the left should be something different. Eugene Debs, the great American socialist leader of the late 19th and early 20th century, used to say, I'm not your Moses. I can't promise to lead you to the promised land, because if I can lead you there, you just follow me there, someone's just going to lead you straight out as soon as I'm gone. And I think there's something nice about that kind of blind following, leader-follower kind of dynamic on the left at its best.
That said, in the way at least the political race in the United States has turned out, it seems like it's turned into a bit of entertainment, and there having personalities, characters is really important. So in terms of policy, actual leadership, yes, maybe having a leader like an authoritarian big leader is not good, but maybe for the race it is, for the drama of it. You just want to have drama and attention on people who are actually going to turn out to be good leaders. That's a weird balance to strike.
Yeah, earned media is what they always talk about, right? The political campaigns, like, you know, the more you can get on TV, the better. Even like, I really like Betterman. He just won his campaign. But a good part of his early campaign, he pivoted from talking about issues to just talking about Dr. Oz living in New Jersey and kind of having a troll campaign against him, which I found amusing. But also, it was effective. Obviously, he won. But it's a bit depressing because I would have rather a whole campaign cycle about care and jobs and other issues.
Yeah, and the hope is that people just get better at that kind of social media communication. So I do actually think there's something about doing political speeches that makes you sound less authentic, because you have to do so many of them. It must be exhausting to day after day after day make the speech. You're going to start sort of replaying the same stuff over and over, as opposed to actually thinking about the words that are coming out of your mouth. And then the public will know that you're not really being that authentic. Even though you believe those things, it's just tough. I just wish we didn't have to constantly do speeches.
So I think that the fact that Bernie's speeches very clearly came out of not directly his own pen, but his own rhetoric over the years, and he kind of wrote it, seemed authentic, even if he was repeating it. And then Trump is just wild improvisation. I think people found real, in a certain way. And I would love for the left more generally to tap into some of that anti-establishment sentiment. But obviously do it in a way that's productive, that doesn't blame immigrants or whatever else for problems, but it's kind of built on a different basis. But people are fed up for good reason with a lot of conventional politics, and we need to speak to that. Otherwise, it'll only be the right that is taking advantage of those people's anger.
Well, I almost forgot to ask you about China. So both historically, we talked about the Soviet Union, but what lessons do you draw from the implementation of socialism and communism in Maoist China and modern China? What's the good and the bad?
Well, I think it's very similar to the Soviet case in that socialism came to China through not a base of organized workers and a capitalist country at a certain level of development and so on, but it came through the countryside and in conditions of civil war, strife, Japanese invasion, and whatever else, and now built his base in the peasantry, and then came down to the city to govern and try to build a base and rule over workers. So it's kind of an inversion of classic socialist theory. Now, the same thing I said before about Stalin and assessing the Soviet Union has to apply here, because obviously I oppose authoritarianism, and I obviously did all sorts of combinations I should do. But to look at what the Chinese Communist Party actually accomplished, I think we kind of need to take a step backwards from our moral opposition to the means in which they accomplished it, and just look at development. China benefited greatly from the Communist Party's implementation of basic education and healthcare. So in a lot of China, you had one of the conditions women were absolutely terrible. There was still foot binding and all sorts of terrible backward practice. You had a huge, vast majority of the population that was illiterate, having access to basic education. You had no health access, especially in the countryside. So those are the three good things that China did: improve the status of women, get everyone into primary education, and improve a lot of healthcare. Besides from that, their agricultural campaigns, failure, just like Stalin's for many of the same reasons I mentioned before. The Great Leap Forward and crash industrialization didn't really either. In a way, is China better than India or other countries that didn't have the basic education and strong state authority and the health health improvements, whatever, maybe. But I think that's why we need to sometimes go beyond just economic measures of success. Because if you told me tomorrow the U.S. will grow at 3% if we maintain democracy, but it'll grow at 8-9%, everyone will be wealthier if we move to some sort of authoritarian government, I think you're asking the wrong question if we're going to make a decision based on growth, right? Because it has to be based on some sort of principle. But the same dynamic of from the beginning, the Chinese Communist Party ruling over people, emerging from the outside, from conflicts, and ruling over ordinary Chinese people have continued. Since Deng Xiaoping, the policies have been better economically, and often at times, not always. The technocratic governance has been quite good, but that doesn't mean that the party has a democratic mandate or should have the right to govern as they see fit. Because clearly, it doesn't have that mandate in spots of the country or in places like Hong Kong or elsewhere. But to me, nothing the Chinese Communist Party does has anything to do with socialism. I think even by their own definition today, it really doesn't. It is a sort of nationalist, authoritarian developmental state that has done some good things, improve the living standards of the Chinese people, other things that were counterproductive. And as a democratic socialist, I certainly don't support that state, but I also hope that the U.S. will find a way to avoid intense robbery and competition economically spilling over into something worse.
From a democratic socialist perspective, what's one policy, one or two ways you could fix China, if you took over China? What would you like to see change?
The Democratic Party comes before the Socialist Party. So I would say there needs to be multi-party elections in China and state censorship and control over the press and other words needs to be done with. As far as their immediate economic policy, I think the idea of maintaining a strong state control of certain commanding heights of the economy while liberalizing other spheres has done quite well in China's case, lifting people out of poverty. But again, there's something really lost in society, even if it's getting wealthier. And you're great, if ordinary people don't have the ability to participate in dissent freely. And the Chinese authorities have allowed some, it's not North Korea, it's not a totally totalitarian state. There's been workplace protests and all sorts of local anti-corruption protests and things like that. But it's up the government decides what's permitted and what's not at what particular moment. And I think in the long run, even if it can survive, there's a better way to do things, which is just quite simply a democracy.
The thing is, though, the rest of the history China is looking at is this dark aspect. So on top of the fact that it seems like under Stalin and under Mao, under Stalin's Soviet Union and under Mao, China has seen a lot of economic growth. And the one dark aspect of that, while under the Great Leap Forward, if upwards of 70 million people dead, today, I think there's a large number of people who admire Stalin and admire Mao.
What they admire is the stability and the strong leadership. So there's a lot of people who miss the Soviet Union, right? The reason why they miss it is that it was a system they knew. It provided the basics of their livelihood. Then afterwards, like with Russia in the 90s, people were in chaos. The Communist Party had a huge amount of support for democratic. Anti-democratic measures had to be taken, ironically, against the Communist Party to keep it from regaining more of a foothold in Russia. But we don't need that trade. We could have a form of imagine if Russia went to a system close to a social democracy that maintained the stability that people wanted, the welfare state that people wanted, but restructure the economy in not a shock way, but in a way that that made sense and that ordinary people felt ownership of, instead of just oligarchs who were former Communist Party bureaucracy just dividing the country for themselves. I think the same thing in China. Like, first of all, certainly from the West, the U.S. government and we people in the U.S. should have no say over what should happen in China, right? The Chinese Communist Party has more authentic authority than any of us do in the country. But I think that the fears and stability that a lot of Chinese people have, why I would imagine that even in a democratic election, the Communist Party might have majority support, is because they fear the unknown. They fear collapse. That was one of the big lessons of the Soviet collapse, right? Do you want China to divide into 5, 6 states? Do you want economic turmoil? Do you want mass immediate privatization? Do you want whatever welfare state you have destroyed, and so on? I think people are right to have those fears, but there's a different route towards privatization that maintains stability. Right? There's different routes that you could have democracy. Not every country had to go down the route of Yugoslavia, the USSR, and so on.
You are the founder of the magazine Jacobin, of which I am a subscriber. I recommend everybody subscribe, whether you're on the left or on the right. The magazine does tend to lean left. Does it officially say it's socialist?
Yeah, we're a socialist publication. We try to be interesting, so we try to have articles that kind of have debates and contestation and whatever else. But we're all socialists.
Well, it's a lot of really interesting, so I definitely recommend that people subscribe, support. I only like the product of the 21st century. Only subscribe to the digital version, but I guess there's also the paper version.
Yeah, there's like 70,000 subscribers
in print. Yeah. Does it come with a scroll? I don't even know. Is it paper? Do they even publish paper magazines?
I'm gonna mail you a bunch of copies. It's perfect bound. Long issues. Our Jackman's publisher, Rabbi, has recently did a redesign of the publication, so it looks really good. It's up there in the design or competition range. It's
nice. It's sexy. I can show it off to all my friends.
Put it in your coffee table. You don't even have to read it.
First, I need to get a coffee table. But yes, I'll get both. That's what a respectable adult. Listen, I've upgraded my life. I haven't had a couch, I don't think, ever. So I got a couch recently because somebody told me that serious adults have a couch. And I also got a TV because serious adults have a couch and a TV. And as you see, it's been here for 8 months and I still haven't unboxed it. So I'm trying to learn how to be an adult, looking up on YouTube how to be an adult and learning slowly. After that, I'll look into this leisure thing. Anyway, what's the origin of Jacobin? What was that do? What was the mission? What's the basis?
So I started Jacobin when I was between my sophomore and junior year of college. Basically, I was already a socialist. I was involved in Democratic Socialist America. I was in the youth section, the Young Democratic Socialists. I was editing the kind of youth online magazine called The Activist back then. And to be honest, I had my ideology, I had my views. I had a group of people around me that we would debate together and occasionally write this other publication, The Activist, and so on. And just a product of creative ignorance in the sense that I knew I had the capacity to maybe pull off an issue or two. I just had no idea how long I would keep doing it, and it just eventually consumed my life slowly but surely. Like I had different plans for my future, but I ended up just being a magazine publisher. I literally didn't know what a magazine publisher was, but it just kind of happened.
What's the hardest part about a magazine?
Well, the hardest part is obviously the things, just like any enterprise, right? The things beyond your control. Like you could put out something that you think is great or interesting, but you need the feedback of people actually subscribing to it. And you occasionally encounter periods where you feel like you're doing your best work, but you're not getting the audience response. And I think you just need the kind of the self-confidence to just keep doing it. And obviously, if you're totally obscure and crazy and way off the mark, you're never going to build that audience. But I think a lot of publications have tried to same thing, I guess, goes with YouTube shows, whatever else. They try to adapt to what everyone else is doing right away. They don't achieve success. Whereas for me, the early issues of Jack got very little resonance. It took a while for it to build into something. But a lot of it was just the confidence to just keep going, keep publishing what I would want to read, and just hope that I'm not so much of a weirdo, that I'm the only one.
Is there some pressure you can speak to on audience capture? Because it is a socialist publication, you have a fan base, a readership base. Is there times you feel pressured not to say a certain thing, not to call out bullshit, uh, not to criticize certain candidates, all that kind of stuff?
Yes, definitely, of course. I myself am looser on the self-censorship than other people. That's only because I've, gotten this far, just shooting for the hip or whatever. Occasionally, you'll come to a rash judgment, right? You'll speak too soon or complain about something too soon, and you'll have to kind of either apologize or kind of reconsider or whatever else. But on a host of issues, I have views that maybe not all the left has, but I know that the core of my politics is politics against oppression, against exploitation, against all the things that we talked about. And if you know that's at the core of your politics, then you can maybe say, you know what, I don't think the left should respond to the real racism that's still around the world by adopting an excessively racialized rhetoric. If that makes sense. Like, I fundamentally just am a universalist, and I believe that people, no matter where their backgrounds are, and so on, kind of want the same things for themselves and for their families. And I feel like a lot of the left, or some of the left, not even the far left, more like the center left, has adopted kind of a stance saying, oh, we need to talk about white privilege, or white Karens, or white guys, or old white guys doing this or whatever else. And to me, it's not only wrong in a moral sense, but it's counterproductive. Because the last thing I want is a young white teenager who, feels unrepresented politically and wants to be a part of maybe even the left, to feel like, oh, I should think more about my identity. No, the whole point of anti-racist politics is we want to live in a world where, me and you can go around the corner and get a beer, and we're not, people with two different, races getting a beer, or just two, guys in America getting a beer. It's just, we're trying to just have the type of society in which there's less of that sort of communal or racialized identity. And that was the whole point of a whole generation of anti-racist struggle. But now we seem to be kind of reifying it in the media, in culture, and in politics. And that's one issue where I've been kind of banging the drum on this to the point that it's annoying in certain parts of the left. I don't think there's the extreme opposition among socialists, but it's more like why do you keep focusing on this? Let's focus on our real enemy, the right, instead of criticizing, this part of.
No, I think it's really, I'm really glad you exist. I'm really glad you're beating the drum, because I think that's one of the reasons that the left has not had a broader impact, or is not heard by more people that could hear its message, is because the othering of, like, as if there's two teams of it, as if it's black and white, as opposed to having there's a common humanity and a common struggle amongst families. You also wrote the book that we mentioned a few times, The Socialist Manifesto, The Case for Radical Politics in an Era of Extreme Inequality. What's the framework? What are the key ideas of that?
So a lot of it's a look at socialism's past, present, and future, basically. So a lot of it is historical. The opening chapter uses a pasta sauce factory, so where he explains certain Marxist concepts, but also a theory of change, like how we get from, let's say, pure capitalism to more regulated, unionized social democratic systems, and then beyond social democracy into my vision of socialism. That's kind of the first little bit. It's a visionary kind of like look at the future of socialism. But then I try to explain why some of social movements have gone wrong. Because I think we can't take for granted. I think a lot of people want to live in a different or better society. They look at past examples and they're skeptical. I think there's good reason for skepticism. So I try to explain both the successes of certain systems like social democracy, but also what happened in Russia, China, and kind of more historical overview. Then the book kind of ends in the present. It ends with looking at the Bernie Sanders campaign, why it resonated, looking at some of the problems facing the US, the UK, other advanced economies, and why I think the socialist message is still relevant. Because for the longest time, I'm 33, I became a socialist as like a teenager. And for the longest time, it seemed like I was just a member of the historical society, keeping alive an idea that nobody was interested in anymore. And now, it's heartening to see more young people interested in the idea. But we actually need to, I think, have a clearer sense of what we stand for and how we think our movement, like it used to be, more rooted in the working class. So if anyone who wants the tape may go to when we first started talking about early socialism, when I was talking about the German Social Democratic workers' movement, all these different early parties. I think at various points I use the word worker and socialist movement interchangeably, because in fact at the time it was pretty interchangeable. Socialism was the ideology that had the appeal of the working class movement. You couldn't really separate between the two. Now, obviously, socialism is like a fringe idea, which is current among a very small minority of the working class, which is fine. But we need to get to the point, I think, ideally, where when people talk about unions and people protesting and social movements and socialism, they all kind of are one and the same, as part of the same broad movement.
How did you become a socialist? What was the personal story or your idea to hold you in mind?
So I'm the youngest of five. I was the only one of my family born in the United States. So it was very obvious to me that my life outcomes were very different from life outcomes of my siblings. So my three older siblings, didn't go to college after high school. Some of them got their degrees, much later on as adults. But I was from a pretty young age, had access to a great public school district, and was put on the track that you're going to go to college. This is kind of the outcome. And like I said, even my grandmother was illiterate. My mom didn't have a lot of educational opportunities early, in her life. She actually graduated from college the same year I did. She later got her kind of degrees and whatever else, but to me, it was obvious that so much of my life outcomes weren't just a product of hard work or my family sacrificing, my siblings, but the product of state institutions, evening things out. Public school district, public library, and all sorts of after-school programs. All that was the domain of the state and really benefited from it. So in essence, my core was the social democratic belief. The state should redistribute a bit, build its public institutions, be an equalizer. Now, how I became a Marxist and a socialist was much more random. I was just intellectually interested in them. And eventually I kind of merged the two together, where I merged together my more pragmatic, practical interest in day-to-day concerns and reforms and so on, with my loftier intellectual interest in Marxism into the politics I have today, which I try to kind of balance and do both. I think a lot of socialists in the organization that I joined as a teenager, the Democratic Socialists of America and elsewhere, try to do the two, try to maintain some sort of balance between care and our vision of the future.
What do you think Marx would say if he were to read your book, Socialist Manifesto, and do a review?
So I think Marx would say that my vision of socialism after capitalism maintains key elements of what he would of the commodity form. So a lot of what Marx was concerned about was what markets do to human relationships in a negative sense. Early writers especially focus a lot on the alienation of labor. My vision of socialism, at least in the near term, a lot of that is about decodifying certain sectors, so reducing the market in certain sectors and reducing alienation, but not eliminating it. it is about eliminating exploitation and oppression. So knowing Marx and knowing how critical he was of certain other socialist strands and tendencies, he would often write very snarky notes and letters to people like Engels, being like, "This guy, LaSalle, is a total asshole." Then he would send a separate note to LaSalle saying, "Hey, can I borrow $5,000?" This is actually true. He did the boat. He did the boat. I think the same month.
So he would be really good at Twitter.
So he would be the best at Twitter, and also he used to be he was a journalist before his work for the New York Tribune. He was very clever, very snarky. He would be awesome at Twitter. I think him and Elon would have good back and forth. But I think it'd be critical some parts, but I think the strangest part for him would be reading historical sections and seeing the way in which his ideas, which was what fundamentally ideas about human emancipation, were used for evil, for hardship, in ways that the opposite of emancipated, but in some cases, enslaved people. And I think he would definitely not want to be associated with them. He probably would rather be associated with me than them, but even then, only begrudgingly.
What advice would you give to young folks in high school, in college, how to have a career they can be proud of, and how to change the world?
I think be intellectually curious. Read outside your current beliefs and understand and read authors on their own terms. So the worst thing in the world to do is to read anything, especially work of fiction, read anything, and try to deduce the author's backgrounds or politics, whatever else, and read it on its own terms first, but then you can reread it and kind of do other examinations or whatever else. And also read a lot of history. So I started off reading books like Eric Hobsbawm's 4 books on history going from the 1700s on all the way to 1994. The last book is The Age of Extremes. But I think understanding history gives you a bird's eye view of everything, sociology, economics, everything. So these big, sweeping historical books are really useful to know. I mean, everybody should know basically, what year, or at least like what decade, serfdom was abolished, what decade slavery was abolished, what century Magna Carta was, when the Roman Empire fell. That's kind of debated when the Roman Empire fell. All these, I think, like being a person with a general knowledge and general sense of history or whatever else just makes you more eclectic and interesting. And it's way better than just, especially a lot of my Indian friends, that not just Indians, but the hyper focus on you got to specialize and you got to focus on math or engineering, whatever you want to do. You just know your field really well, but nothing else. I think there's something really to whether you're getting at school or you're just going to do it by yourself, giving yourself kind of a liberal arts education.
I think there's a lot of power to having the facts of history in terms of the time when stuff happened, but also really powerful is knowing spatially, like the geography, we're a point on the map, and there's interesting dynamics that happen throughout history of all the different nations in Europe, of all the different military conflicts and expansions, and the wars and the empires and all that kind of stuff. It really puts into context how human history has led to the place we are today, because all the different geopolitical conflicts we have today, even the politics of the day, is grounded in history. Maybe less so for the United States, because it has a very young history, but that history, even for the United States, is still there, right? From the Civil War, understanding that gives you context to when you tweet random stuff about this or that person or politician and so on. Yeah, very true. Very true. One of the regrets I have currently is I have perhaps been too focused on the 20th century in terms of history, the present and the 20th century. A lot of people write to me that there's a lot of lessons to be learned in ancient history as well. So not just in American history, but just looking farther. Yeah, that feels like it's another time, it's another place. It totally has no lessons, but then you remind yourself that it's the same thing with history.
Yeah, and also we're no smarter than them. We just have more accrued knowledge because of them. Yeah. But they were just as clever as us.
What do you think is the meaning of this whole experiment we have going on Earth? What's the meaning of life?
Well, I think there's no broad meaning of life. There's always an accident, but we ourselves need to make our own meaning. And for me, a lot of it is about posterity, trying to do something worthwhile while on Earth, but also leaving something behind. It could just be relationships with friends, with family. In the future, maybe having a family and kind of like leaving behind that sort of legacy, little bits of yourself, but also, you know, then being able to learn the same way of little bits of my parents and my grandparents can be. But then also, I think today, social sense, zooming out from just the individual and the family, leaving the world behind a little bit better. I would love to be a part of a movement that created a world a little bit less suffering, a little bit less oppression or exploitation, or whatever else. That's really why I'm a socialist. It's not about snapping your fingers and curing the world of everything in one go, but it is about, I think, giving our lives some sort of meaning and purpose. And you don't have to be a socialist to do that. You just do it at the micro level in your own day-to-day interactions. But I just feel like life has no good meaning without thinking of posterity in the future.
And I have to say thank you for doing so. Thank you for caring about the struggling of the people in the world through ideas that are bold and I think challenging for a lot of people. In a time when socialism is something that can be attacked aggressively by large numbers of people, still persevering and still exploring those ideas and seeing what of those ideas can be for a better world. It's beautiful to see. Rothschild, thank you so much for talking to you. Thank you for all the work you do. I can't wait to see what you do next.
Appreciate it, and thanks for open mind with these conversations and to your audience too. It's nice to have a space where people can debate and think at length and don't have to worry about soundbite culture.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for listening to this conversation with Bhaskaras and Kara. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Karl Marx. Democracy is the road to socialism. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
This week, we examined the influence of science. The underlying base believes the situation do so in Mexico. Modern day mystery, which lies deep in the
My friend is telling me that the volcano seems to be starting to erupt. If that volcano goes off, we have nowhere to go. That got my attention. So if you say scared, I would say that I got the realization that what that meant. I went cold for like a fraction of a second. But that meant that just my adrenaline started to kick in. And it was a very, very strange experience because now you have tunnel vision. It's about survival.
The following is a conversation with Natalie Cabral, an astrobiologist and scientist at the SETI Institute, directing the Carl Sagan Center for the Study of Life in the Universe. She explores some of the harshest places on Earth, including free diving in volcanic lakes, all in the pursuit of understanding living organisms beyond the Earth. For this, she holds the woman's world record for diving at altitude, both scuba and free diving. She's amazing. This is the Lex Reviews podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Natalie. You are the director of the Carl Sagan Center for Research at the SETI Institute. SETI, of course, stands for Research for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. One of the things you do as part of that is travel to some of Earth's most extreme and dangerous environments in search of organisms that live in conditions analogous to those on Mars. First, let me ask what the job posting for the work you do looks like. Is it like Shackleton's ad in 1900 that said people wanted for hazardous journey to the South Pole? Small wages, bitter cold, long months of complete darkness, constant danger, and also where do I apply?
That's funny. Because there was really a job application. In fact, when you're a scientist, you have questions in your mind and you have hypotheses and you start to use the kind of thing you need to answer. And when you see the kind of thing you have to answer, then you kind of know the places where you need to go to do that. As far as science is concerned, we started with analyzing data from the Mars missions, and I had written a PhD about water on Mars, first looking at channels and the history evolution of water. But then, for that postdoc, I started to look where that water was from. Interestingly enough, everybody was about channels and water and whether catastrophic or whatnot or sports. But when you were talking about pounding water like lakes or ocean, people were starting waving their arms a little bit. So it was a little bit of a battle, interestingly enough, yeah. But that got us on track with my husband. We were working together, and we started developing the idea, the concept of lakes in impact craters. So why in impact craters? Just because the Viking mission at the time, which is what we were working with, the resolution and the topography were so poor that there was really no way of telling where you had a real low in the topography. The only thing you knew was the hole in the ground was an impact crater. So when you saw that,
What was the Viking mission?
the Viking mission landed on Mars in 1976, and there were 2 landers and 2 orbiters. So they were really our first feet on the ground on Mars, but they were landers. They were not moving.
And that was the data you were looking at.
It was already in the 90s, but we didn't have yet the Mars Global Surveyor and whatnot. We still worked for 20 years. We worked on that. I did my master and my PhD thesis on Viking missions.
You mentioned that the places you go to are defined by the questions you need to ask. Let's just step back. What questions have always tugged at your heart?
Well, that's the thing. That's why I was looking at those images and saw some lakes. And then came time where we started talking about sending landers and rovers on Mars and looking maybe at the possibility that Mars was habitable. And lakes are particularly good places to look for those questions. So this is how it all plays out.
So you were always curious about life.
I've been always curious about life in the universe and about questions on how we got to be here, and the bigger question. Now with 25 years more in that business, it's more about understanding the origin and nature of life rather than whether there is life or not on Mars. I mean, this was really for me a stepping stone to bigger questions, but they were definitely important because they helped me frame my way of thinking in this question. And so looking at Mars and lakes, understanding what the conditions were 3.5 billion years ago or close to 4 billion years ago, then I knew the type of environment I needed to explore here on Earth as analogous to be able to understand what type of life still survives in those environments and what kind of instrument and what kind of resolution do I need to actually detect it. So this is how the whole thing started. And it started with a small grant, literally 40K. It was a discretionary fund. And this is how I got started in my career.
And so many of these questions you can answer by looking at life and extreme conditions here on Earth. But let's step back a little bit and look at Mars and lakes on Mars. Just going back to your PhD and before, and maybe today, what do we understand about life on Mars? What do we understand about lakes? Is there water on Mars? What do we understand about the conditions 4 billion years ago on Mars?
Well, we've got a long way. Remember from the Viking where we had no resolution. Well, we had a little bit more resolution than Marine.
What did you think at that time?
It was.
Just take us back to that mindset.
It was really the exploration, like your first look at a planet. You have to remember that the first mission that successfully snapped some pictures of was Mariner 4. And then everybody at that time was still under the spell of, Wells and the idea that Mars looked this telescope so similar to the Earth. Clearly, we could see them with a telescope, and we knew we could see them. The actual tilt is pretty much the same as the one for Earth. So when Mariner 4 left, everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people thought that we were seeing crystals, cities and domes and stuff, that another civilization might have evolved in parallel with Mars' system. And of course, when the first images came back and Mars looked with that kind of resolution it had, like the moon, it was a huge disappointment. Then Mariner came, and that changed everything. There was a little bit of drama because Mars started one of the biggest dust storms it ever experienced. And so for 3 months, we had an orbiter circling around Mars and not seeing anything. But then, when the dust cleared, all of a sudden, we started discovering volcanoes, valleys, ancient channels, dune fields, fire caps. And see, when I'm talking to you, I don't need to invent any words to describe Mars. And although the myth of extraterrestrial civilization on Mars was gone, all of a sudden, the imagination of the scientists started to pick up because right away we were seeing something that was familiar that we could describe. So right away, Viking would put on the fast track, and the idea was so Mars looks so much like Earth would have been, although it's arid and there is little atmosphere. So could there be life? And of course, behind this, at the time, there were people like Klein and Sagan, Carl Sagan, just, thinking about how can we test the idea of biology of life on Mars. So this is what Viking did. But of course, at the time when the two landers arrived on Mars, we didn't have the context of the geology of the environment. We didn't have much data at all. So the data that Vikings sent back was very confusing. Some people still think today that we discovered life on Mars at the time because some of the experiments turned out to show a strange signal. But most of the community think that it can be explained by chemical reaction that we see today. So it was so confusing that NASA decided, okay, if we want to be serious about life on Mars, we have to understand the environment because life and environment coexist. So as cause or effect, the planet is going to give you the physical chemical environment for life to happen. These are the boundaries. But once life is here, it's going to change everything. One of the biggest impact of life was to inject oxygen into the atmosphere of the Earth 2 billion years ago. And that changed everything, including our signature in space. So there is this coevolution. So if you want to understand one, you have to remove the other from the equation. It's a two and not equation.
So even though oxygen changes our signature today, what if all life on Earth died and now we fast forward 1 billion years? What would be the traces left? And so the question I'm trying to ask is, if life had existed on Mars, what would be the signs that we look for?
That's a very good question. The thing is that if you draw a parallel with Earth, it took 82% of Earth's history, geological history, to go from very simple life, microbial life, to complexity. And when I'm saying complexity, I'm not even talking about us. I'm talking about animals. So Mars is where lost its magnetic field very fast and lost its atmosphere very fast. Life also appeared on Earth very fast. So the condition became quite similar at that time between the Earth and Mars. Let's assume for a moment that life appeared on Mars. It would have been simple life when conditions started to degrade, which was less than 1 billion years after the planet had formed. So everything at the surface would have disappeared, except maybe for morphological traces of the interaction between life and its environment. So on Earth, the best example are what we call stromatolites. These are rock formations that are built by microbes. So we know that. We know how to recognize them. You could have chemical traces as well. There is some interesting question marks right now about carbon isotopes at the crater because we found an abundance of C12, which normally is used by life, but it can be produced by other things. So it's not that it's a real biosignature in itself. But it's intriguing. We have now this world and we have method. But go back, it's a time on Mars 3.5 billion years ago where you have lots of destruction, where you have lots of cratering, etc. So, but we still have very old rocks that survive from that time. So these are good places. That's why we're sending the rovers in those places, ancient lakes and impact craters, and in places where you have very old rocks.
So when you say ancient lakes and impact craters, the simple question: the impact crater is a crater created by a giant rock hitting the planet.
Yes, the big rock that can be metal or rock, or it can be a comet as well. Mostly, yeah.
So is that good for life or bad for life? For
Both.
creating life and
Both.
destroying life.
Both. It's actually both. Interestingly enough, the building blocks of life, the bricks, the stuff we are made of, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, and phosphorus, they were included on our planet. They were built in just because our planet is made of these kind of rocks, asteroids and comets coming together at what we call accretion. So they were built in. When an asteroid comes, there is a lot of destruction there. But at the same time, those rocks, they bring with them these bricks of life and they create lots of energy. And if the environment around is favorable, you might possibly have some seeding going on. That's one of the aspects of what we call Pennsylvania, which is the fact that comets and asteroids have the building blocks of life embedded in them, and that given favorable conditions, they might be able to see planets. This is a
What percent of you, when you're looking up at the stars and wondering about this stuff, thinks that panspermia is what happened on Mars or on Earth, which is the building blocks of life came from elsewhere?
no, but that's the thing. Panspermia is a vector, potential vector, which means that it actually distributes the stuff of life left and right, but it doesn't explain the origin. It's not the environment. It just promotes maybe, and we still have to prove this. But what we know is that the stuff we are made of is very abundant all over the place, including in interstellar media. So it's all over. The idea is that we to have the proper environment, and we know what it needs here on Earth. It needs water, it needs energy, shelter, and nutrients.
So you're fundamentally interested in the origin of life and the big leaps that in evolutionary history that could be like an origin of something, origin of eukaryotes, origin of photosynthesis, origin of whatever. I just think if we're a civilization here on Earth and we survive another few hundred years, I think it would be a good idea to take a big gun and just shoot life out there, like a life gun. Basically, try to create panspermia. It's a good backup solution. So one way is to actually copy our brains and actual humans, some complex information, and send it out there. Another way to preserve life is just to send the basic building blocks, send a bunch of bacteria, a bunch of whatever the rugged organisms are on Earth, just send a bunch of those.
These are not the building blocks. They are actual organisms. So what
Isn't that a nice rocket? Or do we want to? Because you said building blocks.
Yeah, which are like the carbon, nitrogen, etc. They were produced by the death of previous stars. So this is how they were produced. And stars like ours started to form 10 billion years ago. That doesn't mean that the sun is the only kind of star that produce life or enable life, but actually was produced 10 billion years ago. Now, what you're talking about is a little different. Right now, there are many efforts to do the type of thing that you're talking about, which is to put our DNA on whatever kind of substrate and preserve it in vaults, either in different places on Earth or on the moon. Some people are already thinking about putting DNA on the moon. As far as brain is concerned, it's drawing towards transhumanism, which is the enhancement of who we are through AI and machine learning. Of course, having backups. To me, I would say that taking care of our planet and going back to a place where we are in equilibrium with our environment would be also maybe the best backup possible, and let evolution do its thing. Right now, we are like teenagers with enough brain to create cool tools, but we don't have enough brain to understand yet the consequences of what we are doing. And right now, we are. So the question is whether we are going to be able to move forward and learn from the mistakes we're making to become a mature civilization. You probably heard of the Drake equation. That would be the L at the very end, the duration, which
Duration.
exactly, and or at least uh, the length of time a civilization remains detectable. It can disappear from the radar screen literally for a number of reasons. The first one is destroy itself or being destroyed by external events, or it can become so intuitive and with the universe and so advanced that it disappears because it melts really in the background and it's not visible. There are some wild theories out there saying that civilization might be so advanced that you cannot distinguish them from physical processes. And that was an example. It doesn't say that this is the case, but some people say imagine that in fact all the dark matter that we see or we theorize about is in fact some sort of a biological process. So you can think about a number of things. Personally, I believe that what we talk about preserving our information is kind of what life is. We need to look at ourselves as not different of what the little cell that started off was. And this is what tells you not about the origin of life, but in fact the nature of life, which is a lot more interesting. Because the nature of life is really what is going to give you some universal signature to look for it all over the place, and not only around ponds of water for life as we know it. But the nature of life is telling you that life wants to get the most information possible around its surroundings. And complexity is, in fact, the ability to gather and exchange and preserve the most information possible. And so, what you're saying is kind of preserving the kind of information we have. So, in the things that we're doing, as life happens, and I say happen because we don't know what life is. We have 123 definitions of life, and some people are saying we don't have any definition, we only have descriptions of life. And that's true. And that's true. So think about it for 2 minutes. We are looking for something we don't know what it is. But we have a few clues about the nature of life. There are some really good theories. The first one was Schrödinger, right? In the 40s. Right now, there is a guy named Jeremy England. It's another biophysical theory of life. It says life is the inevitable result of thermophysics. This is the best way to beat entropy, to fight entropy. But when you look at what we're doing, if you want to know what the nature of life is, look at our languages. And they can be very different languages, but they all have the same purpose, right? Exchange information, understand, store information, and also whether it is with somebody at the outside or thoughts in yourself. That's the same thing the cell was to do. But now when you look at life and at the structure of our language, life started with matter, so it's a natural. You got together to create inorganic molecules. Then you have complex inorganic molecules. Then you get to organic molecules, complex organic molecules, and then you have RNA, DNA. Look at the structure of our language. We created alphabets, letters. That's your alphabet. Then we put them together to create syllables, right? The syllables get together to create words. Words tell you something, but they are nothing without a verb that gives the direction, That's RNA and DNA. And then you can put all the complements. Our languages are built exactly as life is built. We are repeating patterns. I call this the multiple universe and the fractal universe because this is exactly what it is. I would say that as much as I do believe to sending probes to explore the universe, I say we should also look inward to find the, uh, the answer to some of the profound question of who we are, what's life, what's the nature of life, because we are expressing.
So searching not for life, but for the nature of life.
The nature of life, absolutely. I am more interested in that because the day we understand the nature of life, then we have a universal biosignature. And it doesn't matter whether this life responds to the same kind of biochemical processes as we do, although it makes sense. I told you about the generational aspect of the bricks of life, the stuff we are made of. The sun is part of the youngest generation of stars, and the first two generations of stars didn't produce those kind of elements we are made of. They were stars that were either uh, without metal, just made of helium and hydrogen, or poor in metals. So the stars died off, and stars like the sun were born from those. And this is why we have elements like carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, etc. now. And that's the life we're building on. So I think it's not stupid to be looking for something that looks like us because right now in the universe, this is the stuff that's the most abundant. And we see it with the exoplanet, with Kepler, with Tess, and now with Kepler. We see that there are many different types of planets that may be habitable, inhabitable, some of their stars. There are countless stars like the sun. But more interestingly enough, there are other types of stars where you do have habitable zone as well, and where the duration of the stars sometimes 1,000 times more than our sun. So you can imagine those types of things, and you can imagine what type of life would be around those stars. The biochemistry might be quite similar, in fact, and especially for the simple life, because simple life starts really quickly on Earth. So my take on this is that the universe is full of cyanobacteria, but as far as intelligent life, it takes more time. So that can take different aspects.
Do you think it's possible that the universe is full of bacteria, and even those stars that last 1,000 times longer than the sun, even on the planets that orbit those stars, maybe it's bacteria for billions and billions and billions of years?
We actually don't know what triggered the evolution of complexity on Earth. That's still a big question mark.
Is that the most impressive invention on Earth to you?
That Cambrian revolution is really what took us towards what we are. And in the meantime, there were the dinosaurs, etc. The dinosaurs were wiped out. So the evolution could have taken a completely different turn. It's always, I would say, mass extinction that are going to drive what's the end game. But um, yeah, you take two planets and you change, those asteroid impacts or those big geological events that wipe out like 90% of life at any time. The thing that seems to be interesting, there are two things. The first one is where you're located on our galaxy matters a lot. We actually are in the habitable zone of our galaxy. And if you're too close to the center, then it's a lot denser. And remember, we have the Oort cloud around our solar system. And if you are in the region of the galaxy that's too populated, then you're going to run gravitational interaction with all these stars. And since it's more dense, you will have more of the comets that are leaving in the Oort cloud being ejected from the Oort cloud and coming towards the inner solar system and collide with planets. So you will have more of these impacts if you are too close to the center of the galaxy. Not to mention the radiation. There is a place in our galaxy where it's a really bad neighborhood. You don't want to be there. You wouldn't be able to survive. But what really matters is extinctions, but also um, the climate history of a planet has a role to play. And it seems that it's a theory. It still has to be backed up by more observation, but there is a correlation between not only the passage of the solar system toward the center of the galaxy. There is one place where we get hit by asteroid because of the interaction I was telling you about. But the other one is the climate with the number of cycles. Big jumps in life's evolution seem to be associated with snowball Earth episodes. We don't know why yet. Snowball episode, intuitively you would think that they are connected to a decrease in life because the whole Earth is covered in ice. For some reason, there were big jumps in evolution. Each of those episodes. And today there are other things like why all of a sudden you have mutation that seems to be responsible for a big jump in evolution. We are not clear yet. So all of those things, when you're thinking about life elsewhere, are going to come into play. And I cannot tell you that a planet that remains habitable for much longer than the Earth will have an evolutionary path that's the same or different. Depends on extinction, depends on climate, depends on whatnot.
It's a little bit surreal that we're through the settlers of apes.
Well, I think that some
Trying to
people,
figure out what the heck is going on. And I mean, we're very biased. Even so we're biased as humans. You're less biased as a scientist. But we still love Earth. We still don't know anything about this Earth. And so even though you try to get escape from thinking of what life is, in the search for the nature of life, you're still kind of connected to it. You don't understand the nature of life yet.
so I think that it's a little different. We're biased when it comes to the origin of life because, well, we are the only model we know. And as I said, it makes sense because it seems that a lot of, you know, stars like the sun appeared 10 million years ago. And there are lots of worlds that really resemble the Earth, and lots of water out there, and lots of conditions that could be a repeat of what we know. And we know that this biochemistry works. So, again, as I mentioned, what is going to change is really the evolution of the planet, extinction, geology, etc. But our model is probably very abundant. I'm not saying that the end game is going to resemble us because of all these extinctions, etc. But this is a good bias. It's one that has the number for it. The principle of mediocrity. I think that in that case, it really applies where the Earth is representative of an abundance of other worlds. Now, of course, there can be other biochemistry. We have some examples in our own solar system. Titan might be a representative of that. We are not very clear about the kind of biochemistry that can come out of a world where you have hydrocarbon lakes and rains and things like that. But we are going there. So we will learn something about this. So the bias is right there. The nature of life is different. If really life is the best way the universe has to fight entropy, there's no bias there. Because physics is the same all across the universe, at least the universe we know. There might be other universes, but the one we know works with the same physics.
So if life is the best way to fight entropy, you can imagine that life permeates the entire universe. And then the question might change to like flavors of ice cream. What are the flavors of complexity that this process, this nature of life leads to? And there we might have bias about what complexity looks like, what beautiful complexity looks like. We look at humans that operate through physical scale and time scale, and we think this is intelligence.
We have another problem. We don't know what life is. We don't know what intelligence is, and we don't know what consciousness is. But we are trying to tackle the big question.
But do you know what complexity is also?
You don't know. I think that we have to be honest. And as a scientist, and I'm going to step back and talk about intelligence. For me, a bacteria that has survived, like cyanobacteria, that has survived just like us, 4 billion years in one incarnation or another, and actually they are very similar to the one that they were 4.5 billion years ago. It has some intelligence about its environment. So, for complexity, it might be that we need to take the word literally, which is an assemblage or additional capacity to gather, collect, store information. Maybe this is something like that, or actually use that information to do something with it. But I do completely agree with you when you talk about flavor of ice cream. I think this is exactly it. And I have a basic education about what physics is doing right now, and then look at quantum physics and what it says about the universe and about the connection about an atom here and an atom there, a photon here and a photon there. And I am starting to put maybe wrongfully two and two together, but in my mind, and of course it's nothing until I can prove it, but in my mind, the universe is connected everywhere in all different places. So this life connection is something that, as you said, permeates the universe. And the way to find life might be very different than to look for the origins of life. I think it's a good thing to go out there and look for the origins of life somewhere else, because it's the manifestation of the nature of life all of a sudden becomes apparent, evident to our eyes. But what I think would be our greatest escape is that if we can find that process of life, because at that point, in my mind, the universe all of a sudden is going to illuminate itself with actually its living force, what I can only call a living force. To me, this is what we are looking at, a universe that becomes more and more complex with time, more and more able to gather information, and interestingly enough, why to understand itself. So Sagan was right when he was saying we are the universe trying to understand itself. And the more we go, the more the universe becomes alive, maybe intelligent, and maybe also conscious.
Suffering
Exactly.
through us. It does make me a little bit sad as a human, just watching all the breakthroughs on the artificial intelligence side when applied to natural sciences, now more and more to physics, that the creatures that will solve the question of the origin of the nature of life, or just the process, the nature of life, will be AI systems. It makes me a bit sad to
I don't think so. Because
think humans will.
at this point in time, remember, was behind AI. You know, I'm not buying into singularities yet. AI is not aware. AI is being built by humans. So AI is a tool, an extremely smart tool. As long as we build it, and as long as we use it as a tool, it remains. And I think there is a lot of and of course the science fiction and movies that don't help.
Yeah, I gotta push back a little bit. Yes, I agree with that part in terms of brouhaha and it's sci-fi, but they can work with deep minds. We can look at chess and we can approach the full day. So chess is a simple one. First look at what Alpha Zero, which is their game plan engine, was able to discover in our Stockfish about chess humbles the best human players. Not just it's better, it comes up with ideas that humans don't understand. And so the AI now is telling you even though it's programmed by humans, the AI is saying that sacrificing a pawn here is a good idea, sacrificing a queen or a bishop is a good idea. And then you start to kind of intuit as a human why. You don't deeply understand. And you can say that AI is not conscious, it doesn't deeply understand what humans do, but there's still a wisdom and a depth of knowledge in that chess playing program that humans don't have. And same with the alpha folding, protein folding. There's now they're applying it to physics, there's simulating nuclear reaction and so on. It feels like there might be a way to understand the nature of life that we can kind of intuit poetically as humans, but the true understanding will come from a system that's much more computationally sophisticated.
Again, I would push back on my turn because I still think that humans give themselves the ability to do that by building that tool. So the idea that the tool, we are getting into the Kardashev scale and the dark forest and all those things. We can see the world this way. At this point in time, for me, I still see a great tool. Now, whether the sci-fi scenario is going to, happen, etc., I still think that we are far away from this. But if that was capable of giving me a new perspective, it's just that we're starting to jump into a deeper condition of what the universe is, whether it's through our brain or through a different way of gathering information. Remember, this is what we do.
Yeah, humans are able to actually build tools and then integrate them into the way of thinking. Maybe another generation has to be born that is raised with those tools. But we seem to take for granted all the cool technology you integrate into your way of thinking. A lot of people are growing up now, their mind is integrated with the internet. You basically reconfigure the way you memorize things. You no longer have to memorize a lot of facts because you look on multiple. And so you reallocate a lot of resources for thinking versus memory of just strict facts, that kind of stuff. And we integrate all of that.
Yeah, and there I would completely agree with you. In fact, I wrote about this again. This new book that's coming out
What is the book called?
in January. It will be in French, actually, to start with.
You wrote it in French?
Actually, I wrote it first in English, and I translated it into French. So the English version is already pretty much ready to go for the publisher in the US. But anyways, the point being here is that I looked at this as our relationship with technology as a complete change. To me, this is the singularity more than anything else, which is the co-evolution of human with technology, not anymore with their environment. Why we are messing up the environment right now? Why we don't respond to pandemic the way we should? Because we are disconnected to the environment we are taking our information from and we are adapting from. Right now, exactly as you said, we take the information from the web, from the phones, etc. We have no filter over that information. Before you were out in the environment, the information you get is the one the planet is sending you. Now this information is coming from different ways. You have no way of knowing the information is correctly.
Yeah, I got to push back on that.
No, you know this as an ecosystem and it explains a lot about it.
I like that you said teenagers. So the technology, I think, when we move past the teenage, enriches our ability to sense the earth, to understand what's going on with the environment. It's just that it's not that technology disconnects us from the environment. It gives us more tools with which to understand what's going on.
That's true for the people who are building the tools and know how to use it. Take those tools now, put them in the general public with no filter, which is happening with social media. This is creating.
It's not a disaster.
It is.
It's challenging. You sound like a parent talking about a teenager. Yes, the teenage. It's the growing pains of a civilization that is becoming deeply connected. We can communicate all across the world, even through the
That's
pandemic.
the tools we create that are bad. It's the way we use them.
Yes.
And
But we
that's-
are learning.
well,
This is the cool
and
what
hopefully we'll do all the learning before it's too late, because our response to what's going on in the environment, our response to pandemics is deeply connected to this disconnect we have with nature. Anyways, we all agree that we are in growing pains, and hopefully we can move forward, because there is a fantastic universe, something absolutely magical around us. And I'm talking as a scientist. I mean, there is magic, not in sense of trickery, but in sense of wonder around us. And there are so many signs where we are getting so close to revolutions in cosmology, in astrobiology, in astronomy, which I think, to me, this is where the hope lies, and also an awakening of understanding that we need to be in equilibrium with the planet if we want to move forward. Because even though we have these big dreams of going on Mars and the Moon, and listen, I am a planetary geologist, so I'm all for exploration. Right now, the Moon on Mars is not going to save your butt, because for the logistics will still depend very much on the Earth, and for a long time. I think this time we're living in will be remembered as a pivot in our history for a number of reasons. A time where there is a growing consciousness, where we are creating tools that are going a little bit ahead of us, that we have some difficult time to catch up on with, where we have to deal with a population that's way too big for the planet we have. We need to really learn a sense of balance and maturity as a civilization. So how is this going to unfold? Right now, I have no clue.
I draw a lot of optimism from similar things that happened many decades ago when nuclear weapons were developed. Boy, was that at the time even more terrifying. You just not created weapons that could destroy the entirety of life on Earth, or not entirety, but a lot of it. And we somehow found a balance. And the threat constantly is out there. And that threat has been made more visceral in recent times because of the war in Ukraine. But we find a balance. I have a thread of optimism for human civilization that we figure it out. We're clever teenagers.
We are clever teenagers. There is definitely a thread of optimism, but I think it's thin. It's thin because something that has changed as well is the mentality of humans. Although the threat was terrifying when nuclear weapons were created, there was a sense of limits you were willing to push in the threats. There was a sense of decency, of moral values. It was not perfect, but it was at least a time where people could come together from very different perspectives and agree that something was more important than destroying everything.
But that's so hilarious to say that. Okay, yes, you're talking about a small slither of humans, which is the scientists in the Manhattan Project, perhaps.
No,
That was
absolutely not.
also the time when over 100 million people were tortured and murdered.
No, I agree with
China
that,
and
and
Europe.
absolutely, absolutely. I'm not talking about scientists here. I shouldn't talk about politicians. We've gone beyond that point now. This is what I'm worried about. I mean, torture, etc. Unfortunately, well, we are apes. Exactly what you said. So I think that there is a lot to be not to blame grandpa for that, but because we can always get better.
Grandpa was a wild man.
But we have to improve a lot on that side before we can claim that we are a mature civilization.
When you just because you mentioned the magic, when you look out there, perhaps it's not a scientific question, but
You don't have to be scientific all the time.
yeah, you said magic, so there's a magic to magic, and it's part scientific and it's part I don't know whatever fills us with awe. It's humans when we look up at the stars. Do you think the universe is full of life? Like, when you're sitting, drinking some wine, looking up at the stars, and wondering as a human, do you think we're alone, or do you think it's life is everywhere?
I am going to make such an unmagical response to that. My response is that's the scientific response that if we're alone, then the universe is a statistical absurdity.
Yeah.
And I have no doubt in my mind, and that is and scientific response as well. But I have no doubt in my mind that the universe is teeming with life.
What if it keeps dying?
This is what I've done.
But
Fortunately.
so the that extinction is as a process, is a part of the process of life. Extinction seems to be a fundamental, both negative and positive component. So what if all the complex life out there just keeps dying and not making way for, like, we're actually a statistical anomaly in us being able to survive that out in the Drake equation, being able to survive long enough to form complex organisms of the kind of mammals are, things with brains, things that are
L is not about that. L is about how long a civilization is capable of being detectable, which means that rich technologies and being detectable.
Okay, so those are more nuanced things to L, because you can have intelligent civilizations that are not very detectable.
Yeah, we had civilization for thousands of years. We started to be detectable 150 years ago. So it's about technology that we can actually capture from space. You become visible to your neighbors. And this is all about the Fermi paradox, right? It takes time. Obviously, if we're taking, again, ourselves as a model, but this is the only one we have, to get to the point where we become detectable. But look at the age of the universe. Even if life as we understand it, not saying even as we know it, but as we can understand it, started 10 billion years ago. And it takes 4 billion years to get to the point where it becomes detectable. That means that the first planet where those civilizations started off started to be detectable when we were still cyanobacteria in towns. So they were, throwing messages that were passing above our heads at that point. And those civilizations, when you look at them now, close to 10 billion years after the start. So their sun would be dead. Okay? In the best case scenario, they move somewhere else. And what that means is that civilizations are going to rise, die, or move and transform themselves. We can see ourselves changing. We know that humans are still changing as a species. The human being in 1,000 or even 500 years from now might not be looking a lot like we are doing right now. Who knows where we will be? Or might be migrating into our planetary system. We might be migrating somewhere else.
Well, you said migrating, but it seems when you look at life, it doesn't necessarily migrate, it expands. So it's not for place A or for place B, it's place A and place B.
It
seems to
could be.
expand.
It could be. We're talking about the human civilization here. So there are different factors. If you are a cyanobacteria or any type of even mammal that doesn't have the technology to escape the planet we were born on, then it's plan A. It is right there. Whatever happens to your planet, you are tied to it. You cannot escape it. For humans, it's a little different. Yeah, it's A and B, or whatever we can. So we have to expect that a number of the civilization, extraterrestrial civilization that might be technologically advanced, a number of them will have disappeared just because they run the course of their evolution, or because their sun run out of fuel and they didn't have a way to escape, or they were wiped out by any kind of event, and then there will be those that survive.
Everything I've seen from life, it seems obvious that there's life everywhere out there. In fact, maybe I don't understand the germ from bacteria enough, but it seems obvious that there is intelligent civilizations out there. Now, I don't know what how to define intelligence, but there's beautiful complexity. Like when you look at I've looked at enough cellular automata, which is a very primitive mathematical construction. And when you run complexity emergence, I've looked at that enough to know that it just seems like there's complexity everywhere out there. So that's why I'm deeply puzzled by the Fermi paradox. It makes no sense to me. I mean, they have trivial answers to why have aliens at scale not showing up. I think the two possible options for me is either we're too dumb to see it, they're already here, they've been talking to us through processes we just don't understand. Like what we experience as life here on Earth is actually they're everywhere. Conscious aliens could be consciousness. When we feel love for one another, that could be aliens. When we, I don't know, feel fear or whatever, that could be aliens.
I have to agree with you. None of this is scientifically provable. Right now, we've talked a little bit already about that. But I would say that I do not adhere to the Fermi paradox because it's very anthropomorphic. It's, it's an interesting exercise. Let's put it that way. But it's a typical example of seeing the universe through our own eyes. And this is what the limitation is. Understanding what's going on with complexity, as you said, and looking at the biophysical model and theories for the nature of life, I would agree that probably this extraterrestrial message is all around us. We're not yet capable of picking it up.
But I think, unfortunately, even though that makes me sad, the way to pick it up is by studying life here on Earth, doing some of the science you're doing, better understand the nature of life until you realize, holy crap, the thing I was looking for all along has been here all along. Right?
A good example of that, and it doesn't need to be an extraterrestrial civilization. Look at something that I really, whether or not it's real, I don't care, because in terms of intellectual exercise, I think it's fantastic. Look at the shadow biosphere. The idea that life didn't appear only once on Earth, but there were many different pathways of it. And today, we know when we study the tree of life that led to us, from Luca to us, that there are ways that came up at the time where life originated, but they are so different that we cannot recognize them as being living. And we cannot pick them up in our tests because our tests are being built to recognize as we know it. And for me, again, I don't know if this theory will be verified or it would be discredited. But what I like about it is that it forces me to think on how do I look through life? I don't know. So that starts here on our planet, not even with little green men. It starts with very simple life that can be so different that it might be just right in front of our nose and we don't see it.
So that probably starts with the scientific humility of us, realizing that we might be too biased in our understanding of what is the phenomenon we're trying to study.
Yeah, I don't think I'm biased because it involves some more connotation.
Sure.
But I understand the bias in terms of scientific pathway, intellectual framework. Definitely.
What do you think about UFO sightings? So the widespread experiences that people have in seeing different phenomena that they sort of that are mysterious, that people project ideas about whether it's aliens or not, but they can't explain it, and there's pictures and data, and the government is involved in releasing footage and all that kind of stuff. And that seems to captivate the public
It always,
with imagination.
it always do. I mean, there are a number of things that captivate people, especially children, actually. Dinosaurs and aliens.
For a child.
Yeah, we are all child at heart. And so about UFOs, I am a scientist and I'm a citizen. So I'm going to tell you a couple of things. First, I don't mind talking about that at all because I think as a scientist, this is extremely interesting. Because the thing I don't know, I want to learn about it. This is more knowledge. So we all know the statistics about UFOs. 95% of them are just natural phenomenon or things that are being misinterpreted. We know that. Then you have the 2% that might be secret programs by whatever government it's out there. Another percent, say, is about natural phenomenon that we don't know it about it, and we cannot explain. And then there is this kind of percentage that don't fall into all those categories of thing. And I think that the report about the UAPs falls into the same kind of scheme, except that now they have at least some patterns of speed of other things that were in the report. Today, we don't know if these sightings are part of military program or actual UFO. I always run into that question because, of course, as the director of the Carl Sagan Center at the Study Institute, I received a number of emails about the subject. People are actually confused about what the Study Institute is. We are not studying UFOs. We are actually looking for messages. The way I put it, usually is that we are studying extraterrestrial in their natural habitat.
Yes.
And the UFO people are trying to understand whether they invaded our aerial space.
Yes.
So this is two very different things. And unfortunately, over the years, I actually respect very much people who are trying to go to the bottom of what UFO are, following some very scientific ways of doing this. There are very, very credible agencies doing this. Unfortunately, there is a folklore around UFOs. And this has been a huge disservice to the scientific community. And this is why you have been having that much pushback for a long time by the scientific community, because no congressman in the world wants to tell their taxpayer that they are supporting something that's looking for flying saucers. And, when you see what's happening, it's terrifying. And I am actually concerned, about that relationship that people do between folklore and real search for extraterrestrial intelligence. In fact, it's been so bad that until today, there is no government agency that is actually funding the SETI search. It is a private funded endeavor. What NASA funds right now, which is a progress, is a search for technosignature, which means that when you are looking at the atmosphere of a planet, you look for some disequilibrium that could tell you that something is there. But it's not going to fund an institute or whatnot that is looking for messages or other things like that.
Does that just have to do with the taboo associated with the folklore?
Yes, and I think there was a pushback from the political arena decades ago about that. At the time where all the flying saucers were coming out, and then the Study Institute got it started. So, but now there is more of a willingness to look at the UFO phenomenon from a scientific standpoint. So much so that the government is actually seeking some help from scientific institution, and there are programs to start looking into those phenomena. And as a scientist, I am interested. What I'm not interested in, again, Carl Sagan comes back here. I don't want to believe. I want to know. And so to know, you have to have real experiments, you have to have observation, and you have things that are done the right way. I don't want to have somebody that starts with what if as a question and then turns this what if into the only argument and the only conclusion in there. You understand what I'm
But still, I think it's valuable to appreciate the mystery and not deny the mystery. So
No, the mystery is there, but what I don't want is people taking advantage of the public and making money out of folklore.
let me flip that. I understand. But so there's a folklore in like the stuff I do, AI, robotics. There's a clear theory, Terminator, movies, and all this kind of stuff. You could say that I'm very concerned about this miscalibrated understanding of the public of what robots role are in society. Or you could see it as a, let's use a metaphor of a wave. You could say this giant wave, they'll call folklore, is a really bad idea. We need to avoid it, we need to hide the dams. Or you could be a surfer and ride the wave as a scientist. You could, to me, the fact that people are wondering about the mystery of UFOs, it means they're wondering.
Yeah, they are. But the thing, I will stop surfing that way when it comes back to guide an entire scientific
When it comes
discipline
to science, sure.
for now, the past 60 years. We were not able to raise money from the government, no grants. It's a discipline that has no postdoc or very little postdoc, just because there is a fear of that folklore on the political arena. People don't want to be associated with that because they confuse the two. So I stopped there. And as the director of the consultancy, I am just very happy to see now that there is a course correction in the government seeking scientific investigators for this kind of issues. And hopefully that will right the ship there.
I love it. I love to see it. But I want, and I love our little disagreements. I'm doing so obviously respectfully with love. It makes it for a fun conversation. But I think, just like with surfing a wave, there's some level of, the more you resist it, the worse it is. So
Well, we didn't resist it.
yes,
It didn't come from us, and we paid the price.
I just think the role of scientists, in part, in the 21st century, when we talk about social media, is to direct this sense of wonder that people have into a direction of the rigors of science.
I think we do that pretty well.
I would disagree.
I don't think so.
SETI does much better, but there's other places in science where
Research for Life is still easy place to draw the wonder of people,
yes,
because
yes,
it's a profound question that pretty much everybody has.
but I think I just want to highlight the fact that I think a lot of scientists, my colleagues, friends, think that all you need to do is science. All you need to do is the scientific process, the peer review process, the data, and so on. But I think communication is actually a fundamental part of the process, because it has to do with funding, but also has to do with, like, we're a bunch of humans trying to ask big questions, trying to figure this whole puzzle out. And
I totally
curiosity-
agree. We do have more public presentation at the Institute than peer-reviewed articles, and believe me, we have lots of peer-reviewed articles. So our scientists are out there, and they are sharing the wonder of discoveries. It's so easy these days. I mean, there is not one day. Tell me about writing a book right now about the search for life in the universe. I mean, it's almost every single day I had to correct something in the chapters I was writing.
So SETI, in terms of both signatures and signals, is a pretty active field.
So it's getting better right now. It's getting better. But remember that the SETI Institute is not only about the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. This is the root of the historical root of the Institute. But it's about 10% of what we do. In fact, we are searching for life in the universe from the origins of life to extraterrestrial intelligence. So 90% of everything else is exoplanet. For instance, we have a good chunk of the Kepler team that is actually with the SETI Institute, and they are working with tests right now. Some already have some time on the GEMS web. We have astrobiologists, we have astronomers.
And those are looking for data, signals, or planets out there
Go
inside of our solar system.
and go to analog places to try and understand the type of life that survive in planetary type environments. I mean, people are always surprised when I tell them, whatever flies in the solar system has flown or will be flying, we're involved. So this is not something that pops in everybody's mind when they are thinking about the SET Institute, because we started off as a search for extraterrestrial intelligence. But the Institute has really grown into the search for life along the Drake equation, all the types of the Drake equation.
Just to clarify, because by the way, you're saying a bunch of terms. Sometimes it's good to return to the basic. When you're saying whatever's flown, SETI is a part of the things that are flown. So we, because we're using we sometimes we say we humans, and sometimes we SETI.
Yeah.
So the SETI is really broadly involved.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the fingertips reaching out there for the stuff.
Think about Mars involved in an installation in instruments that are actually on board some of the mission in science teams, for instance, Cassini, New Horizon, also missions that will be coming. It's the search for life. We do this all across the Drake equation. So SETI is part of it, and it's a route, and it's expanding a little bit right now. We hope it will continue to expand. So this is a good time for the institute, and it also, in my mind, was the very first astrobiology institute, because we have this multidisciplinary approach where I can bring many of the scientists from different domains and disciplines to think about a question. And as you know, discoveries happen at the nexus of disciplines. And it's really a privilege when you're in an institute like that.
You dived in volcanic flakes at high altitudes to study the creatures within. Can you tell me the technical, the fun, the human story of that effort?
The image that is associated with the scientist is the person with a white coat in the lab. In fact, a number of us at Institute are athletes doing what would be considered extreme stuff. And I mean, it's fun, it's a little dangerous too, but it's to get data and more knowledge. So there are so many stories. I don't even know.
What was the first time you did a dangerous thing with a volcano?
Oh, so the first one associated to the search for life understanding was in 2002, where I started climbing those high volcanoes in the Andes that are 20,000 footers. The view out there is just beautiful.
You got. I'm so hilarious at spending almost no time on some epic things. I love this. Okay, what is volcano? Okay, how tall are these volcanoes? What are you doing with a volcano? What's required to prepare for that? What does a mission like that look like? I mean, that is true. That this is science embodied. It's like athletics and it's science, and you're studying the extreme conditions of life on Earth, extreme beauty of life on Earth in those conditions. So what are we talking about with this volcano? How
So
big is it?
remember when we were talking about how do I understand how I search for life on Mars? This is how it started for me. And then I looked at the environment, and my head started, going through the environments on Earth that would be good enough. And then you only have a few. And the Andes, in that case, are some of the best in the world, just because of the aridity of a place. And the higher you go, the least atmosphere you have, the more UV radiation you have. And the Andes are volcanic, hydrothermal, plus you have the climate change that's coming, you have evaporation. It's a picture of Mars 3.5 billion years ago. And so now you are actually entering the time machine, basically. So remember, I'm a diver. And the first time I got 2002 to the places we wanted to explore, all of a sudden I was standing at 14,000 feet, looking at 20,000 feet, and saying, okay, well, I need to get up there.
Are you scared?
No, because we are prepared. And the only thing I didn't know is if I was going to be able to make it to the top, because now you are dealing with high altitude. You can deal with high altitude sickness. You can deal with a number of things. And for God's sake, these are volcanoes and they are not extinct. That can to bite us a couple of times.
What was your preparation for that kind of. I mean, this is
There is a lot of hiking and trekking at altitude around here, but not so high because we don't have anything closer to those elevations around here in the US. But in volcanic environment, climbing volcanoes here, we have plenty of those. Diving as well. I am a free diver, so this is where it's going to be hilarious because I started with a completely irrational fear of pressurized vessels that comes from an incident in my childhood. And so I became a free diver to avoid having to carry oxygen tanks on my back
free diving is diving without
without anything, just your lungs, right?
that started from childhood.
Yeah, no, it was to the point where when I saw a pressurized vessel like a methane tanks or anything, I would be, going around and puts a lot of distance between me and that tank. So I wasn't going to carry any oxygen tank. And the first time I actually dived at the summit of that lake was free diving. People look at me like I'm nuts. Well, maybe I am a little bit.
The people that work with you as well. I mean, that kind of seems kind of nuts.
No, we knew with
It's a risk.
actually it's a lot of less of a risk than getting with conventional air, and I can explain that. But ultimately, what decided me to certify scuba and go over my fear was that as a scientist, I needed more time at the bottom of the lake to sample, rationally, take my time to think, and I can stay quite long enough as a freediver underwater. But the last thing you want to do at 20,000 feet is to come up at the surface with antennas because there is not much you can breathe out there to replenish your oxygen. So, technically, your time in the water is special, just for safety. And I realized that it was not a good trade off for me at some point. So, I certified scuba, and after 3 years of exploring that lake free diving, we finally came up with a full scuba diving expedition, but we were diving with rebreathers, which means that we dived with pure oxygen. So rebreathers give you a bag with stuff that looks like calculators in it, which is basically to absorb the CO2 that you are expelling when you're breathing, and they're recycling oxygen this way. So basically, you are rebreathing your own respiration. Yeah.
How
and
can you do that? So what's interesting about that technology?
So it is very interesting because then that completely avoids the potential issues you may have with the lungs when you are diving. The risk of bubbles trapped in your lungs because of different pressure and different gases.
So there's a complexity to the flow of oxygen underwater.
When you are breathing regular air, when you are scuba diving here, you know that you have to do some different, when you're coming back, when you're diving deep and you have conventional air, then you need to stop so that you can equalize the gases in your lungs. If you come back too fast, then you can have air bubbles stuck, and then you can raise the lungs, which is paralyzed. There's a number of nasty issues, and we wanted actually to avoid that. So diving with pure oxygen avoids this completely, and it has another benefit at high altitude is that, well, the greater risk when you're at high altitude is altitude sickness. What is altitude sickness? Is just you not having enough oxygen in your lungs. So this was a good benefit. It was a good trade-off. We were lucky enough to be also trained by the military, so we came up with not the civilian rebreather, which is the big thing on the back that you carry on your back. We actually were given Navy SEALs commando rebreathers.
You worked with Navy SEALs for this?
The director of military operations. Yes, we were trained. We were trained like astronauts for 3 months. I spent more time. I had a joke that if somebody wanted to reach me, they better put a phone line at the bottom of the swimming pool because this is where I was. So we trained, and there were manual. about safety was about that thick. So it was a real operation. That was 3 years into it, because when you are free diving in the years prior, there is no risk. You don't have any other gas in your lung than what you're breathing. The only risk is come short of air, and then you're in trouble, which happened to me one time. Seriously. So
Tell me about that time. I gotta ask you about free diving before we return to the rebreathing.
well, all these lakes I had altitude, they are they are the minimum temperature that you can have on bodies of water, clear bodies of water, which is 4 degrees C. It's very, very cold. And so you
Like an ice bath.
someone, yeah. So you cannot um, just dive with a wetsuit. So the idea was to take a dry suit, and I learned how to free dive with a dry suit, which is really the worst thing you can do.
What's a wetsuit? What's a dry suit?
So a dry suit, a wetsuit is usually what you use in the ocean when it's not too cold. You can use also dry suit, but the wetsuit basically is going to keep you warm because water is getting into the suit, and at the contact of your skin, it's getting to body temperature. And so for a while you can, dive like that. And in the ocean here, that's fine. That's fine. The dry suit is the opposite. It's completely closed, which means that you don't have any contact with the water outside, and you keep your warmth through your body temperature and even clothing that you can put into it. So these dry suits, they are used by divers who go really deep in very cold water and need to stay a long time underwater.
So what's the bad part?
The bad part is that when you have those dry suits, you have a lot of air that can be trapped in it. Usually we do what we call burping the suit. It's not very pleasant expression, but you get in the water, and as soon as you get in the water, you can see the air pockets all over the place, right? So you burp the suit, you open the valve, and the air comes out. Once you have done that, then you look with your lead belt, and you know when you're ready to go. And so what happened that day is that I actually deferred the suit, but didn't realize I burped it completely. And so I went down, and immediately I felt the air pocket going to my legs. So basically, air was trapped in the suit and went on my legs as I was diving like that. And so I didn't pay too much attention to that.
Because you're diving down.
Yeah, I was diving down. And so I didn't pay too much attention about that. As I was, busy, it's just an awkward position. But then I wanted to turn and go up. Well, no can do, just like a boob. And I was like that. So the first time I said, okay, I tried a second time, and the third time. And by the fourth time, I kind of realized I was in trouble. And the fifth time, I said, okay, now you better give it your best try, otherwise it's going to be big trouble.
So
And
this is free diving,
I was free diving,
and then you can't.
and I cannot.
What were you feeling? I mean, is there panic?
No, there is no panic because you cannot afford to be panicking. In fact, you are always thinking because there is training. This is the best part about training. Your training allows you that space to keep you cool and composed, which you need to be in that kind of situation. And so finally, after the fifth time, I was able to rectify the position and get myself up. But when I got up, my lungs were empty. I had been in the water for quite some time. And of course, I knew what was going to happen. So I decided to just get a plank, not move and don't do anything, just open my mouth and try to suck oxygen. But obviously, oxygen at 6,000 meters, 20,000 feet, there is not that much. It's about a little, it's 48% of what you breathe at sea level. So although it was noon at the time, the sky stayed pretty dark and starry for
So
about
just
a minute or
stars
two.
everywhere.
The fun thing was,
And that's the first time you experienced that kind of. I mean, can you possibly train for that? Like, can you also pass out?
Oh, you could. I mean, the fact that I was already seeing dark was a real sign that my brain was starved of oxygen. And I had one of my friends or colleagues on the shore just telling me, because I've been in there for a little while, saying, "Is everything okay?" And I remember trying to say something, and I was just like, "What has that been the best line I ever?" I guess
Maybe
it's not bad.
you were lying to the friend and maybe to yourself.
No, because I knew I was going to be okay, but it took me to be still for a few minutes.
Okay, talk about free diving. I mean, what's the technical skill involved here? It just seems it seems exceptionally difficult. Like for most people that swim, you go underwater. It's hard. So what's the skill there?
You know, I think you probably can get good or better at freediving by training. So you have different techniques. You can train in a swimming pool, and you can say, frankly, for me, I go at the bottom of the swimming pool and I sit there, and then you have relaxation techniques. Some people meditate. I can't. I'm not a good person that can meditate, or if I do, I don't know about it. But my way of doing things and taking my mind off the situation I'm in is by singing in my head. I love music or hearing music, and in fact, knowing the kind of song I'm singing, I know about the length of time that I'm staying underwater as well. So this is how. So this is my own way. People have different ways.
What kind of music are we talking about?
All sorts of music can be classical, can be pop music, and just songs. When you really know that you are relaxed, and something I experienced actually at 20,000 feet, which was the greatest experience of my life in those terms, is when you forget that you have water around you. At that point, you cannot tell whether you are the water or water is you. There is actually no separation anymore. And I felt that when I was training in the swimming pool. I never could have imagined that I would feel that way once on top of that volcano. It happened, and it was absolutely amazing. It was, we were talking about how life consciousness permeates the universe. At that point in time, on that volcano, that day, it took me by surprise. I was not expecting it. Everything around me, the lake was Arctic blue with all the ray of the suns. You could tell them apart, every single one of them. I was surrounded by golden darts, and it was the most incredible experience. And I don't know if it's that kind of environment that led me to just, go into whatever state of meditation or whatnot. But all of a sudden, there was no separation anymore between me, the water, the volcano. And if I came with questions, they didn't matter anymore because for that fraction of a second, it seemed that I had all the answers in the universe.
Is it the connectedness with everything?
You can call it that way. I still don't know what it means, literally. But it is that moment where you feel that it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter anymore. It was absolute peace, absolute understanding, and it was incredible. It was an absolute awareness.
Could you describe it as beautiful?
It couldn't go beyond that. I think that there is clearly in my mind today no words that can express how perfect this was.
Does that start to speak to why you left diving? Or is there something special about that place? Diving at such elevations and volcanoes?
I started diving pretty much. This is the first thing I did when I was near water. In fact, there is a very fun little incident with my parents, me being on the shore of a lake on vacation. I was 3 years old, maybe, and I had these little lifesavers, on my arms, and my parents were not watching. And in my little brain, I still can remember today, saying, "Well, nothing bad can happen to me. I cannot drown if I go underwater." See, that's the logic of a 3-year-old. Yeah.
So it works. I mean, that's
Yeah, well,
pretty brilliant.
so I removed the lifesavers that I had, and I just went in the water. My mom said before she could do anything, I was under, and it was like a natural thing. And for me, I felt immediately at home. And as little as I was, completely. And it goes beyond that. This sense of connectedness or oneness or whatever, I always felt good in underwater. So it doesn't matter really if it's 20,000 feet. The thing that's matter at that point, you need to get there. So you need to get with all the gears, with your hiking, trekking equipment, high mountaineering gears. And when you get on top of that, you have to remove all that and don a suit.
Is there something you can speak to the challenging aspects of that process? Or is it just like this rigorous process that's well designed, you have to go through, you don't think, well,
Where
it's
you,
not
this is where the risk is, because you can be well prepared, but for one reason or another, you get sick, and you can get sick not only because of high altitude sickness, it can be a number of things. Or you can be tired, or you can catch cold, and then of course you have the mountain itself. We had a magnitude 7.8 earthquake hitting one day when we were 50 meters away from the summit.
So you can't obviously plan for that.
No, you can't, and that's the acts of God. Working with NASA, although I am the director of the Study Institute, my grants are coming from NASA, so I'm a NASA contractor. And every time we go to those environments, we have to go through the rigorous process of training with NASA and checking all the boxes for safety. So they are training and training and training us, and I have to thank that, because a lot of those trainings are the things that are in your brain when these kind of things happen. You know how to react, and you are not freaking out. But in all the things they are training us for, you have the green risk, the yellow risk, and the red risk. So the green risk are basically the don't be stupid and don't do the kind of thing you wouldn't be doing at home, like it's jumping, on rocks that are stable, you can tweak your ankle. And then you have other risks like high altitude sickness. Are you prepared for that? How do you recover that? These are the yellow risks. And then the red risks. The red risks are what they call the acts of gods, the kind of thing that they can happen. You know there is nothing you can do about it, and then you accept them. You do that. So those are volcanic eruptions when you're in this kind of environment, earthquakes, and everything that an avalanche.
You're in this giant mountain and it's shaking.
No, it's not shaking. That's the interesting part. There was a whole background of things that happened that day when we started up. But we got to 50 meters from the summit, and I have part of my logistics team that is at the foot of the mountain. And because of the summit, we have to go under an overhang of lava. So it's just like we are just under this big wall of lava, and it's actually beautiful. If you want something beautiful, it's the altiplano seen from 20,000 feet. It's just absolutely stunning. The colors are that of the earth, which means primordial earth. It's ochres, yellows, oranges, browns, with a dark blue. And so you are just, it's a time machine. You are just out there and you're climbing through the slopes. So all of a sudden, I'm right next behind the guide, and the guide that's been with us, his family, we've been together for 10 years. And he's starting to do that. I don't discuss. When Macario do that, I listen and I ask the team to do the same thing, or maybe half a dozen. And then I went to talk to him and say, what's going on? He's on the radio. And then he gives me the radio and talking to my logistics chief officer who was at the bottom. And he said, we're having a tremendous earthquake. He's saying that actually the ground was waving, was so bad. And he was freaking out because he said everything is avalanching. And I'm very puzzled because we are in a very dangerous part of the volcano. Nothing's happening. I turned around, and then this is when I realized there is nothing absolutely everywhere. Everything that I saw 2 minutes before, it's gone, just disappearing into a wall of dust. But nothing's happening where we are. And our friends down, they were freaking out because they were seeing everything avalanching. and especially the other side of the mountain where was at risk.
So they had no visual.
They have no visual. They thought that we are caught in the avalanche. So I said no, but some so at that point I said,
They thought you were screwed.
yeah, and I said, okay, so if this is what's happening, then I'm taking everybody to the summit because we have a very large crater that will take care of avalanching, will be safe, and I'm waiting for the aftershock because this is what you do, when you have earthquakes. So here we go, taking everybody in the crater, and now you have half a dozen scientists in the crater with the crater lake, and this is why we came for. So we just had a 7.8 earthquake, and what do you think they do? Well, of course, they do the science they came to do. So the only thing is that I could, because my radio was only working when I was on the rim of the crater. But I had a little assistant with me, a young Bolivian teenager. He had been shadowing me for 3 weeks, so he knew exactly what to do. He said, "Man, you don't, no problem. Give me your bag. I'll do the same thing for you." So I was monitoring the situation, and I wasn't at that point. And there was another moment. My friend downstairs, I could,
At the foot.
at the foot, yeah. We've known each other, as I said, we're family. This team is family. We've known each other. I am the godmother as kids, so we are close. And I could feel for the first time in my life that he actually was. And he was calling me every 30 seconds, tell me stuff. I said, you have to stop this now. Just call me to give me information that is useful for me to make decisions. And so I say, okay, what's going on? He tells me, there is still avalanching, etc. And then a few minutes later, he calls me, say, I think that NASCAR is erupting. So now I have to tell you, we are on a volcano. The next volcano, we share a slope with it, is a little lower, but that's the most temperamental volcano of the entire chain. And this one has a history of eruption. And then my friends tell me that the volcano seems to be starting to erupt. If that volcano goes off, we have nowhere to go. That got my attention. So if you say scared, I would say that I got the realization that, that meant I went cold for like a fraction of a second. But that meant that just my adrenaline started to kick in. And it was a very, very special experience because now you have tunnel vision, it's about survival. And I say, okay, now you are going to tell me what I need to know, tell me, what do you see? I said, I see smoke. What kind of smoke? I said, it's white. I said, no big deal, that's water vapor. Okay, where is going? It's going to Argentina. That was the opposite direction of where we. I said, okay, I'm staying where I am because right now there is no danger, and there is still the issue of the aftershock. I didn't want to have the team caught in the gully, the central gully of the volcano, with an avalanche coming at us. So I stood there, and he called me after that and said, well, it's still going to Argentina. Fine, okay. And then a little later, he calls me and says, Natalie, things are changing here. I said, okay, what's going on? I say, well, the cloud is a little yellow. And I was thinking myself,
What is the new one? Is there?
sulfur. And then when you have sulfur mixed with the water vapor or the water in your lungs, this turns into sulfuric acid. Then you're really screwed. And I say, okay, where is the cloud going? He said, the wind is shifting, it's coming your direction. So yeah, that was a thing like that. And I am talking on the radio and I'm turning around, and as I turn around, I see the clouds starting to pop on the opposite side of the ring. So at that time, we had no choice anymore because now you have to figure out what's going to kill you first. And so there was the risk or the potential of an avalanche. But at least you can see the rocks. The gas is going to kill you before you can see it. So I called everybody back. We gathered our stuff. I didn't give too much detail, but I say it's time to go downhill. So, which we did. We stopped only when we were at boot camp. And then at that point, we saw the cloud just completely covering the summit where we were. So we did well to bail out. But that was 500 meter higher than we were, so we were safe. I was just making sure that it would not go down the slope where we were safe. So we stayed and just rested for a little while. And after that, we descended. And it was all adrenaline. I can tell you what, I had two of my crew with headaches. Part of one of them was because of the altitude, we climbed really fast. The other one was because of the cloud. She was the closest to the cloud, and it happened. So we descended fast. And that was close. And it's interesting how the human body and mind works, because I know that from the moment my friend told me that the volcano seemed to be erupting, I was going on a adrenaline. But when we got close to that, and I saw him, we were getting close to the cars, I saw him coming towards me. And the slope all of a sudden, all the adrenaline went away. I was a mess. I had to find the first route and sit down. It was gone. I said,
Fascinating. So you just basically physically and mentally collapsed once you saw.
absolutely.
So
There was
interesting.
nothing left of me. I got in the car, and I felt in the car as we were heading back towards camp, I could have passed out. I really felt back, and I'm not the kind of passing out really, easy. But there was nothing. I had no energy. Nothing. It's fabulous how you react and how this is embedded in your brain from eons of evolution, of reaction to dangerous situation, basically.
The drive to survive.
Yeah, something like that.
You just told us one heck of a story, and as you said, such a story comes along with many of the diving expeditions that you do. But on the science side, what is that world that simulates, that travels back in time into the Martian landscape? What does the science reveal?
So science reveals that life is resilient. When I started that project, I told my husband, I said, this is going to be very fast. We are going in such nasty environment that we're not going to find anything. And, we'll back home fairly soon. So 20 years later, we're still studying those environments.
So that was your gut feeling, like nothing, not much could possibly survive.
Well, the UV environment is so nasty. But there you find the same microorganism that made the very first fossils on Earth 3.5 billion years ago. And they keep surviving. They develop an adaptation, Swiss Army knife, if you prefer. And so you learn about that. You learn about what they are, how they adapt through times and through environmental changes, which is really important. What are their signatures? We learn to recognize them. We learn what kind of instrument we need, what kind of signature, whether it's chemical or morphological or whatnot. So basically, we learn how to explore. But I would say that to me, and this is a realization, interestingly enough, that came 3 years into the project, I really woke up literally one morning saying, we've been coming here for 3 years now, trying to understand how to search for life on Mars. But what this place is showing us is what's happening right here, right now on our planet. And by exploring those extreme environments, we are also reaching to places not too many people go. And so we are learning more about our own biosphere and the diversity of our own life here. So these are the two main things, I would say.
What kind of life survives up there?
On top of those volcanoes, it's about bacteria, mostly.
Is there something specific about that bacteria that's able to be so rocky?
Yes, they have adapted to very high UV radiation, and it's not only because they are at high altitude. It's because early Earth didn't have an ozone layer. So when the ancestors of those bacteria originated, they have to survive a world where you had lots of UV coming down at the surface. And also lots of hydrothermal environment, volcanoes and hot water, lots of salt. And you see all these two blocks still embedded in those microorganisms today, 4 billion years later. It's just amazing. And depending on the environment, they are going to switch some of these defenses adaptation on or up. The UV situation there is so nasty that here you have bacteria like that. I know bacteria, you find them everywhere. It's really something you find all over the place. But if you find them here in California, they will turn their protection against UV during the day in summer, and they will switch it off at the end of the day. There in the Andes, it's so nasty that that thing stays on all the time. But if you take samples and bring them back here and start to culture them, like we did on top of a building, leaving them, you will see the second generation of this organism. They are starting to switch on and off again. So they're extremely adaptable, extremely rugged, and that's why they're still here. And probably that's why we're here, because life found its way.
So is there some degree to which the harshness of the conditions enables the flourishing of life versus shuts it down?
Well, it will shut down those that cannot survive. Obviously, this is a statement that's Captain Obvious right there, but it's also the survival of the fittest. And this is what evolution is, right? So they are here because they were the most adaptable. And so evolution is going to show the path of the fittest. The one that cannot resist, they might have a good time for a little while, but then, and we've seen this at much different scale and with complex life. Not so long ago, 100,000 years ago, Neanderthal, side by side by Homo sapiens. But Neanderthal was completely adapted to a cold earth, to a glacial earth of the end of the Pleistocene. And when conditions changed, it couldn't last.
You think, there's still some mysteries around that, right? Like
Really.
exactly what were the harshness of the conditions. It's still really suspicious. Only Homo sapiens.
No.
I really want to know.
No.
Some shady stuff that happened.
Shady stuff happened. They met, they bred together, they fought against each other. What humans do? You had to expect that. But the thing is that Neanderthal was completely adapted for a very long time to live at the edge of those glaciers. They were probably in a weakened situation when Homo sapiens came and started to spread. So basically, this is what life does. It adapts, and if you cannot adapt anymore, it disappears and something else takes over.
You hold the women's world record for diving at altitude, both scuba and free diving. So I have to ask, can you describe the details of those records?
I never looked for those. I'm not after records at all. In fact, I didn't know I had broken those records when that happened. We did that as part of our expedition, our scientific expedition.
So it's basically sport in the name of science versus...
No, it's science in the name of science, and it's just a very physical thing that we have to do. So we train ourselves like athletes.
Yeah.
But
You have to you're holding your breath underwater for a very long time with free diving. What are we talking about? Do you think in terms of time? Is there like layers where through training you're in a good place? Like I'm sure you take time off and you get rusty, right?
I have not been diving in a while, so probably I need to go back to the drawing board and the bottom of the swimming pool. But having training from the past, I think we will pick up much more faster than. Basically, I would never at those altitudes. I would never go over 3 minutes. That would be suicidal.
So the altitude is much tougher than the pool back at ground level.
It is, but it's
because
not.
when you come up,
Yes,
you get
that's not the going in the water. When I'm on the water, I'm fine. And if I wanted, I could stay longer, but it wouldn't be very wise.
You've written about the history of life on Mars, and you said you were kind of exploring that by looking at the lakes here. Um, do you think there's been life on Mars? Do you think there is life on Mars?
Right. So when you're looking at the environment of Mars early on, it's fairly similar to that of early Earth. Never was exactly the same because Mars was always farther from the sun than the Earth, right? So it was always a little cooler, but you have to imagine maybe the Arctic during summer. That would be early Mars with a lot going on for it in terms of environment, very favorable to even life as we know it. So we don't know how fast life happened on Earth. There are signs right now showing that it might have actually originated only 200 million years after the crust cooled down. Yeah, this still has to be verified, but that's the closest. And these are indirect evidence, like carbon left by the activity of life, not life itself. And there is a twist in the story for Mars, is that it seems that Mars came together as a planet faster than the Earth and had water earlier than the Earth. So it may be that Mars was habitable and might have seen the beginning of life earlier than the Earth. Uh, so all of this is speculation. Obviously, we haven't found any evidence or solid evidence yet. I would say unambiguous evidence, but unambiguous evidence of life is going to be something interesting to prove because we don't know what life is, remember. So I always joke that the only way we would know that there is life on Mars if there was a rabbit jumping in front of a rover. But we might be, gathering, we have what we call a ladder of life detection, which is that you have a series of routes that you need to go through that actually are not proving you that you discovered life, but are making the possibility that what you discovered was made only by the environment more and more probable. So we are trying to prove the contrary, right? So this is what we great. And as far as I'm concerned, considering all the unknowns we have, I think there was as much chance that life originated on Mars as it did on Earth. And if it was at the surface, then it got in trouble after 500 million years because of the disappearance of the magnetosphere, the loss of the magnetosphere in the atmosphere. But as we know, life doesn't only stay in one place. As soon as it's out there, it's going to adapt, it's going to give itself more chance to survive. And that to me means that if life appeared, I would say it's still there and probably underground where it can be in an environment that's stable. So I don't know how stability is good or not. It might not be so good, but they might be in a different type of metabolism through dormancy, waiting for different climate cycles. And there is the fact that Mars changes a lot faster than the Earth, and climate changes are a lot stronger in magnitude. So there might be a place on Mars. We know that there is a place on Mars, deeper in the subsurface, where temperature and pressure are good for liquid water to stay there. So these would be good places for stable habitat over time, no matter what happens at the surface. But if life is also caught between that deep zone and the surface, there is an active layer. There is a lot of ice in the subsurface of Mars. And when the climate changes, when the obliquity goes beyond 30 degrees, then at that point, you will have some activation of that zone. You have thawing of the ice. So all this region is reactivated, and maybe that's the way where you have pathways for life to move from the deep zone to closer to the surface. This is why I'm one of those scientists who thinks that life might not be so far from the surface.
So we don't have to dig very far.
We probably won't. And the reason
So amazing.
I'm thinking of that just because of this experience as well of extreme environments. You have to sit and look and listen, basically. The story of my life. If I want to understand where microbes are located on Mars, I have to become the microbe, right? This is the thought experiment. And if I want to understand where ET is, then I have to become ET. So it's a big stretch. But in extreme environment, you sit in the desert for a while and you just, try to understand where it's coming from, where the humidity, why it's showing up. And then you start to understand the patterns of those things.
What are the useful signals that you need for survival?
You need to know where water is, where the source of energy is going to be drawn from. You need to find shelters, and shelters don't mean that, for instance, you can have a water column of a lake or a river or whatnot, or the ocean. It can be also a very thin layer of dust, or it can be a translucent rock. And you see what we call endolith. These are the same cyanobacteria, but a different version of them. They live inside the rocks, inside those crystals, because they have the best of life. They are into translucent crystals, so that they receive the light from the sun. They can do the photosynthesis, but there is enough of that crystal so that the nasty UV is being stopped. And they are in their little house. And when you are looking at temperature within those rocks, they tend to make it toastier than the outside temperature. So there is a lot of things going on. So what I'm saying for Mars is that, yeah, right now you don't have an atmosphere very much, 160 times thinner than the Earth. 6 millibar is really not much, but it's there. But you still have a lot of UV, different UV, like the nasty one, UVA, UVB, UVC, that can really mess up your DNA and destroy it beyond repair. But as soon as you have a little alcove into a rock or a cliff, you know, I'd be looking at those places, but you have to understand Mars or any other planet for that matter, at the level that matters for the microbe. And is. So then
Be one with the microbe.
be one with the microbe, which means that we have lots of orbital data, which is good to understand habitability at the planet level or at the regional level. But we have very little data right now that is very useful to understand habitability uh, at the scale that matters for the microbes at this point in time. So we need to do a better job with that. My ideas is to have arrays of environmental stations that could have a lot of benefits. One would be to give us that vision for the microbes. That would be good for us for biology. And second,
So a collection of stations on Mars
on Mars, yeah,
that give us a good map.
yeah,
of where
high resolution. We can do that regionally, and on top of that, so that's good for us for biology, for the search for life on Mars. That's good about how to learn where microbes could be that can be a problem for contamination both ways. So that's good for planetary protection. And since those stations have communication capabilities on them, that's excellent for human exploration because not only you have weather stations all over the place that can tell your astronauts, learn the pattern when it's a good time to go out or not go out, and also how to then communicate when they go and do sorties. So there are a number of things you can do that can tell you lots of information.
Let's rewind the clock a little bit. You grew up in Paris. I was just there. Helen McDonald, in her New York Times amazing profile piece of you, writes that your teenage years were troubled. So, how did the challenging early years make the human being the scientist that you are today?
Everything. I think that this is what's keeping me on top of those big mountains. And the irony is for me to be looking for the origin and nature of life because I was so close to losing it. But to me, that was a great lesson learned. And that helped me see through the beauty of life. Going on the other side of that, it became really what made me and helped me go through absolutely everything and anything in life. Climb mountains, tell me there is something I want to know, and you know, um, I am going to give it my best, and I won't give up, and I won't give in. And this is a message that I carried all my life, and I'm so very grateful that I did it, because all these things that I would have missed if I hadn't done that. This is something that I wrote in my first book, and part of it is the reason why I wrote it, just because I felt that there were messages in my path. Oftentimes teenagers are troubled. It can be one way or another. Or if it's not the troubled teenage, you have times in your life where you doubt, where, just waving your arm and say, hey, what's the purpose? What's the reason? Why carrying on? And when I see all the things that I have to do, the dream that I was able to fulfill, what a waste. You know?
So
So,
there was a point in your life where you thought about suicide.
oh, yeah. I didn't wasn't thinking about it, but I was able to keep on. For some reason, I'm still here. I still don't know why, but I'm still here. And the lesson for me was that never, never again, because you have to give tomorrow a chance. You never can think about tomorrow in the terms of the present. You never know what can happen. You know what is going to happen if you go through what you want to do. Tomorrow is not going to happen, And I had another lesson came a few years later, where actually somebody was rallying me after that person. I almost died that day too, not that I wanted to, but it's just because the conditions were very, very difficult. That person died from there, although we took him out of the water. But I had a lot of difficulty coming out. I came out, but then I thought a lot about that guy. He was in his 30s. And it was like sort of an echo from a few years before, telling me that person would never have a tomorrow. That person would never be able to fulfill his dream or even have dreams of any kind. And I was here and I was going to give myself the best chance to fulfill all the dreams I wanted to and go after all the questions I wanted to. And this is what gets me going now.
So the advice there is, even if you don't see a why, an answer to the why question, why to live today.
Give tomorrow a chance. Always.
Do you think about your death today? Do you think about your mortality?
Not really.
You've been so close with us so many times.
But that's part of life. And you know what? If something happens to me while I'm doing the stuff I love, what a way of going. This will happen wherever it catches me. I don't know. I don't care. It will be what it will be. And I had the best little master for that. I had my husband. My husband and I were 44 years apart in age. And it was just a pure love story. And he never looked at his age, never thought about himself or defined himself by his age. In fact, he reinvented life for himself at an age where everybody retires. We met when he was 66. And that was a blessing and a curse, but a blessing, most of it, because we took every single day as if it was the last. So we enjoyed life. And right now, it's not so much, I have to really think of him. He just passed away this August, last August. And for me, it's more like I have to draw from his example on him always telling me, look forward, trust life, be happy, live. Today, every single day, I have to remind several times a day of this. It's not easy, but he had the recipe. He never thought about death, because when you start thinking too much about death, that prevents you from living.
Do you miss him?
Gosh, we were so close. I think we were, it's more like one spirit, two bodies. We were that close. So missing him doesn't even cut it. I mean, it's the toughest mountain I ever climbed.
What's the role of love in the human condition?
I hope that this is the force that drives the universe. Although, we might be experiencing the other side of it, maybe just to learn how important love is. That my experience with my husband, where I never had to wake up every single morning ever wondering if I was loved. I had to look in his eyes and him looking back at me to know it. So when you get to that point where you don't question it anymore, I would hope for humanity to reach that point where you can feel the same love for the person that is unknown in the street that you feel for the people you love. I think that at that point we are going to be reaching the maturity of that civilization we are looking for and seeing the universe through love. Uh, that doesn't run spacecrafts, of course, but putting love into our intent of going into and settling into another planet instead of, oh my God, we need to escape because we are freaking messing up with our own planet. Uh, I think that this is the answer to so many things.
Is there a part of you that maybe just a little bit wants to step foot on Mars, like you personally?
Oh yeah, of course I'm curious. I'm a scientist, and I've been working on Mars. I was actually privileged to be working on Goose Crater and deciding for the landing site of the Spirit rover, which means that I worked on that landing site for 15 years, and I got to see it from the ground. That's the closest, to being there and exploring. Of course, that's not physically be present there. If you were giving me the opportunity, of course I would go. But I know one thing. I would want to come back.
So, given the option of dying on Mars or dying on Earth, you'd visit Mars, but you would like to spend your last days here.
Yeah, because of a number of things. I think that first we're not ready to sit on Mars, regardless of what he said. It will happen. It will happen, and because we're explorers, humans, they're explorers. So this will happen. And it's a good thing. Depending on how we go about this, it can be a very good thing. Rothschild, as much as in exploring, continue to explore the big questions of origin and nature of life, of exploring of a planet. The love we were talking about, the love for my own planet has grown deeper, and my concern about it has grown deeper. So the data that I'm collecting to learn about other planets, I'm also using it to understand better our own planet and trying to make it a little better for the next generation. So, if you were talking about love, this is love that would drive me back here.
Yeah, this planet, it's just, sometimes I just pause and in awe at the incredible thing we have here. And just, I have deep gratitude for all the life forms here. The beautiful complexity. Of course, there's darkness behind it, all the death, all the extinction that led up to us two descendants of Eve sitting here today. I feel that's a responsibility. We're the fittest that survived.
Exactly right. As the dominant species, at least, technologically, maybe not the wisest one, but the dominant species, we have a responsibility towards the entire biosphere because the decisions we are making now not only affect us, they're affecting the entire biosphere. And right now, the choices we are making are leading to the disappearance of 150 species every single day. All the big mammals on this earth today are on the brink of extinction. We are within the sixth greatest extinction. It's unfolding before our eyes. And I would strongly suggest that we use our smart to help a little bit this situation. And we can do this. I think we can do this. We just need to redirect our energy.
In the name of love. This was an incredible conversation, and I'm really honored you to sit with me. I've been a fan of your work for a long time now, so this is really awesome. Thank you so much. I'll say it now. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Stanislav Lab and Solaris. How do you expect to communicate with the ocean when you can't even understand one another? Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Following is a conversation with Michael Malice. This is a special holiday episode, and it's made extra special because it's announcing the release of Michael's new book called The White Pill, A Tale of Good and Evil. Michael and I disagree on a lot of ideas in politics and philosophy, and we have a lot of fun disagreeing. There's no question that he has a deep love for humanity and puts his heart and soul into his work, especially into this heart-wrenching, deeply personal book. So I asked you to support him by buying it at whitepillbook.com. That should hopefully go into the Amazon page. As always, we each dressed up in a ridiculous outfit without coordinating the chaos that makes life so damn interesting. This episode is full of humor, darkness, and love, which is the best way to celebrate the holidays. This is the Let's Frequent podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Michael Malice. We probably should have coordinated. Yeah. Have you, since this is a Christmas special, a holiday special, have you been good or a bad boy, Michael, this year?
Well, it's interesting. One of the people in the book, Granville Hicks, his autobiography starts with, "I was a good boy," and he wasn't a very good boy. On a scale of 1 to 10. I'm trying to think of what bad things I've done. Oh, okay, there's that. Okay, wait, that's not. That was. That's all right. I would say 9. 9. Yeah, I try to do the right thing. What are you? Is it going to be 1 or 0?
Yeah, no, I'm extremely self-critical. I pushed the 0. I reached for the 0.
Well, mission accomplished.
So this episode is announcing the release of The White Pill, the book you wrote, which is I've gotten the honor, the privilege, the pleasure of being one of the first people to read it.
So I'm not nervous is the word, but you are the first person who has read it that I am speaking to about it.
First, my last man.
Yes,
You say that to all the girls, but
all the fembots.
all the fembots. But yeah, it was a truly incredible book. It's basically a story of evil in the 20th century, and throughout it, you reveal a thread that gives us hope. And that's the idea of the white pill. There's the blue pill and the red pill. There's the black pill, which is a kind of deeply cynical, maybe apathetic, just giving up on the world, given that you see behind the curtain, and given that you don't like what you see, given that there's so much suffering in the world, you give up. That's the black pill. And the white pill, I suppose, even though you acknowledge that there's evil in the world, you don't give up.
Yes.
So if you're listening to this and you're a fan of this podcast,
Go to whitepillbook.com and go to it.
whitepillbook.com. And if you don't know how to spell, we'll probably have a link that you can click on. So for people who also don't know, Michael Malice is not just a troll, not just a hilarious comedic genius who hosts his own podcast, but he's an incredible, brilliant author. Dear Reader, the unauthorized autobiography of Kim Jong-il. So that's a story of North Korea. The New Right, a journey to the fringe of American politics. That's the story of the extremes of the United States. political movements, and then the anarchist handbook that's talking about the ideologies, the different flavors of ideologies of anarchism. But on top of that, you're now going into the darkest aspects of the 20th century with the Soviet Union and the communism. So let me ask you, let's start at the beginning. At the end of the 19th century, as you write, the terms socialist, communist, and anarchist were used somewhat loosely and interchangeably because the prophecy of Marxist society was one in which the state had famously withered away. There was a great disagreement about what a socialist system would look like in practice, but two things were clear. First, that socialism was both inevitable and scientific, the way of the future. And second, that the capitalist ruling class were not going down without a fight. So what are the key points of this agreement between the socialists, the anarchists, the communists at that time, at the end of the 19th century, at the beginning of the 20th century? The possibility of the century lay before us that eventually led to the
The idea when the Industrial Revolution came, and Marx was very much a product of the Industrial Revolution era thinking, was okay, now that we have technology, now that we have science, we can scientifically manage society. We saw this very much with Woodrow Wilson and this kind of idea of progressivism that we can use technology and kind of not capitalism. In their view, unfettered capitalism was wasteful. You're making too much stuff. You have surpluses. You have shortages. If we produce just exactly what we need, and you have these people, engineers, who engineering society, then everyone will be happy. You don't have to have any suffering or waste. So socialism at that time was used as a broad umbrella. It's not used in the term that it means today of necessarily state socialism. It just meant the idea of having society scientifically run. So you had a huge argument through different wings. You had at the beginning with Marx versus Bakunin, because Marx was for obviously state socialism, the absolute state running everything. Although even with Marx and Engels, it was a means to an end. After man is remade in his very nature, then the state withers away and everyone's equal, and you have this kind of heaven on earth situation. Bakunin, was the opposite. He regarded the state as the immoral, and wanted to have kind of workers' collectives and things like that, and ultra localized control.
So the end was always stateless. It's just that some people viewed the state as a convenient, effective intermediate state.
Well, I think at least Marx and Bakunin, there were plenty of others who just regarded it, have state owners, have the workers, control the production via the state.
But how does my hat look?
It looks very festive.
Is this side better than the other?
I think you want it on this side so people can see it.
Like when you have like hair,
Peekaboo hair, it's called. Veronica Lake, I think was her name.
And I just glance flirtatiously towards the camera sometimes. I gotta stay.
Oh. No glove, no glove.
The bad aspect of white gloves is the blood stains them. So you have to get new ones every time. And now I glance flirtatiously after that.
So there were other socialists who did not regard this kind of end times where the state would move away at all, and there were various strains in between where you'd have some capitalism, some socialism. The concept of a safety net came out of socialist thinking. The Labour Party came out of the Fabian Socialists in Great Britain. Their logo was a wolf in sheep's clothing. And then when that was too on the nose, they changed it to a tortoise, meaning we're going to get to socialism slowly, in the sense of either gradualism or leapfrog. And also the big part of this thinking at the time, this is again the late 19th century, is the idea that there's going to be a worldwide workers' revolution. It wasn't going to be that, in one country, it was going to happen and then another country be capitalist. The idea was, all right, like the workers in Germany have more in common with the workers in America than the workers in Germany have with the capitalists in Germany. So the idea is, all right, like the working class all over the world, at one point they're going to be like, we're being exploited. It's getting worse and worse for us. We can't feed our families. We're getting injured and so on and so forth, and there's no compensation for this. We're just going to overthrow our chains and we're going to run everything ourselves. We're the ones running it already anyway. And this was doing all the work. And we're doing all the work, so why shouldn't we be getting all the benefit?
What's the role of violence in this?
So this was a big source of contention. So the Fabians, for example, in Britain, were all socialists. They were very heavily of the idea that we could do this through the ballot box. We could advocate and agitate and get the people to be voting for their own self-interest and furthering the state at the expense of the capitalist class. Then there were the people who were the hardcore anarchists who were like, if voting changed anything, they would let us do it. And the only way to have a revolution is to have a revolution, to kill, to overthrow, to seize these factories. And this was a big argument. And it also fed into the idea of where does free speech end? Is it legal to be giving speeches advocating for violence and revolution? Is it legal? Johann Most, I discussed in the book, and the Anarchist Handbook, he published a book in the 1800s about how to build dynamite and how to build bombs. And this is a big free speech concern at the time, because now anyone in their own house can make a bomb and kill lots of people. And this is something that was happening with enormous frequency at the time. And people tend to think, because we have these kind of prejudices, or really remember what's happening now. But this was World War One got started with the assassination of Franz Ferdinand. There were lots of people. McKinley's another one who I discussed with his assassination. There was lots of violence happening very regularly, and with the creation of dynamite, it kind of exponentially became more dangerous and threatening. Even now, on Wall Street, there was a bomb that went off, I think, in the 1920s, and the shards of shrapnel are still in the JP Morgan building, I believe.
Do you ever think, if you were alive during that time, what would you be doing? You think of yourself as an anarchist?
Right.
What would you be? Would you be a socialist, a communist? Which parties would you attend? Figuratively.
Well, the thing that was so interesting back then is there was a woman named Mabel Dodge Luhan, and she ended her days in Taos, New Mexico. She founded an artist colony, and she had an apartment on 9th Street and 5th Avenue in Manhattan. She had a little salon, and everyone got together and talked. And you have Emma Goldman, who was an anarchist, Margaret Sanger, who invented Planned Parenthood and advocated for birth control, and you'd have the people from the Wobblies, the hardcore labor unions, and everyone kind of, H.L. Mencken, who didn't attend, but he was friends with them all. So there was this very, very weird, with the birth of modernism, the art and kind of modernist thinking, there was this idea of like, all right, like this was the first time where you could be intellectual as a class, where there really was this space for people who were thinkers, and they just sat around being like, all right, like what are we going to do with ourselves? You had it in modern art, you had it in literature, you had it in politics. So it was a very exciting time where people were like, all right, like everything is now on the table. What are we going to do with this? And they very much were aware that this was a break with, the pre-industrial revolution kind of farmer labor.
Do you think for you violence would be compelling?
No. First of all, I'm just too small. The second, I just
Dynamite doesn't care what your size.
Yeah, but I mean, retribution does. And I think, I don't know, but to me, violence is the kind of thing where you think you're running it, but it's running you. Once you cross that line, violence thinks it's up song. So whenever I hear in contemporary times where people are advocating for, violent actions, it's like, when you start a fire, you're not like, I'm just going to burn down this house. And there's many cases over and over of people who are building bombs or trying to assassinate someone or things like that, and it ended up literally blowing up in their own face. So, and violence doesn't really work necessarily, because if you have an assassination, you're not assassinating the presidency. If you take out a president, there's another president instantly there. So what have you accomplished? Someone's husband, dad is gone. You replace him with someone who now is in a position to crack down and retaliate with even more violence. So the calculus for me is there. Would I be advocating for it then? Who knows? But I mean, I don't know if I'd be able to have the space to be. I certainly wouldn't have the space to be a podcaster or like a media personality. That wasn't really a thing. To some extent, it was in the 1920s with the Algonquin Round Table and all the people from the New Yorker magazine. But they were all drunks. It was very much a weird kind of situation to be, I think.
What would you think you're doing? Look at a carnival. You look good in lipstick, so.
Well, thank you. I look at anything. Well, I don't know. I mean, you're not building robots. I mean, you could have been a Tesla, right?
Okay,
I didn't mean a car. I meant the person.
I understand. Oh, thank you for explaining the way
It wasn't really at all, because you wouldn't do an Einstein, because he was an immigrant.
So I wouldn't work with an immigrant. What does that even mean?
No, you would have been a Tesla-like figure. There was already a Tesla, so you would literally be a Tesla. So I said a Tesla.
Oh, Tesla. Okay, so thank you for the explanation. So Michael doesn't only make funny things; he also explains them for you.
It wasn't
A
funny.
man explains them.
It wasn't funny at all.
That I agree with. Okay, so yeah. All right, I'm downgrading you from 9 down to an 8. If you keep talking like this, 5 is a real possibility. All right, so vacuum is the kind of vacuum that's created with violence is usually filled with a harsher figure. So you don't think violent revolution ultimately leads to positive progress in the short term?
Well, sometimes it does. The American Revolution, I think, was a positive example, and overthrowing the Tsar, which was done peacefully, was a positive example. But again, when violence happens, people get scared, and they want the violence stopped immediately, and that's a call for authoritarianism. We see it time and time again, and they also want retribution. They're like, bring this back to normal, and they don't really worry about things like civil liberties or things like that. It's a very, and then it also creates this space for invasion from foreign sources or demagogues. Like, oh look, they're killing us in the streets. Now you got to support me. It's a very deadly game, obviously.
I remember somebody told me that I forget where it was, but they told me that from the very beginning it was obvious that communism is an evil system or a system that leads to evil. And to me, at least, that's not. If I had to put myself at the beginning of the 20th century, at the end of the 19th century, that's totally not obvious. They are trying to elevate humanity, the basic worth of a human being, of a hardworking human being, of the working class, of the people that are doing the work and striving and just really trying to build up society with their own hands. It just seems like a beautiful ideal. So I guess the question is, can you see yourself believing in that, in the ideas of socialism and communism? Yeah, let's say if you were living in Russia.
Oh yeah, easily. So first of all, I don't think anything is obvious in politics. It's not obvious that everybody is better or the markets either whether you're for a welfare state or you're for or free markets. Not that those is obvious. Both of them involve an enormous amount of thought and background information. So when someone says something is obvious in politics, they really mean something is apparent. Well, it's not apparent on its face that if we all get together and promote a society based on equality and we all chip in, that to me is the promise of communism. And it was also very appealing to many people because it was new. So the idea was, all right, we've tried it these other ways. There's all these negative consequences. You have all these slums. You have people getting, fired, and then they have no recourse. You have women with 10 kids, and they can't feed their kids. Infant mortality. You don't have sanitation. You don't have food. Everyone's illiterate and uneducated. And then here's saying, look, we all chip in together. Everyone will have clothes. Everyone will have food. Everyone will be educated. Everyone will do their part. It's going to be rough in the short period. That's a very compelling case to be made for communism. It's really easy in many ways when something hasn't been tried to make it sound compelling, because you just talk about how great it's going to be, and then no one, people are always arguing about like Venezuela and Sweden, like, oh, you want democratic socialism to be like Sweden, you don't want it to be like Venezuela. The Venezuelans didn't vote for Venezuela; they voted for Sweden. They ended up with Venezuela. So I think, the thing with communism, especially at that era, it was very much correlated with people who were too smart for the remote, because they had the idea that if we're just put in charge, instead of these like business for people, or these heirs to great estates, if the people who are smart and get it, like us, I don't mean you and me, but the people at the time who were advocating for it, once we're in charge, since we're good people and we want what's best for everyone, we're going to make sure everyone's taken care of. And, they always talked about how much they cared about the little guy. And so I'm sure some of them meant it a lot. And then, look, if the guy in charge is very much concerned with the little guy, he's not going to slip between the cracks. And it's just going to be absolutely great. And we don't have to worry about, the capitalist class just basically exploiting people and having these huge estates while these people can't even feed their own families.
Since we have a little bit of momentum, can you steel man the case for socialism? At that time, and even today. I don't know if there's a rhyme, similarity to socialism is implemented at that time and what could possibly be implemented today. But maybe you can get into the two.
The Steelman argument for socialism is, if you have everything up to private industry, you do not have a guarantee that someone will fall between the cracks. And the other concern is, in any other context, if someone is, let's suppose, mentally ill, right, through no fault of their own, and or someone's handicapped, they can't feed themselves or mentally disabled or something like that. If you have everything up to charity, you see this with the endangered species, right? The species that are cute, it's easy to raise money for them, protect them. Some weird kind of frog somewhere that no one cares about, you can't raise money for it. People's interests are into what they find interesting. So if someone who's like not socially appealing in some way, whatever capacity, they're going to fall between the cracks and they're screwed. Under socialism, if you have a government taking care of everything, no one is left behind. You are guaranteed that the lowest of the low and the worst of the worst are still going to make sure that they're not starving in the street or just left behind. So that is a big moral case to be made for having the state running everything. In terms of economics, it's a lot harder, but the argument there would be it's not fair, a term which does not actually have a good meaning, but it's not fair that because you were born a Rockefeller and I was born in Poland, that you never have to worry about food for the rest of your life, whereas I have to worry about, paying for a doctor for my kid. Like you won this lottery when you're born, and now I have to be screwed and have to respect all your property. Why? So that is another strong argument to be made for socialism. And the other argument is, if you have a media apparatus that is operated under profit-seeking principles, it is going to feed into people's worst qualities, most basic animal-like qualities, sensationalist qualities, and will be used as a mechanism for capitalist control. Whereas if the government, which represents all of us, is running things, then everyone will have a right to have their voice heard and won't be manipulated. That's the argument.
What about the reaching towards the stateless version? Sort of, because you espouse the ideas of anarchism, it kind of has the same conclusion, which is reaching towards the removal of the state to where we, I guess, have some distributed reallocation of resources that are there.
But the thing is, the Marxist vision of the state withering away and becoming anarchism, it's really kind of like the underpants note, because it's like,
Tell me more.
I will. Step one, you have
Tell me
Marxism.
slowly. I'm sorry.
You have full communism, the state's running everything, including education. Step two, question mark. Step three, anarchism. So their idea was that after enough time, the nature of man himself was going to change. And then the government would be superfluous because we would all be equal, and we would all naturally or socially, whatever term they would use, want to act the part that we would need to do. And in fact, Reagan had a great joke about this, where there were two commissars, I think, in Moscow, and one of them, they're walking around, they're going, "Is this it? Have we done it? Have we reached full communism?" The other goes, "Oh no, it's going to get a hell of a lot worse." So, that's kind of the counter argument.
Do you think culture, society can change the nature of man?
No,
No matter, you don't think this idea that, for example, America has been founded on that all men are created equal, that idea can't permeate the culture and thereby change how we see each other, how we think of the basic worth of a human being, and
That's
thereby
not-
change our nature.
doesn't change. That's epigenetic. I don't think that changes the nature of man. I think, for example, if I say someone, and which I agree with, that someone is innocent until proved guilty, they're not literally innocent. They're regarded in a legal context as innocent, but that person is or is not a murderer or a thief or so on and so forth. So we can legally and ethically regard everyone as equal, but as Thomas Sowell pointed out, a human being is unique with himself over the course of a day. Twins who are genetic clones are not equal to one another. So it is a important thing legally, and it's a good yardstick, but it's not literally true.
But don't you think that law becomes ethics? So we that like idea of justice starts to start to internalize it. That we just the way we behave, the way we think about the world.
No,
Like,
I think it's complete red herring because no one is
no, you're right there.
okay. See what I did there? Zeniotka. Because people are still going to always prefer their family to strangers, or their in group to out group. So, in terms of you're going to have equality, that means it's going to not matter to you whether someone is your mom or someone is, someone down the street. And I don't see how that will ever become the case.
Do you think it would be possible if you were an intellectual, like you are at the beginning of the 20th century, would you be able to predict the rest of the 20th century?
No, I don't think at all. I think there was so many out of nowhere turns that no one would have seen them coming. And as an example, Lenin seizing power and making the Bolshevik Revolution a reality was regarded as utopian and insane. The fact that he pulled it off is close to miraculous, and it was quite literally unprecedented. The fact that that's a very big one.
Which aspect of it, sorry to interrupt, which aspect was hard to predict? That a singular figure, which is some ideas, would be able to take so much power?
And maintain that power and remake that society so drastically, so quickly, despite such opposition.
Also, not just a set of temporary protests by hooligans that lead to turmoil in the short term, but then stabilizes, but literally changes the entirety of society.
Yeah, Ludendorff, who's the German general, he's like, all right, we got to get the Russians out of World War I. He's the one who's like, all right, let's get this lunatic Lenin, who already tried and failed to have a revolution in Russia. Let's send him back there, and he's just going to cause problems for everybody, and it's going to be great because it's going to weaken Russia, and then our Eastern Front isn't going to have to be a problem. And then, to his surprise, that everyone else is, including anarchists and communists worldwide, they pulled off this October Revolution, and then for a while it's like, all right, I think my understanding is people at the time in St. Petersburg and in Moscow were like, boy, what does this even mean, right? Like, no one took it seriously. And then very quickly, you have to check out and secret police and all these other kind of implementations of the communist state, and people are like, oh, they're not messing around, but they're like, all right, this is not going to last for long. And the USA, the USA, we didn't even recognize the Soviet Union's legitimacy for a very long time. There were no diplomatic relations, and at a certain point, it's like, if you don't recognize Lenin and Stalin's government, who's the government of Russia or the Soviet Union? Is it the Tsar? Like, you have to recognize it. It's just they're not going anywhere. So that was something that was not, I think, very predictable. The Great Depression, in retrospect, there were certain things that were predictable, but it was not at all the case that it needed to last as long as it did in the States, as FDR made it do. So there's all sorts of things. I mean, if they fought Germany's remilitarization, World War II could have been prevented if you didn't have the Treaty of Versailles. If you have the hyperinflation, if you have Hitler, these are all, I think, choose your intervention moments where things could have gone in other directions. I don't believe this kind of idea. This is a very Marxist idea that history is inevitable, and once you start with certain premises, the contradictions kind of unfold. I think that's ridiculous.
So there's power in the Santa Claus outfit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fundamentally communist idea, right? Santa Claus, arbitrary redistribution of wealth.
It's not redistribution.
Well, at least I decide who's good or bad. Only I know this. And I mean, I am somehow getting funding from somewhere, right? Okay, then listen, I have so much to teach you.
You have a
Little
workshop.
Michael. Workshop? Yeah. And how many people do you think are employed in this workshop?
They're slaves.
Yes.
I don't know how many else in the workshop.
I think the rest of you didn't. No, anyway, and the red colors and everything. Is that the biggest holiday of all time, Christmas? Like, just in terms of the intensity of the festivities?
No, I think Christmas is a very recent phenomenon. I think historically it was not a big deal.
No, I know historically it's not been, but in terms of how much it captivates, how intense it is, I guess from a capitalist perspective, like how much is going on, how visual it is, how intense it is,
I think
how it grabs a whole population.
I think it's because the idea of Christmas is probably one of the most powerful holiday ideas. Easter's probably up there. Easter's obviously up there because you have Christ's resurrection, Christ died, his resurrection. So that's kind of a big one. But Christmas is this symbol of brotherhood and kindness and magnanimity. You know, one of the things I despise about our culture is this and something I'm fighting very heavily with this book, or at least attempting to, is this glorification of cynicism. This kind of like, oh, you like this song? That's cute. Stupid. Whereas Christmas is the one time of year where you can be happy and joyous and kind, and people don't get to roll their eyes at you. They get to stop being too cool for school, and they get to be like, you know, I enjoy your friendship. You're my sister, my brother, my dad, my mom, whatever. And it's it was Ayn Rand's favorite holiday. I adore it, especially Christmas in New York. And it's just this idea of like, even though we're cold and it's dark outside, you know, it's still this kind of like, it's still cozy. And let's hope the next year is, because with Russians, Santa comes on New Year's. So it's kind of like, let's make this next year an even better one. So it's very much the holiday of hope and joy.
And like love for family, for friendship.
And kindness and benevolence. Yeah.
And like almost that whole rat race of chasing material possessions and all that gets put on hold for a brief moment, which all goes quiet.
But it's also like giving people material possessions. Like, here, like, I value you. This is something that makes you joy.
Yeah, you write in the book, which, by the way, people should buy right now. If you support this podcast, or if you support the ridiculous outfits that Michael's wears, the more books you buy, the more outfits he's going to wear.
I've got my next two appearances on the show, Soothing Out of Burn This Bridge.
This bridge has been burning for a long time. We've been going across the road by canoe at this point. Next time we're going to be swimming.
How the hell are you going to swim? You're right out of lead.
Yeah, that's true. Sink to the bottom. Get dragged across by a rope. Okay. You write in the book, cynics like to lie and call themselves realists. Hoping for positive outcomes, they must be dismissed as being naive or utopian. Can you elaborate on this point, just like you said right now? It seems like I don't know if it's a fundamental characteristic of our society today or just societies throughout history, but there is a cynicism. You write in the Soviet Union, there was really this cynicism. But there is cynicism today as well, at least in like public discourse.
Yes.
Why does it happen, and how can we fight it?
I think it is easy to be like, everything sucks. I had my friend Lux. She was a blogger, and she was an author. She had this great line because we worked in media, and she's like, if you're ever at a party and someone starts talking about a new app or website, and you don't think about it, just say, "Oh, I was on that for a while, it sucked." And that's all you need to say. I'm like, Lux, that's a great line. But I think it is, and especially, I'm sure you experience this as well with your family. I certainly did with mine. There's this idea, especially in Russian culture, but in American culture to some extent as well, where if you have aspirations, I remember there was this show called Russian Dolls. It was, I just got it with the Matryoshka. Okay, I just got it. That's the name. Okay. The show was called Russian Dolls. It was on Brighton Beach, which is the Russian Jewish neighborhood of Brooklyn. It was supposed to be their version of Jersey Shore. It was a Lifetime no ratings. And I remember the last 4 episodes, they had to burn them, so they just ran it through like 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. a day. And there was this one scene where one of the girls, I forget her name, probably Natalia, and she'd been in college, and she had been wondering what she wanted to major in, right? And this story was so perfect, I'm sure I've told it before. And she took an aptitude test, and she went with her mom to get like mani-pedis or something. And she was, Mom, I've had like 80 majors. I didn't know what I wanted to do. And she was, I took this aptitude test. It really made sense to me. I am going to go to law school. I want to be a lawyer. This is something I enjoy. And the first thing out of her mom's mouth is, how are you going to be? And the girl, and I really related, because if you didn't have this Russian upbringing, you watched it, you would think her reaction was completely insane. She just lost it, just screaming. She's like, people pay for law school all the time. I'll figure out a way. Why is your first reaction to look for a problem? Why is your first response to be like, oh, wait, are you sure you've thought this through? I have been struggling with one problem for years, what I wanted to do for a living. And now, like, as soon as I solve this one big problem of identity, your first reaction is like, let's find a new problem. Why is that instead of let's figure out how we're going to go for it? And that kind of approach is so deadly, and it gnaws at you. And I don't like giving people advice, because who the hell am I? And also, if I don't know the context of the problem, I'm not confident enough to give advice. But this is a piece of advice that I do feel comfortable giving. If you are someone who has around you people who, as soon as you have any accomplishment or any hope, that their first reaction is, well, what about this? You have to get rid of them, or sit them down, maybe give them a chance. Because that is something that is so demoralizing, and it drains you. And it's like, the example I've used all the time. I say, if you want to be an author, right, you can go to any bookstore and look at all the shitty books, like the White Pill. And you could say to yourself, I could be this shitty author. You don't have to be Hemingway.
So people should buy your book. It doesn't take much. It really does not take much.
Shitty writing is all about. And boring.
Yeah, you just pick a random period in history and just write a bunch of crap about it.
Yes.
And put a pretty stamp on the cover and just go.
It was good. Yeah. But I mean, like for you, right? Like, not, you don't, I don't mean you left, right? the wolf bots. There's lots of stand-up comedians who aren't Jerry Seinfeld, right? If you want to be a podcaster, you don't have to be Joe Rogan. You can be someone who's got a medium audience and are enjoying it. So, like, the idea that, like, something has to be, you have to be a massive superstar or you're a failure is also ridiculous. That's cynicism.
I mean, you can even be a failed comedian like Dave Smith. This is a generic name I came up with as an example. I think he has like a podcast or something. So, yeah, not very funny. I don't know why he would call himself a comedian, but
Movies being ironic.
don't you think? Yeah. So even then, you could do something special.
I remember what you did with the movie theater. What's that?
I don't. Oh, you continue. Can you explain the jokes?
I'm not explaining jokes. I'm wearing lipstick. It's not enough.
Now I remember what you did to me in the movie theater. And you wore lipstick that night too.
Not when I was done.
People for sure will think this feels like a gay porn. Like a very long intro.
Because we're not wearing pants.
Yes, there's many reasons why this feels like this, and the outfits and just everything about this. My friend, I have stories.
I thought I don't have friends.
They're all suspiciously named either Lex or Lux for some reason. Like you lack complete creativity, just like in the writing of the book.
Or lots.
It's like you didn't even use like the thesaurus for your book. The same words over and over and over. The sad thing about the cynicism is like I don't think it's just a Russian thing. I think the people.
Let me interrupt because I didn't finish what you were saying earlier. In America, it's not just a Russian thing. In American culture, if you have like a sitcom or a musical, it's regarded as less legitimate than a drama, right? Like if something's got to be about someone struggling or someone suffering, whereas if it's like a joyous, happy story, like maybe something like Pixar, right? Like sure, they have conflict and they're going for something, but it's overall the background, the universe is taking in is very joyous and happy. That is regarded artistically as less legitimate than something which is dark and the background is despair. And that very subtly sends a very, to me, pernicious message that that what's real is despair and happiness is the aberration. And I think if you have that as your mindset, you're setting yourself up for maybe not failure, but certainly not happiness.
Yeah, but that's in the figures, the ideas that the culture elevates. But in the local personal life, parents and teachers, that still happens a lot. In Russia and here, just my whole life, especially because I'm a weirdo, I've been kind of told to basically be less weird, be there's a kind of sense in where there's a certain path you're supposed to take in life, and every time you have a little bit of success on those very specifically defined paths, you're pushed to do more and more and more of those paths, as opposed to celebrating the full complexity of the weirdo that each one of us is. And I certainly am. And I just, teachers, even friends, and certainly family, have constantly been very cynical about my aspirations, my dreams, and so on. I think that actually created a deeply self-critical engine in my brain that I think it ultimately was productive, because it was also balanced by just an internal, maybe through genetics, thing I have of optimism about the world, of just seeing the beauty in the world. It is weird looking back how much people that love me were trying to bring me down.
Yeah,
It's so strange.
it's also very hurtful for me because when I graduated college, it was important for me to be self-made and not take money from my family. And I remember my grandma, this was a huge argument, an ongoing argument. And one time she, as she was leaving my house, she slipped money in under the door and I threw it out and it made me so angry. Where like 1 year for my birthday, she gave me like $500, which was a lot of money, when you're like 22, 23. And I was so pissed because that told me that they didn't believe that I'd be able to feed myself or make it on my own. And I understand their mindset, but it's like I wasn't, I was never hungry. Like maybe I couldn't. I remember I'd have to wait on the subway because I couldn't afford a cab. So that was a sacrifice I had to make. I had to make that half hour. So it was a huge source and remains a source of enormous tension and contention. And I think also, I'm sure speaking to your upbringing, in their minds, unless you're going into an office, you can't pay the rent. It doesn't make sense.
But there's, just like you said, forget the office, forget all that. No matter what, there's always, whatever you accomplish in life, you're always negative about your current position. You always come up with another problem, just like you said. It's like a self-generating problem box.
Yeah, I remember I didn't speak to my dad for a few years, but I'm like, let me give this guy another chance. And in that time period, Harvey Pekar, the author, subject of American Splendor, the movie, and author of the series of comic books, he and I became friends, and he was writing a graphic novel about me. And when I met with my dad, I'm like, oh, someone's writing a book about me. And he goes, I know, so. And it was one of those moments where I'm like, wow, you're an asshole. And not the kind of asshole I am. You're just like not a good person. And I don't know, or really at this point care, what the motivation, or if there was no motivation, what the visceral emotional reasoning for that. But that kind of thing is something I, much later now in life, have absolutely no tolerance for.
But in my own private life, I try to forgive and love those people. But it is, there've been a few in my life like this, and I think they are incredible people if you allow yourself to see it, but they're flawed. And so I try to forgive them. That said, it is true that the people that are close to you, especially family, have a disproportionate psychological effect on you. So you have to be very careful having them in your life too much. Like, one thing is to love them, and the other is to actually, allow yourself to flourish. Surround yourself with people that help you flourish. And like you said, the advice there is really powerful, especially early on, to have people that believe in you, in whatever crazy big dreams you have. pat you on the back and say, "You got this, kid."
And
So valuable.
here's the other thing: if you try and you don't make it to that Rogan level, it's okay. Like I have several books that I've written that are on my hard drive that have not been published, and there were a lot of work, and it was really disappointing when they went out and no publishers were interested in them. Maybe I'll publish them one day, maybe I won't. Point being, it's fine. I tried.
Is it a romance novel?
One is a
Gay romance novel? Does it have a Santa? A guy in a Santa outfit?
Please stop asking me to send you gay pornography. He's calling me up all hours of the night. I need more gay porn. I need some ones. I only have zeros. No.
Yeah.
No, this one almost got a book deal. This would have been 16 years ago. It was a Ladlet novel. Ladlet. It's like a corned beef. A corned beef about a boy. So there was a little mini genre of these books about young men trying to struggle their way through. It's a whole little. There's a whole little series. The Fight Club is adjacent to that. It's not literally Ladlet.
I feel like you would write a great Fight Club.
You know, Fight Club is much, and Chuck Palahniuk, to my understanding, admitted this. Fight Club is one of the few things where the movie is better than the book.
But the movie is so iconic. Yeah, for sure. But still, isn't there a particularly like philosophical? It's kind of like David Foster Wallace novels, doesn't Fight Club capture some moment in time? That's very kind of.
I was hanging with Kurt Metzger a couple weeks ago, a comedian, very famous.
Name drop.
Yeah, hey Kurt.
Watch out.
And he had this great story. He was hanging out with Patrice O'Neill, the late comedian.
Name drop.
With the great guys the whole time. And Patrice goes, Kurt was talking about how much he liked the book or the movie Fight Club. And Patrice like, that is the whitest book on earth. He goes, your problem in life is you don't have enough violence. Your problem in life, you need someone to beat you up. That's not a problem.
Yeah, well, but still, it is a white book, but it still captures a kind of anger and angst in a certain subculture in society.
Yes.
That's really powerful. That probably led to, in some part, to the thing you wrote about that you write.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it was this kind of like, there's that line in the movie where Edward Norton says, I'm a 30-year-old boy. This kind of question of what is it, sorry to be Matt Walsh, but what does it mean to be a man, right? What does masculinity mean? Why are so many men at such a young age feeling so lost? This idea that, like, if I fill my house with nice furniture, that's still not going to be fulfilling to anyone.
Matt Walsh is
he's from the Daily Wire. He's just a documentary. What is it?
Can you explain? I don't know who he is.
So Matt Walsh is someone who works at the Daily Wire.
Yes.
And he just recently did a documentary called "What Is a Woman?" I think it was called. And he went out to lots of people working in gender theory and all that thing. And he asked them to he went to the Maasai in Africa, the tribe, and talk to people about transgenderism, non-binary, which is a word I know you hate. And the documentary was surprisingly well done.
Is that like a surprising?
Well, because Matt is very aggressive on Twitter. We follow each other, and there was a lot of opportunities in this film for him to really be like, oh, and instead, to his credit, he let the people speak. And it's possible it was edited a certain way. Of course, it was obviously edited, but when he just asked them, can you just define woman for me? Playing dumb. We're not playing dumb, just saying, what's your opinion? A lot of the people he was speaking to were getting extremely agitated. So it worked in that kind of context as well. It was not his usual style.
Speaking of which, do you ever regret your behavior on Twitter?
There were a couple of times, but very rarely.
Can you describe the big strategy before we dive back into the October Revolution?
My strategy.
Do you have a strategy, or does it come from the heart?
It comes from I want to have fun. That's literally what it comes down to. It's like this is what is in there?
I'm very cheeky. I have the holiday spirit.
It's eggnog.
It's hilarious. I did not sleep much last night. It's I think the second time we talked, or the third time, the second time, I stayed up almost all night.
Oh, I know. I keep track of when you come to bed.
Yeah.
So my door camera points to your garage, so I know when you're leaving for a cup of coffee.
My camera points at you from the inside, but I shouldn't have told you that now.
Let me ask you this, because this has been bothering me. There was a chair that you threw out, and I was looking at my camera, and I'm like, let me see when you threw this out. And then one time you went to the garbage and you adjusted it to make it stick out of the garbage even more. What were you doing there?
What was I? Oh, to make sure that people know there's a chair on it.
Was that really?
Well, like the garbage person, so they know it's the chair, so they don't get like. I always think I don't want them to get like hurt. Or whatever.
Oh,
Like they open the thing, it's like chair. I don't know. Yeah,
it's really odd.
I didn't know how to get rid of a chair. It was broken. It was
Yeah.
like cracked. And it was a
So
problem.
Twitter for me, my point is to have fun. It's also fun to kind of smack down people who I regard as bad actors, and also kind of to promote news that I find interesting that maybe isn't as commonly part of the culture as it might be.
Do you think sometimes you draw too broadly the category of people that are bad actors, thereby sort of adding the mockery and the cynicism in the world?
I don't think mockery and cynicism are at all synonymous. I think cynicism means everyone sucks. I don't think everyone sucks. I think it is non-deniable that a lot of people suck.
What if I told you most people don't suck? Could you steel man the case that most people suck?
Sure, I can do it in a cynical way, honestly. It's quite a cynical way.
Yeah.
I think most people are neither here nor there. Most people just kind of go with the flow. They're amiable. Human beings are social creatures. They want to get along. They don't want to cause problems. They don't have the capacity to be the target of a problem. So most people, I mean, if most people sucked, then going anywhere would be an excruciating ordeal, right? Like literally, like the airport's annoying, but if most people suck, it would really be. Going to the supermarket would be really annoying. So I don't think most people suck, but I do think that in public discourse, there are lots of people who are dishonest about their agenda. For example, if I'm, I could be someone who has been promoting a certain ideology, but I'm in the payroll of a candidate, or my think tank needs this to happen, or I'm being paid for something like that. So that sort of thing I think happens all the time. There's the line I have in the book, Upton Sinclair. I forgot how he worded exactly, but it's very hard to convince someone of something if his payroll depends on him not being convinced of it, right? So I think things like that are, and the thing I'm really excited about with what Elon's doing with Twitter, and I'm just ecstatic about this, is to have the context now. So you'll have a politician making a claim, and they're going to word it in certain ways. Like my favorite example is when people if you look at the years 2002 to 2020, terrorism in America, it's like, did anything happen in 2001? Is there a reason you coincidentally started in 2002? Like things like that. So when people are manipulating things to force an outcome they want and to promote an idea that they want disingenuously, to have that underneath that in Twitter now, where the audience provides context, I think is something extremely useful. And it's a great way to nip propaganda in the bud. And propaganda pervades the entire political spectrum.
The interesting thing about Twitter is also the discussion about free speech and so on. I think it's interesting to discuss free speech and the freedom of the press in the context of the Soviet Union.
Sure.
Let's return to the October Revolution.
Yeah.
What was the October Revolution? Who was another? What's some interesting aspects of this human being and also this moment in history that stand out to you that are important to understand?
I think the interesting thing about Lenin is he was a zealot and he was a visionary and he really kind of meant it. And I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but Lenin also was someone who was strategic. So at a certain point when they were trying to advance communism throughout the Soviet Union and the costs were outweighing the benefits, he did a strategic retreat. He did the new economic policy. You had a rise of kind of these small capitalists coming back. You could hire people again. And for the hardcore people in the Soviet Union, hardcore communists, this was a huge betrayal. It's a step back. He didn't do it because he was some kind of crypto capitalist. He did it because he said, all right, we know where we got to get to, but we have to go at a certain pace. And we have to adjust as we go along. So to have someone who is that much of an ideologue and that much of a visionary, but still to have any element of pragmatism to him is, I think, a very rare combination.
And that pragmatism, do you think that's ultimately where things go wrong? Sort of, that's where you sacrifice the ideas.
Pragmatism in this case was good because by taking a step back, he kind of gave himself some breathing room to allow the revolution to continue, to win the Civil War. There was a big moment where Germany, it's just, there's lots of like funny anecdotes that I learned while researching this book. So, they were, Germany and Russia, they were negotiating a ceasefire because Germany wanted Russia out of the war. And basically Germany was like, all right, we'll let you leave, but you have to sign this treaty and basically hand over all this land that we're currently occupying. It was parts of Ukraine, parts of Poland. And Lenin tells Trotsky to stall and just run the clock because he was of the belief that now that they've taken power in Russia, you're going to have a worldwide workers' revolution. He's like, just stall them. And he stalled, and at a certain point, Germany's like, all right, you're signing this tomorrow, or you're invading. And Trotsky basically said, yeah, so we're leaving the war, but we're not signing anything. And Germans are like, what? It's like, yeah, well, that's what we're doing. So, and basically, eventually, he had to sign the treaty and cede huge parts of the land and a lot of money. And this was a very precarious moment for him to maintain control of Russia. And people were telling him, like, you've lost huge amounts of territory. You blown it. You should be in jail. And he's like, watch your mouth, because if you look forward to the future, it'll be clear which one of us is more likely to be the one ending up in jail. And he was actually right.
This was Trotsky or Lenin?
This is Lenin saying this to Karl Radek.
So who are these figures here? Who's Trotsky? Who's Lenin? Who's Stalin? What are some interesting aspects of all of this? What are, sort of just to linger on it, the personalities, the ideas that were important?
Well, Trotsky came late to Bolshevism. He was really the brains, in many ways, of the October Revolution. He was an amazing strategist. He never forgot that he was an amazing strategist, had a very high opinion of himself.
And by the way, the October Revolution, 1917, that's a key moment. Of course, the Russian Revolution lasted a long time, but this was a key moment of a phase shift towards success of the Bolsheviks.
That was the moment. That was like, all right, we are the government now, and now we have to make it. Like Thomas Jefferson said. I think it was Thomas Jefferson. No, Ben Franklin. A republic, if you can keep it. It's like, all right, we've made our own kind of government if we can keep it, because that was the big question. You have an international blockade. You have the white armies, the Tsar's forces who want to restore Tsarism, or at least the parliament from right before Lenin took over. So this was a big kind of, no one's was, in some ways it was like the 2016 election. It's like, all right, we voted in Trump. Well, what's this going to look like? Like no one had any idea what a Trump presidency was going to look like. All we knew was this guy's on Twitter running his mouth, he's insulting people, and he's had all these views, some are over here, some are over there.
And the funny thing is, the Russians hacked both elections.
It was so Trotsky was, Lenin's right-hand man, and he was, enormous. And to this day, he remains this kind of figure who is supposedly a less authoritarian, anti-Stalinist version of communism that people can endorse. And Stalin, of course, was Lenin's successor. At first, there was a triumvirate running Russia as Lenin was great strokes. Then very quickly, not very quickly, but gradually, then suddenly Stalin became an absolute dictator, and he had a series of purges and so on and so forth, which solidified his control over the country.
And of course, for Stalin, Trotsky later, but throughout, as you write, seemed to almost take on a supernatural character, wherein everything that went wrong in the USSR was due not just to his views, but to his direct orders from abroad. And, of course, George Orwell brilliantly, probably my favorite book of his, which is Adam Frog, and also 1984, portrayed Trotsky as a snowball in Animal Farm, and Emmanuel Ghosting in history before. It's this embodiment of this evil that we always have to be fighting. And you need that in order to hold on to power. You always have to have that enemy.
Right. So that, I mean, that's something I talk about in my book as well. When things start going wrong, they always have to have scapegoats, right? And there's this Russian thought, what the Russians like to do is you can't say things out loud, but if you make jokes, you can say unspeakable truths. And there's this one thought where there's a Russian leader and things are going bad, and he looks in his drawer and there were 2 letters from his predecessor. And he opens the first letter in a panic, and the letter says, advice, and the letter says, blame everything on me. So he goes out there and he's like, oh, my predecessor sucked, he was terrible, blah, blah, it's his fault. And everyone's like, okay. And then there's a calamity again. And he's like, crap. So he goes back at his desk and he reads the second one, and it says, sit down and write 2 letters. So when things start going wrong, as they constantly did throughout the history of the Soviet Union, or any, totalitarian, authoritarian country, someone has to be the blame. Since we know that our ideology is true and scientifically true, if it's not working in reality, given the perfection of the ideology, someone must be intentionally undermining it and causing a disconnect between thought and reality. And in the Soviet Union, there was the kulaks at one point, then it was the wreckers, the doctors. It was just different. There was always someone, Trotsky, who was called a fascist and was accused of plotting with Hitler and all this other stuff.
And you also write, the problem with communism is that eventually you run out of possible scapegoats.
Scapegoats.
Scapegoats. You run out of boats.
You do run out of boats.
Who's going to carry them? Eventually you run out of possible scapegoats. It's my second language. This English thing. I'm a failed podcast here. I'm a failure. Eventually you run out of possible scapegoats for failure, at which point acknowledging that even noticing that something was wrong itself becomes a point of treason.
Yeah. So I saw that in North Korea, right? Wherever you went in North Korea, something was wrong. So if you have 4 buttons for the elevator when we were mismatched, every wall had a crack, every floor had a stain, the bathroom would be rusted through when you want to flush the urinal. But if you are someone who points this out, you're a troublemaker. And you're saying something's wrong, you're criticizing the operation. First of all, you're threatening the person who's in charge, because now they are incompetent, and now that's a big red flag for them. But second, if you're just going around saying this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, even if it's objectively true, you're a troublemaker, you're a counter-revolutionary. So at a certain point, everyone just has to put on blinders and pretend that everything is fine. And one example I used in the book, an extreme example, was there was a photography professor, and he pointed out to his class, and he was an older man, that before the revolution, the quality of photographic paper was better. And he was, I think, executed for this heresy. So, yeah, you have to pretend. I'm reading a book right now about the Chinese Cultural Revolution, and there was an academic, I forget his name, Yu Shi, I think, and he points out that in these countries, not only do you not have freedom of speech, you don't have freedom of silence. You can't just sit there quietly. You have to say how great things are and how much you're enjoying and how wonderful they are, instead of just keeping quiet, because if you keep quiet, that's suspicious. They're always singing those songs about how happy they are and how great everything is. And if everyone else is singing, who are you to sit not sing?
Yeah, those pictures, especially when Stalin giving speeches and everyone's applauding, right? And he dictated, and you don't want to be the first person that stops applauding.
Stalin had to have a button, is my understanding, at a certain point to tell people to stop applauding, because like you said, you're the first one to stop clapping, people are going to notice. And why'd you stop clapping? You don't like Stalin?
Just imagine being one of those people clapping.
But that's the thing. They always had a sword over their head, and they all had a lot of blood on their hands too. It's a very, very precarious life.
But there's also, 1984 does a good job of this. What is that, like 2 minutes of hate or something?
Yes.
You lose yourself in hysteria. There's some level of which, at first, it's sacrificing your basic individualistic ability to think, but then you get lost in this kind of wave of emotion, and you give into it. You allow yourself. It's like a mix of fear and then anger, and you direct that anger towards like Snowball or Trotsky or whoever. And what is that?
And you're also losing yourself in the crowd.
Yeah, you're
Because
losing.
you're like, it's not just I'm angry. Everyone I know, we're all angry together. So you really are becoming a part of something bigger than yourself and having this kind of communal, very primal emotional experience. It's like the opposite of Thanksgiving, of Christmas, right? Christmas, we're all together. Everyone's sharing their joy. Everyone's sharing their love. This is the opposite, literally the opposite. Like everyone's together sharing their hate and anger and rage, but you're all kind of having a holiday.
But I wonder what it's like to be an independent thinker in those moments. Like allow yourself to think.
But we know because there were a lot of them, and they were all punished enormously.
They can be noticed. You can notice them.
Oh yeah, you can notice it in America. America's a big country, but when people start asking too many questions, it's like, where are you going with this? You know, like if you're in an office, even in a corporate setting, you're a troublemaker. You're just, you're making problems for everyone. Why can't you be normal? Why can't you be just like everybody else? So people do not like having to be made to think, and they certainly despise having to be made to justify themselves, because that's a threat to their status and to their power. And this applies in totalitarianism. It applies to, Dunder Mifflin.
I still can't believe you're wearing lipstick.
I'm not.
Goes to show you can lipstick in the face.
Yeah, snowball. I think you've just been on a bender. That's what I think.
It's been rough. It's been rough. It's been rough. I feel like I can be myself in this outfit. Like I honestly feel like I could just go around in this outfit. Just be weird. Because everyone will accept you if you're wearing a Santa outfit. Like you can say anything in the Santa outfit, right?
Have you seen Bad Santa?
Yeah,
My favorite comedy.
exactly.
You can't say anything. You can like fuck stick.
How did Stalin come to power? If we return back to those early days, post the October Revolution, Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin, how did he come to power?
So what Stalin did very cleverly, he worked the system. But he was very much in the background. And what he did better than Trotsky is he was much more a politician. He was a glad-hander. He made friends within the party. He made people feel respected, appreciated. And Lenin trusted him. After Lenin's stroke, Stalin was basically the one who was keeping track of him. Lenin asked Stalin at one point to kill him, because after the strokes he was incapacitated. Stalin talked him out of it. But at the same time, Lenin was like, if I need someone killed, like this is who I need to talk to. Stalin, if you look at photos of him when he was young, he was a stud. He was a gangster. He was a bank robber. And he basically worked the system, and you had the Trotskyites on one hand, who was more to the left. Stalin's big, I would call it a heresy, was he put forth the idea of socialism in one country. Whereas it's like, we're just going to make it work here in what became the Soviet Union. The Trotsky idea, and this is really kind of a Marxist idea, is that the workers' revolution has to be worldwide. This is just a worldwide kind of new era of humanity, where Stalin's like, no, we're just going to make it here, and then later behind what became the Iron Curtain. This was an ideological division between the two, but what happens in totalitarian countries, it happens in any kind of, like, when you have intermingling of like religion and government, things that are like ideological disputes, like the Arian heresy. The Arian heresy of Christianity is that Christ is subordinate to God the Father, right? Whereas the contemporary Orthodox version, it's three gods, one God, three persons. Basically, they're all co-equal aspects of God in heaven. But that was an excuse to be like, you guys are evil, you're on the side of the devil, we're going to kill you. So these little disputes about ideas are often a convenient cover for people to have a power struggle in the guise of being like, it's not that I'm about wanting to be more powerful, I'm just on the side of the truth, and you're speaking lies, and that's dangerous to the revolution, to the true faith. So he squeezed, but the thing is, Trotsky had the seat in his own defeat, because per Trotsky, the party is always right. You cannot be right against the party, right? So if you have this kind of party structure, and the party is saying you're wrong, as an individual, you are wrong. Because the collective is what makes decisions. The collective, the workers, are who have the knowledge and the information. And it is important for you to kind of subordinate your selfishness, your individualism, to this created good. So he kind of set himself up in many ways.
Is it clear to you why Trotsky lost that power struggle? See, you just explained that he set himself up, but you can see how different ideologies can be used to achieve different ends. Is there another alternative possible trajectory where Trotsky could have been at the head of the Union?
It would be very hard because he was Jewish. So when they were seizing power, Trotsky explicitly said, "I can't be in charge of Jewish." So the Soviet Union remained extremely anti-Semitic. One of the reasons so many Jews became communists in the Soviet Union because the promise was, once the communists took over, we're not going to have pogroms anymore. Pogroms was you had these Jewish ghettos, and under the permission or encouragement of the Tsar, just gangs of people go through killing, raping, robbing, stealing, rioting for days. It was just a massacre. And the idea was like, under communism, everyone's going to be equal. We're not going to have this anymore. They still had it, but to a lesser extent. But since Trotsky was Jewish, his real name's Lev Rothschild, it was almost impossible to have a scenario where he was going to be in charge. And Stalin fed into that to some extent. Also, this kind of idea of Jewish nationalism. It's like, okay, he doesn't really have loyalty to Russia. And many of the people who were Jewish were high up in Stalin's government administration. They very much had to prove their loyalty to communism as opposed to Judaism.
Throughout the 20th century, what was the relationship between communism and Jews in the Soviet Union? What's, in terms of anti-Semitism, the ups and downs of anti-Semitism? It seems like it was lesser and greater in different parts of the 20th century.
Well, it's the kind of thing where if something was bad, there's this Russian rhyme, like "Если the world is primitive, like if there's no water in the sink, who drank it? All the Jews. So if something goes wrong, there's just a convenient historical scapegoat. It's the Jewish thing. So this is something that toward the end of his life, very much, and this is after World War II, Stalin was getting ready for another kind of series of pogroms where all these Jews were getting kicked out of their jobs. Jewish doctors were getting sent to the Far East instead of being in cities. The newspapers started talking about cosmopolitans, which was a term the Nazis also used to kind of regard Jews as others or as aliens. And this was going to be, and they were very clever about it. In Pravda, they would kind of talk about this. In Pravda, there were articles that letters to Hitler were like, things are getting so anti-Semitic. We really should round up all the Jews and send them elsewhere for their own safety. So they were kind of setting the ground rules or the basis to have this sort of program come back. But spoiler alert, Stalin dies, and immediately all of this gets reversed, and the new administration rehabilitates the doctors who were accused of trying to hurt him and all this.
What is it about the scapegoat in society? Are we always going to be looking for scapegoats? What do you learn from human nature that this is?
I think there's a book called The Nurture Assumption, and I discussed this in The New Right. And what the author learned is that humans define themselves by opposition. So if you have a group of people and it's kids and adults, the kids will see themselves as kids as opposed to adults. If the adults leave, the kids see themselves as boys and girls. I'm not a girl, I'm a boy, I'm not a boy, I'm not a girl. So they divide. So this idea, this very lefty idea that human beings naturally all get along is not accurate. And the best example of this is look after 9/11. Look where there's a war. Nothing unites population. It's not like when times are thriving that everyone's all working together. When things are bad, there's an enemy. It's the Japanese at Pearl Harbor. It's Al Qaeda. That's when everyone really comes together because now we have someone to be against. So there will always be someone has to be the out group, and we have to be the in group as opposed to them.
But there's a viciousness to the actions you take towards the out group that varies throughout.
Yes.
Some, like the degree of viciousness across the line towards atrocities, towards genocide.
Right.
That's the question of why does it sometimes do that? why does it sometimes cause genocide? I understand it's a useful thing to have the other to blame as well, especially when times are rough. But why does that sometimes lead to sort of action that says, I'm going to murder, I'm going to torture you?
The question really is why sometimes it doesn't.
Right.
And one of the things I learned when I was doing the You're Right is a lot of the Nazis, loosely speaking, they're Nazis, they make the point of like, oh, when the Holocaust happened, it really wasn't a big deal. It only became a big deal the decades later. And this just shows the power of Jewish influence. And I'm like, this to me is a great thing. It's a great thing that we sat down pretty recently, historically, and we're like, wait a minute, guys, when we have a war or we have conquest, you don't have to just start killing everyone. Like, this is something that's bad and wrong. And certainly in the last 60 years, 70 years, this is something people have come to take for granted. But that wasn't the case before. It would always be, or not always, but often, if you conquer, you just go wild and just start slaughtering masses of people. It's who's the guy from Harvard? And he, Stephen Pinker, I'm sorry, you guys. So he just talks about, like, we know this is one of the reasons also why there was so much skepticism when the Holocaust started, because this was regarded as something that was barbaric. This is from the Middle Ages, from biblical times. We don't do this anymore. We're civilized now. So genocide is historically normal. I think it's also harder to pull it off emotionally when you have the visuals, and when you have the audio, and when you have the voices of the people being slaughtered. You don't know, this was 2,000 years ago, and people, in the Bible, they go kill this group of forever. We don't have their names, we don't have their visuals, we don't have anything. But when you see someone being like, there's a book about, I think, the Rwanda genocide, and the title is, "We regret to inform you that tomorrow we will be executed with all of our families in a telegram." And like, when you get a telegram like this, it's very different than reading some history book about, the Assyrians killed the Phoenicians. It's like, I don't know who this is, I don't know who that is, right? So I think this is something that has changed very recently. There was this kind of interesting moment just that speaks to the way technology has liberated people from violence. Kristallnacht, which was a moment in the lead up to the Holocaust, where basically, it was Hitler's blessing. You had a nationwide burn of Jewish businesses, synagogues burned down, and Kaiser Wilhelm, the Kaiser, he said, "For the first time, I laughed at Paris future." But that was a moment where worldwide, even plenty of people who did not think very highly of Jewish people were like, "This is Iraq. This is 200 years ago, 100 years ago, making that literally crystal clear. There's an out group and we hate them and we're going to kill them and it's fine."
Do you think it's even more difficult now with the internet?
Yes. I'm not now more difficult. This means it doesn't happen or it can't happen. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying, we know a lot about what's going on in North Korea. Probably the most secret country on earth. There's a lot of atrocities in Eritrea, which is kind of known. So I think it's also like, if you think about it, if you're how many years ago, 300 years ago, you only know the people in your village, and they're all probably going to look like you, so on and so forth. Whereas now, if I'm on social media and there's someone from any country, and maybe the picture looks a little different, use the same picture as somebody else, but they're putting forth their ideas, you do see the humanity in them, and you do see a sense of familiarity and familial bond with them. And when you hear about these things, when I did Dear Reader, no one, and I was at Al-Qaeda and I was at Alex Jones, no one pushed back about like, oh, the North Koreans. They were all like, this is horrible. If I had a magic wand, I'd give them food. I wouldn't have them live in fear. And this is something that I don't think was the case a couple hundred years ago.
That said, I'd love to get your thoughts about what's going on in Iran, protests. It seems like the regime there is able to crack down on violence.
My thoughts about Iran, there's something else about Iran that's interesting. This whole idea of careful what you wish for. Because people have this idea, and something I kind of, one of the reasons I have to like is Americans really are very naive about the nature of people, right? They really think that a dictator has a weird mustache and he's banging the table and he's like a crazy person. And it's often not the case. But they also think If something is bad, therefore the alternative is going to be better. So you had the Shah of Iran, and he was kind of authoritarian. He's not a good guy. So in 1979, there were a lot of people like, this guy's horrible. He's oppressed the Iranian people. Let's get him the F out of there. He's so bad that whatever comes after it has to be an improvement. And it's like, no, that if you think, I mean, this drives me crazy when conservatives are like, Joe Biden's the worst president we've ever had. Like, this is destroying America. I'm like, you have no idea how bad things are. The fact that you are in a position to complain means we got a ways to go.
And every time you say that Donald Trump or Joe Biden is the worst president ever, I want to smack them up. Because you're allowed to say that.
Yes, yeah.
It's like, I just let it, it's like music. Because you're allowed to be pretty, in response to a president's speech.
Yeah, yeah.
And it still lives there, and nobody,
Yeah.
which is a rare thing in history.
Yes.
It's a rare thing. It does seem that Iran, current regime, seems to crack down on education channels. It's still, it's surprising to me how much power government have. That they could use violence to control the population,
Right.
and nobody's going to do it.
The
The rest of the world just watches.
But here's the thing, right? Because if the rest of the world starts doing too much, then they have a justification to crack down even more. This protests are not legitimate. This happens in concert with the Soviet Union. These are foreign provocateurs. This is meddling in our country. Curfew, lockdown, mandatory searches. Everyone's a spy. So that narrative is a very convenient one for people who are authoritarian. I know a lot of people who are Persian, as I'm sure you do as well. Very hardworking, very bright, great people, and all you could do is hope for a peaceful liberalization. Here's the people don't realize how liberal Iran used to be. Andy Warhol used to be friends with the Shah, and if you read his diaries, he talks about how he knew things were going well with the Shah because they had less caviar at the table. But like he was really kind of there's I think a poor understanding in America. I'm not sure why of what these liberal Muslim countries are like. I gave a talk in Bodrum, Turkey, which is a resort town in Turkey, and I had thought previous to that, or I had suspected, if push comes to shove and they have to choose people in Turkey between the West and like Al Qaeda, not Al Qaeda, but like hardcore Islam, they're going to choose hardcore Islam. You go there, and you're like, oh, this is like Los Angeles. That these people are so liberal, and they're the first to be killed. They're the first target. So that people like that in Iran are who my thoughts are. And I gotta tell you, like, nothing makes me more of a feminist than seeing the women in countries like this for the right to education, the right to dress as they please. Maybe we don't need them driving. That's okay.
There he is, with that characteristic brilliant humor. You're so loved for. You should probably be banned for on Twitter. I'm doing my best every time you tweet. I just report. Please stop this man.
You don't have like a script.
Exactly. Actually, funny enough, I do. But I don't abuse my power. I wear the ring like photo, and I respect it. It's not what your mom said last night.
She said you're hungry,
I'm not going down that road with you. I'm not holding hands another time. I learned my movie once. Okay. My close childhood friend is from Iran.
Oh wow, okay.
And I talked a lot. I wanted to go to Iran.
It's so far away.
I can see it from my house, my friend. Holds off to take that trip, even though it's just culturally So all the different little pockets of local cultures that make up Iran. I just heard so many amazing things.
Yeah, my friend Paul went there. He had an amazing time. He absolutely loved it. He loved the people were awesome. It was so interesting, very developed. Just like Tehran is, I mean, this is the history. Tehran is insane.
Yeah. I would really love to visit. Now we return back. I don't know how we discussed Iran, but let us stroll back to Stalin taking power. What role did the suppression of speech, the censorship, the suppression of the freedom of the press have Stalin? Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin.
Well, it was a very useful mechanism to direct public opinion and inform public perspectives and everything. So, first of all, there was a lot of news about how great things were. You have a bumper crop here, grain's never better. There's another anecdote where President Lenin is talking about how on Karl Marx Street in Kharkiv, there's all sorts of new skyscrapers being built, and it's just absolutely amazing. And some of the audience gets up and goes, "Comrade, I work on Karl Marx Street. I walk there every day. There's a ton of these skyscrapers." He goes, "See, that's your problem. You're trusting your eyes instead of reading something and learning from the papers." So there was this kind of disconnect between, I forget, you probably know the joke, like Pravda to Pravda, neizvestia, like Pravda means truth, but there's no truth to be had. Pravda is that kind of Russian line. The point is, it very much, and the other thing, this is, my mom was actually politically motivated, but she talked about how you didn't have to be smart to realize how dishonest it was, because one day someone is the great hero of the Soviet people, and the next week he's been a traitor and a classic enemy and the worst, and then sometimes they reverted, and it's like, okay, like they couldn't even keep their stories straight. And in fact, at a certain point when Gorbachev liberalized, they had to cancel tests because the history books had to be rewritten so quickly. So, and the thing that also with these newspapers is it was very monotonous, because you had the same message over and over. A lot of these papers were about kind of speaking to the lowest common denominator. Stalin's great, everything's great, overseas bad. So it very much was about not informing, but creating a certain perspective in public at large. And also, you were educated as a citizen on what you're supposed to think and say. So you have a lot of this was this kind of private truths, public lies situation. So you could read the paper at your factory. You could be like, "Oh my God, this guy Karl Radek's great." He's like, "Oh my God, yeah, he's amazing." You knew what to talk about, and you knew how to look at it as well. And then when you get home, you could just kind of be more honest with it.
But the question is, to which degree does this propaganda and this ideology infiltrate your actual thinking? You give examples of like scientists infiltrated science.
Oh yeah. So basically, Lysenko is the textbook example. Lysenko is in biology. So because Marxism is materialist, they didn't like the idea that genes pass on, from one generation to the next. So Lysenkoism kind of was a rejection of Mendel and that kind of genetics. And if you reject genes, you're really going in a bad direction in terms of biology. So unit biological program became an international laughingstock. At one point, Lysenko claimed he crossed a tomato and potato. You had things where they said they had nuclear, we have fission, but they said they invented fusion or heavy water, or hard water. It was. Point being, in cultures like this, your way to achieve status wasn't necessarily about your accomplishments, but about your loyalty to orthodoxy. So if you were saying things that got to a result that was congruent with the broader ideology as a whole, that was much better as a means of furthering yourself in the arts or the sciences than if you had something that was innovative. Because if you're innovative, it's like, well, how do I fit this in with the broader ruling ideology? The problem with totalitarianism, one of the many problems, is everything, literally everything, has to be perceived through the lens of ideology. So, and that is there were scientists who were arrested or at least fired because of their theories about sunspot developments, because it was regarded as un-Marxist. There was an epidemic, and all these horses got sick, and because the vaccine didn't work on the horses, the bacteriologists were arrested because they were regarded as reckless. Like, we gave you a job, you didn't do it, you're undermining the socialist state. So it's kind of a backward series of incentives, and it's designed to maintain at all costs the ruling ideological superstructure.
But you draw a small distinction between the ideology and the ideological superstructure and the propaganda. Aren't those kind of mixed together?
Well, the ideological is like in the sciences and what's true in genetics or what's true in astronomy, that doesn't really percolate out to the masses, right? So the Pravda is not, it may be covering this scientist is great or these discoveries are great, but it's not necessarily the same as day-to-day or glorifying political leaders.
But Pravda is a manifestation of the idea that truth can be conjured up.
Yes.
It can be constructed and it can be altered quickly, and then I wonder, to 1984 caricatures that, I wonder to what degree it really could control the way you think. That, like how many people it affected.
I can give you an example, a very easy one. So, again, with regarding North Korea. Kim, the great leader Kim Il-sung, who's the founder of North Korea, had a tumor on the back of his neck. And it was too close to the skull, the spinal column, so they couldn't operate on it. And throughout his life, it got bigger and bigger. And I got mixed messages in my research about whether North Koreans knew about it, because they always photographed it. And I met a refugee, and I asked her, like, did you know that he had this tumor? She goes, yeah. When people played him in the movies, they would, do makeup there. And she goes, it was an old war injury. And I go, why would a war injury get bigger throughout your life? And she just stood there, and she was like, holy creep, but she never questioned it. But it was the kind of thing where they put the idea in her head, and since there's no reason to question it, she just kind of went with it her entire life until I talked to Audrey. Hi, Audrey.
Hi, Andrew. I wonder what percent of the population is like that.
Here's the thing. If there's a cost to me questioning Lysenko as a great scientist and there's no benefit, why wouldn't I just go with what's going to keep me and my family safe?
But I also mean just the psychological. There might be a very local psychological cost. So not a cost of going to jail, but a cost like you got to kind of ruin the conversation by bringing it up. Kind of like, yeah. I'm just trying to.
It's like Debbie Downer, right? Yeah. But there's also the whole metaphor of, like, there's two fish in the river. One says, well, man, the water's really great today. The other one goes, what's water? Like a friend of mine, Adriana, her mom came to the West, and they went to a supermarket, and the mom just in front of all the Fanta, so just crying. And she's like, what's going on? She goes, they told us we had more food than you. And when something is, you can underthink this story. This guy's the enemy of the people. He was the hero. He just offended someone. This is bullshit. It's almost impossible psychologically to think I'm living in the Truman Show and that everything in the media is not just wrong, but a carefully constructed narrative and a lie. Like, what, they're never going to tell the truth? And how like, what? Like, and even if you do understand that, how would you even read between the lines and deduce what the truth is?
Yeah, it must have been a strange experience. The stories of soldiers, Red Army soldiers, World War II, as they go to different countries, even Romania, but in Europe, to understand that people live much better than they did than the soldiers that were producing.
And that's why a lot of times when they went back, Stalin had them killed, because they saw too much or sent to camps.
So just to linger on this idea of free speech. So there's constant discussion about free speech in this modern debate about social media and that kind of stuff. What's your take on it? Grounding it not in some kind of shallow discussion of free speech we have today, but more in the context of Pravda, like suppression of speech in Stalinist Russia.
I hate the term free speech because it's used in many different contexts. Some I agree with entirely, some I disagree with at all. I don't think everyone has something to say or something to have the conversation. And, I have my locals community, and it used to be, I think the boilerplate language is, come support free speech and discourse, and I changed that because I don't like that term. Because people will tell you with some reason that, oh, if you block me and put on Twitter, you're avoiding my free speech. So I don't like that term as a whole. But one of the points of the white pill, and something I see enormous parallels with today, if you have one news outlet or 3 news outlets with identical ideology, you're not going to be able to get to any kind of truth or any kind of useful information. It's all going to be pre-filtered for you. It's like a baby bird that you're eating the mother bird's vomit, right? But if you have what we have increasing now with technology, if you have a world where everyone has a camera on their phone, if you have a world where anyone can put their ideas out there, maybe they're banned from certain outlets, but they're not literally vanished like they were in the USSR, that is very healthy. That is something I'm enormously supportive of, because back in the day, if you only had the TV crews with cameras, you can only see what they're capturing and they could edit it. Whereas now, we saw this recently during COVID, right? You had these reporters with masks on. They're talking, but the cameraman isn't wearing a mask. So you have the people on the street being like, look, they don't believe it. Or as soon as they start filming, the guy takes the mask off and they film them. They go, you are lying. You don't believe this. You're putting this on for some purpose, whether you're going to take a seat mask or not. That person clearly does not. Is only putting on for show. So that's or crimes. It's people, are anti-police. They say, okay, the cop said this. Did he draw the gun on this guy necessarily? So on and so forth. It is so much better when everyone has access to as much of the information as possible and can make that informed decision themselves. Now, there certainly is space for informed people to go, no, this is what it looks like. If you look here, if you look there, it's cropped here, so on and so forth. But that's still much more useful than just having that 20-second clip that someone has decided to edit for you.
So like truth as a way of, because everything is so interconnected, truth, no matter what, is a way of finding its way to the populace.
And also, there's a big asymmetry in terms of trust. So if I tell you 100 truths and 1 lie, that lie is equal. I'm sure, because once you catch me, you don't have to kill someone every day to be a murderer, right? You only have to do it once. So if you catch me in a brazen lie, you're going to look at everything I say after that with an enormous grain of salt. So that is another big asymmetry in favor of truth. If someone trusts you, you have to be honest all the time, and you're going to make mistakes. You can own those mistakes. Be like, hey, this is why I made the mistake. This is why I said such and such.
But the flip side of that, which has been disheartening to me, is that people on the conspiracy theory side of things, I've noticed how easy it is to just call something a lie.
Yes.
And then that becomes viral. For some reason, there's a desire for people, for anyone who points out that the emperor's not wearing a clothes, even when the emperor is fully clothed. So I don't know what that is, but that really seems to mess with this truth mechanism. So when it becomes viral to call people a liar, whether they're a liar or not, it's like you feel like on unstable ground, because to me, that idea of revealing a lie that's told is a really powerful mechanism to keep people honest. But when you're like misusing it, crying wolf too much, well, it seems to break the stick. It makes me nervous, because there's also like
if someone is a liar, that is literally everything they say is a lie.
no, but what is a lie and what isn't? I just noticed that there's money to be made in calling out something as a lie. It's just the conspiracy theories. Straight up, the first thing, some traumatic event happened, give an explanation, but it's not the mainstream explanation. No matter what, whether it's true or lie, there's a lot of virality and money to be made. And that makes me nervous. Because it doesn't matter if it's true or not. It becomes anti-establishment ideas are viral whether they're true or not.
Sure, but I think establishment ideas are powerful when they're true or not. So
Sure.
I think
On the whole, I think you're right. And on the whole, it's good to test the power centers. But it just makes me nervous in our attention economy that the sexy thing seems to be the anti-establishment message, and then it feels like that becomes a drug, where you everything, anything the establishment says, anything institutions say, anything the mainstream says must be wrong because it comes from the mainstream.
I have that line that you're supposed to take one red pill, not the whole bottle.
Yeah.
I am certainly one of those people who is of the idea they are dishonest, far more open that they're honest. That said, there are people who are of the belief, to use an extreme example, that Trump is still the shadow president. And there's going to be these QAnon mass arrests. I thought this was something that like the Daily Beast made up to make fun of MAGA. But I was just on the phone with my buddy last night, and he was like, "No, if you go to Truth Central, they're like all over there, and if you just read them, they call you controlled opposition or grifter or so on and so forth." Truth Central, Trump's social media outlet.
Oh, Truth. No, Truth.
Yeah, but he forgot the name of it himself. So he's like,
Oh,
that's why I had to create.
You gotta explain the jokes.
You explain the joke. Do like the way Twitter puts the context. You gotta do the joke and then pause.
Like turn to the camera and explain.
And have a laugh track. Yeah, so people know where the jokes are. That's real humor.
Yeah. And then we just clap.
and then everyone clap. I think for the last 2 years, especially vis-a-vis COVID, the overwhelming message was the experts know what they're talking about, and if you are questioning this, you're a vax denier, and you basically should be read out of polite society. And one obvious counterexample to this was social distancing. If social distancing was efficacious, why were there no attempts ever to bring it back, right, when you had different waves? And if it wasn't efficacious, why was it so insistent that we all do it at the very beginning? In fact, in many places, you'll still see the signs on the floor where it's 6 feet apart. So there's an incongruity there. And I think we are forgetting, as a people, the intensity, and understandably to some extent, if you have this worldwide deadly plague, it's going to go where the leakiest hole is, so you really got to kind of get everyone on board. But to the vehemence with which we're told, we know what we're doing, this is the way to solve it. If you don't do it, you're causing mass death. That, I think, fed in very heavily to people's enormous sense of skepticism toward establishment sources.
Speaking of the plague, you open the book with
that quote from Camus.
strong quote.
Camus brings me to tears. And it's funny because I reread The Myth of Sisyphus, which I've been recommending to people. I'm like, this book isn't that good. But he's got his ethos is my favorite of all the philosophers.
Sounds like the myth of Sisyphus.
He says, all I maintain is that on this earth there are plagues and there are victims, and it's up to us, so far as possible, not to join forces with the plagues. And why I have that as the introductory quote to the book is I think morality and ethics are very, very complicated subjects. There's lots of gray areas where you don't know which way to choose. But at a base level, he has another quote that's ascribed to him, never actually said, but something about, is the duty of thinking people not to be on the side of the executioners. If you are, we should do whatever we can not to have blood on our hands, not to be murderers, not to want death. And that in and of itself is a big pill for a lot of people to swallow. We're all brought up, taught that war is a last resort. And yet when it comes to international affairs, it's always often a first priority. And people are champing at the bit that they start going in and killing people. And what war means isn't good guy soldiers versus bad guy soldiers. My concern is always with the civilians, with the kids who become orphans, with the wives who become widows, and things like that. And then the communities which are, ruined forever. So I love that quote of his. The book started, it was going to be a recontextualization of Camus' thought. I was going to rip off my old buddy Ryan Holiday, what he did with the Stoics, and do about Camus. And then when I started rereading Camus, I'm like, I've read more into him than is really there. And then it went into a whole other direction.
So you wanted to do almost like an existentialist manifesto. So like, one must imagine this is was happy.
Well, more like to move for today and what his philosophy could teach us, like Ryan did with his many books about the Stoics. Yeah. And it was going to be called The Point of Tears.
Live to the point of tears.
Yes, but the title was going to be The Point of Tears.
No, I know.
What man must
That's a good line, right?
He has so many good lines. Maybe it's not about
Probably shitty in bed though, right?
No, he was a big Lothario. He was pretty good. He got around.
What percent of the audience of humans on Earth do you think knows the word Lothario?
What percent of them have a computer? Look it up.
Lothario.
It's not some weird term.
Lothario.
Lothario.
Lothario. A man who behaves selfishly and irresponsibly in his sexual relationships with women. They're seduced by a handsome Lothario who gains control of financial affairs.
Oh, I didn't think. I always thought of this more as just someone who's like a stud,
Like a player. But no,
Yeah, player, yeah.
There's a malevolent.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, well then
Selfishly,
okay, that's not.
irresponsibly, and a man too. Although Ayn Rand would be proud. Selfishly.
Well, no,
What's wrong with
she wouldn't like that kind of selfishness. That's actually
Behaves. A man who behaves selfishly and irresponsibly in his sexual relationships with women. Huh. Yeah. Okay. So he was just a player.
No, maybe it's a stud. I don't think he was promiscuous particularly.
Nietzsche didn't get. He never got laid, right?
He had syphilis. He died of syphilis.
No, it was like the prostitute.
Was it? Okay, possibly, yeah.
No, I don't. You're asking me like I knew the guy. I had heard it from. He never had a deep, loving, fulfilling relationship. He had a very skewed understanding of the way he wrote about women. There's something he wrote to me and he said that's mischaracterization. That he was actually very respectful.
Yeah, but he had that line, "If you're going for a woman, bring a whip." Wasn't that him? Or was that Strowman?
If I were to quote you from your Twitter, I think I could make a very convincing argument that you're sexist, racist, and probably Nazi.
Well, like, you own like some of Hitler's stuff. I got the.
I rest my case.
I feel like I'm a Nuremberg. I'm gonna be hung by some tie. This isn't a tie; it's a noose.
You should have thought about that. You were saying all those things. Okay. Hey, what do you think of the leak of Twitter files?
I was so happy that Elon gave the information to Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss, who are both, by any metric, lefties, who are both professional journalists of long standing with great resumes. And overnight now they're doing PR for the World Whatever the party line was. The fact that you had all these corporate journalists now having to play catch up and not having control of the microphone, to me, was just absolutely amazing. I think transparency is what brought down, in many aspects, the Soviet Union, and what will bring down what negative aspects of the regime we have here. When you see the machinations behind the scenes, and then when you see the rationalizations after the fact, you realize, oh, these people are not acting in good faith. The fact that, for example, the New York Post article about the Hunter Biden laptop, and how the New York Times covered it as well, they didn't mention it in the Twitter made it so I couldn't even DM you the link to the New York Post article, which was a tool they had previously used only to prevent child pornography. So that shows to what extent they were willing to put their thumb on the scale. But it also shows that for any layman, when they're looking at this, to realize what you are perceiving as news or information is very much sculpted, edited, and guided by powerful people who have a vested interest in maintaining their power.
I think to me the important lesson is it's not a left or right thing.
Oh, not at all.
Any
Power
human
versus
being,
powerless, yes.
and also the important lesson there, I think at least in the case of Twitter, in our society, it's a slippery slope. You don't get there overnight. You start using it a little bit to slow down this information, just a little bit. You start sending emails to each other a little bit, and it becomes more and more you start forming justifications, you start getting more and more comfortable, kind of talking about the stuff. I think there are several ways to fight that. One is having hardcore integrity up front. So don't even open the door. But I think realistically, human nature is what it is. So I think the only way is through transparency. This is why I hate the fact they got politicized. I really hate that the right have run with it. Like, look, the left is planning the rigged elections and so on. To me, it shouldn't be left or right. It shouldn't be about politics. That transparency is good. Other companies should do the same. Facebook should do the same. And in fact, that transparency will protect Facebook. Will protect Google. Look, this is our situation. Tell us what to do, and we'll do our best.
I remember when I was writing the new right, Twitter's line was, "We're not going to tell you guys what the metrics are by which we ban or censor people, because then bad actors are going to navigate around them." And it's like, what are you doing? Like, just tell people in any establishment what are the rules for which behavior is permissible. If I go to a store, if I return the sweater, is it cash back, no refunds, or if I get store credit? You know what I mean? So that they were having this place which is presented as a huge international space for public discourse, and they're not telling you ahead of time, this is what we will tolerate, this is what we'll warn you about, this is what will kick you out overnight. That to me, crazy and outrageous. And I'm really pleased with to what extent Elon is being open with their policies. And what I really want to commend him about is, now I'm triggered, because one of the things that he took over, he's like, our first priority is getting rid of child pornography and child exploitation, right? That was, he's like racial slurs, homophobic slurs, anti-Semitic slurs, yeah, that's cool. Kids getting harmed is number one. And, he fired the old task force because they weren't doing their job. Eliza Blue, who she had been on this for a long time about people who were victims of child pornography, child exploitation, were emailing Twitter being like, these are my images, get them off. And they're like, too bad, porn is allowed on Twitter. He starts trying to crack down on it. This is a very hard problem because these bad actors have mechanisms to evade, being banned. They want to get their, for lack of a better term, product out there. Forbes magazine, who is an agent of the devil, had a tweet, and they tweeted this 9 times. Now that Elon here, Twitter's child porn nightmare has gotten much worse. They tweeted this 9 times. I looked up. Anyone listening to this, look at Forbes and do a search. They never mentioned this problem before. So now that Elon is doing something about it, now it's a problem for you. No, it's a problem. Elon's the problem. It's not the child porn that you guys had a problem with. And that, to me, is like, yeah, I understand that you think that Elon is a bad guy because he's upset your apple cart. This isn't a political issue. This isn't a gotcha moment. This is, all right, here are some tips. We talked to 10 experts, digital experts, and here are some techniques, Mr. Musk, that you might want to take from us free of charge that will help you solve this. That would be a great article.
And I just want to use this opportunity to say quite clearly and strongly that even though Twitter and other parts of the internet are interpreting some of my statements to mean I'm right, in this case, meaning leaning right, right wing, and in other cases, leaning left, left wing, I'm not. I'm apolitical, or at least I try to be in my thinking. Take one issue at a time. I do take an opinion on each issue at a time, but I hate camps. I try to avoid political camps in general. It sucks that promoting transparency in this case, or celebrating transparency, is somehow connected to being right wing.
No, it's being made into a supposed euphemism for being right wing.
It sucks. It sucks, even though I'm wearing a red suit. And it's this weird red themed conversation.
Well, the revolution was the color of blood.
Okay, you mentioned New York Times bestseller. You chose to self-publish.
Yes.
We just linger on that decision. What are the pros and cons of self-publishing?
The cons are it is acceptable in our current business climate or cultural climate for corporate media outlets to pretend the book doesn't exist. So basically, and there's reason for it. I can make the case for them pretty easily. If someone's doing it themselves, who is this guy? Some crowd writing crazy stuff in his basement, right? It's a little different, I think, for me because I'm an established author. C-SPAN gave me an hour on TV.
It's still practical.
It'll crack established. For Dear Reader, I think I was the first one to get an hour on TV for a book that I did myself. So there is space for that. It didn't go through a vetting process the way a book going through a corporate publisher did. So those are the minuses. The pros are I can drop it and publish it immediately. If you go through a corporate publisher, you have to wait a year. You can do what you have the book you want instead of getting past the editor. And some editors are very, very good, and there's a whole spectrum. Some of them not so good. I know the best, and the real killers.
All right, there's people on both sides.
Yeah, there's and I don't mean the white nationalists who I condemn totally. So, but the thing is, in terms of money, you get 6 times as much profit when you self-publish than when you go through a corporate publisher. The buck stops here. It's, in one of my books that I co-authored, I won't even mention the name. There is a typo, and they don't care. They didn't fix it for the paperback edition. Here, since I'm going through Amazon, there's a typo. I can fix it live and updates.
Oh yeah?
Yep.
You can just update it.
Yeah. So that's very
You
useful.
do like a Fight Club thing where you can insert like a dick pic in one of the pages.
Okay, why do you keep texting me to send you dick pics? Talk about North Pole.
Justin, you're all right.
All right, I get it.
I'm not the introvert.
I get it. North Pole. I get it.
Yeah.
The other advantage, just socially, is I think people are, like I found this with the Kickstarter I did for Dear Reader, people are much more excited to buy it and promote it and talk about it when they know you're doing it yourself, instead of you're getting a big check from, St. Martin's HarperCollins paying it.
Are you also trying to use some kind of service to get it distributed to bookstores, or you just go to Amazon?
No, just Amazon. Yeah.
And that's probably where most sales
The
happen.
vast majority of it. So it's not going to be in bookstores.
So how difficult the process of getting it?
So I'll tell you a funny story about how Amazon works. And I always plan because everyone, here's another piece of advice I will give people. Your life will be a lot easier if you realize that the majority of people in every industry are bad at their jobs. Like once you have that realization, everything else makes sense and your life will be a lot easier, right? So when I did the Anarchist Handbook, which was a collection of essays from various anarchists throughout history, when I submitted it to Amazon, there was a lot of copyright issues. Because they're like, do you have the rights to this essay? Do you have the rights to this essay? I had to go back and forth with them a lot to make sure I had copyright where everything was public domain. And the thing is, you forward it, you update it, you get the information, 3 days. There's another problem with that 3 days, so it speaks. The other thing with their CreateSpace program is the paperback and the ebook, Kindle, are approved independently. So just because it's approved for one, it's not approved for the other. After I published Anarchist Handbook and it was a big success, they unrolled a hardcover edition program. So I'm like, oh, great, I'll put it in hardcover. They're like, sorry, this is too similar to Murray Rothbard's An Enemy State, which is a pamphlet or short book that Murray Rothbard wrote. I go, wait, I have the entirety of An Enemy State in here. I have permission from the Mises Institute in writing, which I'm giving to you to reprint it, and you guys already have been published for a year as a paperback and ebook. And they're like, too bad, blocked. So it's not available as a hardcover on Amazon, even though it's available. Maybe now it's going to be pulled as a paperback and ebook. So with this book, I was anticipating, all right, there's going to be some whatever. The thing with how it works is you have to upload it and hit publish, and then you got to wait for the approval. I'm like, okay, this is going to be, who knows? I just wanted to get it as fast as possible. 4 a.m., less than 24 hours, I get a notification. Congratulations, your book's available for sale. I have to run downstairs and pull it from publication because otherwise it was out and I didn't finish editing it. So that's the situation there.
Oh, that's fascinating. But that's like powerful. That's like it's all in your hand. It's all on you.
Yes, and I think the program is great. It charts just like any other book. The quality of the books is great. I am very happy with. I have no contact with them. My buddy Tucker Max, he had a company that did this, and they basically help people self-publish their own book. They did the Goggins book. I think you've talked to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he said, I have done dozens, maybe hundreds of books with them. I have never been able to get someone on the phone. So I don't know what's going on over there, but guys, if you want to reach out to me, please call me. It's Michael at lexfriedman.com. Friedman is spelled wrong.
Yeah. If you ever have any complaints, please just at me on Twitter about Michael. No. Why do you think so few established authors self-publish? I mean, why? It seems like it makes perfect sense in this modern society to be able to, when you finish the book, to publish it within a few days, a few weeks.
I think I talked to Jordan Peterson about this, and Michaela, his daughter, who I'm also a good friend with. She's actually named after Gorbachev, who's a big hero of this book.
Also a friend?
Mikhail Gorbachev. I was in talks to interview Gorbachev, and then COVID hit, and that's one of the big regrets of my life that I didn't get. I think if I met him, I would be on my knees, literally kissing his feet, crying, because of I mean, one of the big points of the White Pill is there were so many moments when they were calling him up, send in the tanks, we want another Tiananmen Square, and he's like, fuck you. So when you have anyone who has the capacity to murder thousands of people and chooses to withhold that power, like all I could do is applaud.
He resisted the cynicism.
Yes. Wait. So why the I think they're still in the. You know how like there was this whole idea of how if you're a movie actor, you don't go on TV because that like kind of ruins your brand. So, and that's kind of going away. There's a lot of shows where the lead is now like a former movie actor, and this is kind of like the big thing. Like Matthew McConaughey, he had a TV show, on HBO, I believe. So I think there's this kind of like, wait a minute, what's that? What you said? All right.
Matthew McConaughey, all right.
I don't know what that is.
No, explain it. What? Look at the context.
Okay. So I think for them it might be a loss of credibility to some extent, but B, their agent, whose job is to sell them and get a big advance, wouldn't be encouraged them to self-publish because so I don't think it's percolated to powerful people yet how feasible this is and how profitable it is and how they'll still be able to reach their audience. And I feel if Anarchist Handbook wasn't such a gigantic success, I would be much more nervous about the White Pill. But the fact that it was and that I saw it from start to finish and I know the ins and outs, now I'm like, what are you guys bringing to the table? So that's taking years of my time and introducing edits that I would not otherwise agree with.
I think for some people, a book is a sort of beacon of reputation. So
Yes.
So it's really important to not. There's somehow not as much reputation associated with self-published book unless it's successful.
Yes.
And then like its success outshines the actual however it was published. I think that because David Goggins self-published book.
Because it used to be you self-publish when you can't get a book deal, so it's like an admission of failure.
Yeah. So you would recommend it as something for others?
No, I would recommend it as something for authors of a certain stature, for lack of a better term, because it is still, in terms of your resume and your experience, it's better to get a crappy advance and have a book with St. Martin's that goes nowhere than a self-published book that goes nowhere. So the other thing is you have to make sure you have enough of an audience that you can put some copies.
What about OnlyFans? Do you recommend authors? How much money do you think you and I can make if we're doing like bathtub scenes in OnlyFans? Not just chilling, just reading like Animal Farm. Just like while sitting in the
Yeah,
bathroom.
Okay, Snowball. Sorry, Snowball. Okay, Snowball.
All right.
What was his name?
Snowball.
No, the horse.
Boxer.
I sound like a monster.
I will work harder And that guy, I think about that guy a lot.
Boxer.
Yeah, his motto was, "I will work harder." Anything that happens, so like the pigs would take advantage, and his response to everything. He, he was inspiring to me because he never gave in to the cynicism.
Right. They killed him.
Yeah.
Spoiler, sorry.
But that's a good way to die. Never giving in.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of that in this book about the people who were like, you're not going to break me. Like, I am bigger than this.
Did you ever believe in Santa?
I remember the day I woke up on New Year's and there was a present under my pillow, and it was like, holy shit. Because Ded Moroz left it. That's the whole thing. He leaves your present under your pillow.
Right. So you believed, but what I thought the story was going to be when you first realized he's not real.
I don't remember when I realized he wasn't real, but that story was, I did think he was real. I was like, oh my God.
Okay. There's this. Because I did too, and I don't remember. I don't think I can put myself in the mindset of the kind of person that believed he was real. 'Cause what did I think? What was my worldview that allowed like a giant person in a red suit to be real? Although I do remember, I think the first time Santa Claus showed up to our residence, very small apartment, and when he first showed up to our apartment, I just remember because he was really drunk and smelled. It was like a party. It was like a New Year's party or whatever. So one of the dressed up as Santa Claus. And I just remember this. Wow, this got like real fast. Like I remember like thinking, of course it would be like, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? It's gonna be some perfect being, or like better than like the best of humanity. He was just a regular dude, kind of fat, but like not sexy fat. It was not really that jolly. So I really have not showered in a while, but also funny.
I remember I love telling the story how old I was, and I was 5 or 6, and it was just that age where you distinguish between what's real and what's not. So like Vikings and knights and ninjas are real, and dragons and mermaids and elves are fake. And I was on the corner of Shore Parkway, right before the park in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn, and around the corner, wearing a denim vest, was a little person, a dwarf. And I saw him, and I was like, all right, back to the drawing board. I don't know what's real or not anymore, because I just saw a dwarf, so I don't know what's going on.
And since then, given your relationship with Alex Jones, you continue the journey of not knowing what's real or not.
That's correct.
All right, let's talk about the next steps. After Stalin took power, he started to actually implementing some of the policies and this idea of collectivization.
Yeah.
What's the story of that in the 20s, leading into the 30s? What was this idea? What was the relationship between the regime, the ideology, and the farmers?
Well, there's always been, and obviously very much to this day, an enormous amount of enmity, for lack of a better term, hatred between Ukraine and Russia. This is, centuries in the making, if not more. And the Ukraine, or Ukraine now, but at the time of the region, is and still is the breadbasket of Europe. It's very fertile lands. This is where food comes from. And this was a issue also for Lenin, as I discussed in the book, because when you had famines there, you have famines throughout what later became the Soviet Union. And the problem is, this happened in North Korea as well in the 90s, when they don't have food. If you let in foreigners to feed your people, all of a sudden you as the government are either superfluous or downright, deleterious to their well-being. That's a threat to your power. So Lenin let in an American organization in the early 20s, which was actually headed by Herbert Hoover, of all people. And after a while, Hoover left because he found that the Bolsheviks were just taking the grain that the Americans were giving to the people and selling it for export, while the people suffered. And one of the people who grew up in these starvation times was a young Mikhail Gorbachev, where he had, I think it's like a quarter or a third of his village starved to death during one of these periodic famines. Stalin's idea, this was a good mechanism for him to break the idea of Ukraine being an independent nation within its own identity, And he had this kind of liquidation of the kulaks, very famously, which thankfully is much more discussed now than it was maybe when you and I were kids. And a kulak, the real meaning, or the literal meaning, is kind of this wealthy landowner, right? But very quickly, it's kind of like it becomes outgroup. So, there was a big incentive to call someone you didn't like a kulak, and then good luck to you, because now the eyes of the state are on you, and you have to prove that you didn't hire people, you didn't have 4 cows or how many acres, so on and so forth. They took a huge percentage of the population, the kulaks, and they just deported them. These are lands that they had for generations, and they just spread them throughout broader Russia. Many of them never made it, and many of them were killed. This was by design.
And the dark thing about the kulaks, like you said, when it becomes abused, when it becomes the outgroup, is the kulak is supposed to be wealthier than sort of the general
Right.
farmer peasant. And so basically, it gives you a mechanism of resentment. Anybody
Yes.
that's better off must be better off because they're kulak. Let's get rid of them. And then it has a just from an economics perspective, even leaving ethics aside, it basically completely de-incentivizes productivity. Like, it wants you to fail, because if you succeed, you're a kulak. You're going to be tortured. You're going to be deported. You're going to be derided. All that.
And also, you're poor because he's rich. That's a big part of it. So while this was going on, and food was becoming a problem because you had, for weather conditions, there was a campaign about, the reason you're hungry is because the kulaks are hoarding all the grain. And if you're somewhere else in the Soviet Union, how are you supposed to know any better? Because you're being told every year the crops are bumper crop, and now there's no food, there's no bread. And so, see, we produced all this bread, it's not getting to you because the kulaks are hoarding the grain. So they came like what became known as the Holodomor, and Anne Applebaum, who's a great historian, who unfortunately I disagree with a lot of contemporary politics, but who's done so much great work about the Soviet Union that I pretty much give her a blank check or whatever she wants to say. Nowadays, she wrote a great book about this called Red Famine, and these activists descended on these villages like locusts, and their job was to requisition as much food as possible. And they would come back, at all hours of the night to make sure you were hiding food. And this is what was so pernicious about it. Your own body would betray you. They could look at you and see that you're not losing weight, you're got those chubby cheeks. That means you have food, and that's the government's food. That is the food of the people. And if you are keeping food for yourself, you are stealing from the people. You're an enemy of the people, and you deserve whatever comes to you. And it got to a point where they didn't have grain to plant for the next harvest. And what was even sicker is, one of the big criticisms of communists, of the Tsar, was his internal passport system, that I can't go where I want within Russia, the Russian Empire, without permission. Stalin reintroduced this. So if your village was targeted, you can't leave. Now, some people got away, they tried to get to the cities and so on and so forth. But you get to the city and you're starving, you have no clothes, you're a kulak. I'm hungry because of you, and now you're too lazy to work. Get the F out of there. And there were stories, I have them in the White Pill, of this starving teenage girl, and she's begging for food, and the guy the shopkeeper knocks the food out of her hand, and she dies on the spot. And everyone in that line knew not to give her any food or any sympathy, because she's a kulak sympathizer. And very quickly, if you're a kulak sympathizer, all that has to happen is someone has to call, I think it was the NKVD at the time, the different names, the Cheka, the secret police, and they'd be like, oh, you see, whatever her name was, Shenya? She was a kulak sympathizer. We saw a kulak who was trying to shake us down for food because too lazy to work, and she felt so bad for them. So you might want to check in on Shenya.
But in 32 and 33, Holodomor, it wasn't just small injustice here and there. It was mass starvation.
Yes.
And suffering.
Yes, millions starved to death in Ukraine alone, and by design.
So you mentioned Anne Applebaum's book, Red Famine,
Yeah.
Stalin's War in Ukraine. But another excellent book on the topic. And by the way, thank you for recommending that to me. So it's what's yeah, it's a really really powerful book about not just about Holodomor, but like the context of Ukraine, basically the history of Ukraine that's relevant for today.
Yeah.
To understand the relationship between Russia and Ukraine. But another great book is Bloodlands: Europe Between Hitler and Stalin by Timothy Snyder. I don't know. I think you also recommended that to me at some point, or maybe not.
I haven't, but I'm familiar with it. I haven't read it.
So he does quite a bit of. It's brief but extremely well researched writing about cannibalism there, and that it was not uncommon during the Stalin-imposed famine in the Soviet Ukraine for parents to cook and eat their children. He writes, quote, "Survival was a moral as well as a physical struggle. A woman doctor wrote to a friend in June 1933 that she had not yet become a cannibal, but was not sure that it shall not be one by the time my letter reaches you." Quote, "The good people died first. Those who refused to steal and to prostitute themselves died. Those who gave food to others died. Those who refused to eat corpses died. Those who refused to kill their fellow man died. Parents who resisted cannibalism died before their children did." And there's stories in there about, cooking your children. The other thing about cannibalism, about family in general, that stood out to me, unlike a lot of atrocities, is the people that are starving are exhausted. They're basically unable to think. So they don't even have the energy to protest. It's a strange kind of way to kill thinking. It kind of, I suppose it was obvious, but there's something fundamental about starvation where it slowly removes your humanity.
Yeah, there was a scene in the book where a lot of times people literally go crazy. And there's a scene where a mom at some nursing train station was nursing her kid. She was, going mad from hunger, and she starts beating the crap out of her baby and kicking it, and then she just reverts to normal like nothing had happened.
Madness. Like,
Yeah.
You lose your mind.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know the physiological cause of this. It's not true. I think it's, if someone has dealt with like glycogen depletion, it affects their mood, things like that. So taken to an extreme, who knows what happens when parts of the brain start functioning and start exploding. But yeah, it's what just happened is something that's really cool regarding the Holodomor. So there was one Western journalist, Gareth Jones, who was like, all right, something's not adding up here. So he was supposed to take a train through Ukraine, and he got out early and decided to start walking through the countryside to go from village to village. And I'll get to his story in a minute. Right before we started recording, I got this book in the mail. I ordered it on November 28th from Great Britain. It was the only copy available on the whole internet. It's called Experiences in Russia, 1931. It is anonymous, and it's Gareth Jones wrote the introduction. It was published by the Alton Press in Pittsburgh. It was self-published, and it just says forward. It just says by the author. So it was the author who went alongside Gareth Jones was someone by the name of Henry John Hines, who was heir to the Hines fortune. And you only know that if you start looking at the internet, because his name's on everyone's book. Well, I opened this book right when I got it, right before we're taping, and it's signed by him. And it took me a second. I'm like, wait a minute, who's this signed by? And it's H.J. Hines, because his name was Jack Hines, but it was Henry John Hines. So this is, I'm very excited that I had to see
The Christmas miracle.
It's a Christmas miracle.
They traveled together.
They traveled together. So this book's a diary of their travels.
Why do you think so few journalists
They
was able to do what he did?
So there were several reasons. First of all, if you were a Western journalist in the Soviet Union, you were under very strict circumstances. First of all, you could be deported anytime. There was no pretense that you have a right to be a journalist especially as a representative of the capitalist, by in the Western paper. Second, it was a complete nightmare getting your articles filed because you had a censor that you had to go through, and the censor's job, whose life depended on it, was to make sure that your story was advantageous to the Soviet Union or at least neutral. And they had all sorts of techniques. You know, they spied on you all the time. They followed you around. You're a foreigner. But also, that censor had to answer somebody. So all the censor has to do is be like, look, I'm having trouble with my supervisor. And the reporter can be like, look, can I talk to the supervisor? It's like, well, I'm sorry, that's not possible. And he's on deadline, but it's too bad. Bureaucracy doesn't recognize the needs of deadline. So there was a big a lot of pressure on Western journalists to have to get through this net, and that's literally constant. You know, every story it's going to be a fight. So at a certain point, you're just going to be like, all right, and you're going to pre-censor yourself. You know, all right, if I include this, it's not going to get through. What are you supposed to do? I think human beings are naturally, and also a lot of these journalists were pro-Soviet. They thought this is the society of the future. At least everyone's trying to make it a better country for everyone, not like back home where the poor slip through the cracks. We got to do what we can to make this work. And, you know, there was a lot of, I don't want to say conspiracy, but within the industry, there was a consensus that Stalin was the good guy, and we were, if not the bad guy, certainly not as good in certain parts. So when this news of the famine started percolating, all the other Western journalists besides Gareth Jones and Malcolm Muggeridge were saying this is true. It's nothing that they haven't seen before. The paper that took the lead in this was the New York Times. Their guy Walter Duranty, who had previously won a Pulitzer, had interviewed Stalin, which is an enormously rare honor for a Westerner. And he, because he had so much experience covering Russia and the Soviet Union, he basically took the lead, and other people followed his lead. He was kind of the dean of the press corps in Russia, and he made it. And the thing, there's so many quotes I have from him, where he's not only denying that this mass starvation is happening, he's also going after journalists who are questioning the narrative, and he says things like, "Look, this is nothing that the Russians have experienced before. They're simply tightening their belts," and it's like you only have to tighten your belt when you don't have enough food. It's not like they started a new exercise regimen and now the body fat's dropping. That's why would someone tighten their belt? So that was one. And the New York Times had a 13-page article, big headline, Russians hungry, not starving. And he went after Jones. He went after Muggeridge, I believe. He took off the Muggeridge. But the point being that this is just propaganda from people who want the Soviet Union to fail. They don't understand what they're building here. He had so many excuses, like, the reason all these Russians are supposedly leaving their villages to go to the cities isn't because there's no food. It's because they're nomadic. It's tradition. They go from town to town looking for new experiences. And it's just, at a certain point, and I think it's like in 41, where he was eventually like, or 51 rather, he was like, so I was kind of wrong. And it's like, he's like, any journalist worth his salt can admit when he's wrong. And it's like, well, were you worth your salt? Because he explicitly said there's no point in sending out journalists to look for themselves. I've been through the countryside and everything's fine. And it's just that the loudest people are making noise, whereas everyone else is doing the work and trying to. And this isn't about famine, but it's about Westerners skeptical about collectivization, which is just simply a new way of farming. And yeah, it was a new way of farming, and the results were by design, and also accidentally absolutely catastrophic.
How hard was it to see the truth at that time, do you think? Do you think that was a mistake that it's understandable to make as a journalist?
If my job as a journalist, I have two bosses if I'm in Moscow. I've got my reporter in New York or London, whatever, but I've got my censor here, and he is making sure I have a house, an apartment. He makes sure I have food. He makes sure I have access to dignitaries. He's my lifeline. If I piss him off, I'm on the next plane out of town. So
is that enough? Is that enough to slowly suffocate the integrity of a journalist?
I don't think it was slow at all, and it was clearly enough. And because what are they
I
going to do?
disagree with that. I think the failure of integrity has to come from New York, on the American side. There's just the flock of fish or whatever that all move in the same narrative.
Right?
I think journalists would like to be the kind of people that have integrity. So if they are conscious of sacrificing their own integrity, they wouldn't do it. If they're conscious of an act that's doing it, they wouldn't do it. So it has to happen like a lobster slowly boiling.
No, I think it happens when everyone else is. It's a Greek chorus, right?
Right. It's a course, but that's right. So it's not about the act. They will. I mean, I've talked to journalists where I get this sense that they will sell their soul for access.
Because that's their job.
Is it though? Because what they do, what journalists do, I've seen American journalists, they take a huge amount of pride for having gotten the interview, whatever that is, the Putin interview. And first of all, they're glowing with pride. It seems like they're always showing off the other journalists, yes, in America. So they're showing off like, look, I got the access, you didn't. And the second thing they're doing when they show up to that interview is they ask all the questions that signal to the other journalists that we're on the same side. They ask the most generic, aggressive questions to which they know the answers. They want to basically get the access and ask the quote unquote hard hitting questions that they know will not be answered. And this is the entire machinery. That's modern journalism. I suppose at that time it was worse. It was worse. They weren't even doing the hard hitting, the display of hard hitting questions.
Because
It was PR pieces.
think about what high status that is. If I'm an American journalist in Moscow, I'm allowed in this secretive country. I'm the guy who's very privileged to have access to live in Moscow and tell Americans, which are all fascinated about this new society of the future, what it's like. And as soon as I kind of start questioning the narrative, I'm going to get kicked out and humiliated very publicly. Well, I thought you were in Moscow. What am I supposed to say? So, Eugene Lyons was, he's one of the heroes in the book. He was a young communist, and I think it was United Press he was working for. They sent him there. And when he went there, he's like, oh, this is not what I thought it was going to be like. This is horrible. And he turned very heavily against it. But he talks about how they would write one thing and say another thing and then think another thing. And each of those steps was just more and more like kind of lying in terms of maintaining your sanity and maintaining your narrative.
So you reference Ann Applebaum and say that, quote, starvation was not simply a consequence, it was the goal, it was the law. Stalin intended to break the Ukrainians once and for all. It thus became common for villagers to spy and inform on one another, turning in a neighbor for having a sack of grain, the easiest and safest way to procure food for one's family. To what degree was this the intention? To what degree did Stalin anticipate this kind of suffering as a consequence of the collectivization?
I don't know that he intended the suffering to be consequent of the collectivization, but it was quite apparent, and I think there's a pretty heavy consensus nowadays that his goal was very much, because Ukraine again, resented the Tsar and had this kind of very contentious relationship with Russia, which obviously very clearly remains today. I mean, the hatred of Ukrainians for Russians preceded Putin's war. Even when I was a kid, I just don't remember it, but my parents just told me like the hatred that they had. And understandably, they were basically under foreign occupation, but they were going to foreign occupation for.
So your parents talked about the hatred by Ukrainians towards Russia.
Oh yes.
I sort of having visited there this year because of the most recent invasion in February. That hatred is nationwide and very intense. But I don't know. I think the emotions are much more complex.
But at the same time, they were under occupation before, right? And they couldn't speak Ukrainian, they had to speak Russian. So this was a thing.
but because of the forced intermixing, it's a more complex story.
Okay. I mean, they weren't certainly fans.
Yeah, but there's people that came from Russia that are living there, they're marrying, they're falling in love, they're working with each other. So like there is the bigger atrocity of the genocide, but there's also the reality of intermixing with peoples, right?
Well, sure. I mean,
There's the atrocity of slavery in the United States, but and there's also a reality that there's no intermixing with other peoples. You know, they fall in love and they live after slavery. That's just the reality. Like after the genocide proceeds a kind of generational integration that still remembers, like the suffering reverberates, but there's still it's a different culture that's created. And now I think I have a complex story. Most of my family is from Ukraine, so I have my understanding is grounded in the Soviet Ukraine. But there's something in the last 30 years that's different. But now, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, there's a true, maybe renewed fight for independence. That's a different thing.
But there's also a difference. Like, you know, if I go to North Korea as an American, right, they're very friendly now, right? They don't perceive me as part of the Yank Devils. They're like, okay, you're an American, but you come from America. So, yeah, there's going to be intermarriage, but that's the big difference between the perception of Russia as an entity as opposed to some individual Russians.
That wasn't the experience I've had talking to a lot of friends and family in Ukraine until the war started.
Really? So they really didn't have this kind of low-key animosity toward Russians?
There was a lot of factional conflict inside Ukraine.
Okay.
Now the whole country is united. I think there's a clarity now. We're given clarity that wasn't there before.
But this is, I was saying earlier, how people define themselves by opposition. So now that there's a war, it's like, okay, all this little stuff doesn't matter. We are all united because we have a common enemy.
But there's also, as you know, there's regions and there's just groups of different people. And then one of the big divides, of course, is the city versus rural. And then I guess Ukraine is Eastern Ukraine and Western Ukraine. It's very difficult to know what the truth is. It's my personal experience is sampled,
right?
You know, I don't know how many Ukrainians I know, maybe like 30 or 40 before this trip, like 30 or 40. And then I'm close with just a handful. But then it's hard to know to get a lot of Western press perspective. You get the Russian perspective, you get other perspectives. It's very hard to know how much hate there is outside of this conflict. So my primary question is, and this is what I ask a lot of people who visited Ukraine, is will you ever be able to forgive the Russians? And a lot of people said never. So this isn't just about assuming we win. They would say, assuming we win, they will not ever forgive. Never forgive. And they said it in a way where like not only us but our children will not forgive. And it wasn't just, you know what? It wasn't just about Russia or the Russian leadership. It was about the Russian people. But a lot of people also said that this is our feeling currently. We understand, like you're lost in the rage of war.
Yeah.
Because you lose so much.
I mean, if you asked Americans, would you ever be friends with Germany or Japan? They'd be like, "Are you kidding?" After Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, but of course, most Americans didn't feel Pearl Harbor is different. It's a good point when it's your own land, but when imagine it wasn't just Pearl Harbor, but it was New York and Chicago and Dallas and all those big yeah. It's just to linger on this war in Ukraine currently. Does it break your heart to see what's going on there now? There's on the same land as the same cities, the same stories are now like brought back to the surface, like the generational pain as it was in the time that you were writing about. Do you think it's a fundamentally different country, different war, different situation, or does it? Do you hear echoes of the same?
I don't think it's the same because I think there is no one, or I mean, there is no one who is like, I'm glad this is happening to the Ukrainian people, right? So even the people who are for Putin and for the invasion and whatever justification they might have for his war, no one is like, yeah, let's get those, darn Ukrainians. I think there was that sense in America after 9/11 when we invaded Afghanistan and Iraq, and there was like, F those Iraqis, F those Afghanis. Whereas now, I think it's completely opposite. I also think a lot of Russians, I'm sure if I ask them, they're not thinking like, let's wipe the Ukrainian people off the map. I think whatever reason they have, that it's not kind of going after this. Even if you have to kind of rile up people against the citizenry, it's not to that level of the hatred of the kulaks, hatred of those villagers.
There's still a belief, though, amongst the soldiers outside the big cities, the belief that the Ukrainian people, who the Russian soldiers believe are their brothers and sisters, are occupied by an evil regime.
Okay,
So you need to save them from the evil regime.
that's also very different from,
Yes.
the Holodomor. And also, there is dispute in the press about the causes, consequences, victims, villains of Putin's war. But when it came to this, no one is denying that the war is happening. The New York Times isn't saying everything is fine, and the only reason people are saying it's a problem is because they hate Putin or they hate Zelensky. That's not a thing. And the fact that we have so much footage of what's happening in Ukraine. You have, it takes 2 seconds to go on Google, and you have a map of Russian advancement, what parts are they occupying, what parts are not under their control. I did a little live stream. I raised money for European refugees to feed them because that's my concern, just keeping people fed. There was none of that. And the two people who kind of spoke the truth, Gareth Jones was shot, I think, the day before his 30th birthday while he was undercover news in Mongolia. Malcolm Muggeridge had problems finding work when he exposed this. And I think like we were talking earlier, the ubiquity of things like cell phones and camera phones would make something like this, I don't know, I wouldn't say an impossibility. They could still do it, but it would be really hard to cover it up.
Well, so to push back on that, if you just look at Iran, I would draw a different. So I agree with you mostly, but I would also draw a different distinction when the atrocities happening to your own people versus there's a war. Ukraine is a sovereign, independent nation. There's now a war between two nations. It feels like it's easier for journalists to somehow reveal the truth of that. When the atrocity is happening within the Soviet Union, for some reason, that's easier to hide. It's easier for journalists to deceive themselves and easier for the authoritarian leader to hide the truth. And so that's the dark. I mean, that's why people need to be educated. Because this is why I think people don't talk about Holodomor and other atrocities, the Great Leap Forward, because it's inside the country.
Yeah.
Versus the Holocaust, that's part of the war. Why is that? We there were two almost like what is it? We don't want to cover the atrocities because inside the country, like it's their business. We don't want to touch it. Is that what is it?
I think it's that what we refer to as the news is in the business of selling narratives, right? And the narrative of the Holocaust is a very powerful one, which is if you let hatred of a subgroup in a population get out of control, this is the ultimate consequence, and this is something that we all have to be scared of and do everything in our power to avoid in the future for any outbreak. Whereas, what's the narrative of the Holodomor? Sometimes governments kill their own citizens. There's nothing you could do about it. There's nothing. They wouldn't have let us send food. They wouldn't acknowledge, like the newspapers in Russia weren't acknowledging it. Like once this is some of the issues I had with regard to trying to advocate for the North Korean people. The reporters would be like, well, what can I do as an American? It's a very natural question, and I'm like, I don't know. I like all I know is how to speak to what is happening, but in terms of next steps, I don't have a good answer for you. So that is where the news kind of does break down. If there isn't a story or a call to action, you're kind of almost like having a movie with a cliffhanger and there's no sequel. It's like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, this is not scratching that itch, which for me, as a consumer of news, layman, is like, okay, here's the story. There was a bad guy, the cops shot him or they took him to jail, and now the bad guy's caught, beginning, middle, end. Here it's just like, Mao did this. A lot of people were executed and starved. Isn't that awful? Well, and Mao's still in power. Now Richard Nixon is raising a toast to him. Like, that story is just like, how am I supposed to feel about this?
Yeah, it feels like when there's tanks and there's war and there's military conflict, then it's more action where you can cover it.
Yeah.
But no, it did seem like Nazi Germany. I don't know if the Holocaust was the thing that made it most coverable. I think it was that this is a threat to the entire civilization. With them. That's what makes it coverable. If the Holocaust was happening just inside that country, inside Germany, or even if it didn't expand beyond Poland.
Yeah, it would be like a footnote. It was in many ways a footnote. Like many of the early steps toward it was like they didn't cover. It's just like, all right, they're being oppressive towards their own people. Okay,
especially given some of the maybe if you negotiate certain peace treaties with the Soviet Union or whichever, like you're to the pacifist imperative. Oh boy.
Sorry, Sam.
So we say every time you masturbate, after you're done, sorry. All right. See, I hate it when you don't yes and because it leaves me in a hole I dug for myself. And I sit there in a hole. This is in my sadness. How long have you been writing this book? I mean, 2 years. Mentally, it was like 2 years. This is spent with it, time with it. But
No, almost 3, 2.5. Yeah.
I suppose at the stages you much longer, like you said, your family. So in many ways, this is a book you've been writing your whole life.
I think that's fair that all my works can relate to this. It's certainly the most, in my opinion, the most important thing I've done.
What stands out to you about Harlem? What moments? What aspects of human nature stand out to you?
I don't know. I think that story is, I don't want to say story, but I mean like that incident is, I mean, I was familiar with it before, you know what I mean? So I kind of knew about it, in part thanks to kind of the North Korean work and coming from Ukraine. The thing that was also kind of insane about it is that they were taking all this grain and not using it even to feed the Russian people. They were selling it for export for hard currency. I think what the takeaway there, and I think, again, this is something Westerners and especially Americans don't appreciate, they think that evil often has like a logic to it, right? And it's like, why would, like, because it makes no sense to them, like, why would they kill their own people? Therefore, it probably didn't happen, right? There's that thing. They really think, like, okay, they can understand, country A conquers country B, and slaughters a bunch of people country B as a means of conquest. Like, that kind of makes sense to them. They know that thing. But, like, why are you starving all these people? Like, what are you gaining out of it? That doesn't make sense to them. And because it doesn't make sense, there's kind of like, well, it's probably more of the story that I'm hearing. And a lot of times there's not. It's just like evil for the sake of power. And we don't really have that, certainly anywhere near that scale, and never have. Certainly, since America has been a thing. I mean, it's and the fact that this is like the 30s, you know what I mean? This isn't that long ago. But I think also the narrative, in some ways, is how technology is also something that kind of people have mixed feelings about. I think, like I said this before, and this is something I really believe very strongly. The ability of information to be captured and spread easily is such an effective tool in exposing humanity at its worst. Because it's one thing if I sit here and tell you what I saw, in these villages. It's another thing that I sat you down and showed you a YouTube, and you and I don't know what it's like to look in the eyes of someone who's thinking about eating their own kids. I mean, and you see that face, and it's not some CGI. It will haunt you forever.
Just looking at the different mechanisms that made all of this happen. So this is not just one guy, Stalin, having a policy. There's a whole system. I mean, one of it is just a system of fear. But how do you implement that system of fear?
Well,
There's a giant bureaucracy.
yeah. So what he implemented with the Great Terror is
That's in the 30s, in the late 30s.
it's throughout the 30s, but yeah, like it starts in the mid to late 30s. Basically, communism was based on the common good, the public good, and anything private, which was bourgeois, was problem. When they was started, when the revolution came, the October Revolution, they wanted to recreate society entirely, and that included okay, let's make it so everyone eats in cafeterias, so they're not eating by themselves. Let's design buildings so everyone has to share bathrooms. Their whole plan was to eliminate any kind of concept of privacy at all. They also had this bizarre kind of radical idea of attacking shame. So many of these, before the 1917 people were also about free love, because the idea of having this private bond between husband and wife was also bourgeois and old-fashioned. We're the society of the future. That changed relatively quickly, but they were talking about things like raising kids communally, and so on and so forth. So for Stalin, if you and I are friends, we have a bond. That's a threat to him. Your family's a threat. Any kind of organization is a threat because it's a power center that is not between a relationship between you and him. Now you have a relationship with somebody else. So he systemically went through that whole society, and it became there were certain things that became a crime. Then it became a crime to be a spouse of the enemy of the people. Now, right away, I, as a child, become an orphan because my dad was an enemy of the people. My mom is married to an enemy of the people. Now, I don't have parents. They get arrested or executed or whatever. But now, I know where to go, but I can't go to my friend's house because their family is going to take in a child of the enemy of the people. You had this culture where everyone was very much encouraged to turn people in. And if you're arrested and tortured, you're like, okay, who are your accomplices? And now you just got to name names, people you knew. And then it becomes this whole chain. And it's like, how am I going to protest my innocence if Lex just said, I worked with Michael and we were working with Trotskyists and we were plotting to overthrow Stalin. Lex testified to this. He signed a confession. What am I supposed to do, right? So it worked its way in the most viral fashion through the whole society. There was this amazing moment where these poor people, peasants, because obviously the powerless are often going to be caught in the web, they were going to jail for being Trotskyites. They had to ask themselves, what's a tractorist? They didn't even know who Trotsky was. And the other thing is, ethnicity was a problem, right? If you were an ethnicity, you have more power with other members of that ethnicity than you have with this kind of broader Soviet culture. So he would just deport entire populations from their ancestral lands to other parts, to spread the population around, but also to break that link between the peoples and their lands. There was this 1937 NKVD order against Polish people where it's just like, if you had come from Poland or had just this whole list, and basically people were being arrested because they had Polish last names, and I think it was 1 million people were killed, some astronomical number. So there was this, anything that was a bond was a threat to him, and he went systemically. So after he had all these kind of executions of people who were like Lenin's people, the old Bolsheviks, then he started arresting the secret police. He arrested all the cops, he arrested all the judges, and all these prisoners got to see the judges who yelled at them for being counter-revolutionaries and spies. Now they were in the jails. If you were a foreigner, there was a huge push from the Soviet Union toward African Americans, right? Because they're like, look, you're living in a racist country. Here we have no racial inequality. Come live here. A bunch of them went, and they were all vanished. Anyone who knew information about the outside world, if you're a foreigner, Babel, I forget his first name. He had a French writer he was friends with. He was arrested and shot because he's a spy, because you're friends with Melrose. Foreigner, you're a spy. Speaking Esperanto became a crime. Having a pen pal, literally anything that was some kind of chain between yourself and someone else was a threat and was grounds for arrest. It was the Russians would joke about how relieved they would be if someone knocked on your door in the middle of the night to tell you your house was on fire, because it wasn't the NKVD coming to arrest you.
And of course, most of the accusations probably were completely false. So not only could you not do all of those things, you were also a victim of just
being late to work became a felony, and also not doing your job became a felony because now you're taking food or product away from the people, and you're supposed to be there working for the people. There's this one story which I was doing the audiobook, and this is like I still trying to get through that crime. This was 1920. They were a bunch of kids in Moscow who were pickpockets, aged between ages 11 and 15. They rounded them up, and they're like, "All right, point out your accomplices." And they would take them in the trams and get to point out people. Then they would take them back to the cellar, beat the crap out of these children, and then they take them out again. They didn't point out to anybody. They beat them. They're like, "All right," so they just start pointing at random. And the thing that was really sick about this story, if that wasn't sick enough, is that the screams that the other criminals, the adult hardened criminals, had to hear from these children as they realized they were being taken back to the cellar. It was just horrifying.
and they tortured people. They tortured confessions on the people
Yes.
at scale.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and the dark aspect of this is it's like this weird. It's a bureaucracy of torture.
Yes.
So like it's not like there's what is it? The torturer is afraid to does it so that he doesn't become the prisoner.
Right.
Basically.
Because then it's like, oh, you could get a confession out of him. Are you an enemy of the people now as well? And the thing that was even crazier is that a lot of these interrogators were frustrated because they're like, look, we both know you're innocent. Just sign this confession and make my life easier. They knew it was crap. Stalin joked about this. This is one of his little jokes. There was a kid who was arrested, and he was forced to say, "You wrote Eugene Onegin," which is a play. Because that play was by Pushkin, and they tortured him, and then his parents are walking down the street, and they run into secret police, and they go, "Congratulations!" And they go, "For what?" He goes, "Your son wrote Eugene Onegin." Like he admitted to it last night. Like it's just like they could get you to say anything. And what else was really, really sick, which understood, is they lowered the death penalty for kids. I think to either 14 or 12. I don't remember off the top of my head. And what Stalin's head of the secret police did is when you were interrogating someone, you either had to have some of your family members' possessions on the desk, or a copy of the decree that's saying that they can go after your family. And the amount of people who confessed to anything when they saw their family was in danger, and they knew this wasn't a bluff, was astronomical. Then it becomes a shame, because if you confess and I have your confession, how hard is it to get your neighbor?
What do you make of the for most of the time, the NKVD was about the head of NKVD, Lavrenti Pavlovich Beria?
Beria, yeah. I have a death warrant signed by him in my kitchen. He was one of the most evil people who ever lived. The thing that Americans don't appreciate is how clever some of this sadism is. So there was one actor, I think, he took her back to his house, and he tried to get her to sleep with him, and he promised her that if she did, her father and either her husband or her grandfather, or which one it was, is going to be released from jail. Well, they were already dead at that point. He had them executed. They're still finding the bodies of the women he murdered in the grounds of his dacha. It's an embassy now. And the thing is, Stalin knew, because at one point, there's a picture of Stalin's daughter in his lap, and she was at his house one day, and Stalin calls up, he goes, "Get out there immediately." So he, like a good bureaucrat, he kept a list of all of his sexual partners. It's still sealed, but both him and his bodyguard had this list.
So just to clarify,
Yeah.
he headed the operation that did the whole mechanism of confessions, He was part of expanding the Gulag, so he wasn't the head of the Gulag. He was part of this giant.
And his famous quote was, "Show me the man, and I'll show you the crime."
But on top of that, what you're describing is he was also, related or not, was also just a mass rapist.
Yes, and there's some dispute about whether he went after kids with his rapes, but there's plenty of adult women that were targets for this. There's also another little joke about him, about how Stalin is looking for his pipe and he can't find it. He goes Beria, and he's like, okay, I can't find this pipe. And in the afternoon, he goes Beria again. He's like, oh, I found the pipe. He goes, but look about Stalin, we've got 4 people who confessed to steal it already. So you have to laugh, but then you think about the nature of how it operates.
Well, it's also the fact that this kind of person was allowed to run. I mean, I suppose it's all different kinds of evil, and rape was just a part of the story. His own personal willingness to oversee torture and commit torture himself and rape.
But it's also what happens when you're in a country where it has no rights.
And by the way, I should mention that people should get your book and audio. When's your audiobook coming out?
It's in a couple weeks. So yeah, that's right.
You gave me the great honor of voicing this man.
That's for the promo.
Yeah, for the promo.
Yeah.
Excellent. I appreciate that. For a moment, it was really difficult.
Really?
Yeah.
It was just a sentence.
I understand. Because it takes you to that place.
Oh yeah. Because he told her scream for it. And he was right. Like that's the thing. He wasn't bluffing. He could scream. These women could scream their head off. No one's gonna come up with it. He would drive around Moscow at night in his limo looking for victims.
Somehow, me saying those words is tough.
I'm sure.
It's tough.
Because this is where we came from. Do you know what I mean? This isn't just like some kind of Tolkien villain.
It also is tough because I could see myself being somewhere in that machine somewhere. Like somehow they put me right there. Like any cog in that machine is committing evil.
Yes.
That's the dark thing. I think the higher you are to the top, the closer you are to the top, the more ability you have to stop it. But the more freedom you have to stop it. To a point, yeah. But like the little things. So Beria had the freedom to commit rape or not to. And so he chooses to sort of increase the amount of evil he's putting out to the world.
And then you have to counterbalance that, as dark as calculus is. After Stalin dies, like that week, they start making the Gulag shrink. They start pulling back on the concentrate, the labor camps. So that is a big plus in his side. Like you start liberating, having this mass amnesty and freeing people from work camps. That's not minor thing. So it's crazy. Like it's like I'm not St. Peter, right? I don't know. I'm not saying he's a good person, but it's kind of insane that someone can do things that everyone listening to this would regard as pure evil. And at the same time, this guy also, when the time came, saved tens of thousands of lives.
So, in some sense, Stalin is a kind of cancer that permeates all the Soviet minds. And once it's gone, you almost like wake up. Wait a minute. What the fuck was that part of?
And Khrushchev in, was it 56, when he gave his secret speech, behind closed doors, and he's just like, all this criticism of Stalin was true. This is completely not what Marxism is. He tried to salvage system. This is not what Marxism is about. You can't have a personality cult. Stalin killed all these top generals, and when Hitler betrayed the pact and invaded, Stalin didn't believe his buddy Hitler was going to do this, and as a result of this, we lost a lot of territory and lives. This is not a military genius. This was Stalin being an idiot or a moron, whatever term you want to be. So, but the thing is, Khrushchev also was a butcher. He had a lot of blood on his hands. You don't become, the Stalin's team without having overlooked a lot of murder and chaos. So it's such a. That's why it's called sometimes looks at Tale of Good and Evil, there's so much malevolence to go around.
What do you think was going to Stalin's mind in the 20s and the 30s? Like, did he directly allow himself to acknowledge the reality of the suffering he was causing? Like, what does it take to be that human? Like, I'm almost interested to extract lessons from that for leaders of today. Like, how hard is it? Is it that Stalin is evil, or can you just dilute yourself gradually to where you don't have a sense of the effect of your policies in the populace?
Well, you're not deluding yourself because you have around you an entire government of people telling you 24/7 how great you are, how thankful they are for you, how awesome you are, you're the best. So that's certainly going to play into it. I've asked myself that question as well. Like, do these people believe in bullshit? And I think the receipts are when Elena Ceausescu, who's one of the four women on the cover, when she's being taken away to be executed in 1989, she was yelling at the soldiers, "How could you? I raised you like a mother." So she at least believed her own bullshit. With Stalin, he was obviously extremely intelligent. I think it's kind of easy for us to kind of psychologize and say he's a sociopath, he's a narcissist, he's this, he's that. But at a certain point, like if you're surrounded by a culture dedicated to glorifying you, and everyone is so happy to see you, and oh my God, all your pronouncements are so good. And you know what? If you make a decision that's wrong, the people around you, it's their job to tell you it's not your fault. It's the fault of the records. It's the fault of Hitler or whoever it is, the kulaks. At a certain point, the human mind wants to believe how great it is, especially someone in that vaunted position. But he had his love. There was this one funny, I use the quote, when Hitler invades Russia, and he couldn't believe it, and he's just missing in action for days, because how could Hitler betray me? We had a deal, birds of a feather. And he had this quote about, like, we've taken Lenin's legacy and shit it out our asses. I think he was very aware. That's no question that he was aware that in terms of being a philosopher or a thinker, he wasn't on Lenin's level, right? So that was, I'm sure, played a lot into his psychology.
That he never quite lived up to everything he tried. I mean, there's some sense that the collectivization, that this idea was a failure. The way he responds to the economic policy being a failure is to lean in and basically torture anyone who says it's a failure and double down on the policy. That says something about.
But it wasn't a failure. It broke the Ukrainians.
You don't think he believed early on that's what it turned into, but that you don't think in the very early days there was a thought that collectivization is the right mechanism by which to enact communism.
But I think his goal was to break their spirit, and getting them fed was secondary, right? And given the fact that they stopped complaining because they're dead, he got what he wanted. He got a compliant population.
I mean, that's really interesting. I don't know how much disagreement there is about, because if that was the goal from the beginning, that's a different level of evil.
I think that was clearly the goal. So what, like I said earlier, he broke with Lenin because he wanted socialism in the country, right? That was his vision, right? And he was also very aware that what became the Soviet Union was extremely diverse. First, it's a gigantic country. It's a big country. It's not only gigantic, you had all these peoples, these nationalities within it that have had historical enmity, and they're not going to have loyalty to Moscow. He's a Georgian himself. This is always a big problem. So that was what he wanted to do as well, is to homogenize and have them be standardized. And I don't see how you do that without either massive re-education, which is only going to go so far, or really just crushing people's spirits.
So, like a forced homogeneity.
Yeah. And the other big thing, a big element of Soviet culture and the Soviet mythology, I mean, his name was He changed his name to Stalin. He didn't pronounce his Georgian name, Djurgashvili or something like that. It means man of steel. So a large part of it, and this still remains in Russian culture to this day. I see in my family too, like other Russians I know. There is this pride in ruthlessness and this kind of like, I'm so tough, like nothing's going to affect me. Like, yeah, we're going to suffer, but it's for a greater good or for the long term, and not to be kind of sentimental or squeamish about things. Like, that was a big part of it.
Don't take that away from me too, Michael.
What do you
You're taking everything.
Am I wrong?
I admire not those with that kind of hardness. I look for it myself. It has nothing to do with Stalin.
But not to the extent that, like, if some, like, for example, like, if you see someone suffering, and that being used as a mechanism to get you to change your opinion, you're like, they're not going to get to me. Like, that is very much part of that Russian psychology.
At least at that time.
Yes, I think still largely, no. I'm not going to be manipulated by someone else's suffering or weakness. That kind of thing. I think that's really part of it to this day.
I don't know. I don't know how much of his character, how much of his reality.
Sure. I remember I knew of someone who's him and his fiance were Russian, and they had this big fight. She took off the ring, right? And he's like, that's it. And it's just like the way he told the story to me. She's like, what do you want me to say? Oh, don't leave me, baby. I can't live without you. Like that nasty cruelty.
I don't know, man. I know you're. I don't know if there's a Russian thing. That's just people.
I don't think that's an American thing.
I think there's all kinds of flavors, and they're different by region of the way that people are cruel to each other.
Sure.
In
Not arguing
America, New Jersey is different than Texas, is different than California.
You don't think Americans are a higher trust, more kind society than Russia, even today?
Higher trust. Listen, I'm not going to. So first of all, I have very complex feelings about Russia today.
I'm talking about
Right.
that's like a January before the war. I'm talking about nowadays.
I think it's a complex psychological dynamic of what trusting means. I think Russians are generally less friendly, but have more intimate friendships.
Yes, I think that's true.
So it's just a different.
It's not different. It's just one is more trusting.
Which is more trusting.
Americans.
But then let's define trust.
I'll give you an example. If someone's having a party in America and people come over, okay, that's fine. Everyone's welcome. If it's in Russia, it's like, who's that? Who'd you bring? And there's much more of a like, let me be sure that's okay. This person's here. You don't have parties,
I have never been at a party.
and you don't come to mine. And that's what was very sad.
Well, I love that.
You should have showed it by showing them.
Just man, I hide from the world. I'm afraid of social interaction. And I just lay on the ground instead and feel sorry for myself.
It's not bad Santa. It's sad Santa.
Well, I conserve my emotional energy towards this one day of the year. Okay? Intensely spread my joy. All right. Speaking of which, we tell a Christmas story.
Are you spoiling that chapter? It's called Die Hard.
All right. Well, I'm not going to spoil it. Okay. It's really good.
I was very proud of that chapter. Because the ending that's the Christmas story is just like, I know everyone reading is going to go Google it and be like, things can't be real. But anyway.
Yes, sure. I mean, that this has to do with the bigger picture. We don't have to do the big flip, but the big picture of there was an iron curtain that was coming down in complex ways. How would you define that? There's this a set of ideologies, a set of countries united by an ideology, and a set of countries united by a different ideology. And there's a curtain that divided them, and then eventually came down. So how would you describe how it came down?
I hate that I can never remember, ever remember if this was Hemingway. No, it was Hemingway. No, it came down two ways, gradually then suddenly. The thing with the Iron Curtain and the Warsaw Pact, these were a bunch of nations with, communism, but they were almost all, under the sway of Moscow. So if they were going to make big changes, Moscow had to approve it. It was in the 50s when Hungary decided to rebel, or not rebel, liberalize, and they were taking even the Warsaw Pact, and the Russians sent the tanks, and you have the development of what was called the Brezhnev Doctrine, which was the idea that it is the duty of all the Warsaw Pact nations if another country tries, and this was also in '68 when the Prague spread in Czechoslovakia, if a nation wants to leave socialism, it's incumbent on those socialist nations to do whatever is necessary to make sure there isn't a counter-revolution. So they were very much under Moscow's thumb. And one of the big ways it changed was one man, and that was Mikhail Gorbachev. And he was the first Russian leader to be born after the October Revolution. He grew up, and his grandfather was arrested for being a Trotskyite. The other one, was arrested for this or that. He saw his village starve as a result of Stalin. So even though he was a very committed communist, he also was very and increasingly skeptical of authoritarianism. And, in Poland, for example, you had the Solidarity movement, and the labor union movement, and the government didn't know what to do. They were getting a lot of support from the peoples. They had strikes. That the Gdansk shipyard was started. And basically Moscow told them, either you crack down or we're cracking down on you. And they're like, all right. And they declared martial law, and they arrested leaders in a way. But then when Gorbachev, was in charge, there wasn't a gun to their back. And it was the communist leaders themselves who were like, you know what, there's this really funny moment where like Walesa is meeting with Margaret Thatcher, and he's telling her what solidarity the movement wants, and she had been meeting with the Polish government as well, and she's like, look, like, tell them like what, because they had they wanted, the government wanted her to tell them that we want to negotiate. She goes, all right, tell the government what it is that you're asking for, and just points to the seal. She's like, oh yeah, our meetings are bugged anyway. But they then had the freedom, because they knew that Gorbachev wasn't forcing them to drive solidarity on the ground. So they had the idea of like, let's work together with these people. And as a result of this, Poland liberalized and freed itself fairly easily, and with a minimum of bloodshed in '89. And there was this whole argument for the Vietnam War with something called domino theory, which is if you lose Vietnam, then you're going to lose Laos, then you lose Cambodia. One by one, the countries are going to turn communist with dominoes. But people didn't realize the reverse was true, because after Poland liberalized, then you have, Hungary, then you have, Czechoslovakia, then you had East Germany, fall of the Berlin Wall. So it's a great thing, because as this is happening, the people are looking around and they're like, wait, like that's it? Like, this has got to be a trick. And it wasn't a trick. So one of my favorite books, which was a big inspiration for this one, was by my favorite historian. I apologize to David Petrusha and Arthur Herman, my second and third. They're tied. But Victor Sebastian wrote a book called Revolution, 1989. And he just talked about that year and how all these countries, one after another, liberalized. And it's just such a beauty. And none of them thought this was possible. One of my favorite moments in this book is Helmut Kohl, who was the head of West Germany. He's in Warsaw with Lech Walesa, discussing the Berlin Wall. And Lech Walesa's like, I don't think it's going to be around for like another, few years. And Helmut Kohl laughs in his face. And he goes, look, you're young. This isn't how things work. Like, this is going to take some doing. It fell the next day. And Helmut Kohl literally says, I'm at the wrong party. And he got in a plane and got out of Warsaw. So why this book has a broader message than the actual stories of these incidents is that as these wonderful things are happening, the universal consensus at the time is it's never going to happen. Or if it does happen, it's going to happen only through an enormous amount of carnage and blood. And when it doesn't, then everyone's like, oh, it was inevitable. You didn't say it was inevitable at the time. You only said it was inevitable after the fact. And the other thing that brought me a lot of joy is there's so many moments of men with guns saying, we're not shooting anyone. because they wanted several Tiananmen squares. They wanted it in, East Berlin. They wanted it in Romania. They wanted it in Moscow. And these strong, tough, trained men with guns were like, no, we're not shooting civilians. And then everything else was history.
Yeah, just as surprising as the mass violence committed by the police and army on the citizenry, equally surprising is when they choose not to.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Yeah.
And what is that? What? How do you explain? How do you explain this progress that happens so suddenly? How do you explain that at the beginning of the 20th century, so much revolution happened? How do you explain then the collapse of that across so many nations at the same time?
I think a large part of it had to do with the closer interconnections between people like Gorbachev and Thatcher and Gorbachev and Reagan, because both of them visited Red Square, and in the years before, these are enemies. They want to invade, they want to kill us. The Americans thought this about the Russians thought this about the Americans, obviously not so much the British, and they got on really well. When Gorbachev came to Chequers, which is the prime minister's countryside estate, Thatcher sat him down and she's lecturing him about human rights, and she's lecturing him about economics, and she's lecturing him about this and that, and then she's lecturing him about why he's an idiot while he's yelling at her, and he goes, "Mrs. Thatcher, like, I know you have a lot of strong opinions. I do too. I haven't been sent here to recruit the Communist Party." And she just started laughing, but right away there was such a sense in the air of, we can do better. We're spending all this money on missiles. We're spending all this money on the military. It's expensive. And for what? We don't have to be looking at each other as enemies. We can try to work together to kind of, at the very least, lower the volume and the heat.
How much credit do you give to Gorbachev, the man? Meaning, how much power does this individual have?
I could not give him more credit. I had a tweet last year where I said, "Who do you think is the greatest person alive right now?" And my answer by far would be Gorbachev. That he died, I know who he is right now.
But it's just funny because Gorbachev also had a tweet.
But it was
And he said, that would be a good. Now I wish I had you, Gorbachev. The famous question of what would you like best about Michael Malice?
I think the transition after the Soviet Union fell to Russia and Yeltsin was not a smooth one by any means. As I say at the end of the book, it's not like they lived happily ever after. But my broader point is, you take the wins when you can get them. People now had access to passports. They don't have to have, they can leave the country, they have food, they have access to information. It's somewhat censored, but it's certainly nothing like it was under the Soviet Union. And they didn't have to live in this kind of constant fear, and they had opportunities, and it's such a step forward. And there was one great moment. There's a super. Boris Yeltsin became president of Russia. He's also mayor of Moscow, or the equivalent of mayor. And he came here to visit NASA in the capacity of one of the other. And while he was there, he went to visit a supermarket. It was a Randall's then. I think it's a food town now. It still exists. I'm going to go there. I'm going to start falling. And as he's looking around, like, he had never seen so much food. And this is food that, like, even wealthy people in Russia have access to. And there's pictures of him just like this, like, and the scene that really was poignant to me is on his flight back. He's sitting there on the plane like this, and he's like, they had to lie to the people, because if they knew, they wouldn't admit it. And that's the moment where it's just like, oh, this wasn't like skewed propaganda. This was like, they knew, and it was a lie from A to Z. And he was just like, holy crap, just like, and you can just imagine him on that plane, his brain reprogramming. Because if you're taught since you're a kid, he was an older man, he was no dummy. You think, okay, the Americans are having a war and they're lynching people every day. And then you go to a supermarket, the most banal place on earth, and you see, like, I think when the article said, like, they couldn't believe how big the onions were or something like that. And you're seeing this, and you see these these like janitors, school teachers. These aren't dignitaries, and they're regular people who pick whatever they want, and you're just like you. It's like the equivalent of having a stroke.
Yeah, I do think that that's one of the most powerful things is the grocery store. It's like in terms of drawing a distinction between the two systems.
Yeah,
Because you can have like technology, you can show off technology and so on. You can kind of write off technology as like, okay, that's the mechanism of the devil. But when you look at just fruits and veggies, and like very big fruit and veggies, and like and fruit in particular, like certain kinds of fruit that are just not available in Russia. And, it really shows that it's interesting. Like when you're older, you have to face the reality that what you believe to be true, like your whole life has been based on a set of lies.
and your stuff, not mistakes, not like a little bit, like blatant lies from top to bottom, start to finish. That I don't know what that's like.
How much you start the book? I think you start the book with Ayn Rand. Yes,
Yes.
as one does. So before the revolution, she was born in Russia. She witnessed the revolution and moved to the United States in the
26.
Anyway, you write that she spent a lot of her life trying to convince Americans and the world that the negative effects of totalitarian government. Just maybe using her as an example, but also this question: do we draw a distinction between authoritarian regimes and communism? Is it possible to stem the case that not all implementations of socialism and communism would lead to the atrocities we've seen in the Soviet Union and in China under Mao? Like when in studying all of this, how much blame do you put on the ideologies, on Marxist ideologies, versus the particular leaders, dictators?
Well, you have to blame the leaders a lot because they had different leaders in different countries were different from each other. Dubček, who took over Czechoslovakia, and he tried to introduce socialism with a human face in the Prague Spring of 1968. He was like, all right, we got to do away with this authoritarianism. We got to have more free speech. He was thinking introduce the elements of democracy. Now then the Russians sent the tanks. But the point is, he certainly was someone who was like, all right, this has got to stop. This is just absolutely crazy. Khrushchev and Stalin were not the same animal at all. So I think the problem with communism in the Marxist sense is that you're going to have to introduce an element of authoritarianism simply because you can't have economic planning. If I don't have a price mechanism, I don't know how price is what is me knowing as a consumer or a producer what should be produced or what there's a shortage of. As prices increase, that's a signal that we have a shortage here. As prices decrease, that means that there's a surplus here. But if I'm setting the price, I don't really know how much meat I need to produce compared to corn, as compared to shoes, as compared to Santa costumes. So that is a big problem. The other issue is if you have one agency, the government, having a monopoly on what's supposed to news, like you were talking about earlier with Twitter, it's going to be really hard to have any kind of objective discourse because everyone is going to be working for the same organization. That is going to cause a problem in terms of having a feedback mechanism, even in the best scenario, in terms of this is a problem, this isn't a problem. And when you have a monopoly, which is what a government is, I think people are very familiar with what the problems happen with monopoly. There's lack of accountability. Bureaucracies are faceless and no one's to blame, but and yet everyone kind of suffers as a consequence. So it doesn't necessarily have to be as authoritarian as Stalinism, but you can't have it, a government which is authority by its nature, be this pervasive without a strong amount of oppression. And same thing, even if you just have like with socialized healthcare, you're going to have to make it illegal for doctors to practice privately. You're going to have rationing, so on and so forth. Now, that might be a price that people are willing to pay because you can't have infinite spending on healthcare, right? So something's going to have to give somewhere. So there is an element of authoritarianism there, and people are comfortable with that, and I can wrap my head around it. But if you're going to have one organization running literally everything in society, I don't see how you do that and have any measure of liberalism.
Why do you think Ayn Rand has such trouble telling people the danger of Soviet Stalinism?
Well, I think more pertinent question is why did Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman have so much problems? So they were hardcore.
These are anarchists.
Yeah, Emma Goldman's on the cover. They were deported from the U.S. J. Edgar Hoover saw them off at Ellis Island. They were sent to Russia. They were bloodthirsty revolutionaries. They had no shortage of advocating violence when necessary. And when they went there, they were just like, this is a complete nightmare. They both individually had meetings with Lenin, complained about political prisoners, complaining about lack of free speech. He told them, this is a revolutionary time. You can do that later. And when they both left, she wrote her memoir was split into two books: My Disillusionment in Russia, My Fourth Disillusionment in Russia. He wrote The Bolshevik Myth. And she was in England and she gave a speech. And she's just like, if you guys think this is for the workers, this is the biggest lie I've ever heard. Like, they're oppressing the workers like no capitalist has ever imagined. And, as she described it, like people were just shifting their seats, they were interrupting her. And when she opened her talk, she had a standing ovation. And when she was done, you could hear a pin drop. So they didn't want to hear it because this was this kind of, and Eugene Lyons talks about it later, this was like the guinea pig theory of the Russian people. Like, we're going to experiment on them over there. If it works, great, we're right. If it's wrong, it's their problem. And sure, these animals squeal, but they're beneath us, and of course they're going to make some noise. But this is a noble experiment. But they're experimenting on a country, several countries. So I think an ideology like this, which appeals to intellectuals, because if it works or if it's implemented, they're the ones who are gods, in effect, in a society. Their status cannot be higher. They really want this to work. Like, they want a society where they are the most important people. And their criticisms of America, they have a binary worldview. If America's bad, if it's the opposite of America, then by definition it's good. And the other binary that they bought into is the Nazis and the fascists hate the communists. The communists, true, up to a point, hated the fascists and the Nazis. Okay, well, Hitler is evil, so this guy's against Hitler. We're with him. So that's an argument that's still made in schools growing up when we talk about World War II, where they're like, we keep up with Stalin, and they don't really talk about Stalin being a bad guy, but it's like, we worked with him to fight Hitler because Hitler was a unique evil. Now, that it's certainly true that Hitler was a unique evil, but that doesn't mean or even imply that Stalin is somehow an angel or a saint.
Do you think some of the lessons of history are forgotten here in our modern political discourse that are important to remember?
I was so triggered because I was in the supermarket and there was like a company that's selling Russian ice cream because it meets these high-level Soviet standards. And I'm just like, you think this is some kind of joke? You think this is some kind of kitschy punchline that you had decades of people who were taught in school to turn their parents into the police if they were hoarding grain, even if it cost them their own lives, where it was a crime to be married to someone who was an enemy of the state, where you had torture being the norm, where people were institutionalized because they were politically disadvantageous and they were called insane. Like, this isn't just like oh, this hammer and sickle is this cool wacky symbol. Like, the amount of blood under this symbol was just enormous. And so, yeah, I think that lesson has very much been forgotten.
How did the ice cream taste?
It was fine. I'm a Baskin Robbins guy, to be honest, but Van Leeuwen's is a great one.
Baskin Robbins doesn't have any Soviet flavors.
No.
Dark jokes. Dark jokes. I'm gonna self-publish a book of jokes. Coming out in the grocery store. Okay. What was the hardest part about writing this book? Spent 2 years writing it.
So when I write books for celebrities and I was co-authoring them, I did it kind of like method acting. I try to get to their head as much as possible to kind of speak in their voice. And when you're dealing with children being tortured, harmed, starved, and you're trying to empathize with the characters, it's hard to take. The other big part I had, like I was saying earlier, is just I was just very, very concerned that I told this story, that it did it justice, because I think this is something that is, I still don't understand, and I'm kind of angry about it, that it's fallen on me to tell this story. This is some minor incident that happens in random town, pick a state. This has happened the world for 70, 80 years, and the fact that this is the 80s. I mean, you and I are old enough to remember the 80s. There's a show. I remember the 80s. The fact that all these things have just we have this collective amnesia. And if not even amnesia, I think a lot of this stuff even was not known even at the time, or was kind of obscured. I remember I was at the Blaze, which is a network run by Glenn Beck, and they're conservative. I had a lot of fun there. And I'm just sitting there, and sometimes they veer off. They're like, oh, Biden's a communist. But I'm like, we talk so much about, slavery, Civil War, the atrocities. We talk about World War II and Holocaust. I'm like, how is no one talking about this? And this can very easily be portrayed as like conservatives and a big victory because Reagan and Thatcher were so instrumental in guiding this to a safe landing. And I'm like, how is no one telling the story? And then one day my brain is like, you write books for a living. This is kind of your job. And I'm like, all right, but I still don't. I got to tell you, I'm kind of confused that I'm the one who has to do this, because this should be a dirty book thing. And this is a model to follow.
And it's also there's such recent history.
Yeah.
But it also kind of makes you realize that there might be other fights for progress going on right now. The world that we don't know about. So you wrote about North Korea. I don't know to what degree could possibly be fights there for progress, but they could be boiling up in China. There could be boiling up battles for progress in other parts of the world. Russia, it could be,
and in America.
Yeah. And these are all different kind of battles for progress. And now, sometimes I, we sometimes tend to criticize these battles for progress. Like, if it's on the left, we call it like wokeism, whatever. And we pick extreme elements of it and show how silly and ridiculous it is, not realizing it, not acknowledging that there's a more civil battle going on underneath, for actually for respecting human dignity from all people for all walks of life. And the same, we tend to call anybody who questions mainstream narratives conspiracy theorists. We dismiss them immediately, and they're ultimately fighting for progress. People who criticize Fauci and everybody else, I don't know if I think they want institutions that serve the public. They're fighting for progress too. I would tend to dismiss them, like each side does to caricature the other. But the battle for progress is happening. I guess that's what that's the hopeful message with White Pill, right? That there's progress being made. Somehow we're all making progress here.
I think more the hopeful message is that it's not possible that we have to lose. Like, if someone tells you with a straight face you can't win, the enemy is too impressive and strong, I'm like, what are you talking about? Look, this was the Soviet Union, and it happened, relatively quickly and relatively peacefully. I mean, again, and it wasn't because Honecker in East Germany was like, oh, I'm just gonna vacate my seat. He was like, send in the tanks, and the military guy said no. So they wanted blood. There were plenty of people who wanted blood and would have been happy to have it.
So to you, maybe not the fall of the Soviet Union and the fall of the Iron Curtain is a great leap of progress in the 20th century.
I don't see how anyone can argue against that with a straight face.
So that gives you hope that we humanity would do that.
Yes, and at the same time, we were told at the time, give it up, be realistic. it's utopian to think this is going anywhere in 100 years. Look, there's a reason Chekhov was on Star Trek, because the idea is even in our future, you're going to have America and you're going to have the Soviet Union. Like, this is the reality. It's called realpolitik. We're going to have détente because it's a permanent stalemate. We had the Vietnam War. We got our asses kicked. Russia's not going anywhere. America's not going anywhere. We got to learn to live with each other. Blah blah blah. And Reagan said, "You don't want to hear my strategy for the Cold War? Some people might say it's simple or even simplistic. Here it is: we win, they lose." And the people who won were the Russian people and the Ukrainian people and the Lithuanian people and the Polish people and the Romanian people especially and the Hungarian people. And it's just there's so many moments of great joy that just tears coming down my face, because you're like in Prague when Dubček, again, who tried to liberalize in 1968, and then when they sent the tanks, they deport him to Slovakia somewhere to some forestry job. Like, he appears in their big squares, just waving from the balcony like this ghost from 20 years prior, being like, look, the spirit of 68 is still alive here in Czechoslovakia. And it was like a matter of weeks. The entire government resigned and they liberalized. It's just so many things about just overnight just change for the profound better. And people are so committed to making sure you don't have hope and things get better. Oh, it doesn't really matter because the broader picture never gets better. And there's lots of data to the contrary where that's happened before. And this isn't some magical faraway place. This is the opposite of magical faraway place. It's Eastern Europe.
And to me, I think one such narrative that people assume will always be true, or just to a degree will always be true, like in American politics, is the extreme levels of division. And it seems to me like that too we can overcome. So the division in American politics that seems to be counterproductive, I think that could be overcome. And I think the division in geopolitics currently with Russia, China, and the United States, particularly China and the United States, can be overcome. And I think that requires great leadership that galvanizes the populace to the better angels of their nature. Like, I have hope for that. People have become really cynical on social media and elsewhere in the way they talk. The liberals are destroying this country. The conservatives are destroying this country. This kind of language is becoming more and more popular. I have hope that that's temporary. At least that's my way. I don't know if you have that kind of hope for. Like, what does hope look like for you in American politics? Forget American politics, the nation, the country, people.
I hope, which I don't think is an unrealistic one, is that the next generation has a better life than you and I had in this country. And I think anyone who thinks that America is over or is one president away from being destroyed cannot in good conscience call themselves a patriot. Because if you think America is so weak that it takes a Biden or a Trump or an Obama to irrevocably destroy it, then it's already a wrap. And I think that's just absolutely ridiculous. If you look what this country has survived: Great Depression, World War II, the Civil War. I mean, my God. So we've been through wars before. It wasn't always easy, certainly not. But it's so hard for me as someone who's a hopeful person, not by my nature. I'm not, Michael Kindness, who does work for Random House, or at least he did last time podcast. I look at even like this. The thing is, when you speak positively, it sounds corny. That's how screwed up our cynical. You see my Twitter. You're verified. That's good. But even like something like Etsy, like you can go on Etsy, pay $8 for that verification. Did you?
I earned it.
It's an opportunity for independent artists to create something special and cool. And I bought a lot of stuff for that. In and of itself is something that's pretty awesome. There's so much. I'm into shaving stuffs, right?
For sure.
The point is that there's like dozens of artisans every day. When you have a shave, it brings you some joy. Right? So there's just so many things that are wonderful. And I know there's people listening to this rolling their eyes. How can you talk about shaving soaps when my daughter or when my wife or when blah blah blah? And I'm not disparaging or dismissing what you're regarding as a problem. My point is, hope means the belief that it's not at all a certainty that this problem will be insurmountable. That's all it means.
What do you look forward to in 2023? Since this is a holiday special.
Honestly, like if I look forward to a lot of young people realizing that they still have lots of opportunity in this country and taking control of their own selves and realizing they can be a better person tomorrow than they are today, that the entirety of their identity is not a function of a culture which they may not identify, or government which they might not identify with or like or think is horrible, and realize, you know what, I have it in me to improve and find joy and happiness, and also the fact that that is so compelling and contagious. That is what I would put in 2023, and also for New York to get.
Those two things could be accomplished.
Can I go back and switch the order? Because New York won.
Oh, the jokes. One day, friends, if you work hard enough and believe in yourself,
You too can win New York.
no, you too can spend your days dressing up. Grown men dressing up in a Santa outfit and putting on lipstick and having hours upon hours of conversation with each other, loving every second. Thank you for writing this really, really important book. Please buy the white pill. I love you, brother.
I love you too.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael Miles. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with the words from Chef Silverstein. Listen to the muscles, child. Listen to the dogs. Listen to the shouldn'ts, the impossibles, the won'ts. Listen to the never haves, and listen close to me. Anything can happen, child. Anything can be. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
When it's quiet, that's when it hits. Yeah, that's when I think that's what a lot of people experience when they come back from conflict zone. You know, the everything that was life and death, everything that mattered, all the moments, all the chaos, all the people that are around you that would die for you, kill for you, you would kill for them. All these millions of dollars worth of equipment and stuff like that you're responsible for now all gone, and it's just you.
The following is a conversation with Ed Calderon, a security specialist who has worked for many years in counter narcotics and organized crime investigation in the northern border region of Mexico. I highly recommend you follow the writing courses on his Patreon and website, edspesto.com. This is the Let's Read Them podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Ed Calderon. What does your experience in counter narcotics, investigating the Mexican drug cartel, teach you about human nature?
I mean, first off, anybody can be got. Anybody can be corrupted. You know, you work in that field, and you realistically, the training we got and profiling, investigation, and stuff like that was basically you learn from the older guys there. And some of those guys were already corrupted from the start. So trust no one. I remember seeing that X-Files episode that was stated. You quickly learn that even if you are somebody that your own mind appears incorruptible. You know, small changes happen around you, wheels get greased, money gets put in front of you, and or things get threatened like your life. And sometimes the payment for some of this corruption is just to continue on living. You encounter people that seem corruptible, that go through FBI background checks, that go through all of the security measures that all of us were put through, you know, polygraph tests. And then later on, you know, turns out they were on the take, or they became somebody that was corrupted. I think what I found out is that anybody at any level, they could be a very strong, hard to get person right now, but people get corrupted through their families, through need. Mexico is a place where a lot of instability occurs. So financial needs, health.
So a crack could form through the wall of integrity, and then over time, it seeps in.
Mexico has a culture of corruption. Like, you know, you have your kid that goes to school at public school, and you want him to be in the morning, not in the afternoon school time period. So you often grease the wheels with the director of the school. People here in Mexico nod their heads because this is something that happens from early on. There's a systemic and cultural thing too, you know, as far as getting around rules. And this kind of happens because, you know, the people that are in charge of the government is, you know, they're tandem around this trust between criminals and cartels down there for a lot of cultures. People don't trust the government, and they trust criminality.
When you meet a person sticking on human nature, do you think it's possible to figure out if they can be trusted? So you said anyone could be corrupted. You know, how long would you need to talk to a person? You know, even in your personal private life, just a friend or a stranger that's never really cared.
I think that trust is never really guaranteed. I know a lot of people are going to say it's a sad way and hard way of living your life. Life experience on my end, you know, people change. You know, the dynamics of the relationship might change. I look at people's character, specifically their past experiences, if I can. Somebody that presents himself in front of you as somebody, but you quickly learn that that somebody is just a mask, a persona that they kind of created for themselves.
And then you would be aware of the person. Like, is there some deep psychological stuff?
Sometimes I've experienced a lot of the failure in my life. You can see it in my nose. You know, you can see it in my lack of a digit. You know, the amount of the amount of failure you can see in somebody and how aware of them sometimes is a pretty telling thing as far as them being able to be trusted, or that you can trust their story or their experience. And when I say experience, I mean I've met some criminals, like former criminals, or you know, some people without background that I trust with my life, you know, because they're not informed, but they figured out that that's not a life that can live long enough to kind of continue on. And I've also met people that are in law enforcement that I didn't trust with my car keys, you know, because you know, whatever persona they adopted over the years is a pretty good one, pretty good mask. Sometimes it's such a good mask they don't even know they're wearing it.
And then on top of that, it's not just the psychology. There's also neurobiology to it. I've been very fortunate and deliberate to surround myself with good people throughout my life. But I've recently gotten to sort of observe, not close to me, but nearby, somebody that could be classified as a sociopath.
Yeah.
And a narcissist. Like, I don't want to use those psychological terms, but just, it's like, oh, people, you know, have a different biology too. It's not just like the trauma you may experience in your early life and all the deep complexity that leads to the psychology that you are have as an adult. But it's also the biology you come with, the nature, that you might not just have the machine that can empathize deeply with the experience of others, or maybe a machine that gets off its dopamine rush from the manipulation of other humans, or the control of other humans.
Yeah, I mean, for example, of my own background, my mom didn't have a father. And he left really early on in childhood. My mom raised her two sisters and basically kept the household. She was a great mom. She was a badass, you know. She was very independent. She showed me how to be independent. She showed me how to kind of watch out for other, and kind of build me up in that way. And I had a great childhood as far as her, kind of like how she molded. Later on, I figured out that when I had my own kid, I figured out that she was basically trying to make me into what she didn't have. Right? And if I can get to see some of these parents, that's usually a sign of something, at least for me, as far as figuring out where people are. I think there's something to be said about nature and nurture, and how some people come up. Some people are just born with that predatory instinct. And you'll never know. You can spend their whole life practicing how to hide it. But if you can figure out somebody's background, childhood, you kind of tell something about. I'm from Tijuana. To survive it. That's my background as far as where I'm from.
Culturally, genetically, psychologically deficient.
Yeah, I guess some people are born with certain predispositions, and if they're in the right environment, some of the negative aspects might flourish more than others. And for me, I mean, I grew up skateboarding in Tijuana, and I remember breaking into my first backyard pool. It was a house at Cartel Island, and we used to skate the pool in the back. So I learned how to pop up with padlocks with a small vehicle hydraulic lift. And I remember doing that. And later on in life, I got to train with people from other parts of Mexico and work with them. And I remember pulling that trick off, and they were like looking at me like, "What you learned that? Like bird watch at Tijuana?" And I felt like, "Wow, that's interesting. Like, are all people from Tijuana like that?" And I said, "No, we're not all like that. But I guess in some way we are, because Tijuana produces kids like that. It produces, like, the environment itself produces a pretty specific person. Our normal or baseline is way better.
The trajectories that you can take in life are defined in a way that aren't available elsewhere in the world. And so you develop. I mean, that's part of that psychological, part of that is cultural as well. Part of that is the cultural trauma, but then also the ethical lines based on the corruption. Because I grew up in the Soviet Union, and there's the same kind of understanding that there's some gray area of corruption.
Yeah, it's always there, like on the outskirts or even in the center. How you can release things to make things easier, and how it's like it's a personal thing. Don't just pay off the in Tijuana we have a mordida, that's what we call it, where you pay a cop off. And mordida means a bite. So, and
What's the bite?
so you get stopped for a traffic violation of some sort. The cop walks up to you. Obviously, you don't say the word bite, but it's like a slang term for it. And he asks for your paperwork, and and if you get fined or get a ticket, you say, "Can I pay the ticket here?" Is what they say, and you put their money inside the paperwork and hand it over like you think it's I'm just gonna do it, and nobody knows, but it's a systemic thing. But like a lot of people do it, and then they don't trust the police because they are fed with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing as in the Soviet Union. It's funny, but then there's something inside you where that kind of those opportunities come. Like with a police officer, you realize you can just pay a little bit of money and get out of the thing. And then you realize you can pay a little bit of money or do a favor to get your kids in a good school.
Yeah.
There comes opportunities where, all right, if I do this little thing, I can get a huge promotion. I can get a huge increase in my power. I can get a lot of money. Something inside you says,
Yeah.
that's not right.
Yeah.
And I wonder what that is. That it's like, because it feels different than the legal systems in the way that operate. There's some kind of basic humanitarian human decency. I wonder if that's like constructed or it's always there. It's like, again, nature versus culture.
I think for me, it was looking at and seeing that in somebody else that I kind of learned about it. There's a man that I consider a mentor figure. His name is Lizal. He was a lieutenant colonel from the army that basically came up and took over the group that I used to work with. He was, incorruptible. He was that was the essence of the aura that he projected. The first time he went off patrol. He was placed in charge of us. I actually, drove him around. He was one of the lead from the front type of people. The amount of assassination attempts he got was basically a proof of how uncorruptible he was, because they kept trying to pay him off, and then they tried to kill him. So I think the last assassination attempt took the use of his legs. That man is still a dangerous person in my mind. But for me, and people can gather a little bit about my background from some of the access I currently have to train federal institutions here in the U.S. as far as my background, if I was corrupted or not, because there's a lot of that out there. The Catholic guilt that's kind of built into some of us is always kind of there, we go up like the devil was under the bed, so I don't consider myself Catholic. I consider myself culturally Catholic, I think, is what I kind of say with that. I had a pretty good structure with my dad and my mom at the house, and they never let me get away with things. And I think my mom was pretty big moral compass with me, but like Lieutenant Colonel, kind of leading from example, seeing his work and how much profound change he caused in the people that work with him, as far as we felt supported and we felt that we had a guiding figure during this. Tijuana was the most dangerous city on the planet when I was working under, and he took charge.
What does it take to be a man, the Lieutenant Colonel, who maintains integrity after assassination? Is it possible for normal people to do that, or again, is it genetic?
That's an interesting question. I'll say this: seeing him on the last assassination attempt he had, that took abuse of his legs. He was with his kid. There was a recklessness to it. I can see that now. Like, I don't have enough distance from it. I could see that there was a recklessness to being that way, and also you put in jeopardy people around you if you take that route. So I think there's a sacrifice here, a very powerful and hard one to make for a lot of people. For me, it was I wouldn't get picked to get on board with some of the operations group that I wanted to work with, because I was known for not taking money or not being trusted by certain older segments of the organization that I was with stuff, because they knew that I wasn't on I wouldn't get money. There's always a weird sacrifice to it, and you're almost kind of like masochistic in that way when you get approached with it. They're like, why are you being an idiot? Why are you driving around that beat up car? Look at the Hummer H2 that just drove in. The other guy that is doing exactly your same job. Society as a whole down there doesn't even want, or at least doesn't see people that don't take that route, and for them is all cops are corrupt, all. And seeing it from the outside, I'm not there anymore. There's almost like a it could have been easier maybe, or you could have been dead long ago. Because people that are on the takedown are usually owned by one side or the other, and when that gets found out, if you have somebody that you're paying off that hints you off on drug operations in the area, your rivals are pretty keen on killing you.
Money aside, so like a Hummer aside, how much of a motivator is gear?
It's a big one. I'll say, for me, I didn't think I was going to live to see 30, and I was sure of it.
Did that concept scare you, or was that just a principle of life that you're operating on?
I lost my brother when he was 13 on it. He was 19. He was like the VIP of the family. He was all every day. He was a skateboarded BMX motorcycle hunter, one of the best marksmen that I've ever seen shoot.
So better than you ever.
Yeah, he was the best of us, is what I would say. And when he died, it's almost like a concert at his funeral. He met 3 of his girlfriends that all introduced themselves like the one. I to this day, every now and then I get pulled aside down when I go back home, and you're Eric's brother. Despite all the stuff that I've done, I'm still, every now and then. That made my bond, my dad go into a horrible depression and basically left me to my devices when I was a kid. From 13 onward, I had this self-destructive, aspect to me after that. I think, so again, something that's come up in therapy, after I've gone through all that, and I had this notion that if I can only die good in some way, shape, or form, or for something, that it would matter, and they would kind of, look at me with the same reverence they did with my brother.
But dying isn't the problem. The goal of life is to die for something good.
Yeah, I believe that was my mindset going through that job. I don't remember. I was in medical school before that. Second year of medical school. I was doing pretty good, and then nothing happened. I wasn't an option anymore for me. The economy was horrible. Couldn't afford to stay there. So I saw that in the newspaper, and my bigger brother, he's still my head. He's like, "What mean? I'm not gonna do that shit." We went there. All of a sudden, I was in a field, and my hair shaved off. A bunch of the Gafes, the guys that later turned into the Zeta cartel, military who were in charge of our training. And I went through that process.
What field were you, and why is your head being shaved? What the hell was going through your mind? What was the leap that you took?
I was sold the idea of this being a new Americanized police force that they were constructing in Mexico.
So elite,
Yes,
special force, kind of.
prestigious elite. The people in charge of our training were a lot, basically ex-Mexican Gafe people. Gafes are what the special forces kind of originated with. A lot of their members turned into the Zeta cartel, so they were brutal in their training. We were sold this idea of it being, scientific, educated to base, like a career path. And all of a sudden, we're in this refurbished prison that wasn't good enough to be a prison, and they turned it into a training ground. And I quickly kind of realized that they were training us to be a paramilitary group, not a community policing organization. Which in my mind, I thought that's what we'd be doing.
What was the hardest process for that training for you? Because this is like a fragile, innocent boy becomes a man kind of process.
They're turning us into something that they could use. So it's a breaking down. They break down the individual. It's a
Physical and mental.
yeah. I think it's a half done initiation process. I think in a way, looking at it from now to the past, the shaving off the hair, the stripping off your identity. Everybody gets a number. The uniforms, the running around, and being treated like human garbage. The first thing they said to us when we were lined up in that field was, "Hay pan y verga para comer aquí, se acabó el pan," which means there's bread and thick to eat here, and the bread ran out a week ago, right? So it was, I can't equate it to anything in the military in the United States, because people down there could actually get physical with us. They could actually hit us in punches, which is not allowed here anymore, at least in most of the militaries. And there's horrors down there. The AK-47s being shot around just to simulate reality, basically causing hearing loss, that type of stuff.
So chaos, abuse, really challenging you.
Yeah.
Again, physically and mentally.
And an open door there always. So if you don't want to be here, you can just walk out. And the more you go into it, time-wise, the more invested you are. So in a way, you're kind of building your own chains while you're going through the process.
Were you tempted to walk out?
Yeah, several times. Specifically seeing some of the ways that people that I thought were better or stronger than me were walking out or quitting because of something that happened in there. There was some sexual assault stuff happening as well.
Were you afraid of that?
Always, if you're in a place like that, and there's females in the environment, some of the instructors doing what they do. So that was like a cause for alarm. These people are in charge of our safety and education, and look at what's happening here. So you could see some of the smarter, one's leaving, not looking at this as a viable choice for life.
How did that change you? Those few months.
I had this motivation, this idealistic motivation in my head, making a difference. And they drill, uh, a lot of nationalistic kind of, the flag marching. You being part of a group and the group being, behind you on this.
What was the nationalistic pride? Was it in the nation of Mexico?
Yeah.
So what's the vision of this great nation of Mexico that did you believe? Did it get into your blood?
I got it. I mean, it's an indoctrination. It's a paramilitary group, so everything there is basically modeled after the military. So that's what they were trying to kind of instill in us. And I was a team leader in there. After 3 months, basically, we went through a bunch of trials, physical trials, mental trials, and stuff like that. And some of us were named team leaders, and I, bought into it. I'm supposed to be here. Look at me. I'm making headways. I'm sticking out a bit, and I was pretty proud of what I was going through there. 6 months. Then you get the reality check when you sign the dotted line, and how that none of it really meant anything as far as what we were about to go out and do. An example of this, we were trained with a 92 FS Beretta, which is a 9mm pistol, Italian made. We got to shoot 20 rounds out of that gun. And then when we got out, we were handed a Glock 17, which I've never seen one in my life. I was trying to figure out where the safety was, and a few other people there were handling those guns in a normal manner. So we were a very trained group, but then there was a lot of assumptions about what we knew, and all of a sudden we were being cast into this the start of one of the bloodiest and longest lived modern conflicts in our history. That doesn't get called out, but it's basically been an ongoing war in Mexico that is still to this day amassing violence.
So the Mexican drug war.
The Mexican drug war, which is it's hard to pinpoint exactly when it started, because when I was going through training, there was already stuff going on. I went into training in 2004, and then we're already major cartel-related events in Mexico, but not at the size or scope as I was about to go into when President Felipe Calderon kind of took office. Actually, officially got kicked it off by putting the military in play as part of it, basically militarize the drug war, including us.
Who are the major players in this drug war? So the politicians, military, the police force, the cartels, all Mexican, and the United States, China, just to lay out all the pieces on the board.
First off, there are giant local drug markets in Mexico that are vital, just local drug markets that are huge in scope.
So no exporting to other locations.
Just to start. So a big problem in Mexico is basically those local drug markets, and an example of that, and one I have a lot of experience with, is the Tijuana, which not only feeds the local populace, but also feeds the populace from San Diego that crosses down into Tijuana and buys their product. And now, a phenomenon that's occurring now is marijuana trafficking is going from California out into Mexico because they produce better weed, which is fascinating to see now.
So there's already a channel, you kind of reusing that channel.
Yeah, there's a lot of people and vehicles getting checked when they drive down. Tijuana is being called San Diego South now because all the economic migrants live 90% of all houses in Tijuana, new houses are being bought up by America. So that'll tell you something about the impact and change that's going on down there. So you have these local drug markets that are being fought over. You also have these drug routes that go through Mexico, up into Mexico, around Mexico, through the ocean, and under the wall, drug tunnels, over the wall, and on backpacks, and on migrants that go up into the United States. Not only do cartels make money off drug trafficking, but also extortion, money laundering, paid protection schemes. Um, any mining operation in Mexico will have to pay protection, or else they'll get hit. Uh, a lot of times, the largest money makers for some of these criminal groups are, protecting and taxing anybody that goes across the border. So that's also a big issue. And it's not just, again, some Americans think it's like the cartels, that they imagine it's single or maybe 2 or 3 groups. There's several out there. I don't have a current estimate, but last time I checked, it was somewhere where there was maybe 50, 70 different groups, some small, they just dedicate themselves to a single little town somewhere. There are armed groups that are basically in control of that area, to some bigger federations like the Sinaloa cartel, which is probably currently the largest and most powerful one in Mexico, and the New Generation cartel, which is growing exponentially right now. So these criminal groups are players in that conflict. Then another player that doesn't get talked about is politicians. There's an ongoing discussion that has been going on, I think, since Trump was elected, about cartels being terrorist organizations or not, or if they fit that description. Well, we are living through multiple assassinations on political candidates in Mexico right now, and most of those assassinations are motivated by one side sponsoring one candidate and the other side sponsoring the other. I mean, by sides, I mean cartel groups. So they have elected officials that are on the take. And we have many governors who are under investigation, or prison right now, as state governors. So politics is involved, and that's a big player as well. That doesn't, when you think about the cartel problems, you don't think, at least most people don't think about that aspect of it.
So to have integrity as a politician in Mexico means you have no protection and under constant threat of assassination.
We've just seen the arrest and prosecution of the head of all counter-cartel operations when I was active, in the form of Garcia Luna. He was the guy. Felipe Calderon, who kicked off the drug war. That was his guy. Turns out he was on the take at that level.
Is there like a spectrum of how on the take you could be? Are there ethical lines that you can cross? Some of it is money, and then is it possible to operate in a gray area that does not result in destructive ethical violations? Deep ethical violations.
I have no idea. I don't think there is realistically. I mean, anything that kind of supports some of these groups, you're supporting things of a horrible nature. I just posted recently on my Instagram account of a lady that was in Guanajuato. She's one of 7 recently assassinated women that are looking for their kids, basically. There's a bunch of groups and organizations out there in Mexico, some in Tijuana that I've actually walked with, who are taking control of trying to find the bodies of their kids. That's right up there.
Maria Carmela Vasquez, the mother who searched for a missing son, was shot to death outside her home on Sunday. Her son, Osmar Vasquez, disappeared on June 14th. The 46-year-old woman is the 5th mother to be killed this year while searching for their missing loved ones. She was a member of the Yamo Missing Person Collective.
There's many groups out in Mexico who basically have given up on trusting the government to find the kids. The number of missing in Mexico is a debated topic because the government itself doesn't release those numbers, or at least hasn't done a good job about keeping it and releasing. Mexico is a country that has industrialized body disposal. In Tijuana, we have the stew maker, the legendary stew maker, which is a guy that basically used caustic acid to get rid of bodies at a massive level.
So there's a separate operation for getting rid of bodies and murdering.
At least in Tijuana, we saw that phenomenon, and it's obvious that it's going on all over Mexico.
Who's having this discussion about mass murder and getting rid of people? I've been reading a lot about World War II recently, and there's was aggressive invasion on the Nazi side of how to get rid of large number of people. It's the longest time that the Soviets, the Soviets were more brutal with this. It's literally, it's a engineering problem of how you kill a large number of people and get rid of their bodies. So the Soviets were more into just laying people down into the grave, face down, and shooting them right in the head, and then doing that mass kills. So you just let pile people on. And then there was obviously innovation with the Holocaust in terms of gassing people up and all that kind of stuff.
I'm not sure exactly where these tradecraft skills are coming from specifically. You hear discussions of Israelis training some of the cartel groups back in the late 90s, specifically the REMP's cartel. There's a lot of stories about that. A security specialist coming out and showing them things like how to make caustic soda, how to put rocks inside of bodies and then chicken wire them around to throw them into the ocean or rivers so that the bodies don't float. And
when you kind of put rocks inside of the body to make sure the body doesn't float.
So you open up the intestinal tract, put rocks inside, you cut where tattoos are, or you take off hands and faces, throw them somewhere else, and you wrap them in chicken wire. Yeah, throw them into a body of water. And this is a horrible thing, but it's actually craft. It's trade craft. It's trade craft, and there's a link to the U.S. as far as that trade craft. You have to remember that the United States had a thing called School of the Americas, and the CIA, and they showed things that a lot of that stuff is out there in the hands of people that are of that generation.
So yeah, there's a manual.
There's a manual
on the chapters as to how to get rid of the body.
There's manuals out there
under time constraints, or what are how identifiable can the body be afterwards. What are geographical constraints, all that kind of stuff.
I think that was common back in the early 2000s and maybe late 90s when some of these things were going on. But they've lost even that as far as respect for the government or bodies being found. Right now, what you usually see is just bodies being burned to a crisp and buried in the field somewhere. That's usually what you see. Some of the groups like this woman belonged to basically taking it upon themselves to go out to find clandestine graves in the outskirts of the towns that they live in, probing the ground with these metal probes and seeing if the whatever they encounter in the bottom of these clandestine graves stinks or not. If they find IDs or clothing, they kind of gather that and basically present it to the investigative authorities in the towns or the states they live in, which basically are doing their job. Over 90% of the murders are solved. I mean, it's so they need to stop trying to get rid of bodies in that way.
How does a cartel take power? How does it gain control of this local area that you mentioned and then grow, take control of a region? And how does it do so in this dynamic relationship between politicians and the military and police force?
It's a thing that happens over time. There's always been a big effort, even when I was to buy or own certain members of the police force. Even when going through training, some people get pulled out during training because they were found out to have some sort of parent or sibling that was a cartel member, or their FBI background check came back negative, when they were already in the training program. So I think part of it is, first off, they take advantage of the fact that Mexico is a young country. It's a country of young people. We have a big group of young people that have little to no opportunities to come up. When I went to take that career path, a lot of my friends took the other option. They went to work for some of these criminal groups. So they have this going for them. They basically have a lot of bodies to hire cheaply.
And leverage in terms of forcing those bodies to do whatever is needed, because the alternative for those people is nothing.
There's no options. So you have a kid somewhere who is working on a field, or you have a kid like me that was out of the job, out of school, and the only option for me was in the newspaper, which seemed like a long shot, or going with some of my friends that have cars now, and we're hanging out all night at these bars, and some of them have these Draco AK-47 pistols in their cars, and they're cool, you know.
So there is a trajectory. There's many trajectories possible in your life where you could have been still operating in a criminal organization.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of options, you know.
Do you think you'd be good at it?
I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty good at what I do now, which is teaching people how to detect it and kind of fight against it, you know. So I think
I have a sense that the skills transfer pretty well. That's also the dark side of this.
a lot of the people that I used to work with, you know, I know things and I have some training. I have some specialized training. I currently do. I've done, you know, presentations for the Secret Service, the FBI, and you name it. I've gone there and shown them what I do. A lot of the people that I used to work with who are out of the job are in the wind, you know, and some of these people were trained tonight, you know. It's interesting that the reason why I get to the fore and they ask me questions is because I actually have the experience. My university was the most dangerous city on the planet. And when people ask me about some of that stuff, I can speak from experience as far as encountering some of that directly. Some of the people that I used to work with who are way better than I am are in the wind. Interesting thing in Mexico, if you are of a police organization and you get fired or you quit, you are ineligible to join another police organization. That discounts you. So for somebody like me who was a professional operations group member, a police officer in Mexico of that region, there's no options for me outside of that. So they themselves basically have created this inescapable box for some of these people that go into that line of work. And where do they go after? You know, I've heard offers of $12,000 to join some of these organizations out there. Plus, you know, they get benefits and not the government, you know. I'm still waiting for my liquidation, my liquidation check. This has been out of service for like 6-7 years. I'm still waiting for my check. So some of these people, it's obvious that the opportunities are presented to them that are stronger. And again, the youth is what gets eaten by this war. And that's one of the main things that they start with, just the youth. We had a phenomenon in Tijuana, late 90s, early 2000s called the narco juniors. Narco juniors are basically middle class or upper class families had kids that were born and they just joined some of these cartel groups. These cartel groups saw in them opportunities to get into regular industry, to go through the family businesses, to kind of establish themselves, use some of those businesses for storage, figure out how to use some of their transportation businesses for drug dealing. So this is how they start getting into different areas, you know, that they regularly couldn't. And you know, that's how it starts. You know, you owe somebody, they get into paid protection type schemes, which are also common all over Mexico. And sooner or later, they start owning businesses and they regulate some of their income, so they become part of the local economy in a big way. I had this experience in Sinaloa where we were driving down this shitty street, and all of a sudden it became a cool, nice, you know, little curvy highway type thing. I looked around and I was like, "This is a nice road." The guy who was with me said, "Yeah, the cartel's cool." You know, there's just these towns that these cartels are the government. They build the hospitals, they build the churches, they build the schools. COVID happens, they're enforcing mask mandates. You know, they're out enforcing mask mandates and the stay-at-home policies. They're the ones delivering supplies to the townspeople in bags, courtesy of so-and-so cartel. You know, so they become the Robin Hood characters of their environments. If they're smart, you know, these groups basically turn into that, you know, Robin Hood, you know, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor, or at least that's the projection that they give.
What's the role of violence in this picture?
Extreme. You know, it used to be that there were rules, as you say, like, you know, don't go after kids, don't go after women, but all those things are gone. You know, they had been gone for decades, I think. The escalation of violence. You know, you kill one of mine, I'll kill four of yours. You kill four of mine, I'll go after your family because you were in hiding.
There's stories of high level cartel people getting their sons and daughters murdered, mutilated, and revenge killing. So I think it's at a point where it's spiraling out of semblance of really set as far as who can get exposed to some of this violence. Those highly precise videos where they show torture and executions. According to some of the sources that I've talked to here in the United States that were looking at that phenomenon, they said that it seems to be that was influenced by some of the narco blog videos that were coming out of Mexico early in the early 2000s. Basically, that some of these groups were the first that got wind of the fact that you can export terror or the horror that an execution has through social media. Way back when Facebook was a bit more of a wildland area, you could see these news feeds, videos of executions, tortures, and stuff like that coming out of Mexico on Facebook. Way back when, this was a different time.
For people who criticize social media and the moderation, it's a tough job. It's a brutal world out there.
I mean, I remember seeing some of these ISIS videos on Facebook way back when, and they cracked down on all of them. But one that's kind of clear, and I'll see it. I'm not going to say where to find it, but people out there might have seen it because some of these videos get shared through WhatsApp groups and chat groups out there. One of the ones that caught my attention way back when was two guys getting executed by a chainsaw. And people can kind of imagine what that would be like, but
It's produced on purpose. Like this video did on purpose.
it's a cartel group, two rival cartel members, and a way to send a message to those of the rival cartel is to basically execute these people in front of a camera. I mean, you can't get to your rivals, but you can make them see what they're doing, or at least make their people look at what happens if you invade their territory.
It's an escalation of brutality and violence as well.
I mean,
And at least the terror, so mass communication.
yeah, I mean, you have videos of some of these people engaging cameras in front of a video to see how brutal they are, or people taking out somebody's heart, and filming it. And it used to be social media as a whole. You would see some of these videos; they would get put down in a few days. But now there's Telegram groups. There's live leaks. There's a bunch of other sites out there that kind of disperse some of these videos, and it's basically a bulletin board for them as far as hey, you got into my territory. Well, this is what's going to happen to you.
Is there a game theoretic way to remove this kind of brutality, to de-escalate the brutality? Because it seems like if a cartel takes power that exceeds the power of politicians in a locality, there's a strong incentive to reduce the brutality, to crack down on this kind of chainsaw executions.
There was a recent leak of government files called the Guacamaya leaks. It's a version of WikiLeaks, I guess. And it was mostly documents coming out of the Mexican military. I haven't seen it talked about a lot here on the stateside, but it's a pretty big thing down in Mexico. And in some of those documents, it reveals how powerless the government is, as far as the military goes. So that's another player in Mexico, the military. The military has been out in force in the streets, basically doing policing since Felipe Calderon was the administration. He militarized the drug war. Felipe Calderon was at to the right of the political spectrum, and his main rival, who was way to the left, is now in power. And one of the campaign promises he had was to demilitarize the drug war, to send the military back to its barracks and all that. And he's basically continuing on. They just passed some legislation that basically keeps the military on the streets for a few more years. And I think some of these documents that were leaked are very telling as far as why that is. The military now has the vast amount of power when it comes to security industry. I mean, they're in charge of building airports, train lines in Mexico now.
Their documents themselves show how certain regions in Mexico who have a specific military presence work for one side or favor one side of the cartel.
So they're corrupted too. So there's these military forces that are in part corrupted.
Yes.
And the cartel, because operates with violence, somehow finding a balance between each other. And no, it just feels like throughout human history, there's dictators or leaders that come into situations like this and really crack down on violence.
Yeah.
So it seems like that's not happening. It seems like there's a kind of market of violence happening.
There's a systemic amnesia that happens every presidency in Mexico. So, president comes in, he has 5 to 6 years to do whatever he needs to do, and he does everything. And as soon as he's gone, everything he did, even what was gets chopped off. Police organizations get defunct or change, or their names get changed. Uniforms change.
So there's a lot of turnover everywhere.
Every 5 years, federally, there's a turnover, and things change.
What about the cartels? Do they persist?
Yeah.
The leadership persist?
I mean, the Sinaloa cartel has had a figurehead behind it since the 80s, the same one. You know, I mean, it's a federation of smaller cartels that are all kind of linked up, but they're pretty much historically who's considered the head of the Sinaloa cartel. Omar Zambada has been there since since the 80s. So in a way, yeah, he's persistent. He's surviving all of these presidencies. Again, these documents that we leaked are a clear sign of what strengths and weaknesses there are as far as the government's main weapon against organized crime, which is the military. And if people doubt this, they can look it up now, and all these documents are out there. But just a clear thing: the Mexican Navy or the Marina doesn't work with the Mexican Army. They don't speak to each other. So that should tell you everything you need to know as far as trust.
That could be just bureaucratic dysfunction.
They don't trust each other.
Are they both struggling with the problem of corruption?
Some of these documents that are already out there talk about the ports in Mexico, which are probably the main conduit of precursors of methamphetamines and precursors of things like fentanyl into the country. They're operated and guarded by the Marina. Right? So these things are happening under their watch. And then you get talk about the Army in certain places basically working counter cartel operations up to specifically one side, not another, as far as the private groups out there. And we have a long history of some of these groups military groups going rogue. The Zetas are a prime example of these special forces units that basically turned around and went to work as bodyguards for the Gulf cartel, and then decided to. What they basically did was an internship with the cartel. They went out there, did bodyguarding for the Gulf cartel, and then realized they could do a better job than they were doing, so they started their own, sparking off one of the bloodiest kind of internal cartel wars in Mexico City.
Who was El Chapo?
El Chapo was a part of the leadership, or at least a faction of the leadership in the cartel. It's a federation of different of small organizations. Well, I'd say small organizations. Basically, families or organizations that could conform this larger group, which is the Sinaloa cartel that is based out of Sinaloa. Basically, they are people that have family and power nucleuses there. I mean, who was he? I think he was a high-level operator for the Sinaloa cartel. He had his own drug routes, his own networks. His family nucleus family was still in control of some of those operations. So his arrest really didn't change anything. But he wasn't the mastermind number one leader that I think the media and the government got to portray him.
Who was the mastermind?
If you go down there and you read most of the brave journalists in Mexico that we have, I say another aspect of this world is that a lot of journalists get killed. I think Mexico has some of the top numbers in the world. And this is no secret to anybody. Omar Zambada is the name of the historical figurehead of this cartel, or at least somebody who people theorize or suspect to be the the main guy or the main person that is in charge of Southern Improvement.
Is he still alive?
That's the going rumor that he's still very much alive. And the interesting thing about him is that he learned his craft in Los Angeles. So people thinking that Sinaloa parts of it is a Mexico thing. It's actually he apparently learned a lot of his craft from people in the United States.
And that's the craft of leadership, the craft of business, the craft of which
craft
aspect of the craft?
The craft of getting a product from Colombia, putting it through Mexico,
And the logistics.
the logistics part of it. Yeah.
And he somehow is operating in the shadows. So he's not a known entity.
I don't have a clear number of this, but he was interviewed by a magazine called Proceso in Mexico, and some pictures were taken of him. It was over 10 years ago, probably, and that's the last time anybody ever seen a picture of him.
What's it like to be a journalist? So, can a journalist have a conversation with him and live?
Not unless he asks to have that conversation. I think he reached out to this journalist to talk about it. There's a media wing to the work with doing a sister page called Demolet, and it's run by some pretty good people. And the way we met is that I was basically training them how to work in hostile environments. And we were like, oh, we're going to go report on cartel activity in Mexico. And I was like, that is a year and a half ago. A reporter went to the president's daily briefing press conference that he has. They call him La Mañanera. The president, López Obrador, and told him to his face, like, I have threats on my life. They're trying to kill me. And it happened. There's been a slew of assassinations and murders of members of the press all over Mexico. It's not an easy job. Either they say too much or they say things that favor one side or the other, which is another aspect of it that is interesting. I don't consider myself a reporter. I don't report on the news in Mexico. I have friends that do that very well. I commentate on some of it only. But you see a lot of these cartel reporters go down there and talk to a specific side and basically speak one side of the story, and that is not something that the other side wants. And if you go down there and speak to one side, you're saying what they want people to know or hear. So in a way, you're kind of spreading some of their cartel propaganda in a way, and that's how some people, get shot.
Do you think it's possible to go in there and have a conversation with a cartel leader, or somebody like me, or somebody like Sean?
This is what it was like. After that whole Sean Penn thing, I think a lot of people would reconsider meeting with anybody of any level that has any variety here in the United States. They won't trust anybody to get that close. There are people out there that will talk to reporters, and people that are working on a lab laboratory somewhere on a hillside somewhere down south, in Seattle. Low-level people that get authorization to speak to reporters and stuff like that, but they don't say anything that isn't being taught or shown in various different ways or outlets out there for them. I mean, some of these guys have Instagram accounts. Some of these guys have blogged about it.
But not the leaders.
TikTok, not the leaders. I think after what happened to Los Chapo, I think that opportunity, that window was closed for some of the leadership down there.
I think I disagree. I think they're just more sensitive, realizing that there has to be deep trust. It's not just anybody, not any high profile. I've gotten a chance to speak to some very high profile leaders that don't speak to journalists, and they understand the value of trust.
If they have something to say, which I don't think they do, I don't think they, unless at some point in the future, which is something I suspect might be coming, that there is some sort of armed intervention or external attack on some of these criminal groups that really puts the pressure on them.
You don't think there's a human aspect to this, the human being wanting their story to be known, versus this is different than a propaganda machine of I have something to say, I have some message to put out there to play the game of politics and power and money and all that kind of stuff. Isn't there also a human being underneath all that armor that for the sake of perhaps ego, legacy, wants to be understood?
I think in a way they already do that. They're there's corridos, which are basically Mexican folk songs that get sung about some of them. So in a way, some of these singers are reporting on some of their lives, and it's a great honor to have a corrido made about you. Somebody did corrido about me based on my interviews, right? I don't pay for it. It's a real one. It feels cool.
So creating a myth, the legend of the man.
I think it's about. I think a way you can find somebody like that is somebody that wants to get their story specifically clear and straight. You know, coming from that culture and getting to work for the government down there, and then not working for the government down there, and being on the outside, being critical of not only the government that is in place now, but also the government that actually work with. I can tell you that there's villains all over the place now. Everybody's a villain, you know, at all levels in some way, shape, or form. And some of these people, I think, in a way, including El Chapo, I think that some of that meeting was about film rights and stories and being able to get his story out there. I think I'm not too sure because I wasn't there, but I suspect that some of that was going on. If you can bring an honest voice down there they can trust to put that out there, I mean, I think you could try.
I'm interested in that kind of thing. Because ultimately, in some of those places, like inside a cartel at the very top, is when you can really look at the raw aspects of human nature in a way you can't necessarily elsewhere.
There's a youth coming into power down there. And when I say a youth, I mean some of the old guard is going out and some of the new guard is coming in. An example of this is El Chapo Guzman's sons, who are now in their own right kind of gaining legendary status. His son, there was an attempted arrest on his son that led to the famous Culiacanazo incident, which we are now learning more about because some of the Guacamaya elites are kind of speaking more about what happened that day. Basically, a federal operation to arrest El Chapo Guzman's son turned into a siege to try and get him free. They called them the cavalry. Basically, the whole of the Sinaloa cartel showed up to try and rescue him. Interesting thing about that is, in reading some of the documents and also just seeing some of the videos and stuff like that came out of that incident, the cartels were the ones evacuating the citizenship from the area. They were the ones going restaurant to restaurant, saying that, hey, if you want to exit the city, go through here, take your families, get down, but you have to leave because the army's coming to fight.
So there's like a deep morality to all of that. Underneath the violence, I
mean, it's their home. It is their home. We were fighting for their home, and they were fighting for leadership from their home. There is a morality, there is a humanity there, and again, I don't know if people want to paint them all with the villainy aspect here. Everybody's a villain in somebody else's story. You know, if you kind of look at it that way.
People should check out your Patreon, check out your field notes. You're a really good writer. Your Instagram too. You have a quote in your field notes about villains. Well, I once worked for a villain, a savior to some, and a biblical demon of all to others. A true product of his environment. He was the best and the worst of us. We're all potential villains in someone else's story. He would say to us, as we would head out into the unknowns that the night had waiting for us. It was during one of these nights that I looked around me and saw horns and pitchforks among my people and realized what he meant. We were no knights of the round table. Whatever we were needed. In the end, I guess that justified most of what was about to happen. Do you think El Chapo, do you think people like him are good? Or
I think there's no one without the other. I think there's a cost to their goodness that they do. You know, the roads they built, the hospitals, the career paths that they paid for. There are doctors in Mexico that their careers were paid for by some of these careers. And they do a lot of amazing good for the community. I remember there was a surgeon reconstructing palates. In one of my travels that I did up there, I spent some time actually going out there after I got out of the job to train people and this type of stuff that I showed people. And
they told me, like, I told them, you're doing God's work. This stuff is like legit. This is God's work. You know, building smiles for people. He was like, yeah. And then, can I talk to you? Yeah. He said, you know, my career path was paid for by cartel. You know, a group of cartel members. They paid for my career path because they wanted somebody on hand that could fit their team.
Do you think some aspect of that is just sort of manipulative control, or is some of it also just, again, a care for the population, for fellow human beings that are one of your own?
You know, I think there's, again, it's hard to just make them saints or devils. You know, some of the good they do in some of their communities, and don't ask anything for in return. You know. And even if they don't ask it for anything in return, when the military shows up, they are immediately melting it with rocks and rape rocks, and everybody's main weapon down there, since most Mexicans can't buy or own firearms. The main weapon down there is silence and their eyes to report to the people that they consider the good guys in the environment, right? So that's a hard question. You know? I think there's a little bit of both, and both the government and the criminal groups that are operating out.
Silence is their main weapon. So El Chapo is currently in prison. Is he worth talking to?
I'd say yes.
Is there things that to you are interesting about him that are still not understood? Is he a window to something that you don't understand about that world still? Or curious about in that world?
I think he's a window into the family dynamics of that world. When I say family dynamics, Mexico has a big thing about compadres. And we have people that we call family that are not necessarily their family. He is somebody that witnessed the construction of what is now the Sinaloa cartel. Like, he was in it way back when. He started off as a farmer, and then went into trafficking. He was from a town called Manirahuata, which is basically, you know, that's the Wakanda of cartels. Basically, that's where a lot of that originates. The things that he saw as far as how some of these things got built, I think would be an interesting topic of conversation with somebody like him.
So that story is a story of evolving family dynamics. So part of the story of the cartel is individual humans
marrying other families, getting named other university godfathers to other people's kids, forming family blood ties, influence ties to people not only in Mexico but in the United States. Seeing how that family dynamic is still there, you know. So he's gone, he's in prison, but he's probably on his way to be our next clandestine saint. You go to the chapel of Malverde. Malverde is basically a Mexican Robin Hood's folk saint down there, who the saints of traffickers. And at his shrine, you have a small chapel, a shrine right next to it. So he's on his way to sainthood in Mexico. Not recognized by the Catholic Church, but that doesn't matter in Mexico anymore. Speaking to somebody like him, who you can consider him somebody lost. You know, he was arrested, but his family's okay. His legacy is out there. He's continued. He's probably going to be the next folk saint when he passes away.
Do you think he feels like the new wave of what the cartel has become is betrayed and left them behind? Or because it seems like the way the cartel operated has changed over the decades.
Yeah. Well, number one, their power and influence is bigger. You know, there are Sinaloa cartel operations in Colombia, straight to like in the source of it, and then there are clear. They have a clear presence in places like Chicago, Los Angeles. They're in the United States. The whole thought process that a lot of Americans have, like, we don't want that trouble over here. We don't want them to get here, like build a wall and all this.
So they're deeply integrated into legitimate businesses.
I mean, they've been having kids and families up here for a long time. Some of these people have American passports that work not only directly for them, but have blood ties down there. There's been dragnets and arrests of some of these criminal organizations stateside. New Generation Cartel had 1, 2, 3 years ago where I think it was Operation Anaconda, I think it was called. There was over 80 of their operatives
This is a new cartel that is very militaristic and growing in Mexico, and they have over 80 arrests in the United States, that members of them operated here.
And so you could be a legitimate operator inside the United States. That's hard to detect. Makes you wonder how many in the U.S. government, the politicians here. Is the role of the United States in drug war, financially in terms of power, is very big.
Yeah,
Surely there's politicians that have a finger into this.
immigration is part of it. Illegal immigration is part of it. And the influence that that has as it's a bargaining chip and political chip. We saw this with the first caravan kind of coming up and how it was politicized. The money, Fast and Furious, and guns being basically let walk down into Mexico. People that don't know, basically, the ATF had this operation where they were looking at straw purchasers of firearms, basically buying up a specific type of firearms that were on a shopping list that the cartels wanted to buy, including 50 cals, FM 5.7 pistols, which are small pistols with a high velocity round that will go through a bulletproof vest. AR-15s of all kinds that could quickly be modified into full auto down in Mexico with a drilling a few holes and making a few things to them. So these people were buying all these, the ATF was watching them and allowing them to walk those firearms into Mexico under the guise of trying to track them somehow, which doesn't make a lot of sense for most people to kind of put that up. The only only reason people found out about it was because of the murder of a few federal agents, of the U.S. federal agents that were killed in this gun. One of my friends was shot with one of those pistols outside his house, and they shot him and they shot his wife. Both of them were killed. Daughter was in the backseat, lost part of her arm. When that happened, the guns were unique. They were like, wow, we didn't never like the mata policías is what they call them. They're cop killers. I haven't seen those before. So they were unique and interesting. And on in life, I was watching CNN and seeing the hearings going on. I was like, oh, that's what they keep doing. 2 federal agents changed a lot and politicized. There was a whole scandal up here. But in Mexico, how many people died with those firearms being let down, being let go? And also, what type of sentiment do you think the local populace has of the United States after all those guns were basically handed over to some of these groups? The gun trafficking is another giant part of the equation, part of the problem. As far as the amount of munitions, weapons, and now we're also getting tradecraft material from conflict zones outside of Mexico. So weaponized drones. The first time we saw some weaponized drones was in Syria, and like a few weeks later, grenades were being dropped on the roofs of some public officials.
Build cartels using drones.
Yeah, that's been going on for a while. There's a place in Michoacan that has some pretty interesting videos, and the interesting part of it is because the federal police down there are actually working hand in hand with a United Carteles Unidos group, which is basically the local cartels, to try and fight off the new generation cartel moving into Michoacan. So even the federal forces are fighting with the cartels to try and keep this larger cartel out. And there's videos of these civilian drones basically dropping explosives. They found some explosive testing radars out there that are basically replicating stuff that you would see the IRA use during the troubles out there, from homemade mortars. IEDs have been used in Mexico. Not that much, but they're making like a presence again. We don't have a lot of ordnance around like Iraq, but we do have a big mining industry down there. So mining explosives of all kinds are pretty easy to get. So we start seeing that, and also there's some exotic weaponry coming in from the south and from the ocean. That some of it is probably U.S. Military equipment sold to various South American governments that are now not as stable as they were, and they're kind of making their way into black markets. A lot of those 50 cal vehicle-mounted technical type machine guns, and some of the RPGs and manpads or remote control guided missiles that have been found in cartel hands are probably coming their way up from that.
To get these like multi-million-dollar systems like the HIMARS system in the Ukraine, get like super sophisticated advanced technology when so like this is like military grade. I'm not sure what the applications are exactly in Mexico.
Some of the sophisticated stuff I see in our pads, which is basically remote guided missiles. I've seen some of those found down
What
there.
is the application exactly? Display of power
There are no-fly zones over parts of Mexico.
for this reason.
New Generation Cartel took down a helicopter. There's been incidents of military helicopters falling from the sky, and they said that it was mechanical issues. But again, I'm not going to get the conspiracy theories out there. But there's a lot of videos on TikTok of Sinaloa cartel forces at parties and carrying around rocket launchers on their backs, and and
So there's an increased probability of mechanical failures over those areas when you're flying helicopters.
there's no-fly zones over some parts of Mexico.
Okay.
And another thing you're seeing now is night vision equipment that is clearly military grade from the U.S. that was probably abandoned in some war field out there, so maybe Afghanistan, somewhere like that. It's being found in safe houses in the hands of cartel forces. You want to talk about a scary opponent? Somebody wearing night vision with a suppressed firearm. Those types of capabilities are now out there. Also, there's this tendency to think, and every now and then you'll see these cartel videos, these guys carrying around these 50 cals and just stand there boasting about their rifles, and everybody laughed at them because the 50 cal or anything like that, without an optic on it, it's like you're gonna shoot. You pray and shoot basically, see if you can hit anything with it. But now there's a few of my sources have seen sophisticated laser guided rangefinders and sighting systems on some of these that are being found out there.
How much damage can 50 cal? What was the application?
They start getting them specifically with the proliferation of armored vehicles in Mexico. Mexico has a giant industry of armored vehicles as far as.
So there's a race in terms of armoring, protecting, especially high value targets, and then weapons that can deal with those armored, protected, high value targets.
There was an attempted assassination of a state prosecutor somewhere in central Mexico. I forget exactly where. But he was riding around up armored Jeep Cherokee, I think it was, and the main means of firepower was 50 cals, and that car was left in pieces. She survived in it, so I think the armored vehicle company that sold her that vehicle has it up in the display room. Then before my time, probably 2-3 years before I was actually active, he tried to kill the head of public security in the state of Baja. And with him, it was a grenade launch, 40 millimeter grenade launch. It skipped off the armored vehicle, landed the car behind it, made the back explode. One of the guys that I used to work with was actually in that car, survived it. But you started to see, they're using armored vehicles now. Let's get 50 caliber out to try and defeat that armor. So that there's always this race of technology, basically. Armored vehicles. How do you take on an armored vehicle? Well, there's a few ways. 50 cals, if you can mount them in the right way and shoot at a car like that, or a bunch of kids with balloons and acrylic paint on the front windshield and blind the vehicle so they can't drive it anymore. There's another way. Tow line across the road, painted black so you can't see it, and cut the thing. And again, I'm not saying any secrets. These are things that people see out there. Shoot at the radiator. Some of these radiators are not even the more sophisticated vehicles out there don't have a sufficient armoring around the radiator, the battery housing of some of these vehicles. There was a case of a guy, I think his nickname was Penalacas or something like that. A little cartel guy. He had an armored vehicle. He was riding around and he got ambushed. He shot at his car. He was like, I have armor. You can't shoot me. And somebody went up to his car and just put the barrel right in the locking mechanism. So it's an interesting place as far as people getting certain types of guns. Armor is prolific down there. Everybody's down there. Cartel, you see them plate armor. So that's an issue. It's not like You can shoot somebody square in the chest and go down.
Are they afraid to kill Americans? So I know I was traveling in Ukraine on the front. So like a lot of the journalists were traveling like armored vehicles. And at first I was like, it seems like this would attract attention.
Yeah.
Like it seems like they would want to hit those targets. But then I realized over time, as I learned, there's a fear of killing Americans. There could be a drastic escalation of
Yeah, it's not worth it.
conflict.
It's making a beehive.
Yeah.
There is a tendency to shy away or stay away from that. You know, I mean, they don't want the heat or the attention.
Outside of that,
Everyone's game, but also there's been many cases of Americans being killed down there. I mean, we saw the Mormon massacre happen down there, and all of them were American, Mexican. They had both nationalities, and blonde kids, you know, right, being massacred in the middle of a desert, and cars basically catching fire. This happened. You know, the Americans sent the FBI down there to kind of review some of what happened down there. And I think that was when Trump started talking about kind of reviving this whole notion of cartels being labeled as a terrorist organization, probably more for other political pressure point he was using to try and get Mexico to reinforce its southern border, which it hasn't. But there's escalation. You know, this already happened and nothing happened, so we can probably get away with it. You know, and again, there's a newer generation moving forward. People coming into power.
more brutal, more technically savvy.
Well, they have the experience of the parents and the people behind them and what they've done and what gone away with, and now, yeah, more savvy about information warfare. Their main recruiting tool is TikTok. You go to TikTok and you see a bunch of these kids in narco body dancing around, and some of these are videos like cartel members filming other cartel members in cartel control territory, and that's a window into that life for who's on TikTok. Kids.
And the enticing aspect of that is the money, the fun, the high roller life.
And the possibility of making it to a level, you know.
Fame of respect, power, money.
Here in the US, somebody might, you know, I want a mansion, you know, like that's their mindset. They want to live, you know, like that rapper. Down there, I mean, if you can buy a house for your mom, you know, or pay off some debts that you might have, or a car, that's enough to kill.
So you also, one of the main things you did is you did security, trying to protect in this war, trying to protect people, high value people.
Yeah.
How do you and others, how is it possible to protect a high value target like a celebrity or an important politician in this situation?
So I was tasked to protect the governor of Baja and his family. I was basically replacing a whole contingency of people that were already there that turned out to be corrupted. That wasn't my field. I was operational. I was working with other people doing the kind of narcotic stuff. And the director of the institution that was basically called me and said, "Hey, you're going to go and replace these people." I'm like, "What happened to them?"
So you were known as a person that could be kind of trusted.
I was tasked for that, so I think that they considered that. And I specifically worked for a governor named Jose Guadalupe Osuna, who's probably one of the best governors we have had in the state. And people want to see if I'm trustworthy or not. They can ask him directly. And I still speak to some members of his family. I'm still, you know, friends in that way.
Is protecting people like technically a difficult problem?
From my experience in that time in place, he was basically spearheading, you know, counter the drug war in Baja when he was in power. So we had threats from all over, not only him but his family. First thing I realized working that job in Mexico is that we had people coming in to do specialized training of that regard. Israelis, you know, teaching us how they would do things in Israel. That didn't make a lot of sense for us in Mexico. You know, we had people that had some Secret Service experience, kind of showing us how they would do like celebrity bodyguarding or bodyguarding somebody maybe in California of that nature. Didn't make sense for us.
Then we got to experience some cross training with some NSW, Naval Special Warfare people who were coming off protection details in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Is there some useful crossover there?
We were struggling with the acceptance that we were basically doing protection details in a war zone.
So the approach that had to be taken in Mexico was similar to the approach you were taking in Afghanistan during a war.
And some of the overt militaristic type approaches to security that we had to adopt, from we didn't move him in a single armored vehicle. We had two of them that looked exactly alike. So when we would move around, we would switch one car to the other every now and then. We would arrive to an event. They would open the door. It would be one of us, and we're like, "Hey, where's the governor? He's in the back." So we could move to that. So we had to do stuff like that. And again, this is a young me who didn't have any specialized training. I was on YouTube, learning some of these things, going online, learning about armored vehicles, learning about architectural armor.
I think you just described a large percentage of the Ukrainian military, how they operate, which is on YouTube, trying to figure out how to use some of this stuff. And that's actually incredibly effective.
Yeah,
I do quite a lot of stuff where I'm totally expert, totally uneducated, and so on. It's kind of surprising how quickly you can get caught up. As we were talking offline, you take a course, you talk to an expert. If you learn from an expert, you can catch up really quickly.
for me, it was all of a sudden I have this director calling me in, and I'm wearing Vans, and jeans,
Yeah.
t-shirt, and all of a sudden I had 80 some people, but I had to move around. I was in charge of securing planes. What do I know about that? Airport hangars, we did armored vehicle maintenance and purchasing, figuring out how to set up a counter assault group for a protection detail. And I was like, where am I going to learn all this?
Were you able to figure some of these things out?
On the fly, basically. As I was going, I remember having this experience being in the security office on my laptop, figuring out how to set up a counter surveillance side to our protection detail. Basically, how to have people looking for people that might be looking for us, type thing. And then going to San Diego to Coronado and training with some people from former SEAL guys and NCIS people who did that job in war zones, and seeing them critique some of the solutions that we came up with on the fly and being like, oh, we never saw that. Oh, yeah, this is we're doing it. So, and getting that, and also getting their feedback. Like, you probably do this, do that. It was a learning process on the fly. It was pretty seat of your pants level.
Is it possible for the family, for the high value person to have a sense of normalcy, to have a normal life?
I mean, I tried. I was always starting off on the wrong foot, basically, because trust had been violated by the people that I was replacing. So I had to gain that back. Then young kids in my family that wanted to have go out and stuff like that, and right on sitting on the planet. So I had to do my homework and figure out places where they were safe to go to, make friends with certain club owners, and figure out ways to put security in some of these places, and having to create this bubble of normalcy around some of these people was pretty difficult. And there's no way that is abnormal for anybody. And God bless them. I know it didn't. I know it wasn't easy. I know they affected their lives. They lost on a big part of their youth. Being under that security supervision bubble probably does a lot for somebody specifically growing up in that. You lose opportunities of things that we take for granted. Just going up, just not telling anybody, and going to the store, because you want to get some snacks or something like that. That's not available to some of these people.
I have to be honest, when I was in Ukraine, I was a really big fan. No, I couldn't hang out. I couldn't eat when I was stressed. I would fast and not eat. I just wouldn't get lost weight. It was great. It was great for the day.
That's a good idea. Basically, under protective custody. That's a good idea for you time.
It's just life. It allowed me to focus, get out of reading, focus on the important people. I mean, I joke, of course, but there's some complexity to this in terms of normalcy of the family. But also just how to operate, like have a mental clarity and a lack of fear. Basically, be good at your job, whatever that job is. As a politician, as a leader, even as a soldier.
Somebody that I think it was Guinness said this to, or said something like this to a group of us, that there's nothing wrong with being paranoid. It's about educating your paranoia and knowing what to be afraid of. If you're afraid of everything, you're basically overwhelmed. But if you start educating yourself as far as specifically what to prioritize, as far as what to worry about, more than working, protecting somebody. You're not looking at everybody's faces, you're just looking at their hands, because that's what's going to kill you. That's an example of folk aligning what you're paranoid and you're afraid of.
So looking at the hands, that's specific to a particular situation, but also figuring out which situations to avoid and which it's okay. I mean, that's like ultimately one of the biggest things you could do.
Route analysis. You have to get to the airport and you send off 2 cars to analyze 2 routes, and then on the fly you just change trajectory to create randomness, unpredictability, and have that as a security feature. Having a convoy of 4 vehicles separated into 2 convoys and show up different parts to, again, make it hard for people to guess what it's going to be. Putting out false information as far as who's going to be, that type of stuff.
It's kind of amazing how many assassination attempts Hitler avoided just by having a pretty strict schedule and being a little bit off in terms of timing. Just like showing up 15 minutes late or to a slightly different location.
We were going through training specifically around this type of stuff and in operational training. They basically showing us how to ambush people. When I started making a group for myself as far as counter ambush, this CAT team that they call them in the US, basically a group to respond to a high violent ambush. First off, the first rule is if you find yourself in an ambush, it wasn't a successful ambush, because if you find yourself in, you're alive. Yes. But if you want to create an amazing counter ambush team, you have to make them ambushers. And with ambushing, you figure out where all the opportunities of not only successfully doing what you need to do are in your favor, but also to escape within life. We're not going to be received by virgins in heaven. We're not. That's not the type of mentality that we have down there. But you start learning about some of these things, and also seeing cartel forces apply some of these ambush tactics to the military or the federal forces.
What is an ambush, or what are we talking about? So that's a surprise attack within the asymmetry of power.
Yeah. There's a contingency somewhere moving towards a place that you control and know, where you have the advantages, where they can't see you, but you can see them, where they can't predict you, but you can predict where they're going to go through, places where they forcibly have to pass, places where they're predictable, places where you can not only predict, but also have a plan for yourself to escape and exit that place.
So how do you train for counter?
You turn into a perfect ambusher. That's how you train for counter.
Also, always trying to make sure you have more information about other people. You have the element of surprise, all of these things.
And Musashi would say, you're going to move with a sword. Basically that. It's simplified.
There's a lot of enemies in Mexico. There's a lot of uncertainty, right? I guess that's what ground analysis.
Yeah, you prepare for the problem, and if the impossible happens, you're halfway out of it. Hopefully, and if you find yourself in an ambush, it wasn't successful. As far as the training kind of mindset, my experience with it, the adversarial thinking part of it has always been a very powerful one. I think one that a lot of people ignore, kind of lead to the wayside. Specifically in all conflicts out there, there's a tendency for a military force or a conventional force of any kind to be trained in a way where they dehumanize the enemy. And when that happens, you become blind to the enemy's story, his capability, his story, his ability. If you treat the other side like a new human monster, it's hard to take notes.
So there's a part of this is radical empathy for the quote-unquote enemy.
At least for me personally, I wasn't one of the guys that would rather beat the shit out of him, put him in the back of the van, just tie him up and gag him.
So you're able to see these things.
I learned that from my mother, but
Nobody's against you, right? They're for themselves. Learn this, and you will make friends with enemies. She said that when I graduated. I carried that with me throughout my whole career.
But isn't there then a pain of killing another people?
Always.
But there isn't, again, I apologize to go back to Ukraine's manly experience and this kind of harshness.
And it isn't powerful. It's true.
There's a dehumanization that happens. I suppose this is common in war. There's something like a video game aspect. People are almost having fun. There's humor. And I think underneath that, the prerequisite is to see the enemy in the same way you see the enemy when you play Call of Duty. You don't really think, you think of them as NPCs, the bad guys. The Russians are called orcs in Ukraine. There's all kinds of other names.
Or also, Malandro Grosso is like 30 people. There's always some.
Over time, those are just words, but over time it gathers kind of like a meaning to it that's more than just the words. Orcs. They're less than human. They're dirty. They're too dumb to understand what they're doing. Whatever the.
It's useful. It's useful.
Yeah.
It's more than trouble.
But like that's what I've talked to stories. Some of them do have stories of momentarily remembering that there's a human on the other side. I talked to one woman who was this really badass soldier. She saw this really brave soldier on the other side do something that was almost stupid how brave he was. And then she was trying to shoot him and she missed. And then she said she could sleep the night after thinking, why did she miss? Why did she miss? And then she thought she missed because he was a hero. And she had this brief realization that there was a hero on the inside. The other side is heroes. But then that quickly disappeared.
Yeah.
Again, she had this moment as a human being that rises to defend his nation, to defend his people, and he could be heroic on the other side.
There are things that we're trained to depress or conceal or hide and kill in us when you're trained for something like that, or when you're in a conflict zone like that, and you hear the narrative constantly being blared out that the other side is an orc, or whatever word you want to use. But we live in a day and age when you can see Americans going off to Japan and shaking hands with some of the former enemies. And some of us have seen that, and how things change. I think years from now, a lot of the stuff that we are taking right now is of the utmost importance, won't matter anymore.
The question is how many years? That's a question I ask of a lot of people in that part of the world. And a lot of them currently, they're also self-aware about it. They're like, I'm not sure I trust my current feelings.
Yeah.
But the current feelings are generational.
Yeah.
Like for decades, I will not just hate the leadership. I will hate all the people.
I can't understand that on my side of my life experience because our war has been an internal war, amongst our people, amongst our houses.
While that is the propaganda, there's also a deep grain of truth that there is a oneness to the people of that region.
Yeah.
But people will get very offended at that idea because right now it's a very strong nationalist borders. But there is a cultural history that connects people. I mean, in some deep sense, we're all connected. We all come from Western Africa, and then all came from fish before that, depending on your review of life, of history, of life on Earth. But there is a oneness to us, and often we forget that in conflict.
I had an experience working. There was a friend of mine who took the other path and went to work for some of these criminal groups. I was operational, and we saw a bunch of people in the gas station parked. Back then, the main modus operandi that they had was that they would impersonate or dress up as federal police, and that's how they would move around the city. We saw these suburbans in a gas station, and some of the guys were carrying around AK-47s. And that's not a standard issue firearm. So, we saw that, and I got off on foot and walked by to try and get a better sense of what was going on. Took everything off, wearing jeans and a t-shirt,
And I got a whistle from the guys that were there, and my name was called. It was one of the guys that I grew up with. Redhead kid, looked like he was Canadian. There's a redheads in Mexico. So it's probably some of the Irish that betrayed the American side during the last Mexico-American War that stayed down there, a bunch of kids. So it's probably from there.
Love is stronger than anything.
There's a redhead kid. When I say kid, he's my age. Not to my eyes, he's always going to be younger. He whistled, told my name, said, "Hey, guess I keep coming." I'm like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, sure, just going home." I said, "Look, we're going to get a taxi." He's like, "Oh, okay." As he walks over, so there's a plate carrier with AK round magazines on his chest. AK round stock on it. Just carrying his hand. He comes over and he hugs me. I feel the magazines on my chest. And mind you, I have a gun on me, tucked. And next cell is buzzing in my back pocket as people are trying to figure out what's going on. He asked me small talk shit. "Hey, what are you doing? What do you work at?" I'm looking for a job to work at a video store. So it's like, "Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. How's so and so of your family?" "Good. How's so and so of your family?" "Good." Like, yeah, it's like, "This is an interesting job." Yeah. He's like, "Yeah, it's pretty good. They pay us well. You get a car, money, and really fast, we get respect." That's awesome. And if you want, we can get you in. If you want them. It's like, oh, it's like I'm too much of a coward for
Conversation like any other.
Yeah. He hugs me before I go. There's something told me, I can't remember what. And he says, "Hey," in my ear, "I know what you do for a living. It's not a safe place for you to be." And we walk off. A few moments later, the army showed up. And you could feel the amount of rounds going off from 2 blocks away. We came back with our guys, and it was over.
He didn't survive.
I looked through the bodies and the cars that were left. There was bodies all over the place. People left there. It was a mess. It's been like an hour looking for me. The only way I could recognize it was him. I stayed with his body all night. There's a bridge at Tijuana that goes over the river in a place called La Mesa, and that's where the forensic officers were. His body was taken there, and I stayed with his body until he was released. I told his family about it because I knew that aspect of us versus them, they're the enemy, things like that. And my mom told me those words: "Nobody's against you. They're just focus out. So don't make the mistake of dehumanizing anyone."
And those roles could have been easily reversed.
I could have shot in the face there. But that's what the conflict brings with us. Bad guys, good guys. Heroes, villains. There's an innocence to that goes away.
Is your mom still with us?
No, almost 3 weeks before I decided to quit, she passed away.
Did that have a
Major. After I got done on the protection detail with the government, like everything down there, again, the whole cycle. He got his term. So when he went away, politics changed. And down there, basically, if you're a gubernatorial candidate, you have either a friend or a friend of a friend or a family member be the head bodyguard guy. And the guy that won the elections had his head bodyguard guy over here. So all of us were sent back to whatever we came from. So I went back to work on the streets. I was back on the operations group. I was working with the sub-director directly with him, basically back on the ground doing the stuff that I was doing before that job. We were moving away from the successes that had been had by people like Lazola, and they were in charge of that whole process, the people that I used to work with. One of the only successes in that counter push against cartels in Mexico, and you can kind of like, it's documented, you can read about it. A bunch of people wrote papers on it. Some of the only successes were had by Lazola in places where you have leadership. He not only pacified Tijuana, he also did the same in Juarez. He was sent to be the police chief in Juarez too. But politics change, and heroes become villains. A lot of people started calling him a villain because of his unorthodox approach and human rights violations, and also this type of stuff kind of come to the forefront. And people forgot. People forgot what it took to get Tijuana off the most dangerous city list on the planet. And people were vilified. People like him and the police force that I was a part of started getting compromised. All the things that we put forth to try and keep us honest. There was a program. We had these centers called C3s. Basically, you would go there every year. You would get your financials checked. You would get a physical, psychological evaluation. You would get a polygraph exam done on all the works to try and see if you were somebody doing something wrong. And all of that was canceled because it violated your human rights. If you get fired from a job because of a failed polygraph exam, because that was not an actual admissible way of firing somebody. So all of a sudden you have people that were known cartel compromised people that were fired 5-6 years ago, showing back up to work with their back pay and everything. So this started happening, and it quickly realized that it was going to be hard to stay there. I was driving home from work, and I got a call from my brother that my mom had been going through some health issues that had turned into some psychiatric issues. So we were basically taking turns trying to take care of her, locking the doors so she would wander off and stuff like that. So not only was I dealing with the job on the street, but I was dealing with that, and also I had a 2-year-old and a marriage that was difficult at that time. So I was trying to figure all these things out.
Made more difficult by your job.
It's not a financially secure job, and the pressures that it has, and odd hours and all that made it really hard. And then all of a sudden, my brother calls me and tells me that let's go to the hospital. And something happened to my mom. It wasn't my turn to watch her, so I felt pretty shitty about that. I got to the hospital, and the doctors, came on and told us that she was gone. It was a massive heart attack. She had a pacemaker by then, so she was gone. She was in her 60s, so we kind of expected something, but not. That was hard for me. She was my essential. She was going to be the one that would ask for advice as far as work, should leave or not.
The ground was removed from you.
There was nobody. There's nothing underneath me. I get 3 days off work. That's what they gave. I'm trying to grieve as I go back to work. Hardship crosses my mind as I'm going through that process of trying to figure things out.
Dark shit, like suicide, dark shit.
Yeah.
So it was very low for you. It hit very hard.
Yeah. I wasn't allowed to grieve, basically. And I wasn't allowed to grieve for a few years for different reasons. We went back to work, and
You weren't allowed other people, also you yourself were not allowed yourself to grieve.
there was other people with me that didn't allow me to grieve. I went to work, got called into the office, and I was basically told that I was going to be reassigned after what I just went through. the reassignment is going to be something that I saw as unacceptable. It was people in charge at that point were obviously corrupted, and got from their conversation was that they wanted us to work for a specific side, and I knew that that was the time to go. I asked for a license. Basically, license is unpaid absence from work days, so leave of absence. I think it's what we call it up here, which by law is allowed, and I was denied for no reason. So I'm invested in this job, you know. I have a good salary, and I have a category in there. So you get by the level of time you spend in there, you get a category. So it's a pretty high category agent. I had all this training, again, training that would be useless in the private sector or in the public sector in Mexico. I couldn't change from one corporation to another. I couldn't go to work for another police institution. So I took a deep breath and I resigned. I went to the office. I said, I need to resign. They said, what? I need to resign. Some of the people in the office that knew me from a long time were like, what's wrong with you? They thought I was having a mental breakdown. Handed all the paperwork, took a big trash bag, put all my stuff in there. Plate armor, tear gas grenades, gas mask, satellite radio, MP5 magazines, an MP5 submachine gun, Glock magazines all over, helmet. And I put it in the I handed it over in the armory, and I left. I made some phone calls. I was married to an American, and my daughter's American. I never envisioned myself coming to the United States and do that process for myself because I was invested in that job. I thought I was going to die or retire from that. And it quickly became like an issue because they were wondering why I left the town so abruptly. So there were some threats made when I left by people inside the office. And I probably, it's anonymous shit.
So there's significant pressure not to leave. It's hard to leave a job.
Yeah.
The system makes it difficult to leave. Individuals, to the degree they might be corrupted, really don't want you to leave.
There's no support. There's no support.
And there's probably the opposite of support.
Yeah.
Almost like implied or explicit or implicit threats.
Yeah. Luckily, I had developed some friendships in the United States with some of the people that I used to work with and cross-train with, and some friendships that I developed with people that I would just talk to and make friends with stateside. One of them is an ABC reservist. His name is Dan Stanchely, and his wife Kelly. They opened the doors of their house to me and my kid and my wife at that time, as I seek to basically look for the American dream. I crossed the border with my kid, and nobody knew anything. I didn't tell anyone, just my wife, and I was off. When I came to the States, I already kind of dabbled in the whole training field and showing some of my experience to people. So I had at least a seed of that out there. People knew me for that. But all of a sudden, I was in the middle of an avocado orchard in the middle of California, and everything's quiet. And there's little radios going off all the night. Some three cell phones on the counter. There's no guns. There's no rifles. There's no 80 people calling to see what's going on. There's nothing. It's just quiet. And it's during the time when Trump got elected, so the immigration process that usually would take and the immigration process that would take at most a year took 2 years. So it was not it's an easy process to not only come to the U.S. but come to the U.S. with that pressure, kind of underlying pressure as far as being an immigrant at that time.
And then your own personal psychological, the PTSD of going from a war zone to avocado orchard.
The word PTSD and TBI and all of these things, I didn't know. It was through people that I got to meet in the training field that were Marines, SEALs, MARSOC guys, those types of people that started giving words to some of the things that I felt, which I didn't really know. We would treat post-traumatic stress with alcohol and vacation time. The bottom of the scalp. When you see the bottom of it, your troubles are gone. Huge. Yeah, immediately. I was an alcoholic as well as all the other stuff. I was drinking myself to sleep every third night. My marriage obviously was fake. It wasn't easy for her. She was brave and she did what she could, and I totally respect and understand her process with it. But when it's quiet, that's when it hits you. I think that's what a lot of people experience when they come back from conflict zone. Everything that was life and death, everything that mattered, all the noise, all the chaos, all the people that are around you that would die for you, kill for you, you would kill for them. All these millions of dollars worth of equipment and stuff like that you're responsible for are now all gone, and it's just you walking into a Circle K and buying 3 cans of Foster's to drink yourself to sleep.
Yeah, you write on your Patreon brilliantly about PTSD, about the cost of things you've done and seen. Quote, when it's over, we're far from the chaos and noise of death being close and life being real. That is when some of us remember, in the quiet nights in a field in Tennessee looking at fireflies, walking through a fair, holding hands with a lover, asking you what's wrong. At your kid's birthday party, move early to avoid the ending of the celebration. That is what the quiet means to some of us. So let's speak into that silence, quiet. How do you live with and thrive with this newly learned term of PTSD?
If anything, I would recommend people that have any of these issues to go to places where other people have their issues. So it's not a competition, but you get to see the scope of problems in the world and sometimes feel kind of lucky as far as your own.
Like it humbles you.
Yeah.
It makes you appreciate all the different kinds of struggles that you have.
Yeah. I mean, I went through some bullshit, but some people that I went through more bullshit or stuff that I don't think I could have survived. When I went through that process of figuring things out, the first thing that glaringly pointed out or stuck out to me was my inability to process things. Like there was a big pause button there, a giant one. Everything was on pause. My breathing, not only my mom, but my brother. So I had a pause button on these over 13 days. Then I got to bury many of my friends, inform their wives or girlfriends of what happened. And that all, again, was paused because I wasn't allowed to process. And I spent years without going on vacation because I was a workaholic. And I found at the core of my issue was alcohol. The giant pause button in the form of alcohol. Basically, I drank my problems away. Or specifically, it's like if you have a mess in your house, you just put a big tarp over it, to cover it up, and alcohol is out. And it festered more and more as I not only went through the process of learning about PTSD, going through therapy, but refusing to let that go. It's like going through therapy and seeing what other people's problems were. I don't want to, this is the only thing I have. I'm not hurting anybody with it. Why do I need to get rid of that? By this point, I was traveling across the country training people. and showing some of the experiences that I had to other people, speaking, being on podcasts and having a conversation with one another with you,
Speaking to the skills that you develop.
and in a way, basically reliving and reopening a bunch of shit for myself every time I do. So I was getting triggered, and the way I would manage that was I would drink, at the end of the night after a weekend class, and I talk about the fireflies and a feeling from the sea. It was a moment where I was forcing myself to try and be sober. We did this medical class out in the hills in Tennessee, beautiful green place, beautiful family that hosted us. And it's the first time I ever saw fireflies. I was like, thought I was having a hallucinogenic experience. When I say, why is the dust glowing? What I thought. A friend of mine, is a veteran, ran off to the woods and grabbed one. And brought it to him and showed it to him. I was like, holy shit, what is that? That's a firefly. Wow. How do they glow? I don't know. And it's crushed in his hand. He said, it's gone. And that brought me back immediately to, holy shit, it kind of like I was off somewhere and it's back. And I had to go drink. I went through that process of like going off it, getting on it, going off, getting on it. Marriage, separated. And that was another end of the world aspect to everything. I lost my mother, I lost a job, and then a marriage faded. And it was on me. I basically went somewhere and did a stock of everything that was going on, and we made a decision to stop drinking. Had some bad relationships after, and I just came to a place where I need to stop drinking.
You got a dip point so low. Was this a decision you arrived at by yourself? Was there some inspiration? Or was it just the point is so low? You lost so much.
It was the start of COVID, so this is recent. It's probably too. I'm gonna have 2 years sober in December.
So when you talked to Rogan the first time, you're still struggling with the.
I was in and out of the car, basically, is what I would say. I was in and out of, and then trying to get rid of it.
That must be a super stressful experience talking to Joe Rogan the first time. Did you drink that night? No.
The second time I was there, I went somewhere. Shit. It was stressful, not for any other reason than I felt the responsibility to the people that couldn't speak about it. So that's depression. It was the start of COVID, and things started getting shut down, slowed down. My dad got really sick and almost died. We had to set up like Jason Bourne level shit at my brother's place. He was in Mexico, so we had to bribe a guy to get us an oxygen tank, and I had to jimmy rig a respirator. It was some shit. But my dad, he survived it. Everybody at the doctor was like, "Say goodbye," and my dad was like, "Can't say goodbye to him." Because you guys gangster got it. Tough dad. He did some gangster shit out there. But on my end, I was being isolated. Basically, as COVID is, everybody's slowing down. No more classes, no more excuses to go out there and drink, and no more socializing. So social drinking turned into alone drinking more and more and more. I bought a bottle of gin because I was down in Mexico taking care of my dad, and they closed down beer production in Mexico. So beer went away, and beer was a way I kind of managed it. It's not hard alcohol; it's just beer. So but that went away, so it was just hard alcohol that was available down there. One night alone at the house, my dad's house, I drank a bottle of gin, a whole bottle of gin. I almost died. And after that, people started noticing that I was isolating more and more, and it was kind of eating away at me. I was in a relationship at that point when I started seeing everything just kind of fall apart around me, and I drank half of a glass of wine, and it made me sick to my like internally in my mind. And my kid said to me, and I don't know, nobody coached her, nobody said anything yet. She's a pretty intuitive kid. Said, I don't drink anymore of that. Out of nowhere, in the middle of the night. They stopped. Stopped that night. I stopped that night. I remember waking up at 3 in the morning and taking the cooler that I had, just dumping the beers in it and chucking them in the garbage, and with a knife poking each of them to not, be tempted to go back for them. And then the second day, I went around and started finding the hides that I had. Because I had some, hides. And then I went somewhere and locked myself in for 2 weeks. I had the withdrawals, the clearest nightmares that I'd ever had in my life for 2 or 3 weeks. I went somewhere, and I'm going to keep them private, but I went somewhere where they offered a place for me. And when I asked them about it, it's a community. I gave them some money for their school as a donation, getting a few $1,000s. I said, sure, come. You can go through this process here. It's fine. The first thing they did when I got there is they stood me up in front of everybody to thank me for the donation. And then told everybody that I was an alcoholic, and if anybody saw me drinking, I was to be kicked out of it immediately. And I swore. So I thought that was where I started.
Is that temptation still there?
There was a moment when it was, and some therapy circle. There's a rodeo clown friend of mine who his bodies basically fused together, type of guy. We've been friends and enemies and friends again, during the art therapy circle session.
Oh, so like there's an intimacy there.
Yeah. He didn't know anything about me. One time when we were telling our story, he stood up and told his story. And then he heard mine, and then he was pissed off at me and didn't want to talk to me for a while. And then later he told me that it was because, he saw what I did with my experience and how much of a difference that he perceived that I was making with it. And he felt jealous that he can do the same with his experience because he was just a broken ex-rodeo clown. He told me when I was going through the process, like, hey, you're an internet safe person, you're known. Aren't you worried about people finding out that you're a recovering drunk? And I said, yeah, it's fucking scary as shit if people find out that I am going through this process. It's scary, the critique. I already get a lot of shit for being an ex-police officer in Mexico and all that, all the negativity that comes from that. And he said, don't be. You can't pickpocket a naked man, so just get naked. And what does that mean? Write about it. Post it online. You never know. Somebody out there might get inspired through their own kind of process. So I started posting about it. Cowardly in a way because I wanted to make other people keep me on the path, But in other ways, desperation. I don't want to drink anymore. I don't want to go back to that path, which I know leads directly to a bad death. I'm not afraid of death. I just want a good one. I don't want a bad one. I think that was going to lead me to a bad death. I started writing about it and sharing it online, through my fever dreams post and just being humorous about it online. Getting a lot of hate on one side, having a few people and companies that I work with kind of step back and say, this guy's has some issues too, and having other people kind of make fun of or make light of that weakness portrayed.
Also getting hate, getting criticism, because here you are, a counter narcotics police officer, there's now has a drinking problem. So is that like supposed to be what, like flaws revealed?
Weakness, or a perception of alpha in the U.S., I guess, like some people have,
You were supposed to be strong, here you are.
I mean, I'm not Jocko Willink, I'm not David Goggins, I wake up at 10 in the morning sometimes, and I'll have cornflakes with my 8-year-old, you know, I like days off. I used to wake up at 3:30 in the morning every day to review what happened during the night and go off for a jog, the gym, and just be ready to be able to murder somebody with my hands if I had to. But that is just, I couldn't maintain that during that whole process of getting out of it. Now, leaving alcohol, I remember just being honest with him, just seeing the two sides of it. Joe told me, you never read the comment section, right? Which is a beautiful, it's a beautiful piece of advice, but they get you sometimes when you talk about some of these things openly. And some of the comments were positive, and I've been seeing people comment, sending me messages, and meeting people on the road that are 5 months in, 10 months. Some people that have been on that wagon for way longer than I have. And it's cool when you meet people that are superhuman or perform and take an extreme ownership of things and are just amazing people that are thriving out there. It's inspirational. I see some of these people and I'm like, oh, shit, I need to figure out how to get to some semblance of that. But I'm not that. I've been through the ringer. I fucked up a shit ton of times. I know there's an example of that. A few missing teeth. But in a way, I think all of that is part of the process that not a lot of people talk about, independently of the experience I got down here, some of the things that I share and talk about, and some of the advocacy I do related to women like her that are, trying to look for a better life and trying to find their missing kids, training people to not get into those situations, but also showcasing the fact that people that go through some of these processes have a journey to go through. I just came into your studio with a duffel bag straight from the airport and I'm going to leave early tomorrow morning to somewhere else. I've been on the road for almost, I think, 5 years nonstop. I go back to a specific place every week to see my kid for 2-3 days, and then I'm back out. Some people are like, are you running? Like, are you worried? Is this afraid about them? No. But I am, on this weird path, I guess, trying to look for something that I think I've been missing as far as my afterlife of a sort, coming
What
out
do you
of
think
that.
that is? Are you looking for some kind of deeper understanding of humanity, like from the specific experiences you had to get some deeper understanding of what the hell we're all doing?
I meet people every weekend with different stories. People come to some of my classes and I show them how to weaponize the environment, how to harm themselves, how to not get abducted. I meet people that have gone through this experience and they're basically trying to work through some of their own issues by going through training like that. I get to meet people that are, people that I've only seen online, or seen in videos. I remember meeting Royce Gracie in Harvest City.
I heard of that guy.
He's a pretty interesting character. I remember seeing him in a bootleg VHS video. I told him about it. We were doing a class out at Emerson Knives. It's a knife company, but Mr. Emerson also has like a jiu-jitsu gym there where Royce trains out of. That's his space. And they're teaching you how to defend against somebody trying to stab you, and I'm showing them all the ways you can get around that and fabricate and improvise and smuggle things, basically the adversarial side, that's what I'm known for. The psychology and kind of the ways that people do that. And I remember him seeing some of the stuff that I was doing and just being like, "Where are you from? Mexico?" I think makes sense, you know. Somebody from Brazil, you know, tipping the hat to somebody from Mexico, as far as him seeing the violence and some of the mentality behind it.
So, for people who don't know, Horace Gracie is the legendary martial artist that probably introduced Brazilian Jiu Jitsu to the American audience, to the world, in the process of UFC and showing the effectiveness of it in practice. That a little skinny guy can defeat a big, aggressive guy. So,
An anaconda, a small anaconda walking into that ring with his family behind
wearing pajamas.
wearing pajamas, and I was like, "What is this guy wearing pajamas for?" And then he would strangle people with those pajamas. I remember seeing that and just having it. I think probably what a generation before had with Bruce Lee, I guess, or my generation was Royce walking into that octagon, changing, you know, paradigm. Seeing him in that gym. He's also an avid gun owner and shooter, which is interesting. You know, seeing somebody like him who is, you know, well versed with his hands also be a method into the realm of being well versed with weaponry, which is an aspect of martial arts and the martial way of thinking that, you know, some people kind of, the purists will stick with one side of it, but he's obviously a warrior in a lot of ways.
So, just as a small tangent, so you're somebody that you don't just look at unarmed combat, you look at the full spectrum of the chaos of combat that's outside of the realm of jiu-jitsu and even just mixed martial arts. Unarmed, armed with knives, beyond. Yes, was his mind open to the fuller spectrum of violence?
Yeah, I mean, he was in the middle of this class that we were doing where people were basically focusing on both. Ernest Emerson, who's famous for his knives, that's a knife company. He done knives for NASA, you know. Not only that, but he's also a very avid martial artist. He trained with a lot of Filipino martial arts related to knives and stuff like that. But a different mindset, you know, a defensive mindset, trying to train people how to defend against that. And you have Royce, who's from Brazil, probably has some street in it. And that's something that, you know, those guys, those getting calles, I would say in Mexico. Seeing the ways he would, he stepped in there and provided some encouragement to the people there, as far as you know, how people sometimes focus on the this is a system and this is a way, but there's other ways out there that might negate or defeat the ways that he's concentrating on. You know? So trying to get out of that bubble. My whole kind of speciality, or I focus on, is mindset and figuring out the software that some of these people gain and gather from. If I need to arm myself, you know, the easiest thing to manufacture in most places is a plain object. So I can take that crystal big pen that you're writing on that notepad with, and using the friction from the carpet, I could turn it into a hypodermic needle that you can then poke into somebody's neck.
What's the process of doing that?
I can do it right now if you want.
Can you use your words for those who are also right?
No, I could basically, you can take the friction, the heat and friction created through this carpet.
Yes.
You can grab that pen. In and of itself, it will pierce flesh, but it will slow itself down because it has a few angles on the tip.
Oh, you want to wear it on the angles.
So if you take that tip off and you grab it and then grind it on an angle on the carpet, the heat will actually turn it into a hypodermic needle, if you know what you're doing.
Hypodermic meaning like it smoothens the entry.
It will make a point and an angle that will guide its way into your flesh. So you can actually go through a torso with that if you know what you're doing.
As a small tangent, you also gave me a present. Could be one of the most epic presents I've ever received. You gave it to Rogan. Can you explain what I'm holding in hand?
There's a guy online, Coffin Tramp is his moniker. It is a G10 rod. G10 is a very strong material, basically capable. A lot of people make actually G10 knives, which are basically non-magnetic, non-ferrous objects that can be utilized as a stabbing. The core of it isn't an actual pencil core. It's a G10 core, and it's encased in hard oak. So that is capable again of stabbing through a torso. Now, the guy that made that. It's an artisan, you know, he makes that. It looks like a pencil. It's concealed in the nature of the object itself. But that small object is capable of being introduced into a chest cavity. All it takes is about the half of your thumb or the length of your thumb to stab into your chest cavity, and now your pericardium is pierced and it's being filled with blood, or your whole heart is pierced and you have a few minutes to live if you're at a standing heart rate.
So this is this has the effectiveness of a knife, essentially.
It has the effectiveness of a shank or an ice pick. It's not going to cut, but it's going to make a hole where it shouldn't be.
Here, the pen is literally my
The sword. Yeah. Well, it's
this is really epic from like a perspective of an academic. This is a symbol of both intelligence and violence. I love it.
and also the current state of affairs where people need to arm themselves with things that are concealed as far as their purpose in a place where, in a country or in a society that limits their ability to arm themselves. So if you're going to a safe place, you're going to a place where no weapons allowed, which means a target-rich environment if you're a predator. That's a sign of rebellion.
Let this be a signal of everyone should be terrified when you're around me. Because even a pencil can murder you. And I intend to use this.
And nobody owns life, but anybody that can hold a frying pan owns death, is a quote that I heard once, which is a beautiful one.
Look at you. If anyone betrays me, this is the way to go. Can you, given all your experience and all the different ways that you think about martial arts and violence in Mexico and in the world, speaking of voice, what is your approach to conflict, like a street fight? What advice would you give people in the full spectrum of what a street altercation might entail? What is the best way to approach it?
I think before you get there, you have to prepare. Like one of the first things I tell people is if you don't have a basic TCCC training class behind you, you should reanalyze your life and your ability to prepare.
TCCC.
Basically, how to stop somebody from bleeding out or dying from a stab wound, gunshot wound, or any of those types of wounds, or an amputated leg during an ID scenario. Anything you would see in a Boston marathon type event or a Vegas shooting event where people are getting shot, stabbed, cut.
So understand how to help people, how to help yourself post.
You're no good to. You don't want to be a detriment to the situation. You want to be an asset. So build yourself up as an asset in a situation like that, because you might be doing that yourself or on somebody else.
And also it helps you understand what situations are going to result in a difficult situation to deal with afterwards.
Yeah, it also teaches you what to stab and what to shoot. If you're thinking about it in all the dimensions of it, there's all knowledge can be weaponized, and I think that's the approach that all people should kind of figure out for themselves when they start getting ready, or if they want to take the responsibility of their own safety in their hands.
So in a self-defense situation, there's a lot of questions here, but what does one stab?
There's the carotid arteries, which are used commonly in jiu-jitsu as something to choke because they feed a computer,
So there's a lot of blood flowing through that required for the successful operation of the computer.
Not a lot of stuff is guarding the outside world from your carotid arteries.
It's a really weird design.
It is not a smart one.
It doesn't even make sense, because with mammals, they bite each other's neck. Like, why can't you have more protection? Because this is the only, like, us humans don't use our mouth to kill each other, but most mammals, most predators do. It's like, why the hell do we protect this?
We do have a defensive mechanism, and you see it sometimes when people are ambushed and people try to open up each other's necks from behind. If you push somebody's neck forward, the carotids will actually lower themselves and be encased in more flesh and muscle. If you pull the head back, not so much. So that's a way that, at least I think, evolutionarily, we have a defensive mechanism for that. There's a few videos out there of people getting their necks and back shut after somebody pushed their head forward to try and slice their necks, and they survived. So this is a viable target. The heart is another one. Interesting about the thing about the heart, people get alarmed when I talk about this and show it in classes. Again, a lot of the classes I do are for orientation and for people to recognize. So a lot of law enforcement comes to some of these guys and says, "Oh, that's horrible. That's how somebody will kill somebody." Yeah, this is how people that know their shit will try and approach somebody and stab you to death. This is how they would do it. There's a tendency to view what we see in John Wick or view what we see in this martial arts community where they're slicing and dicing people with different myriads of ways. A lot of that is based on dueling-based cultures, like the Filipino martial arts or some of the Italian martial arts out there where somebody's facing off with somebody else with a similar weapon. Where both of us are agreeing to basically get into a stabbing competition. That would make sense in that scenario, in that context, but I've never seen a lot of people actually get into these one-on-one knife altercations. What we see now in the modern context when we talk about weaponry is an ambush, counter-ambush based scenario where somebody pulls out a knife, turning a grappling situation on the street, and somebody turns a striking exchange of punches into pulling out a cheap gas station knife or a pen or a rock from the ground or a handgun. Most modern combatives, when it comes to weapon, we should be kind of based on the whole aspect of ambush and counter ambush. There's a lot of people showing valuable type of material and coursework on this out there. My whole approach and my specific kind of realm is the aspect of how people go from the process of learning some of these things from experiential stuff. People that grow up in rural places, grow up on big farms, that actually get the experience of processing a pig, for example, or processing an animal. Those people will have more skills, hunters. Those people will have more skills with a knife if they pick it up as a weapon. Most of the martial arts that I've seen kind of approach some of these classes where I go and have a simulated torso in the form of a pig hanging in the room somewhere.
Some of that has to do with just the familiarity and the comfort of just like the biology of the organs. Like if you cut off certain things, if you cut a certain thing, like it's just a meat vehicle.
The same thing in medical training should come first, or if you don't have that, be a hunter or go to a butchery class. That will teach you more about how to use a knife on somebody else than anything. That'll give you the experience of flesh. Most people, I do this example every now and then when I have people bring in a tactical knife and bring in a butter knife, and I ask them which will go to a torso. We have a pig there, so it simulates a torso pretty closely. Most people will say, that butter knife's not going to go through. And it does. It does go through. It's thin enough, strong enough, sturdy enough, it'll go through. Kitchen knife, a cheap one that cost 89 cents at Walmart, and an expensive $400 one. And the cheap one will outperform the expensive. The tip will snap off during some of it.
Yeah, I have to say that just as a small tangent, I went to a farm and just seeing the butchering of meat and so on, in the processing of meat, pigs and cows. Ooh, that's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But I think it's honest and raw, and like that's something that probably everyone should experience regularly. It's also humbling to remind you. When I had a dog, Homer, he's a Newfoundland. I was very close with him. We lost him, and I just remember I carried him. It was like 200 something pounds. So I had to carry him and to put him to sleep. And one of the biggest realizations is like, oh, this is just a biological thing.
Yeah.
It's just to realize that this is just meat. This is not, and you can cut it, and then if you bleed, you all of a sudden the life can disappear from you, and it's all gone. It's like, holy shit, there's this meat vehicle that some people have referred to as Lex. I'm just a few stabbings away from like leaving. From leaving. Goodbye. So
it used to be that we had to hang around. People would come back from battle and we would hear things. As far as I stab somebody here, this happens. But now we live in an age where you can, when I do a class, this stabs the heart, and here's like 5 videos of it happening live, on 5 weeks or whatever, and we can reconstruct that. Not only that, but what weapon was used? Oh, it was a gas station folder. It was a Pioneer knife from Walmart with flowers on the handle. Whatever it was, and and people start realizing that it doesn't take a lot, that it doesn't take a lot of training. A lot of these people are not high-level assassins trained by ninjas in the hills or anything like that. They're people that grew up rurally or learned by seeing that behavior in others. And when you start coming to the realization that it's pretty easy to do that, and you start figuring out how do you counteract that? Well, number one, learn the behavior yourself so you can recognize the whole aspect of being a good counter ambush team is to be the best ambusher in the planet. So again, the whole aspect of Musashi saying, know your enemy with a sword. You figure that out as far as learning that behavior. When you start seeing how some of these stabbings occurs, the first thing you notice is that one of the hands is always kind of out of the picture, or there's a lack of symmetry in the people that are about to do something horrible. So when you see lack of symmetry in the environment, somebody with their hands going backwards, there's a crowd of people and one individual is looking counter where everybody else is looking, or there's a hyper-aware individual in the crowd. The hyper-aware are always usually out there to fuck somebody over, or are there trying to keep those predators from fucking somebody else over. So unless you step back and you put yourself in the process of learning how they learn, and you become that potential nightmare person, it's hard to recognize that in a crowd.
It feels like one of the significant ways to win or as a street fight is to avoid it by sort of sending pacifist signals in every way, meaning avoiding the situation whenever there's like a hyper-vigilant people. You just kind of avoid signaling that you're one of the players of interest.
Yeah.
If we're talking about counter ambush, at which point do you do that versus shift to the aggression?
I think violence should be always an option. Everybody should have that option, and you need to be good at that option, because I think I heard Jordan Peterson talk about the fact that everybody needs to be dangerous, but keep that shit under control.
I think he was referring to a different context, but
I know. I'm referring to the ability of
the little physical conflict.
There's two cases that I saw of people just utilizing social engineering to a beautiful degree to de-escalate shit. One guy somewhere, first off, if you're in a place where people are grabbing their wife's ass or something like that, like, what are you doing there? There's a load of things that are wrong with everything that you're doing in your life to be in that environment. But, let's say you're in an inescapable situation. There was this guy who was in a compromised position. Somebody wanted to fight him, legit kick his ass. And he said, okay, let's go, but I need to warn you that I have Hep C before you go outside. And I was getting my phone out to film this, and even I was just lowered my phone to give him a slow clap. That was a beautiful move, and then there was this other one, there was a riot somewhere in Ensenada, the municipality of Ensenada and Baja. They were protesting. Some of the people that picked those fields down there, part of a tribe called the Triquis. Very hardworking people, but very spiritual too. They're pretty good at their thing. There was a riot line they couldn't break, and this old man walks in the middle of the riot line and yells "grenade" and throws an avocado in the middle of all the cops. He broke that riot line with an avocado.
That could have gone wrong in so many ways.
But it didn't. I don't know. To me, there's small lessons there. There is a case to be made about social engineering, about learning about behavior, about learning how to lie, and how to kind of move your way or navigate your way around situations like that. Small things like bartering, knowing how to bribe people in conflict zones is the thing that I show when I talk about or train people to work in hostile environments. De-escalation, specifically kind of figuring out what is of value in the environment, what things you shouldn't be doing in an environment that might be considered disrespectful or out of place. People have a tendency that didn't grow up in places that are violent to make continuous eye contact with somebody. Maybe that might be an issue. Or smiling when there's nothing to smile about. I think there's a picture I saw somewhere of Russians taking a portrait, and there's Americans there, and the Americans are smiling, but the Russians aren't. Yeah, because what is there to smile about? It just
True. And of course, it's not as simple as smile or not smile. There's subtlety to it. Like you said, eye contact is super interesting because I found in my own life, like not making eye contact is, people would be joking, but it's a really powerful way to de-escalate. And there's such a fascinating thing though, because you could talk about drunk fights that are just that are harmless, but I feel like the same dynamic applies to the most violent conflicts, including wars. I feel like ego is part of this. So to me, the question of conflict, whether it's a street fight or anything else, is the calculus of, are you willing to take an L in terms of psychology? Somebody grabs your wife's ass. Boy, if you let that happen, you go home, you're going to have to pay the price of you were the person who didn't defend you. Like in your relationship,
Yeah.
you didn't defend your wife's honor.
Yeah.
You're going to psychologically pay that price yourself. And depending on your wife, she might secretly also lose a little bit of respect.
Yeah.
Now, how you play that calculus, because now we see the war in Ukraine, I would say there is elements of similar posturing in the United States, in Europe, in Ukraine, Russia, China, leadership,
At a macro level.
at a geopolitics, it's still somebody who grabs somebody's ass, and you're not backing down.
So to take those losses and basically just posture, lower your head and live to fight another day type situation. The thing with modern violence is, the access to weaponry. Again, nobody owns life, but anybody can hold a frying pan and do death. I've seen people, get double leg takedown somebody on the ground. It's a different thing doing the mats versus concrete. That's a good way to kill somebody. The most prolific impact weapon on the planet is the planet itself. You can see various videos of people online where they fall, and they hit their head, or somebody hits their head, and they go into this stretched out fit, basically. And that might not kill you then, but it'll kill you that night or the second night if you don't get checked out. People bleed out and try to get an edema. Again, the whole aspect of me showing how some of these things, not only some of these methodologies and some how people prepare for violence and how people experience violence, how they make their weapons, how people fight in the streets and stuff like that. It's to recognize that behavior from the inception. There's a video I show where there's a bunch of street kids in Rio de Janeiro. I think it's during the Olympics, where they're snatching chains and cell phones from people. And it's a fun video. See it. And the first thing you learn about it is how they target people. Who are they going after? There's a bunch of people there. Why are they going after that specific person? And you start learning about profiling, how they identify victim mentality, the perfect victim, lack of awareness. They keep on a straight line, avoidance of eye contact if they're doing something nefarious or wrong, and how they pick who they're going to go after. The small people, the women, even some of the men, and they separate the men that they're perfect victims versus the men that's going to turn around and punch them in the face. What are they looking for? Well, first off, you notice that the men that are in that environment that look at them and are aware of their presence, the hyper-aware, are the ones that are not good to target. So that's the first lesson there. So it's probably a good idea not only to be hyper-aware, but to recognize that hyper-awareness. And not, if I want to separate myself from the victim crowd. Another thing you notice is these are kids going after some grown adults. And some of these grown adult men are with women. And you see them, kind of getting outside of the raft of these kids that are trying to rip their chains off their neck or their cell phones, and they have no consideration for the women around. You see other men that are with women, and you see them grab the women and put them behind them, and immediately they'll say, "This is the wrong one. Let me move off to the next one." So that small little lesson in those videos show you first how these kids are growing up to profile and target who the perfect victim are. That's a school for them. And that is an adversarial school. We should look at that school and apply it to ourselves.
So in general, you think conflict, ultimately, the people that are doing conflict are looking for weakness?
I mean, they're looking for opportunity, opportunistic. That's the predators. That's what they do. They look for an opportunity. From jumping down from a tree and getting to the slowest gazelle to looking for the opportune moment to pounce on something that's probably big, but the risk is worth it.
I feel like there's several motivations, but isn't there also a power hierarchy motivation as well?
Yeah.
Like there's something about the big guy that tempts you to send a message, especially with gangs. Aren't they constantly sort of trying to signal that they're the alpha?
Yeah, I mean, there's the different situations. You could be facing a sociopathic predator who was looking for something in you that you were the resource that they're looking after. Maybe it's a woman, you know. It could be a group of people that don't like the fact that you have a specific nationality or your passport is stamped in a specific way, or that you pray to whatever god. All these factor in, but in the end, they all do the same thing. They look for an advantageous position. If I were to target you, I would put you in between that wall and me. So you have two avenues of exits, and I would step on one of your feet to keep that avenue closed. So you have to go this way. So this is where my knife is going. You see that behavior mirrored everywhere in the world. First off, you look for advantages, right? If it's something that's unavoidable, like you're in between me and my ability to go home, or you're in between me and my ability to feed my family, or you're in between me and my ability to posture to the people that are behind me, the young guys, that I'm in charge, I will do everything in my power to end you. Right? The motivations are not in my realm, but the ways they do it are and basically the advantage part of it.
So desperation is dangerous.
It's a dangerous school. But when I say dangerous school, I mean the most dangerous people usually come from those desperate environments. You can have people in Coronado holding on to logs in the ocean and go through millions of dollars worth of training and just be professional killers for the government and just be these incredible human beings. And then there's a kid that will walk up to one of them when he's off, and put an ice pick right into his chest when he's least expecting it. And that doesn't mean the one is superior than the other. It just means that there's more than one way to become that.
Teenagers terrify me. It feels like the intensity of desperation, like the capacity of a teenager, like 16, 17, to be desperate and also not have the matured understanding of ethics of the world. Like they have this intensity of feeling that is unlike anything else.
They don't have a volume knob to them.
Yeah.
So it's like a garden hose without a nozzle on it so you can regulate it. They haven't developed that. They haven't learned that maybe from somebody else. Or it used to be warrior cultures. You would be apprentice under somebody, or you would learn some of these things from other people. Even some modern gangs have a little bit of that. But if you're not, and you're just this kid that's been playing Call of Duty all his life, or that's been witnessing violence in media, and there's no sense of it's probably a bad idea to go off and do this because of all these repercussions. I could see how that could be a danger to society. And some of the volume knobs, some of the countermeasures to people exploding on somebody else with a weapon. You see videos constantly online. I remember seeing this one of these two teenage girls somewhere in the U.S. and one of them there's a fight, there's a hair pulling competition, and all of a sudden one of them takes out a knife. And it just happens like that. And it's just pure unrestrained downward stuff. You're like, wait, where's that come from? Well, she's from an environment where she saw that as an option. She didn't see the repercussions of it, and she found herself in a place where she thought that was the only viable option, pulling out a weapon. And I think that's the dangerous part.
So how do you prepare to win those kinds of situations, to escape those kinds of situations? Like you said, this training, it's exposing your mind.
I always tell people, if you don't have a combative base, you don't have a base. Boxing, jiu-jitsu.
And that gives you like an awareness of your body.
It gives you an awareness of your body. It gives you a spatial awareness. If you can't see the points with your peripheral vision, if you can't see the points of somebody's feet in your peripheral vision, they are in range to stab you in the heart if they wanted to. And that's something you learn from boxing, you learn from jiu-jitsu, you learn from a bunch of combat arts where you learn about distance and handling people. That comes from this experience that you have. Again, a lot of these things were just horse play when you were growing up in some cultures, or rough and tumble with your brothers and shit like that. But some of us are growing up in single kid homes now, and we don't get that. We're missing that. And if you don't have it, then you find it in the jiu-jitsu gym. You find it in the boxing gym. You find it in the Thai boxing gym. You find it in places where they specialize in focusing on certain aspects of this whole combative whole. It used to be before UFC, the Kung Fu man, Kung Fu guy. It's street lethal shit. You can't use it in the sporting. You can't show you this because they'll kill you. Now we pretty much know that most of that was, flights of fancy or BS. It pains me too, man. I wanted to learn some of the DMOC, single punch and kill technique. I remember those books, but that's just not.
I'm still on the lookout for that.
Maybe somewhere. Maybe if you put a pen in your hand, that might turn into that.
Yes.
That's the only way. That's the only way, right? But a lot of these myths are kind of like faded away, and now you see people that have different combative bases, combining them all and becoming a fighter. Now, that's the UFC fight. People fighting each other is one thing. You being in the middle of the Portland riots, and a bunch of state troopers throwing gas at riders, and then riders themselves fighting each other, and you finding yourself in the middle of that, that's a completely different thing. And if you think you're gonna, go on the ground, get in a guard with a guy swinging around a shovel, a piece of shovel hand, right? As tear gas is going on, because you got stopped there, your car was, windows are broken, and your family's in the backseat. That is a different situation. So, medical, learning about weaponry. I personally don't really like fighting on the ground, but that's why I force myself to go to train with different people out there. On the ground, jiu-jitsu, catch wrestling,
so top and bottom. Neither. You don't like either.
I personally, I like being in a car and running everybody over. That would be great. And if I could, or driving really far away. Or I had this experience in Utah. Some friends of mine in the military, some of your best shooters, some of those in the U.S., coming from the Marine Corps, were showing me how they would shoot something from really far away. And I was like, you don't even have to be in the same vicinity. The scope of violence, how far you can be from it, how close you can be from it.
Just wait till we get to see what we could do in the cyber attack world. We can destroy your whole well-being, your whole life, your identity.
That's another aspect of it too.
Financial, and then figure out where you live in terms of ambush.
Yeah.
Figuring out everything about you such that hurting you is easy.
I have a class where we specifically work on social engineering, kind of how you can go about something that, on a micro level. I do a class with a guy named Matt Friendler, who does basically he's one of the premier experts on how to get into and bypass locks, basically. He'll show you how to bypass every single commercial lock available in the United States. Like, he'll spread it out, open up everything, and that's right. And my part in his class is I talk about how you can pull some of that off in the public space and not get caught, or how you would employ